From a Stronghold NPC to the final boss chapter 741 to chapter 785. At this moment, billions of void demons had already broken into the original range of the array. And in the sky above, Qin Shujian fought against Baito and the other demon emperors with his own strength. When the powerhouses of the various clans arrived, he only glanced at them, and then the cold light of the Godslayer shone brightly, forcing the demon emperors to retreat. "Let's fight." These two simple words were directly transmitted into the boundless world. Immediately, the 5 imperial emperors all received the edict. They looked at each other, and Emperor Zhao shouted in a deep voice, "The Emperor of Heaven has ordered that the otherworldly demons will be the vanguard to fight in the outer realm." As soon as he finished speaking, he directly crushed countless storage rings, and a stream of light, as vast as the stars, fell directly on each player's body. This is the soul-fixing talisman refined by the Heavenly Court. It can resist the god-destroying gale of the outer realm and also has the effect of resisting the divine sense attack of a celestial being powerhouse. As long as it is not above the 7th level of the celestial being, the soul-fixing talisman can block the divine sense attack. Hearing that, the players who were originally dissatisfied as the vanguard all held the soul-fixing talisman tightly at this time. Good stuff, it could resist the divine sense attack of a mighty being. Although it was rare for a real powerhouse to use divine sense as a means of attack, it was not completely impossible. With this thing, it was equivalent to having a life-saving means at least. Immediately, all the players put the soul-fixing talisman in their arms, and then orderly walked toward the Heaven and Earth passage. Just as the players walked into the Heaven and Earth passage, Emperor Zhao said, "The gods of the Heavenly Court will fight together. After the otherworldly demons leave, the other true immortals of the 10,000 races will lead the cultivators of the 10,000 races into the void battlefield." As soon as he finished speaking, he had already taken a step forward and walked toward the Heaven and Earth passage. The gods of the Heavenly Court who had been waiting for a long time also entered the Heaven and Earth passage at this moment. The Heaven and Earth passage looked very long, but from the time they walked in to the time they walked out, it only took a few breaths. When they walked out of the passage, their vision suddenly opened up. Is this the outer realm of the void? It's very similar to the universe of our real world. Chao Hong looked at the lonely void in front of him, his face was filled with emotion. He had not personally stepped into the universe, but he had seen it through some means. The universe of the void in his impression was no different from the outer realm of the void. At this moment, a god-destroying astral wind blew past. The god-locked talisman in the player's pocket glowed slightly, blocking all of the god-slaying squall outside. Lu Qinghong stepped into the void with a look of surprise on his face. The reputation of the outer realm is well-deserved. Here, cultivators of any realm have the ability to fly. It was very difficult to distinguish the top from the bottom in the outer realm. Naturally, there was no distinction between the sky and the land. Everyone who appeared in the outskirts seemed to be supported by an invisible hand, allowing them to hover in the void and not fall down. Very soon, all the players recovered from their shock. They could clearly sense that there was a terrifying power above their heads that they couldn't see. It was as if there were supreme experts fighting there. "Look, something is approaching." A player cried out in shock as he pointed to the front, his face filled with shock. Many other players also noticed the strange phenomenon in the distance. When the remaining people heard this, they raised their heads and looked to the front. Coincidentally, they saw an endless number of black figures approaching. The shadows were of different sizes. However, when all the black shadows gathered together, they seemed to cover the entire sky. Inexplicably, a strong pressure fell on the players' hearts. At the same time, the gods of the Heavenly Court walked out of the Heaven and Earth passage. Xiao Qingfeng said coldly, "Those are the void demons. According to the Emperor of Heaven, whoever kills the void demons will be rewarded." Void demons, all the players had only heard of the name of the void demons. They had never seen one before. Now that they saw the endless number of black figures, their hearts were shaken. "Kill." Xiao Qingfeng took out the sky-breaking halberd. The cold halberd light had already cut through the grey void and directly slashed at the oncoming darkness. He couldn't be more familiar with the void demons. 1,000,000 years ago, Xiao Qingfeng had killed quite a number of void demon experts and had even fought with the demon emperors. A million years later, when he faced the void demons again, his heart was still cold. Boom, the halberd light tore and directly bombarded the darkness. Immediately, the darkness collapsed. Many of the evil void devils didn't even have time to scream before they were killed on the spot. When the void demons died, there would naturally be crystals dropped. Sky-breaking halberd, your Hao Tsang. A cold voice rang out, and soon after, darkness filled the air. Xiao Qingfeng held the sky-breaking halberd and took a step forward. He had already torn the darkness apart and revealed Yurwei's appearance. I was wondering who it was. So it's you. Looking at Yurwei's, he raised his eyebrows slightly. A million years ago, when he fought with the void demons, Yurwei's was already a demon emperor level expert. Hence, Xiao Qingfeng had some impression of him. However, at that time, his target was the demon emperor. Hence, he did not pay much attention to Yurwei's. Otherwise, a demon emperor would not have any chance of survival if he was targeted by a level 9 immortal. Hao Tsang's reincarnation. It's really you. Yurwei's eyes were filled with deep fear. Hao Tsang's reputation was deeply rooted in the hearts of the void demons. Even if he was facing Hao Tsang's reincarnation and had already become a top demon emperor, Yurwei's could not remain calm. Although he was afraid in his heart, he didn't show it on his face. A million years ago, Hao Tsang was indeed amazing. Even the demon emperor was afraid of his strength. However, Hao Tsang has already fallen. Now that you've reincarnated, how much strength do you have? Today, if you kill Ben Huang, I'm sure the demon emperor will be very happy. Yurwei sneered. The power of darkness surged forth, setting off his aura to an astonishing level. The sky-breaking halberd in Xiao Qingfeng's hand emitted a terrifying light. A little demon emperor dares to talk nonsense in front of me. You're courting death. Boom. Zhu Bing's sky-breaking halberd, which had broken through to the fifth tribulation, emitted a terrifying light that instantly shattered the void. The sharp aura made Yurwei's expression change. There was no hesitation. Yurwei stepped back and avoided the sky-breaking halberd's light. Xiao Qingfeng took a step forward and approached Yurwei's. Although he was only a level 4 immortal, and Yurwei's was a level 6 immortal as a top demon emperor. However, as the reincarnation of immortal Lord Hao Tsang, his strength could not be measured by his realm. In addition, Xiao Qingfeng walked the path of physical sanctification, so his combat strength was stronger than the traditional path. Together with the fifth tribulation Zhu Bing's sky-breaking halberd, the strength he unleashed was already qualified to reach the level 7 immortal level. Although there was no way he could compete with a real level 7 immortal, he was definitely stronger than an ordinary level 6 immortal. Just as Xiao Qingfeng took the initiative to attack, the gods of the heavenly court also started a war with the void demons. There were strong and weak void demons. If it was a clan, the newly born void demon's strength would be around the true martial realm. The powerful void demons could also reach the true immortal realm. At this moment, tens of billions of players were fighting with the void demons. Boom! Zhao Emperor suppressed an early-stage Devil King expert with a single palm strike. The terrifying power instantly killed that Devil King expert. A crystal fell from it. He scooped it up with one hand, then set his eyes on a demon emperor. Even the weakest demon king could be exchanged for 10,000 true immortal merit points. If he could kill a demon emperor, he might be able to get 100,000 true immortal merit points. In this way, Great Zhao would have another god position. For Zhao Huang, having another god position in Great Zhao meant that there would be another expert who could stabilize the human race in the future. Boom! Zhao Huang struck out with his palm. Vast human Tao precepts surged like a raging sea, forcibly destroying the void within a million miles. The terrifying power made the demon emperor's heart skip a beat. So strong. The power made him feel like he was facing a top-tier demon emperor. However, once the battle started, no one could retreat. Although the demon emperor was shocked, he was not afraid. He also struck out with his fist, and the power of darkness spread out. With a punch and a palm, the human Tao precepts forcibly broke through the power of darkness. The powerful force forced the demon emperor back. Next, Emperor Zhao stepped forward with his hands behind his back, easily suppressing the crumbling space. A powerful aura rose from his body, shocking the Demon Emperor. "Come and help me." The Demon Emperor did not hesitate and immediately asked for help from the other Demon Emperors. He had a bad feeling about Zhao Huang's strength. It was clear that Zhao Huang's true strength was comparable to a top-tier Demon Emperor. He had just become a Demon Emperor less than 100,000 years ago and was still in the early stage. In comparison, there was a big difference in strength. Hearing that, another Demon Emperor from the Yizo clan stepped through the air. "Harry, what's wrong with you? You can't even deal with a puny human." Jarl looked at the Demon Emperor who had asked for help with some dissatisfaction. "Don't underestimate him. He's not weaker than a top-tier Demon Emperor." Harry shook his head, his expression grave from beginning to end. A top-tier Demon Emperor. Jarl was slightly shocked, and the way he looked at Zhao Huang had completely changed. He had been busy dealing with the other true immortals of the Heavenly Court, so he did not pay attention to the battle here. He did not know much about Zhao Huang's strength. At this moment, after hearing Harry's words, only then did Jarl understand why Zhao Huang had asked for help. According to the Demon Emperor, the Great Thousand World has only given birth to true immortals for more than 10 years, but now a top-tier Demon Emperor has been born. It's unusual. Information about the Great Thousand World. As a Demon Emperor, it was impossible for him not to know anything about it. However, the more he knew, the more Jarl was shocked. Logically speaking, the Great Thousand World had only given birth to true immortals more than 10 years ago, so they should be very weak. However, it was only when he started a war with the Great Wide World that he realized that the so-called weakness was just his guess. The strength displayed by the Great Thousand World shocked Jarl. At least until now. Soon, he discovered several Devil Emperors. One of them was the reincarnation of Hao Tsang, who had the combat strength of a top-tier Demon Emperor, and he was suppressing Yervis of the Mo's Halo clan. Apart from that, the one in front of him also had the strength of a top-tier Demon Emperor. To be honest, such strength was not much weaker than the experts of the 3 major clans. This was because there were only 8 Demon Emperors in the 3 major clans. Among them, there were only 2 top-tier Demon Emperors. Now, there were already 4 Demon Emperors in the Great Thousand World, including 2 top-tier Demon Emperors. No one could be sure. Did the other party have other hidden experts? Jarl was shocked and did not dare to take the initiative to attack. However, Emperor Zhao did not intend to delay. "Eastern God of War, let me borrow Zhu Bing." He threw out a palm strike, and the palm energy covered Jarl and Harry. At the same time, he spoke loudly. On the other side, Xiao Qingfeng, who was fighting with Yervis, did not hesitate. He instantly took out Nameless from his sea of consciousness and threw it at Emperor Zhao. The stone spear pierced through the void. It pierced through many void demons. Even a demon king could not dodge in time, and one of his arms was cut off by the stone spear. Emperor Zhao did not even look back. He grabbed the stone spear with a backhand grip, and then the spear tore the sky and the earth apart. The 2 demon emperors' expressions changed drastically. Boom! 10 cities fell with a loud bang, suppressing a large number of weak void demons. Qin Yuanbai, who had broken through to the 10th stage celestial being realm, held a city in his hand and charged toward a top-tier demon king. Kill! His hair and beard were all fluttering. The 5-seal Dao artifact city erupted with endless power, and the top-tier demon king could not dodge in time. His body exploded, and he had to retreat while coughing up blood. Seeing this, Qin Yuanbai did not take advantage of the victory to pursue. Instead, he placed the city in the void and shouted sternly, "All the injured can enter the city to recuperate." Hearing this, cultivators and players from all clans immediately flew toward the city. The battle had not been going on for long. However, there were too many experts participating in the battle. Even if it was just an instant, a large number of experts had fallen, and countless people were injured. Now that the city was providing them with supplies, it was a life-saving existence for them. At this moment, some of the void fiends were charging towards the city. Immediately, a formation was activated above the city, isolating the void fiend outside. 1 month later, the human race spent an incalculable amount of materials and finally refined 10 5-seal Dao artifact-level cities. In the 10 cities, there were experts who carved the array, and then the 10 strongest 10th stage celestial being experts of the human race recognized them as masters. As a result, even if a half-immortal personally made a move, there was no possibility of breaking the city. Not only that, when the other void demons attacked the city, there were even experts who used the city as a basis to counterattack, killing and injuring many void demons. Are you okay? I won't die for the time being. Huff. Chao Hong panted violently. His originally complete clothes had become tattered at this moment, and his left arm had been cut off, becoming a one-armed hero. It was just that the powerful self-healing ability of a spirit martial realm cultivator caused the wound to heal automatically, so he would not bleed to death. Returning to the city, there was still a look of shock in Chao Hong's eyes. Tens of billions of players and hundreds of millions of void demons were fighting. It was impossible to tell who was who. After entering the game for so long, this was the first time he had participated in a war of this level. It was also the first time Chao Hong understood what it meant to say that human lives were like ants. The moment the battle began, the number of players who died was already uncountable. What spirit martial realm, what god martial realm, when the war broke out, they were all useless. Even celestial beings, if they were unlucky, could be drowned by all the attacks. Chao Hong was considered lucky. In the chaotic battle, he secretly killed 2 void demons and paid the price of an arm. He returned to the city to recuperate temporarily. Compared to Chao Hong, Lu Qinghong's condition was better. At least his body was not crippled, but if one looked carefully, there were many injuries on his body. How is this a war? It's clearly a meat grinder. Whether you die or not depends on luck. How are you now? Do you want to revive yourself and recover your broken arm? He spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. His previous gentleness was gone. Chao Hong shook his head. Reviving is a waste. Although I have a broken arm, I still have the strength to kill enemies. I'm close to leveling up. If I kill a few more spirit martial realm void demons, I can break through to the 9th spirit martial realm. If I die now, I will fall to the 7th spirit martial realm. It's better to revive after leveling up. Also, these things are hard to deal with, but they give a lot of experience. If he killed himself now, it was equivalent to losing 2 levels of experience. If he waited until he leveled up, he would only lose 1 level of experience. Also, his strength would not decrease by much compared to now. If it was before, Chao Hong was not confident that he could level up in a short time. But after killing the void demons, he suddenly realized that the experience given by this race was really high. Killing 1 void demon was almost equivalent to killing several monsters of the same level in the Great Thousand World. So, the difficulty of leveling up was not that high. Leveling up is fine too. Lu Qinghong nodded slightly and then asked, how many void demons did you kill? Did you get their crystals? How could I get them? It's good enough that I'm still alive. Speaking of this matter, Chao Hong couldn't help but complain. He managed to kill a few in the chaos, but in the end, he didn't have the chance to get the crystals. In Chao Hong's view, the exchange for merit points should be in terms of crystals. Just like in the 10,000 tribe battlefield, the exchange of merit points was based on corpses. Could it be that you've gotten the crystal stone? Yes. Lu Qinghong nodded and then handed over a crystal with a strange expression. He said in a low voice, take a good look and see what this crystal does. What can it do? Chao Hong was also slightly curious as he took the crystal. However, in an instant, his expression had already changed. This is an experience stone. Chao Hong suddenly raised his head and his gaze fell on Lu Qinghong, as if he wanted to get a definite answer. Lu Qinghong's face was solemn. That's right, an experience stone. The crystals dropped by the void demons after they die. We can directly absorb them to level up. That is to say, we can get a lot of experience by killing the void demons. If we get the crystals, we can get another wave of experience. If we combine them, I'm afraid the nether demons' experience points are 10 times more than the normal monsters. 10 times, Chao Hong's breathing became hurried. What kind of concept was 10 times? In other words, if the players had 10 times the experience from killing monsters at the beginning, there might be players who had touched the celestial realm by now. Even if they hadn't broken through to the celestial realm, there would be a lot of god martial arts realm. After the excitement, Chao Hong's face darkened again. If the crystals are really the main material for exchanging merit points, then it's a bit of a scam. Wait until the end of this war, then we'll see the specific situation. Lu Qinghong shook his head and then took away the crystal in Chao Hong's hand. If the exchange of merit points was really based on crystals, then it would be a difficult choice for the players. On one hand, it was the experience stone that increased experience. On the other hand, it was the merit points that could be exchanged for many resources. But it had to be clear. Players wouldn't be able to level up without restrictions just because they had experience. On the contrary, there were many things that limited the player's improvement. For example, cultivation methods were the most important things. After swallowing 2 pills and recovering his body's injuries, Chao Hong immediately stood up from the ground and walked out of the city. Let's go and kill the void demons. The experience was rich, and they could even drop experience stones. In Chao Hong's view, such monsters were walking treasures. If he didn't kill them, there would definitely be other players who would do their best to kill them. After all, the matter of the experience stones couldn't be hidden. The sooner he could kill enough void demons, the faster his strength would increase. Just as Chao Hong and the others were leaving the city, finally, some of the players discovered the use of the crystals. The crystals dropped by the void demons can directly increase experience and level. Damn, this monster even drops experience stones. F*CK, the void demons are all mine, no one can snatch them from me. When the news spread, all the players went crazy. The void demons already gave a lot of experience, and now they even dropped experience stones. They were moving treasures. No matter how many void demons there were in front of them. In the eyes of the players, it was far from enough. Suddenly, the players unleashed 120% of their passion as they charged towards the void demons without any fear of death. Anyway, they could recover if they died. Although they would lose levels, as long as they killed a few void demons and looted a few crystals, they could make up for it. If they could kill a few more void demons, it would be a profitable trade. Experience stones? What's that? The cultivators of the thousands of races had a puzzled look on their faces. Looking at the players who seemed to be on steroids, they couldn't make sense of it. But they didn't think too much about it. Now that the battle was about to start, no one dared to be distracted. Because once they were distracted, there wouldn't be a second outcome. Whoosh, black sword energy poured down like a waterfall, looking exactly the same as the surrounding darkness, but also out of place. Soon, the black sword energy tore the darkness apart. Tri Jianfeng was expressionless as he killed the void demons one by one with his divine sword. His massacre attracted the attention of the strong cultivators of the void demons. Immediately, there were top demon lords who attacked him. Tri Jianfeng sensed something. When he took a step forward, his body suddenly dissipated, turning into hundreds of afterimages, moving in the void. This change made it difficult for the top demon lord to distinguish it. All of a sudden, countless afterimages gathered, and a shocking black rainbow shattered the void. It was so fast that even the naked eye couldn't catch it. How dare you? The demon lord was furious. With a wave of his hand, the dark energy shattered the sky and cracked the earth. Boom, the black rainbow's aura was shocking, forcibly tearing the dark energy apart. The terrifying sharpness made the demon lord's heart jump, and he retreated without thinking. Just as he retreated, the black rainbow in front of him suddenly disappeared, and Tri Jianfeng appeared behind him without him knowing. His long sword slashed out. It instantly tore the demon lord apart. Just as he killed the demon lord, a crystal fell. Tri Jianfeng reached out to grab the crystal, but his originally flawless body was torn apart. Void transference, it's still too difficult. Tri Jianfeng frowned and immediately took out a pill from his storage ring to swallow, healing the injuries on his body. Void transference, it was another attack that he created after breaking through to the diviner realm and combining the original 7 kills of gods and demons, against the stars. As long as there was a place where his sword energy existed, Tri Jianfeng could directly teleport there. However, in order to achieve this, one would need to have a strong physical body. Because the physical body wasn't strong enough, there was no way to resist the void power that erupted in an instant when teleporting. Tri Jianfeng was walking the path of physical sanctification, and he had already cultivated the purple heaven divine lightning scripture to the 7th level of the divine chapter. Only then could he barely resist this power. Or else, if he couldn't kill the enemy when he used it, he would be killed by the void power first. What a delicious taste. In the darkness, there was a blood cloud, and Xianxia's evil voice came from it. Then, a powerful fluctuation erupted, indicating that there was a fierce battle inside. What are you? Troy looked at Xianxia in front of him, his face full of shock and anger. When he first met Xianxia, he had a strong desire to devour him, so he directly attacked. But when it came to the real battle, Troy found that Xianxia's strength was not weak at all. He was only in the early stage of the Devil Emperor realm, but his strength was comparable to a middle-stage Devil Emperor expert. More importantly, Xianxia's means were extremely strange, and his fighting style was also very crazy. As a result, Troy was suppressed in a disadvantageous position even though their strength was about the same. If Ben Huang devours you, he should be able to break through to the 5th level of the immortal realm. Xianxia's scarlet eyes had a cruel and violent look. At this moment, he didn't look like a normal person at all. His mouth was much bigger than his face, and he was chewing a pale arm. Looking at the person in front of him devouring his flesh and blood, Troy's heart was filled with disgust. Ben Huang, I don't care what you are. You're going to die today. The dark power spread out like a tide, trying to break the blood cloud. At this moment, Xianxia had completely devoured the arm, and his mouth had returned to its original state. Stop struggling. It's your honor to help Ben Huang reach the 5th level of the immortal realm. As he spoke, the blood cloud frantically surged. Soon after, it transformed into a blood lotus and trapped Troy. Soon, the blood lotus shattered. The dark power on Troy's body completely erupted, and the long river of laws came crashing down. Seeing this, Xianxia was not afraid at all. Similarly, the long river of laws came crashing down. Rumble, the long river of laws collided in the void, and the aftermath of destruction spread out. Xianxia took a step forward and closed in on Troy. Stop struggling. Merge with Ben Huang. Looking at Troy in front of him, Xianxia licked his lips, and his eyes were full of desire. Just like the void demon wanted to devour him, he also wanted to devour the void demon. Xianxia had a hunch. As long as he devoured Troy, he could break through to the 5th level of the immortal realm and become the strongest expert in the heavenly court. As the first demon emperor, Xianxia didn't think he was weaker than others. However, he had to admit that there was a certain gap between his strength and that of Emperor Zhao and Xianxia. However, as long as he broke through to the 5th level of the immortal realm, the so-called gap would naturally disappear. Hearing this, Troy didn't reply. However, in the face of Xianxia's attack, he didn't retreat either. At this moment, the 3 great clans of the Void Demon had launched a full-scale battle with the cultivators of the Great Thousand World. Combined, there were more than 100 billion cultivators participating in the battle. No one knew how long the battle line stretched. In terms of the top forces, the few demon emperors were entangled by Qin Shujian, and they didn't threaten the people of the heavenly court for the time being. However, below the demon emperors, the void demon had 8 demon emperors. Even if Emperor Zhao and Xianxia were powerful, they could only stop 5 demon emperors. As for Xianxia's strength, although he could suppress Troy, he could only suppress 1 Troy. As for the dog emperor, he was locked in a fierce battle with a demon emperor. In this way, there was only 1 demon emperor left, and the other powerhouses of the heavenly court had to stop him. It was not easy for a true immortal of the lower 3 levels to stop a true immortal of the middle 3 levels. In addition, there were also many demon kings of the lower 3 levels of the true immortal realm in the 3 clans. Even though there were more than 1,000 true immortals in the heavenly court, there was still a big gap between them and the void demon. In the end, the heavenly court had been rising for too long. Ever since the war a million years ago, the void demon had a chance to rest and recuperate. After 1,000,000 years, coupled with the long lifespan of the Void Demon, it wasn't difficult for a large number of true immortals to be born even if their strength increased slowly. Among the true immortals of the Heavenly Court, there were many third-level immortals. Otherwise, the Heavenly Court would have fallen into a state of total collapse not long after the war broke out. Outside the battlefield, Chu Kuangtu and Niu Dali had no intention of intervening from the beginning to the end. They just watched coldly as the battle broke out. This was because their goal this time was not the other Void Demon, but the top Demon Emperors. What the two of them had to do now? It was to accumulate enough power and then wait for the right opportunity to strike. Do you think the Heavenly Court will lose? Niu Dali suddenly opened his mouth and said lightly. The Heavenly Court's success or failure doesn't depend on the gods, but on the Qin Emperor. Chu Kuangtu naturally understood what Niu Dali meant and just replied calmly. Then he added, although the Heavenly Court's true immortals are few in number, their overall strength is not weak. Moreover, the gods left their names on the investiture of the gods, so they won't really die. As long as they have enough courage, they won't lose. What was courage, Niu Dali also knew in his heart. Then, he raised his head and looked up into the sky. There, the destructive power had blasted the void into powder. Ordinary eyes could not see through it at all. Only reincarnated experts like Niu Dali were not afraid of the destructive power and could see the scene inside. The Qin Emperor's strength is much stronger than I thought. 3 demon emperors can't do anything to him. The path he's taken is not simple. As the Mount of Supremacy Taiching in the First Era, Niu Dali's eyesight was incomparable to ordinary people. But even he couldn't see through Qin Shujian's strength. The only thing he knew was that the path that the other party had taken was definitely not any path that he knew of. In just a few years, he had reached the peak of the 9th level of Immortal and was even qualified to spy on the Dao fruit. Niu Dali was also surprised by such progress. Chu Kuangtu said, since the Qin Emperor dares to face death, he must have also obtained some opportunities in reality. The hope of this era may be placed on him. Maybe. Just as the two were talking in silence. In the void outside the domain, Qin Shujian's battle with Ba'adu and the other demon emperors had reached a climax. He held the Godslayer in his hand and pushed the power of the 5 tribulations Zhu Bing to the limit. In his physical body, a huge amount of innate spirit qi was extracted from his inner world, causing his qi and blood to boil violently. The power that erupted was even more shocking. At this time, there was a dark force entwined with the rules. Qin Shujian shattered the power of darkness with a single slash of his blade. Then, without stopping, he broke into the long river of rules. Mo Shalua grunted and was already retreating. A saber wound suddenly appeared on his strong physical body. But soon, dark force emerged and wiped away the remaining saber qi, causing the wound to heal directly. The moment Mo Shalua was injured, Bok's attack was already close. Qin Shujian couldn't dodge in time. He directly opened his energy shield in an attempt to block the other party's attack. In an instant, the energy shield shattered and the dark force rushed over. Qin Shujian's physical body shook violently and faintly showed signs of cracks. Seeing this, Bok's pupils suddenly shrank. He was shocked by the strength of his opponent's physical body. Slash. Just as he was shocked, Qin Shujian had already slashed out with his saber. Bok's body suddenly disappeared on the spot, causing the saber light to hit empty air. On the other side, Yisuo's attack had just arrived. I said, I'm invincible. With that, the dark force bombarded Qin Shujian's body. This time, his physical body only shook a little, but he didn't suffer any injuries. Yisuo was shocked. He could clearly feel that just now, a mysterious force emerged and weakened his attack by a lot. Just as he was shocked, Qin Shujian activated the Dharma Eye that he hadn't used for a long time and saw through the attributes of the Demon Emperor in front of him. He raised the Godslayer again. I said, Yisuo can't move. With that, Yisuo suddenly found that the space around him had solidified. A mysterious force fell from the dark, as if to seal him. P.S. Monthly votes. Boom. Yisuo's body shook, and his rule power surged, forcefully pushing open the condensed space around him. At this moment, the Godslayer had already slashed over. At the critical moment, The darkness that he transformed into instantly disappeared, directly avoiding the Godslayer's blade. Boom, the void collapsed, and Xianxia appeared in another direction. There was still a lingering fear on his face. Almost, just a little more, if he was a little slower, even if he didn't die under the Godslayer, he would definitely be severely injured. A shocked expression appeared on Bok's face. Absolute command. At his level of strength, he had some understanding of some mysterious methods. Absolute command, this was one of them. That kind of method was no longer something that a top-notch demon emperor could master. If he wanted to master absolute command, according to Bok's guess, he had to at least reach the sacred demon realm. In other words, the Qin Shujian in front of him was not as simple as a level 9 immortal. In an instant, Bok thought of many things, and then his expression when looking at Qin Shujian completely changed. I've always been curious as to why I haven't seen your existence in the long river of time. Now, I understand. So you're the reincarnation of a sacred demon realm existence. No wonder you have such strength. At the end of his speech, Bachdo's eyes burned with passion. Sacred demon, this realm had always only existed in legends. Even he wasn't 100% sure that this realm really existed. So, Bok wanted to plunder the source energy of the upper-class world, wanting to pry into that legendary realm. But now, he understood. The sacred demon realm really existed. Qin Shujian in front of him was the best proof. There was no past or future. This was not something that anyone could do. Coupled with the fact that Qin Shujian's words were the law, Bachdo could basically confirm Qin Shujian's background. The former sacred demon existence was now reincarnated. This also proved one thing, which was that even if one broke through to the sacred demon realm, they might not be immortal. At this moment, Qin Shujian's attack had arrived again. I said, Xianxia can't move. Space condensed. Dark energy and rule force surged, forcibly breaking through the seal. Xianxia fled without thinking. I said, Xianxia can't move. However, just as Xianxia was about to escape, Qin Shujian continued. Immediately, a mysterious power descended upon them. Seeing this, Xianxia's face turned green. What was the meaning of this? Of the 3 demon emperors present, why did they choose him to fight? Was it because he was the weakest and was easy to bully? Xianxia had some understanding of what Bado meant when he said that his words were the law. But the problem now was, Qin Shujian stared at him as he fought. It was as if verbal compliance didn't consume any energy at all. He repeatedly used it, causing Qin Shujian to have no choice but to run for his life. Come and help me. Xianxia roared. He was about to go crazy. Qin Shujian was already stronger than him. Now, he was completely ignoring the attacks of Ba Du and Emo Shalua, the 2 demon overlords. In this way, Xianxia's situation was even more dangerous. Hearing this, Emo Shalua didn't hesitate either. With a palm print, the dark corrosive power rose, and the entire outer space seemed to tremble slightly. Qin Shujian was alarmed. The next moment, he directly gave up attacking Xianxia and turned around to slash at Emo Shalua. Although his physical body was much stronger than ordinary 9th-level immortals. However, no matter how strong his physical body was, there was still a limit. If he were to use his physical body to forcibly resist the attack of a demon overlord, it would not be an easy task. Boom, the blade energy collided with the dark power. On the petrified blade of the Godslayer, there was a terrifying killing power that awakened, as if it was a peerless killing god. Slash. Qin Shujian's eyes were indifferent. It was supposed to be an ordinary blade, but there was endless mystery born. In Emo Shalua's eyes, it was as if there was no way to retreat. Such a change. Emo Shalua was shocked. He saw his palm print directly colliding with the stone blade. A body of flesh and blood. Naturally, there was no way to resist Zhu Bing's edge. Suddenly, the palm cracked, and the entire arm was chopped off by the Godslayer. Just as the arm fell, before the blood had time to gush out, a new arm had already grown out from the cut. Broken limb rebirth. At the level of a demon overlord, it was as simple as eating and drinking. Sacrificing an arm. Emo Shalua took this opportunity to withdraw. The entire process took place between messages. When he retreated, Baito and Yizua's attack had already arrived. I said, I am invulnerable. As soon as the words fell, the attacks of the two demon overlords were immediately weakened. But it was only weakened a little. When the attacks fell, Qin Shujian's physical body also cracked. A powerful backlash force came from the unseen. It made the cracks in his physical body even more serious. After all, the power of words was not 100% effective. The stronger the powerhouse, the smaller the effect. And the more difficult the matter was, the greater the backlash. The injuries on the physical body. Qin Shujian did not even frown. He took a step forward and directly stepped on the void to collapse. The Godslayer suddenly slashed out. The 1,000,000-feet-long saber aura seemed to have covered the entire void. Boom, the terrifying power made the two demon overlords, Baito and Yizua, not dare to take it lightly. Suddenly, the power of darkness erupted. The two bombarded together, and the aftermath of silence was produced. Baito and Yizua coughed up blood and retreated. Qin Shujian, on the other hand, forced himself to endure the destructive shockwaves and move forward. Golden blood was flowing out of the already cracked mutton. I said, there is no demon overlord in the universe. As soon as the words fell, the void outside the realm shook wildly. It was as if something had awakened, and a pair of indifferent eyes suddenly appeared. The indifferent gaze fell on Qin Shujian, making him feel as if he had been struck by lightning. His extremely powerful physical body burst and shattered like a bubble. A large amount of innate spirit energy emerged from his inner world. As his physical body continued to break and shatter, it was also constantly repairing it. At the same time, suddenly, a mysterious force descended upon them. The originally powerful aura of all the demon overlords also weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. At that moment, the two top demon overlords directly fell to the early stage of the demon overlord realm. Yizua, who was originally a demon overlord, almost fell directly from the demon overlord realm to the demon emperor realm. Of course, this change was only for a moment. After the power of the absolute law dissipated, their strength would recover. At this moment, Chu Quangtu and Yodali, who had been waiting for an opportunity, directly attacked. The shocking blade chi suddenly erupted, shaking the void and the universe violently. Chu Quangtu stepped into the air, his long hair fluttering without wind. The long blade on his back had quietly fallen, and his pale right hand held the hilt. At that moment, everyone's eyes involuntarily fell on him. It seemed like a moment, but also like endless years had passed. Chu Quangtu's right hand moved forward, and the long blade slowly pulled out of the scabbard. In the originally colorless void outside the realm, there was a different glow in his eyes. A white silk thread appeared out of thin air, and then the silk thread became bigger and bigger, and the color became more and more dazzling. In the end, it had become a blade light that occupied the entire void and universe. Heaven and earth blade slash. Since the fall of the Third Era, after endless years, Chu Quangtu finally slashed out with the same blade. His target was none other than Baito. At that moment, Bok's heart beat wildly, and the shadow of death instantly covered his heart. He wanted to make a move, he wanted to resist. However, this top demon overlord sadly found that he seemed to be unable to do anything. Because this blade had already frozen time and space. Just as the blade light was about to reach him, the effect of the absolute law finally disappeared. The power belonging to a top demon overlord had been awakened again. There was no time to think. Bok made a final struggle. The rule monument suddenly descended, blocking in front of the blade light. The next moment, the rule monument collapsed and shattered. The cold blade light directly sank into Bok's body, causing his top demon overlord body to instantly explode. There was a muffled groan. Bok's body suddenly scattered, turning into endless darkness, sweeping away the broken rule monument. It was also at this moment. A green ox came over on the long river of rules, and a hoof seemed to appear from the past and future, kicking Yizua's chest hard. That powerful force. It directly dented Yizua's chest, and his body flew through the void. Blood gushed out crazily from his mouth and cracked flesh. It was a sudden turn of events. It turned the situation around. At this moment, Emo Shalua's strength had just recovered, and he immediately controlled the rule monument to suppress Chu Quangtu and Niu Dali. Violent power. It caused the man and the ox to explode. Just as the rule monument was suppressing them, Qin Shujian resisted the pressure and reached out to take the investiture of the gods, which stabilized the passage, and instantly bombarded Emo Shalua. The investiture of the gods was a top divine weapon. In addition, after Sanhua left his name, its power was even more peerless, and it had already reached the level of the fourth tribulation Zubing. So, facing the suppression of the investiture of the gods, Emo Shalua was also directly hit and fell from the void. Immediately afterward, the Godslayer slashed out. The endless sharpness forcibly tore the dark power apart, and almost split the body of the demon emperor into two. Such a serious injury. The moment Emo Shalua reached out to recall the rule monument, it had already bombarded Qin Shujian. Seeing this, Qin Shujian slashed out with his sword and slashed hard on the rule monument. Suddenly, the powerful recoil force shook Qin Shujian and made him cough up blood. Even the flawless rule steel was shattered by the slash. Just as the rule monument flew back, Emo Shalua immediately put away the rule monument, turned around, and disappeared into the endless void. The whole process. It all happened in an instant. From Chu Quangtu and the others' attack to the demon emperor's escape, the situation was so fast that others had no time to react. He won't die. Qin Shujian gasped and looked sideways at Chu Quangtu and Niu Dali, who were also in a miserable state. The injuries on his body. A large part of it came from the recoil of the absolute command. Now Qin Shujian was also very glad. Fortunately, what he had just said was that there was no demon emperor. If he had directly said that Baido and the other demon emperors had fallen, the heavenly Tao of the outer void would definitely have taken action. When the time came, he didn't know whether Baido and the other demon emperors would die or not, but he was definitely going to die. He won't die. Unfortunately, my strength hasn't recovered too much. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have had the chance to escape from that slash. Chu Quangtu's face was cold. His broken body was constantly recovering at this time. However, the damage of the rule monument could not be recovered so easily. It needed to be wiped clean of the remaining rule power in the body before it could be truly recovered. Chu Quangtu also felt a little regretful that he couldn't kill Baido with one slash. In the past, when he was in his heyday, he could even kill a Dao fruit expert with one slash of the heavens and earth. But now, in the face of a top 9th level immortal, he couldn't kill him with one strike. To be honest, Chu Quangtu himself felt a little aggrieved. Qin Shujian said, Baido is very strong. If I'm not wrong, he's only one step away from the half-step Dao fruit realm. After all, you're only a 6th level immortal. Being able to seriously injure him is already your limit. The Heavenly Court has won this battle. Yes. A great victory, although the three of them looked like they had been crippled. In fact, it was not difficult for their physical injuries to recover. On the contrary, Baido and Emo Shalua's rule monuments were damaged, so their strength must have dropped a lot. Recovering from such an injury was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Although they didn't kill any demon emperors in this battle, they had already seriously injured 3 of them. In the future, the Heavenly Court would be under a lot less pressure when attacking the nefarious demon clan in the void. More importantly, after this battle, the Heavenly Court would definitely be able to open up a territory in the outer void. Boom, at this moment, a true immortal self-destructed. A true immortal self-destructed. The power was unparalleled. A demon emperor was caught off guard and was directly blasted black and blue. Just as the demon emperor was seriously injured by the power of the self-destruction, another true immortal who had been waiting for a long time suddenly attacked. Countless eyes appeared all of a sudden, quickly occupying the void. Next, golden light shot out from each eye and directly bombarded the demon emperor. Every ray of golden light possessed a terrifying aura. Countless golden lights bombarded the demon emperor, causing him to scream. Immediately after, a dark power erupted. The demon emperor endured the pain and punched out, destroying a large number of eyes. The moment the eyes collapsed, The Thousand-Eye Emperor's figure appeared, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He was also seriously injured. When the Thousand-Eyes Emperor looked at the Demon Emperor, there was a look of determination in his eyes. Until now, whether it was the nefarious demon clan or the heavenly court, they had suffered heavy losses. The number of true immortals who had died had reached 3 digits. Even many of the heavenly court's gods had died in this battle. The one who had just self-destructed was one of the Zhou Tian constellations. Brother Yang, kill him. Remember to split the merit points between us. The Thousand-Eye Emperor suddenly roared and pounced forward. The next second, a destructive wave of energy exploded. That Devil Emperor expert was instantly hit by the explosion. At this moment, Xianxia stepped through the air, his ancient bronze sword cutting through the void. Before the Demon Emperor could react, he had beheaded him with a single slash of his sword. The ancient bronze sword was a treasure bestowed to him by the Zhao Emperor. There were a total of 2 in the Great Zhao, both 6 sealed Dao artifacts. The previous one had self-destructed in the battle, and the remaining one was carried by Xianxia. Moreover, after being reforged, the ancient bronze sword had been upgraded to an 8 sealed Dao artifact. Its edge was sharp and unstoppable. A heavily injured Demon Emperor naturally had no chance of blocking it. The Demon Emperor fell. Immediately, a crystal fell. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia's immortal essence swirled and grabbed the crystal. Then he looked around, stepped into the air, and charged toward the other void demons. Chaos, chaotic battle, hundreds of billions of creatures fought, and millions of cultivators died every moment. Some were void demons, some were void demons. No one retreated, because there was no way out. Boom, the sky-breaking halberd's terrifying halberd light fell, and half of Yervis's body was shattered. Then dark power emerged and repaired his body. At this moment, he no longer had the power of a top demon emperor. Even if he joined forces with the other demon emperors, he still couldn't fight against Xiao Qingfeng. Until now, it was a complete defeat for them. Hao Tsong. Yervis looked at Xiao Qingfeng with cold eyes, and fear had already appeared in his heart. The person in front of him was no longer the Hao Tsong from 1,000,000 years ago. But the pressure he gave him, it was even stronger than the Hao Tsong from 1,000,000 years ago. Because at that time, Hao Tsong didn't even look at him. Now, Hao Tsong's reincarnation was fighting with him. There was no comparison between the two situations. All of a sudden, Yervis received some information, and then, before Xiao Qingfeng's attack arrived, he took the lead to retreat. At the same time, he directly issued an order. The Demon Emperor has ordered all Ma Xiaoluo clan members to retreat. His voice wasn't loud, but it accurately reached the ears of every Ma Xiaoluo clan member. Suddenly, the void demons of the Ma Xiaoluo clan were slightly stunned, and then retreated like the tide. When the Ma Xiaoluo clan retreated, the Yizhou clan and Baido clan also retreated at the same time. Their attacks were fierce. When they retreated, they were also orderly. When the 3 clans retreated, they could only see the endless spreading darkness, like winter snow meeting the sun, dissipating step by step. The void demons retreated. The creatures and players of all races who were in the middle of the battle had yet to fully react. Some people were still unconsciously slashing and accidentally injuring many of their own. It wasn't until Qin Shujian's voice was heard that they completely woke up. The void demons retreated. The heavenly court used the Great Thousand World as the foundation to occupy the void within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles. Anyone who participated in the war will be rewarded according to their contributions. After that, 10 bloodstained cities directly occupied 10 positions with the Great Thousand World as the center. Hearing this, some people's hearts suddenly relaxed. Some people even sat powerlessly in the void, allowing their bodies to be lifted by the mysterious power in the void. It's over. It's over, we won. Some people murmured, while some people's faces were filled with ecstasy. They won. From the moment the void demons retreated, the heavenly court won. In other words, the strength of the heavenly court had taken a big step forward from its original foundation. Since the collapse of the ancient heavenly court 1,000,000 years ago, the strength of the myriad clans was terrifyingly weak. 200,000 years ago, The myriad clans' true immortals were extinct, and they had completely fallen to a low point. But now, the Heavenly Court had walked out of the Great Thousand World and defeated the Void Demons. This also proved that the strength of the Heavenly Court's myriad clans had truly recovered to its previous peak. Ancient glory. It would reappear again. At this time, the myriad clans had already begun to clean up the battlefield. In the previous chaotic battle, many void demons had fallen, and the dropped crystals were not completely picked up by people. There were still many crystals scattered in the void. Only now did they have the time to pick them up. In addition to that, the items dropped by the myriad clans' cultivators and some players' deaths were also lying in the void. Right now, what they needed to do was to collect all the valuable items. On the battlefield, any spoils of war were actually their own. Naturally, they would not let go of this opportunity to fish for benefits. Especially those players. After knowing that the crystals could increase his experience, he was completely focused on the crystals of the evil void demons. The experience stones are mine, don't snatch them. Bullsh *T, I clearly saw them first. How dare you snatch from me, you're courting death. Boom. Boom. In the process of picking up the crystals, there were many furious players who attacked, causing the situation to become somewhat chaotic. Seeing this scene, a true immortal directly attacked and killed the players who started the fight. Then, he coldly shouted, "No one is allowed to start trouble without permission. Those who violate the rules will be killed without mercy." Then, he attacked and killed many players. The players who were originally ready to make trouble immediately extinguished the anger in their hearts. It was not easy to survive the war. If they were killed by their own people, then the joke would be too big. So, under the deterrence of a true immortal, they were much more civilized when picking up the crystals. On the other side, Xianxia also appeared. The remaining gods of the heavenly court all bowed and greeted, "Emperor of Heaven." The heaven and earth passage needs a true immortal to guard it to ensure that the passage will not be healed by the power of heaven and earth. From now on, the heavenly court will take turns guarding the heaven and earth passage, rotating every year. The purpose is to prevent news of the heaven and earth passage, and also to prevent the void demons from sneaking into the Great Thousand World. Xianxia said in a clear voice. Now, the injuries on the surface of his physical body had already healed, and outsiders could not see any clues. Hearing this, the gods of the heavenly court naturally had no objections. Clean up the battlefield with all your strength, and then arrange for the true immortals of the 10,000 races to guard the cities to prevent the void demons from counterattacking again. At the same time, order the 10,000 races to build cities with all their strength and perfect the defense line in the outer realm. Xianxia paused for a moment, then continued, "In addition, count the losses of the various races. The exchange of merit points will be based on the crystals of the void demons. Also, spread this news." "We obey." The gods accepted the order. In the heavenly court, in the heavenly palace, Xianxia sat on the throne, and below him stood the gods who had returned from the outer realm. But compared to before the war, now, the number of gods had been reduced by half. At this moment, the scene was a little dull. No one spoke first. Although the war was won, but the various races had suffered heavy losses. In the past, there were very few true immortal experts who had died, but now, the number of them who had died was countless. In the hearts of many people, they could not help but feel sad for the loss of the rabbit. All of a sudden, the investiture of the gods that had been silently lying on the table seemed to have been stimulated by something, as it rose from the table. The list that was only a few feet tall suddenly became a few hundred feet tall. On the list, names were listed one after another. Some of the names were glowing brightly, while some of the names were dim, and one could only vaguely see the glowing spots. The investiture of the gods had changed. The gods couldn't help but raise their heads to look in that direction. At the same time, they also felt a bit of hope. "Emperor of Heaven, you are..." The dog emperor looked up at the investiture of the gods with a faint expression of excitement. If he remembered correctly, during the heavenly court's investiture of the gods, any true immortal who left their name on the investiture of the gods would leave a trace of their true spirit within. And according to what Xianxia said, even if those who were on the investiture of the gods died, they would still be able to be reborn within the investiture of the gods. However, ever since the heavenly court's investiture of the gods, no true immortals had died, so they were not sure if the investiture of the gods could truly allow one's true spirit to be reborn. Until now. Only after the investiture of the gods had changed did the gods remember this matter again. The other true immortals also looked at the investiture of the gods with burning gazes. They really wanted to know. Could the investiture of the gods really allow a fallen true immortal to be reborn? Xianxia said, this emperor once said that anyone who left their name on the investiture of the gods would leave behind a trace of their true spirit. Even if they died, they would still be able to be reborn within the investiture of the gods. Today, this emperor will let all of you see how a fallen true immortal can be reborn. After saying that, Xianxia formed a hand seal that landed directly on the investiture of the gods. Instantly, a vast amount of energy surged in from all directions. Then, the investiture of the gods shone brightly. The name that originally belonged to the Thousand Eyes Emperor suddenly flashed. Then, a faint figure walked out from the investiture of the gods. Vast amounts of spirit energy and star energy gathered, causing a huge gust of wind to blow in the heavenly palace's inner hall. The spiritual energy was extremely rich. It was absorbed by the faint figure. Not long after, the originally blurry figure gradually solidified. Boom, spirit energy spread out. The Thousand Eyes Emperor had already reappeared in the main hall. Thank you, Emperor of Heaven, for helping me to be reborn. The Thousand Eyes Emperor bowed, his face filled with excitement. Reborn, he was really reborn. When he self-destructed, he was only trying to win this possibility. The Thousand Eyes Emperor was not sure if he could be reborn within the investiture of the gods. Now, however, he no longer had any doubts. On the other side, the gods were also shocked. Although they knew that the investiture of the gods had the means to allow people to be reborn, when they saw this scene for themselves, it was still shocking. At this moment, another faint figure walked out from the investiture of the gods. They saw that all the spirit energy in the heavenly palace was now gathering towards the heavenly palace. The Zhou Tian star map above his head emitted endless energy, connecting with the stars in the outer space and drawing the energy from within. Although many of the ancient stars were broken. But in reality, there was never a need for a fixed star to absorb the power of the stars. As long as there was a star in the outer space, it could be absorbed by the heavenly palace. It was just the distance that determined the strength of the star power. The faint figures of experts walked out from the investiture of the gods, then absorbed the spirit energy of heaven and earth as well as the power of the stars to recover their own losses. Half a day later, in the heavenly palace, the true immortals who had fallen in the battle had all been revived. At this moment, the investiture of the gods descended from the sky and returned to the table. Xianxia said, the investiture of the gods can rebirth you, but there is no way to completely restore your strength to your previous peak. Now, your physical bodies are only condensed from spirit energy and the power of the stars. The subsequent recovery will depend on you. The investiture of the gods could revive the fallen true immortals, but it could not restore the revived true immortals to their previous peak strength. Because it was very difficult to do so. Even the investiture of the gods in the Third Era did not have this possibility. Hearing this, a respectful expression appeared on the Thousand Eye Emperor's face. It is already fortunate that we were able to be revived. The loss of our strength is only a matter of time. It is just the recovery period. I am afraid we will not be able to contribute to the heavenly palace. It was good enough that they were still alive. At least it proved that they would not truly die. With this backup plan, the Thousand Eye Emperor did not have to worry about accidentally dying in the hands of other experts in the future. As for the loss of strength, compared to being able to be reborn, it was not worth mentioning at all. The other gods who had been resurrected had the same attitude now. On the other side, Xiao Qingfeng asked, may I ask, Emperor of Heaven, if all the dead cultivators can be reborn in the investiture of the gods, then can the true immortals who have exhausted their lifespans be revived as well? Hearing this, the others were suddenly awakened. They looked up at the person on the throne, wanting to hear the answer from him. That was right, if the investiture of the gods could revive the fallen true immortals, then what about those who have exhausted their lifespans? After all, true immortals were not immortal. Although a lifespan of 129,600 years was a long time, there was a limit. If the investiture of the gods could really do that, then the quota for the deity position would be more important than they had expected. Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. The lifespan limit of a true immortal is set by the laws of heaven and earth. Although the investiture of the gods is powerful, it is not completely free from the restrictions of the laws. Therefore, any true immortal who has exhausted their lifespan cannot be reborn in the investiture of the gods. Of course, if they forcefully retain some of their true spirits, that would not be a problem. But as long as their true spirits are exposed, they will attract the punishment of the lightning tribulation. At that time, only death awaits them. Hearing this, the gods all had regretful expressions on their faces. What a pity, the investiture of the gods was not really omnipotent. However, when they thought about it, they felt relieved in their hearts. If the investiture of the gods could really break the lifespan limit of heaven and earth, then this treasure would really be too heaven-defying. Even if there was no way to break the lifespan limit. With the current effect, it was enough to tempt people. How are the casualties of the 10,000 races now? Tell me. Qin Shujian said. The war had temporarily ended. In terms of the casualties, he needed to have a certain understanding. Hearing this, Emperor Zhao stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said, a total of 325 true immortals and 23,716 cultivators above the 7th level of the celestial being realm died in battle. 375,121 celestial being realm cultivators died in battle. About 3,756,730,000 cultivators below the celestial being realm died in battle. In the inner hall of the heavenly palace, the joy on the faces of the gods instantly disappeared. In Emperor Zhao's cold tone, every word represented the fall of countless cultivators. Among the 10,000 races, there were only 10 billion cultivators who fought. Now, 1/3 of them had been lost in the battle. The losses could be said to be heavy. Among them, the number of true immortals who died in the battle also shocked them. More than 300 true immortals of the 10,000 races had died in the battle. In addition to the true immortals who had just been resurrected in the heavenly court, the number of true immortals who had died in the battle this time had reached 500. It was just that the true immortals of the heavenly court could be resurrected, but the true immortals of the 10,000 races could not be resurrected. Qin Shujian's expression was calm, but his eyes were cold. How many enemies did you kill? The number of enemies killed is still being calculated. A large number of cultivators died in this battle, and most of the crystals fell into the hands of the cultivators of the 10,000 races and the mutants. Only by collecting those crystals can we calculate a rough number. Emperor Zhao shook his head. The battle was chaotic, and no one had the time to calculate how many enemies they had killed. The battle losses could be calculated because each race had a number. However, there was no way to unify the number of enemies killed. Qin Shujian nodded and said, don't worry about those below the true immortal realm for the time being. What I need to know is how many true immortal void demons were killed. Does Emperor Zhongyuan have a corresponding value for this? Yes. Emperor Zhao said in a deep voice, 721 demon kings and 2 demon emperors were killed. Demon kings represented the lower 3 true immortals. Demon emperors represented the middle 3 true immortals. Compared to the experts who died in the heavenly court, the number of true immortals who died in the void demons was about 200 more. When the gods of the heavenly court heard this, their expressions became much better. That was right. They had suffered great losses, but so had the void demons. Moreover, with the resurrected true immortals, the heavenly court had indeed won this battle. However, what really caught Qin Shujian's attention was the death of the demon emperor. Which one of you killed the demon emperor? As soon as he finished speaking, Shiyang and Sihanhai stepped forward at the same time. Very good. Qin Shujian finally smiled. The 2 of you were able to kill the demon emperor. As expected of the heavenly court's experts. You have contributed greatly in this battle. You should be punished for your mistakes, and you should be rewarded for your contributions. I will make the decision to bestow a deity position to each of you. Anyone who is at least the 10th level of the celestial realm can inherit this deity position and become a member of the heavenly court. Bestowing a deity position, when they heard this, Xianxia and Xianxia shone brightly. Soon, the two of them bowed and accepted the order. "Thank you, Emperor Heaven." Then, they straightened up and left again. A deity position was equivalent to 100,000 true immortal merit points. It was an irresistible temptation for anyone. As for the exchange of merit points, I will set up corresponding places in various cities in the outer realm. Crystals of different grades can be exchanged for merit points. As he spoke, Qin Shujian stretched out his hand, and something that looked like a scale appeared. This item was personally refined by me. Although it's not a powerful divine weapon, it's still very useful. Any crystal placed in it will show the corresponding merit points. I'll leave this matter to Emperor Zhongyuan. Qin Shujian put the scale into his storage ring. Then, he saw the ring being held up by an invisible hand and dropping it in front of Emperor Zhao. Seeing this, Emperor Zhao put away the storage ring. From now on, all races will build cities in the outer realm to stabilize the heavenly court's territory. At the same time, send cultivators to hunt down the void demons and find out where the major clans are. When the time comes, the army will rise and wipe out all the void demon clans. We obey. You may all leave. Yes. The gods bowed and left. Soon, only Qin Shujian was left in the heavenly palace. Now, he was also thinking about some things. The heaven and earth barrier had been opened. The heavenly court's conquest of the outer realm had officially taken an important step. With the heavenly court's current strength, there was no way to completely kill the void demons. However, being able to occupy the void territory was also a good thing for the heavenly court. Although the outer realm was dry and lonely, there were actually many resources. Or else, even the void demons and void beasts wouldn't have grown to such a level. Needless to say, just the stars in the outer realm were supreme treasures that could not be ignored. Those ancient stars have powerful star beasts, which are quite troublesome. However, looking at the current situation, the star beasts should be in a deep sleep. After so many years, the star beasts haven't woken up. They shouldn't wake up in a short period of time. Or else, with so many star beasts appearing, it won't be easy for the heavenly court to deal with them. Qin Shujian fell into deep thought. The so-called won't be easy to deal with was just a formality. If the star beasts sealed in those stars were as powerful as the ones that appeared before, then the power of the star beasts would definitely be much stronger than that of the void demons and the heavenly court. Although the void demons were very powerful, in fact, they only had 3 demon emperors. As for the heavenly court, Qin Shujian was the only one in the upper 3 true immortal realms. As for the star beasts that broke out of the seal before, there were no less than a few in the upper 3 true immortal realms. Needless to say, just 1/10 of the remaining 300 or so true immortals were enough to hang the void demons and the heavenly court up and beat them up. This was the difference in strength. Qin Shujian was not sure whether there were powerful star beasts in those ancient stars. However, even if it was him, he would not be able to see through the truth before he broke through the stars. As such, those ancient stars outside the great wide world were equivalent to time bombs that could explode at any time. Even if he moved those stars away, it would not be of much use. This was because although the outer realm was vast and boundless, there was also a limit. If the star beasts really broke out of the seal, even if they were thrown to the ends of the earth, those star beasts would still be able to find them. In a short period of time, Qin Shujian didn't have a way to solve this problem perfectly. Those ancient stars are not only a time bomb, but also a supreme treasure. At least for now, the heavenly court needs to absorb the power of the stars there to nurture enough powerhouses. However, there are not only ancient stars in the outer realm, but also other weaker stars. Those stars are also rare treasures. Qin Shujian was already thinking about what he should do in order for the heavenly court to reap enough benefits. According to his initial guess, it was to open the barrier of heaven and earth and move those ancient stars in so that the great wide world could directly face the illumination of the stars. However, those ancient stars were now time bombs. It would be fine if they exploded in the outer realm. At most, everyone would retreat into the barrier of heaven and earth. Then, the star beasts would have no chance of breaking the barrier. However, if these bombs exploded in the great wide world, it would be a real disaster. Therefore, there was no need to think about those ancient stars. Qin Shujian had no choice but to turn his gaze to the other stars. There should be no star beasts on those stars. This was because in ancient times, many powerhouses broke the stars and dug out the star sulfur. If there were star beasts, countless powerhouses in ancient times would have died. Breaking the stars and stealing the star sulfur is the most wasteful way. The real reasonable use should be to move the stars to the great wide world and let everyone be able to cultivate directly with the power of the stars. Qin Shujian thought to himself. In the past, he did not know the true details of the star sulfur, but now he knew very well. It was to break the stars and dig out the energy at the core of the stars. In fact, the energy of the stars was not just the core. Strictly speaking, the entire star was a combination of energy. Once the star was broken, it was equivalent to giving up 80% of the energy and only digging out the remaining 20%. It was just that the ancient heavenly court did not have the means to absorb the power of the stars. Qin Shujian was relieved. However, now, there is no way to move the stars. There was a bitter smile on his face. In the battle with Ba Ito and the other demon emperors, he had also been seriously injured. Although it was not obvious on the surface, he was already full of holes inside. If he really attacked again now. Not to mention the demon emperors. Even if it was a top demon emperor, Qin Shujian might not be able to take him down on the premise that he did not damage his foundation. Therefore, the most important thing now was not to fish for any benefits in the outer realm, nor to do anything earth-shattering, but to recover from his injuries first. Only his injuries were healed. Only then would he have a way to take the next step against the Void Evil Demon clan. It could be said that the current heavenly court should be at its weakest. If the Void Evil Demons were to counterattack, the heavenly court would most likely be defeated. However, Qin Shujian wasn't too worried about this. Because he was seriously injured, the other demon emperors were not much better off. In the previous battle, they were not frightened, but they were definitely not in a good state. In a short time, the Void Evil Demons would not be able to make any big moves. Let's take it slow. This is just the beginning. If we fight to the death with the Void Evil Demon clan now, the Heavenly Court's foundation will be completely exhausted. Qin Shujian shook his head inwardly. Then, he calmed his mind and silently absorbed the power of the stars to recover from his injuries. In the current inner world, it also caused a lot of tremors. Because of the battle with the experts and the absorption of a large amount of innate spiritual qi, the spiritual qi in the inner world fell into a relatively thin state, which indirectly caused some tremors. But because of the existence of the dragon vein and many other spirit veins, the spiritual qi lost was quickly replenished. Therefore, the tremors in the inner world did not last long and gradually calmed down. In addition, there were only 2 living beings in the inner world now, so there was no aftermath. At most, Jianmu followed suit. Because of the change in spiritual qi, there was some attention. Just as the heavenly court was resting, the nefarious fiend clan of the void was also licking their wounds. In a floating continent, there was a large number of void evil demons, and in the center of the continent, there was a palace. In the palace, Emo Shalua sat in the main seat, while the 2 demon emperors, Yelvis and Longfellow, stood below, trembling. They did not dare to sit in their seats at all. How did Troy fall? A cold voice sounded, causing the 2 demon emperors to tremble again. Then, Yelvis hurriedly replied, "Demon Emperor, Troy fell in the hands of an expert from the Great Thousand World." "Humph, trash." Emo Shalua scolded angrily, and a terrifying aura rose from his body. Hearing this, the 2 demon emperors did not dare to speak. They knew that Emo Shalua was in a bad mood because of the defeat of the Yelvis. At this time, if anyone spoke carelessly, they might hit the muzzle of the other party's gun. Killing a demon emperor. For the demon emperor, it was a piece of cake. Not to mention, now that both Yelvis and Longfellow were seriously injured, the strength that they could exert was extremely limited. The atmosphere in the palace was heavy. After a long while, Emo Shalua said coldly, "Since Troy has fallen, a new demon emperor must be born." Only the strong have the qualifications to become the Demon Emperor. The strongest Demon King in the clan can get a chance to enter the Devil's Pool. I'll leave this to you, Yelvis. Demon Emperor, don't worry, I'll take care of it properly. Yelvis bowed his head and accepted the order. Okay. Emo Shalua's face looked better, then he looked at the two Demon Emperors and said, you have some merits in this battle, so I'll make an exception and open the Devil's Pool to let you enter once. How much benefits you can get depends on your own luck. Yelvis and Longfellow heard this, and their hearts beat violently. The Devil's Pool, that was the treasure of the Emo Shalua clan. The Devil's Pool contained powerful energy, which could be used to break through realms and also to heal injuries. They were seriously injured in this battle, and it would take at least a few thousand years to recover. If they could enter the Devil's Pool, this time could be shortened to a negligible level. A month later, I'll open the Devil's Pool. When his voice fell, Emo Shalua had already disappeared. In this battle, he was also seriously injured. If it weren't for the clan's affairs that needed to be dealt with, Emo Shalua would have entered a deep sleep and then healed his injuries. After all, the Law Monument had collapsed. Such an injury had already greatly reduced his strength. Although it wouldn't fall from the Demon Emperor realm, there was no way to exert the strength of a top Demon Emperor. Unless he could repair the Law Monument. But to do this, there was no way in a short time. It could be said that the nefarious Demon Clan of the Void had suffered heavy losses in this battle. Damn it! If it weren't for the blood sacrifice of the Boyle clan, my nefarious Demon Clan of the Void would never have lost this battle. In the depths of the void, Emo Shalua's face showed hatred. But soon, his body disappeared and turned into a boundless black shadow. He slowly absorbed the power of the void to heal his injuries. The boundless world. Looking from the outer realm, one could only see the colorful heaven and earth barrier. For many people, it was their first time seeing the real heaven and earth barrier. Because in the boundless world, to see a corner of the heaven and earth barrier, one had to walk to the limit of the heaven and earth barrier. And even then, what they could see was only the tip of the iceberg. It was completely different from what they saw in the outer realm. With the boundless world as the center, the heavenly court set up 10 cities as the foundation to enter the outer realm. Qin Shujian also ordered the heavenly court and the other races to build other cities to stabilize the foundation of the outer realm. However, the void outside the realm was different from other places. Not every city had the right to exist in the void. Although the god-destroying squall attacked the spiritual god, it didn't mean that there was no physical damage. Although the physical damage wasn't high, but one had to condense physical invulnerability to be qualified to resist it. In addition, the outer realm could start a war with the demons at any time. Naturally, the construction of the cities couldn't be sloppy. Even if they didn't reach the level of 5 sealed Dao artifact like the first 10 cities, they still had to enter the ranks of Dao artifacts. Or else, they wouldn't be of any use in the outer realm. It had been 2 days since the end of the war. After cleaning up the battlefield, some players and cultivators of the other races consciously returned to the boundless world. But there were also some people who stayed in the outer realm. Among this group of people, the majority were players. Because in the eyes of the players, there were a large number of demons in the outer realm. And the experience points that the demons could give were much more than the monsters in the boundless world. In addition, the heavenly court was unified. It was also difficult for players to kill monsters and level up. The reason was very simple. Because the heavenly court was unified, the other races were basically on the same side. There were fewer confrontational missions. Killing cultivators of the other races for no reason would attract the heavenly court's pursuit. If the players wanted to level up, they could only kill wild monsters. But there were tens of billions of players in the 4 continents. No matter how many monsters there was a limit. So, most players had already bid farewell to the era of killing monsters to level up. Instead, they used hard work to improve their strength. But now, the opening of the extraterritorial void once again reminded these players of the joy of killing monsters. Even if the extraterritorial void was extremely dangerous, it did not matter much. In any case, they wouldn't really die in the game. At most, they would just lose a level. the evil void demon gave him an abundance of EXP. Even if he lost a level, he could quickly make up for it. All of his problems were no longer a problem. However, now that the war had just ended, many of the players had suffered heavy losses. They wouldn't be able to venture into the void to search for traces of the void demons for the time being. Instead, they stayed in the city and rested for a while. Only when the facilities in the city were complete and he had replenished his energy reserves would he be able to leave the city. As such, now, there were a large number of players in the 10 cities. Fortunately, the city was a Dao artifact, so it could change its size at will. At this moment, the 10 cities had transformed into a majestic city that spanned millions of miles, pressing down on the void. There were groups of guards. They were also patrolling the city to prevent the void demons from sneaking in. These merchants have a keen sense of smell. It's only been 2 days since the war ended, and they have already opened more than half of the restaurants and inns in the city. I heard that in a few days, the elixir stores and weapon stores will be almost complete. In a restaurant, a few players were sitting around. Some of them shook their heads and sighed. Making money from the war is the most profitable. It's just that we don't have the chance. Otherwise, we could also take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune. Lu Qinghong shook his head. He didn't have any objections to this. Just like in the myriad race battlefield, those who could occupy land and open inns in such a place must have a powerful force behind them. Such a place. It was no longer something that could be described as expensive. Even if one had the money, they didn't have the qualifications to open it. Because in addition to money, one also needed to have connections. As long as one could open a shop here, there was absolutely no possibility of losing money. Lu Qinghong was also a little jealous. But there was no other way. He was just a small player. If he wanted to open a shop in the city, he had to at least have connections with the upper echelons of the myriad race. Or else, ordinary experts of the myriad race had no possibility of interfering. As for players, there was no need to talk about it. I heard that merit points are indeed exchanged with crystals. What do you think? Chao Hong turned his head to look at the others and asked. Hearing this, immediately, a young male player said, crystals can provide experience points and can directly increase our strength. As for merit points, it depends on what it can be exchanged for. If it's not useful, we might as well use it. If the item is precious, then it's another matter. After all, some things are difficult for us to obtain with our status. As for experience points, we can get them by killing monsters. It's just a matter of how much. That's right, that's true. Lu Qinghong also nodded. Whether or not experience stones could be exchanged for merit points depended on what merit points could be exchanged for at this stage. If it was useful, it would naturally be exchanged for merit points. If it was useless, then he would eat it himself and directly increase his realm. Chao Hong said, 1 million celestial merit points can obtain the resources to become an immortal. 100,000 true immortal merit points can obtain the deity position of the heavenly court. I heard that if you leave your name on the heavenly court's investiture of the gods, you won't really die. In this battle, many gods of the heavenly court fell, and it seems that they have all been resurrected. The deity position of the heavenly court is useless to us. We players can be resurrected. Whether we leave our names on the investiture of the gods or not, it shouldn't be of much use. Someone shook his head and said. Players could be resurrected after dying, but they would only lose a realm. If there were really 100,000 true immortal merit points, only a fool would exchange for the deity position. If they used it to exchange for cultivation resources, they might be able to increase their strength by a lot. Lu Qinghong said, it's not like that. If you leave your name on the investiture of the gods, you can enter the heavenly court as an official. Once you enter the heavenly court as an official, it's equivalent to status. Sometimes, the benefits of status are not comparable to other things. In his opinion, the greatest temptation of the investiture of the gods to players was the symbol of status. It was an indisputable fact that the status of players was low. All races rejected players. Or rather, it was the Emperor of Heaven of the Heavenly Court who rejected players, causing their strength to decrease day by day. If they could leave their name on the investiture of the gods, then even if they couldn't turn the tables, they could at least have a high status. With their status, the benefits they could reap from it could be imagined. Of course, for the cultivators of all races, the greatest temptation was still resurrection. After all, as a native creature, once they died, they would really die. If they could leave their name on the investiture of the gods, they would have an immortal body. It's just that we're talking about the investiture of the gods now. If you want to get the true immortal merit points, you have to kill a true immortal. The weakest true immortal, with the strength of the current players, there's no possibility of fighting against him. Even if everyone works together, it's impossible to kill a true immortal. If you want to get the true immortal merit points, you have to at least become a celestial before you have the qualifications to consider it. Lu Qinghong added in the end. Not to mention true immortal merit points, even celestial merit points were something that few players could obtain at this stage of the game. When the other players heard this, they also felt relieved. Let's go and take a look. Lu Qinghong stood up to pay the bill, and then the few of them walked downstairs. Just as they walked down the stairs, a group of players came towards them. The two groups of players couldn't help but stop in their tracks. After looking at each other for a few seconds, they passed by each other. After they were completely out of the restaurant, Chao Hongkai smiled and said, Li Zongwen and the others are also here. It seems that many people have their eyes on the outer realm. That's for sure. For players, this is a treasure land for leveling up. How could they not come? Lu Qinghong sneered. It was normal for them to come. If these people didn't come, he would find it strange. The city was very big. After all, it covered an area of millions of miles. If an ordinary person walked with their legs, even if they didn't sleep or rest, it would take them 10 years to walk. That was to say, in the city, there were cultivators with strong cultivation bases, so such a problem wouldn't occur. However, if it was an ordinary physical invulnerability realm cultivator, it would take about a month to walk all over the city. Those who weren't afraid of the city's obstacles were at least in the god martial arts realm. It took 2 days. Lu Qinghong and the others finally reached their destination. They saw a huge mansion with a large number of cultivators coming in and out. On the plaque of the mansion, there were a few big words. Heavenly Court Branch. This place is really far. A player in the team complained helplessly. For the first time in their lives, in the game city, it would take 2 days to walk to a destination. And that was under the premise that they used their cultivation to rush. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take to walk here? Let's go in. Lu Qinghong didn't say anything. He exchanged a glance with Chao Hong and took the lead to walk in. The moment they entered the mansion, their field of vision suddenly widened. From the outside, the mansion was already very big. But when they really walked in, they realized that the space inside was more than 100 times bigger than what it looked like from the outside. When they really walked in, the few of them realized that instead of calling this a mansion, it was more like a huge square. There were different stalls in all directions of the square. Some stalls had divine weapons, some stalls had pills and formations. However, there were also some stalls that had strange items on display. And in the middle of the square, there was a long line. At the end of the line, there was a scale that was about the height of a person. Brother, what is this place for? Chao Hong looked at the person at the end of the line, then patted his shoulder and asked politely. Hearing that person looked back and explained, this is the place to exchange merit points. Do you see that scale? Just place your experience stones on it and you'll be able to exchange them for merit points. Thank you. Chao Hong cupped his hands with a smile on his face. Soon after, he shifted his gaze across the group and looked directly at Tianqing. He saw that some players placed the crystal on one end of the scale. Not long after, a jade token condensed on the other end of the scale. Next to the scale, there was a powerhouse of the myriad races. Every time a jade token condensed, that powerhouse would put away the crystal and then hand the jade token to the person who placed the crystal. He just took a few glances. Chao Hong had a rough idea in his heart. At this time, the other players in the team had already scattered around the square, inquiring about the information they wanted to know. Senior, are you selling the Godlock talisman? Lu Qinghong stopped in front of a stall and looked at the jade token on it. His expression was a little strange. The owner of this stall was a powerhouse of the myriad races. He didn't know how strong he was. But when he met a powerhouse, there wouldn't be anything wrong with calling him senior. Hearing that, Kang Yi, who was dozing off at the stall, opened his eyes at this time. After glancing at Lu Qinghong, he smiled faintly. That's right, this is the Godlock Talisman. After saying that, he explained again. You should also know that the Godlock Talisman given by the Heavenly Court has an energy limit. Once the energy of the Godlock Talisman is exhausted, it will be directly destroyed. And without the Godlock Talisman, if you want to walk in the outer realm, you have to be at least a true immortal. How about it? Do you want to buy some Godlock Talismans? I also know that you mutants want to experience and adventure the most. There's nothing wrong with preparing a few more. The energy of the Godlock Talisman will still be consumed. Lu Qinghong's expression changed. He immediately took out the Godlock Talisman from his chest and saw that the color on it was much dimmer than before. He had never paid much attention to the Godlock Talisman, because this thing could automatically block the God-annihilating gale when worn. Other than this effect, the Godlock Talisman had no other effect. Therefore, Lu Qinghong rarely paid attention to this thing. At this moment, he finally knew that the Godlock Talisman had a limit to its use. Instantly, Lu Qinghong had a bad premonition. How much is the Godlock Talisman? 10 Lingwu merit points to exchange for the Godlock Talisman. Each Godlock Talisman can be used for a month. The precondition is that other than blocking the God-annihilating gale, there is no other loss. Kang Yi extended a finger and said with a smile. As expected, Lu Qinghong's face darkened. 10 Lingwu merit points to exchange for a Godlock Talisman. This was no different than robbery. Killing a void demon of the spiritual martial realm only gave him 10 Lingwu merit points. With the current strength of the players, it was not easy to kill a void demon of the spiritual martial realm. Not to mention, there were too many ferocious beasts in the outer realm. It was even more difficult to kill a void demon of the spiritual martial realm. As such, one could imagine the value of 10 Lingwu merit points. Right now, 10 Lingwu merit points could only be exchanged for a Godlock Talisman. This was already hard for Lu Qinghong to accept. Seeing this, Kang Yi smiled. Without the Godlock Talisman, you will not be able to leave the city. Because there are no protective formations in other places. Once the God-annihilating gale arrives, you will die. Although you variant humans are immortal, but once you die, you will lose a lot of strength. I don't need to tell you the use of the Godlock Talisman, you should know. But 10 Lingwu merit points is too expensive. Lu Qinghong's expression did not look good. It's not expensive. Kang Yi shook his head and his smile faded. The Godlock Talisman can block the God-annihilating gale. Only a genuine immortal has the right to make it. To be honest, a genuine immortal is high above. If you want to ask them to help, you need to pay a huge price. Right now, you are using 10 Lingwu merit points to ask a genuine immortal to help you once. It's already worth it. Don't say that I lied to you. The Godlock Talisman has the same price everywhere. If you want to survive in the outer realm, then you must have the Godlock Talisman. After he had finished, Kang Yi did not look at Lu Qinghong anymore and closed his eyes to sleep again. If it was in the past, with his status, he would not waste words with a spiritual martial realm cultivator. However, now that the Heavenly Court had opened a path to the outer realm, the nine-headed dog clan naturally had to interfere. Plus, Kang Yi had already reached the limit of the heavenly human realm. However, he could not touch the door to the genuine immortal realm. He might as well come out to the outer realm and see if he could find an opportunity to break through. As for setting up a stall, that was just to pass the time. When the time was right, he would leave. Looking at Kang Ye's appearance, Lu Qinghong frowned slightly. Just as the other party had said. If one wanted to walk in the void outside, the Godlock Talisman was indispensable. Without the Godlock Talisman, taking a step out of the city was a dead end. Only with the Godlock Talisman could one not fear the threat of the God-destroying gale. Taking a deep look at Kang Yi, Lu Qinghong turned and left. He wanted to buy the Godlock Talisman, but he had to compare the goods and not just listen to what the other party said. Moreover, he had no merit points now. If he wanted to get merit points, he had to at least exchange with crystal stones. However, Lu Qinghong had just turned around, but he quickly turned back. Kong Yi opened his eyes. Why, do you want to buy it? I don't need to buy the Godlock talisman for the time being. I want to ask if you have any information about the resources that can be exchanged with merit points. If so, I would like to know more. Lu Qinghong said. He wanted to find out what the merit points could be exchanged for. Kong Yi nodded and said, this is not a secret. You have seen the Heavenly Court branch. In fact, in every city, there is a branch of the Heavenly Court. And to be able to set up a stall in the branch of the Heavenly Court, only the races of the Heavenly Court gods are qualified. The things sold here are all traded with merit points and the prices are all the same. There is no possibility of negotiation. So if you want to know what the merit points can be exchanged for, you only need to walk around the branch of the Heavenly Court and you will have a general understanding. After saying this, Kong Yi paused and suddenly smiled. Of course, these are only on the surface. In fact, merit points can still be exchanged for other things. Those things are the real treasures. Speaking of this, he took out a light blue jade talisman from somewhere. The other treasures that merit points can be exchanged for are all in the jade talisman. A crystal stone of the spiritual martial realm can be taken away directly. Okay. This time, Lu Qinghong did not hesitate and directly gave Kong Yi a crystal stone of the spiritual martial realm. Then, he took the jade talisman from Kong Yi's hand. He did not leave the stall and used the crystal stone in front of the stall. His divine thought fell. A large amount of information emerged from the crystal stone. Soon. In Lu Qinghong's mind, there were many unfamiliar memories. Martial Merit Points Exchange Area, Martial Merit Points Exchange Area, Shenwu Merit Points Exchange Area, Deva Merit Points Exchange Area, True Immortal Merit Points Exchange Area. The 5 regions seemed to be independent memories. He directly flipped through the True Immortal Merit Points Exchange Area, and the corresponding memories immediately appeared. Ranked first was the Heavenly Court's deity position, which was worth 100,000 merit points. As for the things after that, Lu Qinghong was unfamiliar with them. He didn't know much about them. With just a cursory glance, he understood that it was a treasure that he could not afford. He then opened the Celestial Merit Points Exchange Area. He immediately saw the exchange rewards for the first and second place. A complete set of rules was worth tens of millions of merit points. An incomplete law was worth 1,000,000 merit points. A complete law, an incomplete law. Lu Qinghong was shocked. What were the rules? Ever since a large number of true immortals had been born, he had gained some understanding. What was immortal ascension? As long as one grasped the laws, they could become immortal ascension. No amount of immortal ascension resources was as practical as directly obtaining a law. Originally, Lu Qinghong still had some guesses as to what the resources required to become an immortal were. Now, he completely understood. Resources for immortal ascension. That was a rule. It was just that he thought that the resources worth 1,000,000 merit points would be ranked first, but in the end, it was only ranked second. From this, it could be seen. Whether it was an incomplete or a complete set of rules, one could become an immortal. What was related to was probably the strength after becoming an immortal. However, whether it was 1,000,000 merit points or 10,000,000 merit points, to Lu Qinghong, they were all too far away. Soon. Lu Qinghong's attention fell on the Lingwu Merit Points Exchange Area. After a long time, he opened his eyes and understood in his heart. Thank you, Senior. Lu Qinghong cupped his hand slightly and turned to leave. Looking at his departing figure, Kong Yi shook his head and laughed. If he knew that as long as he exchanged merit points for the first time, he would receive this information, I wonder what kind of expression he would have. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on his face. At Kong Yi's level, there were very few things that could cause his heart to fluctuate. However, the relaxation now had given him a different harvest. Inner hall of the Heavenly Palace. All the gods gathered. Ever since the end of the battle, Qin Shujian had simply recuperated in seclusion and issued another order. That was, every 3 days, the Heavenly Court would hold a court meeting. Other than the perfected immortals who were in seclusion and did not need to participate, everyone else had to participate in the court meeting. On the throne, Qin Shujian said calmly, "Do you have anything to report?" When the gods below heard this, someone immediately stepped forward and cupped his hands. Emperor of Heaven, the myriad races are now seizing the time to build cities to strengthen our heavenly court's strength in the extraterritorial battlefield. However, the cities in the extraterritorial battlefield currently lack effective defensive forces. Although there are experts from the myriad races, they are too scattered. Therefore, I think that the heavenly court should form heavenly soldiers to strengthen the defense of the extraterritorial battlefield. Heavenly soldiers. When Qin Shujian heard this familiar word, his expression changed slightly. Any heavenly court actually had heavenly soldiers. In comparison, the current heavenly court was somewhat abnormal. There were many factors that led to this. The biggest factor was that there was not enough time. Therefore, he had focused on increasing the high-end combat strength of the heavenly court and neglected the matter of heavenly soldiers. Now that someone mentioned it, Qin Shujian finally reacted. The formation of heavenly soldiers is very necessary, but not everyone can become a heavenly soldier. If you want to be a heavenly soldier, you have to be at least at the 4th level of the heaven-human realm. After all, the strength of the heavenly soldiers is related to the face of the heavenly court. We can't be careless. Hearing this, Xianxia cupped his hands and said, "Emperor of Heaven's words are reasonable. If we form heavenly soldiers, the strength of the heavenly soldiers must not be weak. However, if we form heavenly soldiers, the heavenly court also needs to expand. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the current heavenly court to accommodate too many heavenly soldiers. At the same time, if we form heavenly soldiers, we also need heavenly generals to command the heavenly soldiers. I think that those on the war general's roll can be heavenly generals." Among the 720 names on the war general ranking, there were many experts from the human race. If they formed heavenly soldiers, then the human experts on the roll would have a chance of becoming heavenly generals. This way, the foundation of the human race in the heavenly court would be strengthened. I also agree with this. Xiao Qingfeng nodded slightly and agreed with Shi Yang's suggestion. After he spoke, many true immortals immediately agreed. Qin Shujian said, "The matter of forming heavenly soldiers cannot be delayed. Anyone above the 4th level of the heaven-human realm is qualified to become a heavenly soldier. However, not any 4th level of the heaven-human realm can become a heavenly soldier. I will set up a test. Only those who pass the test can enter the heavenly court. As for heavenly generals, they will be chosen from the war general's roll. However, there is a prerequisite. They must pass the test. I will announce the details of the test when the time comes. Do you have any other matters?" At the end of his speech, Qin Shujian's gaze swept across the gods one by one. There was nothing else. Then they could all disperse. Hearing this, Xiang hesitated, then cupped his hands and said, "The Emperor of Heaven originally said that he would bestow a deity position to me. Now, I want to give this deity position to Elder Zhan of the Great Zhao Imperial Astronomer. Is that possible?" After he finished speaking. Before Qin Shujian could reply, there were already many true immortals in the hall who had different expressions. Until now, the human race. There were already 3 true immortals who had been conferred deity positions. If there was one more, it would be equivalent to having 4 deity positions. In that case, the power of the human race in the heavenly court would definitely increase greatly. Even though the Emperor of Heaven was also a human. However, after he became the Emperor of Heaven, it was impossible for him to be biased. Therefore, it was impossible for him to give the human race any preferential treatment. On the contrary, the more deity positions the human race had, the stronger their right to speak in the heavenly court. However, even though some true immortals had concerns in their hearts, they could not find a reason to refute. This was because the bestowment of the deity position was personally said by Qin Shujian. Just as the gods were having different thoughts. Qin Shujian said, "Su Zhan is only a second-realm blacksmith now. It would be a waste if he were to take on an ordinary deity position. Right now, I am preparing to establish the Heavenly Artifacts Division and set up the deity position of the God of Artifacts. This deity position is above the Zhou Tian constellation, but it is also considered a powerful deity position below the four war gods. However, if you want to become the god of artifacts, you have to be at least a third-realm blacksmith. Among the thousands of races in the four continents, third-realm blacksmiths are basically extinct. There are also very few second-realm blacksmiths. Su Zhan has a chance of breaking through to the third realm. It would be a waste to use the deity position on him. In other words, he was waiting for Su Zhan to break through to the third realm and directly take on the deity position of the god of artifacts. At this moment, not only were the gods shocked, even Xianxia's face was filled with shock. The demon emperor could not help but ask, Emperor of Heaven, can any third-realm blacksmith be qualified to take on the deity position of the god of artifacts? That's right. The first third-realm blacksmith in the four great continents can enter the heavenly court as an official, obtain the deity position of the god of artifacts, and control the heavenly artifacts division. At that time, all the blacksmiths in the four great continents will be controlled by the heavenly artifacts division. Qin Shujian nodded and replied. Boom, this simple sentence caused thousands of waves in the hearts of the gods. Originally, they only knew that the deity position of the god of artifacts was powerful. However, now it seemed that it was not just the deity position that was powerful. Even the power in his hands was terrifyingly powerful. Controlling all the blacksmiths in the 10,000 races. If an expert of any race could become the god of artifacts and control the heavenly artifacts division, they would be able to obtain many benefits. After all, any powerful divine weapon was a rare treasure. A powerful blacksmith. In the eyes of any expert, a blacksmith was a precious treasure. If one could become the god of artifacts, then all the blacksmiths in the four great continents would be under their control. As long as there was a slight amount of resources, the experts of a race would be armed to the teeth. They were truly shocked. If Qin Shujian had not mentioned it, no one would have known that there was such a deity position waiting for them, instantly. The Mountain Breaker Emperor cupped his hands and asked, if a third-realm blacksmith can become a deity position, then may I ask the Emperor of Heaven, if a third-realm array master and a third-realm alchemist can also become a deity position? That's right. Qin Shujian nodded and said calmly, for any job, as long as one reaches the third realm and has a cultivation level of Heaven's mortal tier 10 and above, one will be able to become a god. However, the prerequisite is that they must be the first to reach it. Hearing this, many of the true immortals' breathing quickened slightly. Blacksmithing, array, and alchemy. These three deity positions were empty, waiting for the right person to inherit them. However, some of the true immortals' expressions turned ugly when they thought of certain things. After the primordial age was destroyed, the strength of the 10,000 races had been greatly reduced. Among them, the inheritance of the auxiliary professions had been severely damaged and was far from being as perfect as the human race. In other words, in terms of auxiliary professions, the various races could not compare to the human race at all. Even if the heavenly court was established and the various races used the opportunity of unification to perfect these auxiliary professions, the gap was not made up by much. At least, as far as they knew, the human race already had second-realm blacksmiths and array masters. As for alchemy masters, they had not heard of them, but they might also have one. Looking at the other races, not to mention the second realm, they might not even have a first-realm master. The gap between the two of them was one thing, but once they did, they felt a little hopeless. However, the gods present did not plan to give up on these three deity positions. If all three deity positions fell into the hands of the human race, they would not have to play anymore. They would just give everything to the human race. If there's nothing else, then the meeting is adjourned. Qin Shujian said calmly. Seeing this, Xiang did not say anything else. The three deity positions that Qin Shujian mentioned were very likely to be obtained by the human race. Since that was the case, he was not in a hurry to exchange for the deity position in his hands. It would not be too late to use the deity position when there was no way to fight for it and there was a suitable candidate. We will take our leave. The gods bowed and retreated. Suddenly, only Qin Shujian was left in the inner hall of the heavenly court. Forming the heavenly army, I almost forgot. When the heavenly army and heavenly generals are in place and the three deity positions are filled by experts, the heavenly court will be more or less complete. the remaining deity positions can be slowly filled. But I remember that the heavenly army should have a formation. What kind of formation is it? Xianxia sat on the throne and flipped through the memories of the Third Era. The human race could have a military formation. The heavenly army of the heavenly court naturally could not rely on individual strength to fight against the enemy. As early as a few eras ago, the heavenly army of the heavenly court already had a powerful formation. It was also because of this. That was why the heavenly army was famous and suppressed many powerful existences. Otherwise, with the individual strength of the heavenly army, they were no different from cannon fodder in front of a true expert. To make a simple comparison, 10,000 ordinary level 4 celestials would be wiped out by a level 1 celestial. 10,000 level 4 celestials with a military formation would be able to suppress a level 1 celestial, even if there would be some losses in the process. But in comparison, the results were completely different. This was the strength of a military formation. However, with Xianxia's identity in the Third Era, he only had a brief understanding of it and quickly threw it to the back of his mind. He did not pay much attention to it at all. After all, no matter how strong a military formation was, it could only deal with true immortals. Once it reached the Tao fruit level, even the strongest military formation would be useless. But it was different now. The strongest enemy only had the strength of a level 9 celestial. As long as the heavenly army was strong enough and the military formation was strong enough, then when it was used, it would become the heavenly army's most beneficial aid. The memories of the Third Era were very long. Xianxia now had to spend a lot of time flipping through them bit by bit. Half a day later, he finally found the information about the heavenly army's military formation that he was looking for in a corner of the memories. However, the military formation in his memories was also an incomplete formation. It was not that the formation itself was incomplete, but that he did not completely memorize the formation, resulting in the formation being incomplete. Fortunately, the incomplete formation is not very serious. With my current attainments in the array Tao, it is not difficult to deduce and perfect this military formation. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. There were not many incomplete parts of the formation. As long as he spent some time, he would be able to completely repair the formation. At the same time, the news of the Heavenly Court's Heavenly Army selection officially spread. P.S. Requesting monthly votes. Heavenly soldiers, it didn't sound impressive. However, heavenly soldiers could enter the Heavenly Court and instantly improve by many levels. Creatures of all races. All of them wanted to enter the Heavenly Court and become a member of the Heavenly Soldiers. However, the weakest requirement to become a heavenly soldier was to be at least the 4th level of the celestial being realm. As a result, most of the people were blocked outside the door. The 4th level of the celestial being realm, more than 10 years ago, he could be considered an elder of a clan. Even now, they were the backbone of a clan. After all, strong people at this level could already understand the rules and borrow the power of the rules. No matter where they were rare strong people. Now that the spirit chi was much richer, the number of saint cultivators was much more than before. So, 99% of the cultivators were barred from entering the heavenly soldier realm. The remaining few could not become a heavenly soldier immediately. They needed to go through a new round of assessment before they were qualified to become a member of the heavenly soldiers. Yuan sect. The Yuan sect of the past was now fully deserving of the title of the number 1 sect. Although the Qianyuan sacred ground was now the leader of all the sects in the world. Yuan sect. It was also the sect with the strongest foundation in the Qianyuan sacred ground. Because the current Emperor of Heaven was the founder of Yuan sect. As early as 10 years ago, when Qin Shujian left behind the cultivation methods and martial arts, he had already established Yuan sect's future achievements. The current sacred lord of the Qianyuan sacred ground was Qin Yuanbai of the 9 Palaces sect. But even the 9 Palaces sect, there was no way they could be called the number 1 sect in the Qianyuan sacred ground. Even someone as strong as Qin Yuanbai was not competent to be called the number 1 master in the Qianyuan sacred ground. In terms of the number of masters, Yuan sect was still second to none. The number of heavenly soldiers recruited by the heavenly court this time should be a lot. The status of a heavenly soldier in the heavenly court is also the lowest. But no matter how low the status of a heavenly soldier is, after all, they still have the name of the heavenly court. Their future achievements will definitely not be small. Our sect now has a lot of qualified cultivators. They can try to compete for the position of a heavenly soldier. In the main hall of Yuan sect, Su Yuanming said calmly. Right now, he had also reached the 7th level of the sky human realm. Because Qin Shujian had become the Emperor of Heaven, the position of sect master that had been vacant for a long time had officially fallen on Su Yuanming's head. Regarding this, the other elders of the Yuan sect did not have any objections. Things were different now. Even if he took over the position of sect master, he would not have the blessing of providence. At most, he would have a better name, but many things would still be decided by the Sacred Lord. As a result, the sect master's authority was greatly weakened. Zhongfang nodded slightly. Sect master's words are true. No matter what, as long as my Yuan sect's people can enter the heavenly court and become heavenly soldiers, it will naturally be a good thing. However, compared to the heavenly soldiers, we can't miss out on the position of heavenly general. There are a total of 720 heavenly generals. For the time being, I am not sure if all the heavenly generals are qualified to become heavenly generals. However, even if they are, there are only a few people in our Yuan sect who could become heavenly generals. Niao Feng shook his head. Taking everything into account, there were only 3 people in Yuanzong who had entered the warrior ranking. One was Test Jian Feng. One was Ningbo. And the last one was Zhang Ergu. Among the 720 people on the warrior ranking, almost all the experts on the warrior ranking had reached the 10th level of the heaven-human realm. This was because almost all those who had not reached the 10th level of the heaven-human realm had their positions taken away. Even if there were experts who had reached the 10th level of the heaven-human realm, if they were not strong enough, they would not be able to keep their warrior ranking. Therefore, the 3 people in Yuanzong's warrior ranking were the only ones who had not reached the 10th level of the heaven-human realm. One was Test Jian Feng, who was at the 7th level of the heaven-human realm. One was Ningbo, who was at the 5th level of the heaven-human realm. One was Zhang Ergu, who was at the 6th level of the heaven-human realm. The former had just entered the ranks of the Almighties, while the latter 2 had not even entered the Almighty's realm. Niao Feng and the others guessed that the reason why they were able to enter the warrior ranking was most likely because they had taken the path of heaven and earth evolution. Regarding this, some elders were slightly regretful that they had chosen the physical sanctification realm instead of heaven and earth evolution. However, there were some elders who felt relieved in their hearts. After all, strictly speaking, there was nothing to regret about. Looking at the people who had taken the physical sanctification realm path, all of them had reached the 7th level of the heaven-human realm and above, while the latter 2 had not even entered the Almighty's realm. It was clear how difficult it was. Su Yuanming nodded and said, although there are only 3 people on the warrior ranking in our sect, all of them must enter the heavenly court and obtain the position of heavenly general. At this point, he looked at Test Jianfeng and Ningbo and asked, Elders, are you confident now? It's hard to say. I don't know what the heavenly court's assessment is. Test Jianfeng shook his head slightly. However, if even I can't pass the assessment, then the probability of others passing is very low. A confident look appeared on his face. Taking the physical sanctification realm path meant that Test Jianfeng's combat strength was destined to be much stronger than others. When Xiao Qingfeng was at the 7th level of the heaven-human realm, he already had the strength of a half-immortal. Although Test Jianfeng's foundation was not as strong as Xiao Qingfeng's, in the 7th level of the heaven-human realm, he was not comparable to ordinary experts. Although the experts who could enter the warrior ranking were the most powerful ones in the 10th level of the heaven-human realm, he was not afraid at all. As for Ningbo, his attitude was similar to Test Jianfeng's now. The path of heaven and earth. It was stronger than the physical sanctification realm. Although he was 2 levels lower than Test Jianfeng in terms of realm, the gap in strength was not very big. Seeing this, Su Yuanming also had a smile on his face. If the 2 elders can become heavenly generals, it will naturally be a good thing for our sect, especially Elder Ning. Especially Elder Ning, you are the Celestial Emperor's disciple. If you become an immortal in the future, there will definitely be a deity position in the heavenly court for you. Yuanzong's biggest trump card now. It was Niangbo. After all, no matter what, he was the only disciple of the Emperor of Heaven. If he really became an immortal, there would be a deity position in the heavenly court. It's a pity that I can't contact Elder Urgu now. However, he should also get the news about the heavenly generals. There's no need to worry too much about it for now. Other than the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, there's also the deity position in the heavenly court. Now, in the array Dao, forging Dao, and alchemy Dao, any expert who can be the first to reach the third realm is qualified to be conferred a deity position in the heavenly court. Our Yuanzong is also taking this opportunity to fight for it. Su Yuanming changed the topic and his gaze fell on Xin Yuhua and the others. Alchemy Dao, array Dao, forging Dao, Yuanzong also had experts in the three Dao. Moreover, it was a hall that Qin Shujian personally established when he was still in power. Until now, Xin Yuhua and the other hall masters had also reached the master realm. Xin Yuhua said softly, "There aren't many alchemy experts in the human race. I am confident that I can fight for a deity position in the heavenly court. However, in terms of realm, I am still a little lacking." Until now, she had only reached the fourth level of the heaven-human realm. In order to obtain a deity position in the heavenly court, one had to be at least a 10th level heaven-human realm expert. Even if the spirit chi was rich now, it was not that easy to cross the 4th level to the 10th level. Cultivation realm won't be a problem. Given the current concentration of spiritual energy and the resources of the sect, it won't be difficult for a heaven-human realm expert to emerge, but it won't be too difficult either. Su Yuanming said indifferently. With Yuanzong's current foundation, it was definitely not a problem to produce a 10th level heaven-human realm expert. However, if they were to do so, Yuanzong's foundation would be severely damaged. Therefore, unless it was a last resort, cultivation would be carried out step by step. Immediately, Su Yuanming's gaze fell on Xin Yuqing and Xiang Haogan. Inside Yuanzong, Xin Yuqing was the leader of the array Dao while Xiang Haogan was the leader of the array Dao. Noticing Su Yuanming's gaze, Xiang Haogan shook his head with an ugly expression. My array Dao has only reached the Grandmaster realm and is still a distance away from the 2nd level. In the Great Zhao Imperial Astronomer, there is a 2nd level array Dao Grandmaster. The Deputy Sacred Lord of the Sacred Land is also a array Dao Grandmaster who has almost reached the 3rd level. Our sect has little hope of obtaining this deity position. There was no one who did not want to obtain a deity position in the heavenly court. Xiang Haogan naturally thought the same. Although breaking through to the Saint Realm had completely exceeded his expectations, there was still hope for him to take another step forward, so he could not refuse. But thinking was one thing. But in reality, that was another matter altogether. To obtain a deity position, one had to be at least a 2nd level array Dao Grandmaster. If one did not reach the 2nd level, they did not have the qualifications to compete at all. That's right. Ling Huayu is also a 2nd level array Dao Grandmaster. It is said that Feng Zhan of the Great Zhao Imperial Astronomer is also at the 2nd level. In comparison, my chances of obtaining a deity position are not high. After Xiang Haogan finished speaking, Xin Yuqing also replied. Unlike Xiang Haogan, he did not have much desire for a deity position. From a remnant of the Pill Cauldron sect to a Saint Realm expert, Xin Yuqing was already satisfied. Whether he could break through to a higher level. To be honest, he did not have much of an obsession. If he could succeed, then so be it. In this aspect, Xin Yuqing did not have any desire to compete. After speaking, he tilted his head and looked at his senior sister. Currently, the Pill Dao is the most declining of the 4 great continents. Even though there are other Pill Dao Grandmasters, Elder Yu Hua is the one who has the most hope to fight for the divine position of Pill Dao among all of us. As for the other 2 paths, the chances are not high. Hearing this, Su Yuanming also nodded to himself. To put it bluntly, the Origin sect had been established for too short a time. Cultivation realms could be improved by piling up resources. However, it was not easy to accumulate other auxiliary professions. Being able to give birth to Grandmasters. This already proved that the Origin sect had a strong foundation. But looking at the current situation, the birth of Grandmasters was about to come to an end. The chances of obtaining a deity position in the heavenly court were very low. P.S. I recommend a friend's new book, Players of the Demon World. It summons players from another world in the real demon world. If you like, you can take a look. Su Yuanming said, if Elder Yuhua wants to break through to the second realm, how long will it take? Or is there anything the sect can help you with? If there is, feel free to ask. If we can take advantage of this opportunity to obtain a deity position, it will be of great benefit to the Yuan sect. The human cultivation world was unified and respected by the Qianyuan sacred ground. On the surface, everything was peaceful. However, with the existence of factions, there would be disputes. No matter what, the Qianyuan sacred ground was an organization made up of countless sections. So, on the surface, there was nothing, but in the dark, all parties were fighting with each other. Now that the Yuan sect had a strong foundation, and the first sect master was also the Emperor of Heaven of the Heavenly Court, no one dared to think too much about the Yuan sect. However, nothing was absolute. It would be a great thing for the Yuan sect to be able to produce one more powerhouse and obtain another deity position. The easiest way to improve in alchemy is to refine high-level pills. From the process of refining pills, you can comprehend the existence of the rules of alchemy and thus make a breakthrough. If what the sect master said is true, the sect can provide high-level spiritual materials for me to refine pills. Within a few years, I am confident that I can break through to the second realm. But for the third realm, I can only leave it to fate. There was a faint smile on Shen Yuhua's pretty face. Su Yuanming said, if you can break through to the second realm, at least you will be qualified to compete. If she wanted to compete for a deity position, she had to pay a price. Moreover, even if she failed to compete for a deity position, it would be of great benefit to have a second realm alchemy grandmaster in the sect. Pfft. Zhang Ergu suddenly sneezed, then rubbed his nose with a strange look on his face. Who is talking about me? Or is someone scolding me behind my back? After becoming a true immortal, anyone who mentions your name may be able to calculate something. Beside him, the Chankuan Bao said faintly. Nonsense, if I break through to the true immortal realm now, who would still be fooling around in this place? I shouldn't have taken the path of evolving heaven and earth. Now, I wouldn't have to run around looking for resources to cultivate. Just stay in the sect obediently and wait for the lightning tribulation to strike. How simple would that be? Zhang Ergu rolled his eyes at him, feeling powerless and regretful. Only when he truly opened the star acupoints did he realize how difficult it was to break through using this method. All these years, Zhang Ergu had been running around the eastern continent. His goal was to go to those newly born regions and find those spiritual items and supreme treasures to improve his cultivation. But the problem was, regions did not always exist in the same place. Today, the North Cloud Prefecture was born. Tomorrow, it might be the Thousand Mountains Prefecture. Even though there was a teleportation gate and they could move back and forth, Zhang Ergu had the urge to vomit after such a long period of non-stop rest. The Bao of Heaven and Earth was indifferent. You chose your own path, so you can't blame anyone. Didn't you control the Red Lotus of Purgation? So what if you've mastered it? Where are the experts to refine it now? Just because there aren't any here doesn't mean that there aren't any elsewhere, the Cosmos Bao reminded him. Hearing this, Zhang Ergu was puzzled. What do you mean? Just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush. We've been together for so many years. There are two suitable places for you to go. The Bao of Heaven and Earth was helpless and could only be more straightforward. One is the void outside the region. There are many void demons there. I'm sure refining the void demons can improve your strength. However, the void outside the region is extremely dangerous. The probability of dying is also very high. The second is the Death Sea region. There are many fierce beasts there, and many of them are powerful. More importantly, the fierce beasts in the Death Sea region are divided into different levels. The most powerful ones are in the depths and won't come out easily. With your current strength, there shouldn't be any fierce beasts in the outer and inner regions that can threaten you. As long as you don't go into the depths of the Death Sea region without permission or encounter an accident, it's enough for you to improve your strength. The Bao of Heaven and Earth said. Death Sea region, Xianxia was stunned, but he quickly reacted. Yes, the Death Sea region, the red lotus of purgation could refine the flesh and blood of powerful creatures to improve her strength. Where else could be more suitable than the fierce beasts in the Death Sea region? Why didn't you say so earlier? If you did, I wouldn't have to waste time running around. There are many dangers in the Death Sea region. If you went in with your previous strength, the probability of dying was too high. But now, there's a chance. The bow of heaven and earth sneered disdainfully. Hearing this, Xianxia didn't refute. He directly left this new area and went to the nearest city. To enter the Death Sea region, he had to go to the East Pattern Mansion. And to go to the East Pattern Mansion, he naturally had to go through the transmission formation. In the Heavenly Court. Except for the regular court meeting every 3 days, Xianxia spent the rest of his time recovering from his injuries. All of a sudden, there was a slight vibration in the inner world. Xianxia immediately withdrew from the state of healing and then divided a wisp of divine thought into it. In the inner world, there was a volcanic vibration in the south. The magma inside was boiling, as if something was about to be born. Xianxia stood at the crater of the volcano and looked at the surging magma below with a faint surprise on his face. Vermilion bird? Or phoenix? In the Third Era, the Vermilion Bird clan was actually a branch of the Phoenix clan. When the world was just born, there was no Vermilion Bird clan. There was only the Phoenix clan. It wasn't until later that the Vermilion Bird clan was born. Although there were no rules of the Phoenix clan in the world now. However, the normal process of the birth of creatures was the creatures in front of the rules. Therefore, Xianxia wasn't sure. Was it a phoenix or a vermilion bird that was being born now? No matter which clan it was classified as an innate fire attribute. All along, he thought that the third creature to be born would be the golden-winged roc because the golden-winged roc was the first to be born. But now it seemed the golden-winged roc hadn't had a chance to be born yet. If it's a phoenix, it's better than a vermilion bird. Xianxia thought to himself. Because if it was really a phoenix that was born, then the inner world would be able to give birth to a new rule. Until now, it was no longer an easy task for the inner world to give birth to a new rule. Xianxia had comprehended all the rules that were easy to comprehend and then nurtured the corresponding seeds in the inner world. The other rules, they were all extremely difficult to comprehend. And as the inner world became stronger and stronger, the obstacles he encountered when he entered the mother stream of the rules were also stronger. Xianxia had a hunch. If he continued to steal the heaven and earth rules so unscrupulously, there would be a day when the heavenly punishment would descend. In front of the heavenly punishment, any powerhouse below the Tao fruit level had no way to survive. Because the most powerful heavenly punishment was already equivalent to a living Tao fruit powerhouse. Even if Xianxia now thought that he was already the strongest among the 9th level immortals, he still didn't have the confidence to resist the heavenly punishment. Time passed bit by bit. The fluctuations coming from the volcano were also getting stronger and stronger. Boom, the volcano suddenly erupted and a large amount of magma spewed out from the bottom of the mountain. Xianxia stood at the mouth of the volcano and all the magma consciously passed by him without harming him in the slightest. Immediately after, a ball of flame shot up from the bottom of the volcano into the sky. When it reached the clouds, the flames suddenly dispersed and a loud cry resounded through the sky. 2 divine birds were soaring in the sky. At first glance, they looked very similar to the vermilion bird, but when one looked carefully, one could see the differences. It's a phoenix indeed. Xianxia had a faint smile on his face. The phoenix was born. In the mother stream of the rules, the phoenix's rules were naturally born. The moment the phoenix was born, he could already clearly feel that the rules of the inner world had been perfected again. At this moment, magma erupted and flowed down from the mountain, turning the area within 1,000 miles into a desolate land of scorched earth. Xianxia only glanced at it briefly and disappeared on the spot. There were no changes at all. It was the natural trajectory of heaven and earth. It might not be a good thing to interfere without permission. In the sky, the 2 phoenixes did not notice Xianxia's existence from beginning to end. At this moment, after flying for a long time, they fell directly and resided in the volcano. At the same time as the phoenixes were born, the creatures born in other places were also born one after another. In just a short month, the number of creatures born had already reached dozens. As the first batch of creatures born in heaven and earth, the weakest of them was at the diviner level, while the stronger ones had already stabilized their strength at the almighty level. It was just that the inner world was vast. Even though the creatures were born one after another, it did not cause too many changes for the time being. At this moment, Xianxia had already exited the inner world. Among the living beings born in the inner world, some of them were born after the existence of the natural order. However, there are also an extremely small number of living beings that were born directly. The rules existing in heaven and earth have increased a lot from the original foundation. The rules had increased. Naturally, their strength had increased. For an ordinary person, it was already not easy for them to recover from their injuries and recover their strength after being injured. However, Xianxia could increase the upper limit of his strength while healing his injuries. In this way, the power of the evolution of heaven and earth had gradually manifested. My strength has increased by more than 10 rules. At present, my strength has not increased much, but as long as those creatures become stronger and their rules are more powerful, my strength will truly usher in an explosive growth. Xianxia thought to himself. When the middle world was promoted to the great world, his strength would officially break through to the Dao fruit level. Before this, every time a new rule was born, it would strengthen his foundation. When the time was right, he would naturally break through. P.S. Begging for monthly votes. He left the inner palace. Xianxia returned to the Qianyuan realm. In front of the human emperor's palace, there were still many cultivators gathered there, comprehending the contents of the stone tablets. As time went by, the aura on the stone tablets became more and more ancient. For the people of the Qianyuan realm, they were not only comprehending the contents of the stone tablets. Even the stone tablets themselves were worth comprehending. They're about to transform into Zubing. Looking at the first 2 stone tablets, Xianxia had a smile on his face. The human race was powerful. They had more and more experts. The number of cultivators who cultivated the universe Tao Seeking Sutra and the human emperor's immortal slaying technique was also much more than before. The birth of Zubing. It was a transformation that occurred when the power of faith reached the extreme. This transformation, it could give inanimate objects intelligence and then give them all kinds of mysteries. The 2 stone tablets, the universe Tao Seeking Sutra and the human emperor's immortal slaying technique, had received the faith of most of the human race. The power of faith was fermenting. Even if it did not truly transform into Zubing, it was not far from it. With the current level of faith on the stone tablets, if it was in the 3rd era, it would be enough to be conferred as a god. There are several kinds of gods in heaven and earth. There are innate gods. Among them, those born naturally are innate gods. Those born with the power of faith are postnatal gods. If these 2 stone tablets were in the 3rd era, they would be considered postnatal gods, and they would be extremely powerful. In the future, as long as the faith is not extinguished, there is hope to become a true immortal in the upper 3 levels. Xianxia thought to himself. He stood in front of the human emperor's palace, but his body seemed to be covered by fog. No one around him noticed anything strange. Compared to the first 2 stone tablets, the last 3 stone tablets were a little worse. In addition, the auxiliary professions were not mainstream, so the power of faith they could obtain was much less. In a few years, the Emperor of Heaven will be able to obtain 2 more Zubing. Moreover, when they meditate in front of the stone tablets, they can also feel the Tao runes of Zubing. It will be very beneficial for their future cultivation. Godslayer said slowly. Witnessing the birth of 2 Zubing with his own eyes was also quite rewarding for him. Zubing was hard to find. Moreover, the gestation of each Zubing would normally take a long time. If one wanted to see the moment of Zubing's birth, one would need a great opportunity. Xianxia smiled faintly. Zubing won't be of much use in this tribulation. We'll need an even stronger Zubing for the upcoming battles. The Emperor of Heaven has the heaven-deceiving technique. I believe it won't be a problem for a one tribulation Zubing to advance. There are so many vicious beasts in the Sea of Death. I believe it will be enough to give birth to a powerful Zubing. The god-slaying saber gave a vague hint. Zubing also had dreams. Although he was now a 5 tribulation Zubing, he would not complain about being too strong. With the heaven-deceiving technique in hand, Godslayer was confident that he could transcend the 6th tribulation or even the 7th tribulation. It was mainly because, now that the great wide world had stepped out of the outer space, the previous battle had already made him feel that his strength was not strong enough. 5 tribulation Zubing. At any time, it was actually a top-notch divine weapon. In the ancient heavenly court, there was only one 5 tribulation Zubing. But strictly speaking, the power that the 5 tribulation Zubing could unleash was extremely limited. If he wanted to deal with a 9th heaven immortal or even an existence of a higher level, he had to break through. Qin Shujian said, "How many true immortals do you have to kill to have the confidence to transcend the tribulation for the 6th tribulation? Let me calculate." After Godslayer finished speaking, he fell into deep thought. After a while, he said, "As long as I kill another 500 true immortals, I will be able to transcend the tribulation." 500 true immortals refer to first heaven immortals. If it's a more powerful true immortal, the number can be reduced by a lot. Of course, if I want to succeed in transcending the tribulation, the number may have to be doubled. Hearing this, the corner of Qin Shujian's mouth twitched slightly. 500 true immortals, if the number was doubled, it would be 1,000 true immortals. To think that the other party could say that. Now, even if all the true immortals of the heavenly court were killed, it would barely be enough for Godslayer to transcend the tribulation. In the Sea of Death, Qin Shujian was not sure if there were that many true immortal ferocious beasts. However, if he killed Xianxia or Yin, it would definitely be enough for Godslayer to transcend the tribulation. Let's wait and see. Although there are many true immortal ferocious beasts in the Sea of Death, we might not be able to gather so many. However, there are many true immortals among the void demons, so transcending the tribulation shouldn't be a problem. After Qin Shujian replied, he walked to the front of a towering tree. At this moment, Mu Yang. He had successfully broken through to the 10th level of the Heaven Immortal Realm and was almost at the True Immortal Realm. Although Eldar had a long lifespan, the improvement of his strength was also very slow. However, Mu Yang had the wood spirit heart of a half-immortal. In addition to the rich star power, the improvement of his strength was not slow at all. Looking at the giant tree in front of him, Qin Shujian looked a little emotional. He also did not dare to believe that a small osmanthus tree in the past had grown to such a level. As if sensing something, the branches and leaves of the giant tree shook. An ethereal and uncertain voice rang out, "The Celestial Emperor?" The voice came from the trunk and attracted the attention of others. Instantly, someone turned his head to look at the giant tree. In front of the giant tree, a figure in a green robe had appeared at some point. Emperor of Heaven. After seeing the green-robed man, that person's heart could not help but tremble. When the others heard that, they all looked in the direction of the giant tree. After seeing Qin Shujian, everyone stood up and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Emperor of Heaven." The Emperor of Heaven had arrived in person. Everyone had different thoughts in their hearts. But more than that, they were in awe. Qin Shujian was no longer the human emperor of the past. Instead, he was the Emperor of Heaven who suppressed all races and established the heavenly court. He was also the strongest person in the 4 great continents of the great wide world. Almost all the cultivators, in the depths of their hearts, they retained their respect and curiosity for the Emperor of Heaven. Now that they had seen the Emperor of Heaven in person, some of them could no longer remain calm. "I'm just taking a walk. You don't have to worry about it," Qin Shujian said indifferently with his hands behind his back. Hearing that, the others did not dare to say anything. After bowing again, they returned to their original seats. However, although they sat back down, their minds were no longer on the stone tablet. On the other side, the giant tree shook. Mu Yang's body appeared in front of him. Compared to the appearance of a boy in the past, Mu Yang now looked like a teenager. Seeing Mu Yang's appearance, Some people could not help but be startled. They knew that the giant tree in front of the human emperor's palace was not an ordinary existence. However, not everyone knew about Mu Yang's background. In particular, some cultivators who had not been in the Qianyuan realm for long did not know that there was such an expert in front of the human emperor's palace. Mu Yang greets the Emperor of Heaven. Mu Yang bowed, his tone and attitude were as respectful as ever. Qin Shujian looked at the young man in front of him with a rare gentle smile on his face. You've gained a lot over the years. You should be breaking through to the true immortal realm soon. Thanks to the Emperor of Heaven's blessings, I should be able to become an immortal in a while. The Eldar has existed since the birth of heaven and earth. It was only after the ancient times were destroyed that the Eldar suffered heavy losses. Now, the Eldar are scattered everywhere. When you become an immortal, you should unite the Eldar and become the real Emperor of the Eldar. At that time, the heavenly court will also have a deity position that belongs to you. Qin Shujian said with a faint smile. There were few deity positions in the heavenly court. He did not promise too many people about the deity position. Mu Yang was one of the few people. When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. Although the people of Yuan sect could not obtain the deity position, they had been bestowed with supreme techniques. They had a chance of becoming a true immortal in the future. Mu Yang had followed him for a long time. Qin Shujian would not favor one over the other. Hearing this, Mu Yang's face was also filled with joy. Thank you, Emperor of Heaven. Do you plan to stay in the Qianyuan realm or follow me to the heavenly court? Mu Yang is willing to follow by the Emperor of Heaven's side. Mu Yang said respectfully. He did not need to think too much about this question. Staying in the Qianyuan realm was a good thing, but if he could follow by Qin Shujian's side, it would be even better. Then let's go. Qin Shujian nodded. Immediately after, the Qianyuan realm shook slightly. The branches and leaves that covered the sky like a canopy trembled violently. Immediately after, under everyone's shocked gazes, countless roots were pulled out from the ground. Then, the giant tree slowly disappeared and overlapped with the young man that was originally formed. Who dares to cause trouble in the Qianyuan realm? What happened? Powerful auras erupted from all over the Qianyuan realm. One after another, experts who were cultivating in seclusion appeared. Those experts. Each of them was above the 7th level of the celestial being realm, an existence that had reached the supreme realm. The combined aura was enough to make those cultivators who were not strong enough tremble in fear. However, Qin Shujian and Mu Yang's faces were calm. There was no fluctuation in their expressions. It was also at this moment. Those experts had arrived. Many people were originally angry, but when they saw Qin Shujian, their faces immediately turned pale. Emperor of Heaven. Some people were already covered in cold sweat and stammered when they spoke. Emperor of Heaven. Qin Yuanbai had also arrived. Qin Shujian said, I'm taking Mu Yang away. All right. Qin Yuanbai nodded. He didn't dare to say a word more. As the sacred lord of the Qianyuan sacred ground, Mu Yang's departure had never been decided by him. Qin Shujian's words were not a question, but a way for him to step down so that he, the sacred lord, would not be too embarrassed. Immediately, Qin Shujian disappeared from where he stood. Mu Yang also rose into the air and left the Qianyuan realm. After Qin Shujian left, the others heaved a sigh of relief. The Emperor of Heaven is so powerful. Just standing in front of him, I feel like I can't raise my head. If not, how could the Emperor of Heaven suppress all races? Many people had already begun to whisper. Qin Yuanbai glanced at them and scolded, Don't talk about the Emperor of Heaven without permission. Otherwise, you will be punished. After that, he also left directly. After Mu Yang left, the spiritual energy in the Qianyuan sacred ground weakened a lot. But now, with the power of the stars shining, some of the spiritual energy reduction was bearable. On the other side, Mu Yang followed Qin Shujian, broke through the astral wind of heaven and earth, and entered the heavenly court. In the outer hall of the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian said, You will take root here in the future and take on the responsibility of guarding the heavenly palace. Emperor of Heaven, don't worry. I know what to do. Mu Yang nodded. Immediately, he restored his body. Countless roots penetrated the ground of the heavenly palace, and the originally hard ground was easily broken by the roots. The roots went deep into the bottom of the heavenly palace, and then broke open below, quickly wrapping the entire bottom of the heavenly palace. At the same time, a giant tree grew, and the branches and leaves were like a canopy, suspended above the heavenly palace. Such a change also attracted the attention of the other gods. But after seeing the changes in the heavenly palace, the gods suppressed the doubts in their hearts. There were changes in the heavenly palace. There was no doubt that it was the work of the Emperor of Heaven. There were some things. It was not their place to ask, so there was no need to be so nosy. Mu Yang? Only Xianxia had some doubts in his eyes. He knew about the osmanthus tree in the Qianyuan realm. It had always been in front of the human emperor's palace. But what surprised Xianxia was, why did Qin Shujian suddenly move Mu Yang from the Qianyuan realm to the heavenly palace, however? These things had little to do with him. Xianxia was only puzzled for a moment, and then extinguished the curiosity in his heart. Now, he was still focusing on improving his strength. A level 4 immortal is still too weak. In the last battle, if I was a level 5 immortal, your ways would definitely not have survived. Xianxia thought of the battle in the void outside the realm, and his eyes turned cold. When he was at his peak, a demon emperor was no different from an ant in his eyes. Now that he had reincarnated and cultivated again, even with the 5 tribulations Zhu Bing and the skybreaking halberd in hand, he couldn't kill a demon emperor, and the other party easily retreated. To be honest, in Xiaoqingfeng's eyes, this was already a disgrace. Even if he was only a level 4 immortal now, it was the same. He had the memories of immortal Lord Haozong. The system he walked was also stronger than the traditional system, and his foundation was more powerful. Not only that, he also had the top Zhu Bing in hand. With all these advantages, Xiaoqingfeng didn't see himself as an ordinary level 4 immortal at all. But this battle is not without any gains. After a while, I should be able to break through to level 5 immortal. If it was before, Xiaoqingfeng didn't dare to believe that he could break through from level 4 immortal to level 5 immortal in a few years. Middle 3 immortal. In the ancient heavenly court, they were all ranked among the top experts. At this level, every small breakthrough would take thousands of years. Even if one was a genius, it would take more than 100 years to break through from level 4 immortal to level 5 immortal. But now, Xiaoqingfeng only needed a few more years to break through. The current environment. It had already far surpassed the peak of the ancient times. The skybreaking halberd said, "The demon abyss is coming soon. The next battle is definitely not too far away. Although I don't know the outcome of this battle between the Emperor of Heaven and the Demon Emperor. But since the Demon Emperor retreated, he should be no match for the Emperor of Heaven. But although there is a difference in strength between the two sides, it shouldn't be too big. If he fought the Demon Abyss to the death, he might not have 100% chance of winning." The battle in front. Qin Shujian and the Demon Emperor fought above the void. Although the other true immortals sensed it, they couldn't see the battle clearly. They could only guess the outcome of the battle. The Emperor of Heaven's strength is extraordinary. I can't guess his depth now. Xiaoqingfeng shook his head. It was hard for him to imagine. 10 years ago, he could still suppress the other party. Now. But he was left far behind by the other party. Even if it was the reincarnation of an expert, it was impossible for his strength to increase so quickly. Xiaoqingfeng was puzzled, but he couldn't find out too much. At this moment, Mu Yang had completely taken root in the heavenly palace. A giant tree rose in the outer hall of the heavenly palace. It was like a canopy with lush branches and leaves. It directly reached the bottom of Zhou Tian's star map. A large amount of star power involuntarily surged towards the giant tree. At the same time, there was also a vast amount of spirit qi being fed back from the giant tree, making the spirit qi of the entire heavenly court more abundant. Breaking through to level 10 immortal. The spirit qi that Mu Yang could provide was comparable to a large spirit vein. P.S. Requesting monthly votes. I need to leave for a while. If the gods come during this period, help me reject them. Qin Shujian said. Mu Yang's branches and leaves swayed, and a voice came from the trunk. Yes, master. If there are any unpredictable changes, you can ask Sanhua to take care of it, Qin Shujian instructed again. Speak. In the sky above Zhou Tian's star diagram, a long sword buzzed slightly, and a cold voice came down. Yes, Emperor of Heaven. By the way, if the gods come because of the Heavenly Soldier Assessment, you can give this to Emperor Zhao and say that it is used for the Heavenly Soldier Assessment. He will naturally know the specific operation method. As he spoke, Qin Shujian handed a ball to Mu Yang. When the ball came into contact with the branch, it was like water, slowly melting away. After a simple explanation, Qin Shujian directly left the heavenly court, escaped into the passage of heaven and earth, and headed toward the void outside the realm. Now, the ancient stars were damaged. The power of the stars that the heavenly court could absorb had weakened a little. In this way, the birth of powerhouses would be slower than before. There was not much time now. Every minute slower meant that the chances of winning in the future would be reduced by a little. So, the most important thing now was to find a way to increase the power of the stars in the great wide world. Only by increasing it. Only then could the heavenly court produce enough powerhouses in a short period of time. No matter how many lower and middle true immortals there are, it is useless. There must be 3 upper true immortals. As for the Zhou Tian constellation, it is too weak now. The Zhou Tian constellation array can't be set up with the stars in the heavens as the foundation. Otherwise, there will be a huge weakness. Therefore, the refining of the real Zhou Tian constellation array needs to be put on the agenda. Qin Shujian walked in the passage of heaven and earth. Not long after, he had already appeared in the void outside the realm. Whether it was the entrance or the exit, there were true immortals of the heavenly court guarding them. Seeing Qin Shujian come out, the true immortals guarding the place also bowed respectfully. Emperor of Heaven! Don't spread the news of my departure. This subject obeys. The true immortal had a solemn expression as he accepted the order. In the outer realm, with the great wide world as the center, the 10 cities set up a rough defense line. Most of the cultivators from the various clans had already gathered in the various cities. At the same time, there were also many people who were exploring the outer realm. In Qin Shujian's perception alone, soon, he discovered the presence of quite a few cultivators. However, he didn't care too much about it. He left the 10 cities and headed into the depths of the void. To tell the truth, Qin Shujian was also very curious about this era's extraterritorial void. Every era's extraterritorial void looked similar on the surface, but in reality, there were many differences. Although the Heavenly Court had already opened the extraterritorial battlefield, but seriously speaking, Qin Shujian really didn't have a chance to take a stroll in the void. Not counting this time, he had only walked out of the heaven and earth barrier twice. The first time was when the Qianyuan realm was unsealed. Due to the existence of the god-vanquishing gale, he hurriedly returned. The second time was when the Heavenly Court opened up the Outer Realm battlefield and officially started a war with the evil demon clan in the void. After that battle, he was also severely injured and didn't have the chance to wander in the Outer Realm. This was the third time. Qin Shujian had a premonition that he would gain something different. There are 2 most important things now. The first is to find the location of the evil demon clan in the void. The second is to find a suitable star and move it into the great wide world. No, it should be 3 things, plus refining Zhou Tian's star map. Qin Shujian was deep in thought as he walked in the void outside the realm. The outer realm was vast and boundless. In addition, with the existence of the god-vanquishing gale, it was easy to be injured by the god-vanquishing gale if he wanted to endlessly expand his spiritual force to search. Therefore, it was not easy to find the location of the evil demon clan in the void. However, now that the myriad races and the players had entered the outer realm battlefield, the players wanted to take the risk and explore. No matter how deep the evil demon clan in the void hid, it was impossible to hide from the eyes and ears of the players. Therefore, the evil demon clan in the void was not a big problem. The remaining matters, it was to find a suitable star and refine Zhou Tian's star map. There are a large number of stars in the outer realm. It shouldn't be difficult to find a suitable star. It's just that refining Zhou Tian's star map is troublesome. Qin Shujian frowned slightly when he thought of this. The Zhou Tian star map was related to the Zhou Tian Great Stars Array. It was not something that an ordinary divine weapon could compare to. In the first era, the array diagram of the Zhou Tian Great Stars Array was comparable to a connate cardinal treasure. In the third era, although there were no connate cardinal treasures as array diagrams, there were ancient powerhouses from the second era who helped to refine powerful array diagrams. It's a pity that the Weapon Emperor has fallen. Otherwise, with the help of the Weapon Emperor, Zhou Tian's star map would not be a problem. Qin Shujian sighed when he thought of the fallen powerhouse. In the first 3 epochs, the world was filled with people. There were only 2 powerhouses who had reached the pinnacle of the art of forging. One was the Weapon Emperor. The other was the Taiqing Holy Man. It was a pity that both of them had fallen. In addition to the decline of the art of forging in this era, there were no more powerhouses who had reached the pinnacle. Even though Qin Shujian was quite accomplished in the art of forging, he was still a far cry from the 2 powerhouses. Without the Weapon Emperor, it won't be easy for me to refine Zhou Tian's star map. However, it's too early to think about this now. I'll think about it after I gather all the materials to refine Zhou Tian's star map. Qin Shujian thought to himself. A lot of materials were needed to refine Zhou Tian's star map. However, the corpses of the star beasts and the investiture of the gods were enough to offset most of the materials. The remaining materials were just a small portion of the materials. Qin Shujian reckoned that it would not be too difficult to find them in the void. He thought to himself. He didn't know how far he had traveled in the void outside the realm. In any case, the outer realm was the same no matter where one was. It was definitely not an easy task to distinguish one from another. All of a sudden, a black shadow crept in the void. Evil void demon. Qin Shujian raised his eyebrows and looked coldly at the black shadow in front of him. The void was huge. It was normal for there to be evil void demons. However, the evil void demon did not seem to be very powerful. It did not notice his presence at all. Qin Shujian took a step forward and the void collapsed. The evil void demon that was creeping there did not even have time to react before it was crushed by the terrifying pressure. Boom, the void shattered. The black shadow dissipated. A crystal fell out from it. Qin Shujian waved his hand and his true essence swept out and caught the crystal in his hand. A demon lord level crystal. Qin Shujian only took a simple glance and kept the crystal in his storage ring. Although he had the investiture of the gods, he also had a storage ring. The important things were placed in the investiture of the gods. As for the other things, they were placed in the storage ring. A demon lord level crystal could play a big role for a powerful being. However, it was not significant for a true immortal. Because although the crystal had the effect of tempering the spirit god. However, a true immortal spirit god was already powerful to a terrifying extent. A demon lord level crystal simply could not be tempered and strengthened on the basis of a true immortal's powerful spirit god. Only a demon lord level crystal could be useful to a true immortal spirit god. Then, he casually killed a void fiend. Qin Shujian walked in the void without stopping. Soon. That was when he encountered the second void fiend. Just like the previous one, it was directly killed by Qin Shujian. After harvesting a crystal, Qin Shujian continued to walk forward. Boom. A demon lord level void demon fell. Putting away a crystal, Qin Shujian's face was also filled with emotion. The extraterritorial void is really a land of treasures. In 5 days, he could not even remember how many void demons he had killed. The strong ones were at the demon lord level. The weak ones were at the divine martial realm. However, no matter how strong or weak these void demons were, after encountering Qin Shujian, they were all dead. In these few days, Qin Shujian's storage ring had already stored a lot of crystals. These crystals, even if it was given to an ordinary true immortal, it could increase their strength by a lot. This was also the reason why Qin Shujian thought that the outer realm was a treasure land. However, there was also a prerequisite, and that was under the condition that one was strong enough. If one was not strong enough, the outer realm would not be a treasure land, but a land of death. I heard that apart from the void demons, there are also void beasts in the outer realm. However, after walking for so many days, I haven't seen any void beasts. Could it be that those void beasts have all been killed? There was some doubt in Qin Shujian's eyes. A few days later, he had encountered quite a few void demons, but he had yet to encounter a single void beast. The Godslayer, who had been placed in his sea of consciousness, spoke at this time. I've heard from the Emperor of Heaven that void beasts are extremely rare. Moreover, the outer realm is vast and boundless, so it's normal that you haven't encountered any in a short time. Qin Shujian knew what was going on. Not long after, a stone sphere that was thousands of feet in size, emitting a weak power, and covered in uneven marks appeared in front of him. Star. Qin Shujian's eyes lit up slightly, but the divine light soon disappeared. The huge stone sphere in front of him was indeed a star. However, on the surface, it was just a relatively weak star among all the stars. Even if such a star was moved into the greater thousand world, it would not be of much use because the energy it contained was not high. According to Qin Shujian's estimation, even if all the energy of the star in front of him was absorbed, it would probably only be able to cultivate an almighty. The problem was, there were simply too many almighty cultivators in the myriad races now. No matter how small a mosquito's leg is, it's still meat. I can't waste it. Based on the principle of not wasting it, Qin Shujian came in front of the star, then clenched his fist and blasted it out. Boom, a terrifying power erupted, forcibly shattering the entire star. Countless stones flew out and scattered in the void. At the moment when the star shattered, Yizichen was shocked. A lot of liquid that looked like a galaxy flowed out, and at the same time, a star that seemed to have shrunk countless times appeared there. Star sulfur serum. When Qin Shujian saw the galaxy-like liquid, he recognized the other party's identity. Immediately, he took out the investiture of the gods and then put the star sulfur serum into it. Then, his gaze fell on the star that had shrunk countless times, and a smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect such a small star to have a star core. Not bad, not bad. Star core, that was the source of star power. However, only the most powerful stars could produce a star core. Some of the weaker stars did not have a star core. And stars without star cores were destined to not be able to exist for a long time. When their energy was exhausted, they would completely fall. On the contrary, only stars with star cores could endlessly absorb the power of the void to nurture themselves, so that their strength would continue to grow. It could be said that the star core was the basis for determining whether a star could exist forever. Similarly, the most important material to refine the Zhou Tian star map was also the star core. To refine the Zhou Tian star map, at least 365 star cores are needed, and this is only the basic number. The more star cores are gathered, the more powerful the Zhou Tian star map will be. Qin Shujian put away the star core and continued to wander in the void. 365 star cores, at present, he only had one, and he still needed 364 more. To gather all the star cores, one could imagine how difficult it would be. Moreover, to refine the powerful Zhou Tian star map, the basic number of 365 star cores was definitely not enough. If those ancient stars could be broken, there would definitely be powerful star cores. What a pity, thinking of those ancient stars near the great wide world, Qin Shujian was also very envious. However, those stars all had star beasts that were sleeping. If too many stars were broken, it might cause the awakening of other star beasts. By then, it would be a terrible disaster. Therefore, unless it was a last resort, those stars could not be moved. More importantly, when the first dozen stars were broken, no star cores appeared. Qin Shujian suspected that those star cores had been swallowed by the star beasts, and then the whole star was replaced by them. If this is the case, those star beasts' bodies should also be able to refine star cores. Qin Shujian suddenly woke up. He did not pay much attention to this matter at first. Now that he had obtained the star cores, he remembered this matter indirectly. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian immediately took out the star beast's body stored in the investiture of the gods. He saw a terrifying star beast's body lying directly in the void. Even though it had already fallen, its body was still emitting a terrifying aura. That aura. It stirred the void into powder. Xianxia stood in front of the star beast's body, and there was no difference between its size and that of an ant. However, that monstrous aura did not have much effect on him. The star beast in front of him. In its heyday, it was only an upper 3 true immortal. Xianxia was not afraid of it when it was alive, let alone a corpse. The star beast's body appeared. He immediately spread out his divine thought and covered the entire star beast's body. The vast divine thought turned into countless threads and instantly entered the star beast's body through the gap in the corpse. Time passed by little by little. In the end, Xianxia found a powerful fluctuation coming from where the star beast's heart was. That fluctuation was the same as the star beast's own pressure. There was no way to sense it from the outside at all. Only when he went deep into the star beast's body could he find the difference. It's really here. Xianxia suddenly smiled. He took a step forward and instantly came to the star beast's chest. Immediately, the Godslayer appeared in his hand and he directly slashed down. The star beast's strong body was easily torn apart by Zhu Bing as if it was made of paper. Faint starlight blood flowed from the wound. Soon, a star core the size of a human head was picked out by Xianxia from the wound. The star core was very big, but also very small. It was big compared to ordinary creatures and small compared to the huge body of the star beast. There was a star core the size of a human head in the body of 1,000,000 feet long. It was not easy to find it. Looking at the star core the size of a human head in front of him, Xianxia could clearly feel the surging power contained in it. Then, he took out the fist-sized star river that he had obtained from the investiture of the gods. He could see the difference between the two simply by comparing them. As expected of an ancient star, the power in the star core is very powerful. It is more than 100 times more powerful than the original star core. Xianxia sighed and then put away the star core. Then, the investiture of the gods flew across the sky and forcibly put away the star beast's body. Just as the investiture of the gods put away the star beast's body, a fierce and powerful aura came from afar. When Xianxia turned his head to look, the void within thousands of miles shattered like a mirror and a terrifying roar immediately sounded. Roar. P.S. Requesting monthly votes. There was an angry roar. A huge beast broke through the void, and its fierce power spread in all directions. Void beast. Xianxujian's expression was slightly solemn. He had been wandering in the outer space for a few days and hadn't encountered any void beasts. Now that he suddenly encountered one, he didn't let his guard down too much. He cast a Dharma eye on the beast that was rushing over. Instantly, the attributes of the void beast appeared in his line of sight. 7-level immortal. Xianxujian was stunned. He didn't expect that the first void beast he encountered would be such a difficult character. 7-level immortal, it had reached the upper 3 levels of true immortal. Once it broke through to this level, it could be considered as one of the top levels of this era. Even though his strength was comparable to a 9th-level immortal, it wouldn't be too easy to take down a 7th-level immortal void beast. However, although it wouldn't be easy, Xianxujian didn't have any reason to be afraid. In his opinion, the void beast in front of him should have been attracted by the star beast's corpse. After all, the flesh and blood of an upper 3 levels of true immortal star beast was an irresistible temptation for any existence. Void beasts lived by devouring flesh and blood. As a result, the star beast's corpse was even more tempting. The flesh and blood of a 7th-level immortal beast is also a great supplement. If I can devour it, my strength will also increase a lot. Xianxujian's eyes burst with cold light. Although after evolving the heaven and earth, the improvement of the foundation of his inner heaven and earth would automatically increase his strength. But at the same time, he also had the red lotus of purgation. If he could refine those powerful existences, he would naturally be able to strengthen his foundation. It was just that when one's strength reached Xianxujian's level, refining the body of an ordinary powerhouse wouldn't be of much use to him. Those true immortal corpses that he had previously obtained were all used to nourish his inner heaven and earth. Now that his inner heaven and earth had been perfected, with the existence of the dragon vein and other spirit veins, it could naturally swallow and spit out spirit energy. Naturally, he didn't need the body of an expert to nourish it. And the body of the star beast? It was the material to refine Zhou Tian's star map. Therefore, the ferocious beast before his eyes gave Qin Shujian an idea. Boom! Qin Shujian took a step forward and executed the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. After awakening his innate wisdom, the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth that he had obtained from the Heavenly Corpse sect had long since broken through its previous limits and reached a level that ordinary people could not comprehend. It was a 1,000,000 feet tall giant that seemed to be as big as an ancient star. Shortly after, with a single punch, the void within 100 million miles was obliterated. The void beast, which looked similar to a tiger but was many times larger than a tiger, let out a furious roar and struck out with its huge claws. Boom! The fist and the claw collided, and the destructive power swept out, instantly shattering the void between them. Roar! The terrifying force forced the void ferocious beast back. Qin Shujian remained motionless. The Godslayer suddenly slashed out, and the energy saber cut across the void. The void beast spat out blood-colored energy from its mouth and nose, and it struck the energy saber. Then, it struck out with its huge claws and forcibly shattered the energy saber. However, the sharp force left several bloody marks on the huge claws. What a strong body! Qin Shujian's eyes flashed, and he did not stop attacking with his stone saber. After Zhu Bing had broken through to the fifth tribulation, the power of the god-slaying saber was already very strong. Ordinary true immortals in the upper 3 levels were not qualified to face Zhu Bing head-on. However, the void beast in front of him had only suffered some insignificant injuries when facing the Godslayer head-on. Such a level of physical body. It was already more terrifying than ordinary 9th-level immortals. This was the void beast's greatest advantage, and it was also its only physical body. This was because, like the void beasts in the Sea of Death, they could only temper their physical bodies and could not comprehend the laws. In the eyes of others, such an approach would ultimately have limited achievements. However, in Qin Shujian's eyes, although this approach was extreme, once it grew to the peak, its strength would also be earth-shattering. Boom! In the void, a void beast that was 1,000,000 feet tall and a giant that seemed comparable to a star were fighting in close quarters. Vast waves of energy spread out. All the void demons and void beasts that sensed this wave of energy fled in all directions. A battle between 3 levels of true immortals. It was not something the other void demons and void beasts could resist. Just the aftershocks alone were enough to completely annihilate them. The battle continued. The void beast retreated step by step. Although it was a 7th-level immortal, it was 2 levels weaker than Qin Shujian in terms of strength. Coupled with Zhu Bing's restraint, it had almost no chance of winning. Swoosh, the saber swept past and directly cut off the void beast's head. Instantly, the murderous aura on the Godslayer's saber increased by a bit, and a few more red bloodlines appeared on the originally stony color. Then, Qin Shujian directly used the red lotus of purgation. A red lotus bloomed, enveloping and devouring the void beast's corpse. After his strength had broken through, the red lotus of purgation's effect had also improved a lot. Even someone as strong as a 7th-level immortal, without any resistance, only took half a day to completely refine it. A bright red lotus was seen lying quietly in the void. Where the red lotus was, the surrounding void was quietly incinerated into nothingness. Qin Shujian held the red lotus with one hand, and immediately, pure energy flowed into his body. Not long after, the aura on his body became stronger. He withdrew the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. Qin Shujian frowned. Refining a 7th-level immortal void beast with the red lotus of purgation didn't increase my strength by much. Could it be that my physical body has really reached a limit? Originally, he thought that after refining the void beast, his strength would at least increase by a level. However, after refining the void beast, Yi Zichen was finally able to do so. Qin Shujian realized that the increase was a bit too strong and unsatisfactory. If he had to give a numerical value, then the probability was probably about 1 in 10,000. Yes. 1 in 10,000, with such an increase, it would be better to just throw the void beast's corpse into his inner world. He hadn't used the red lotus of purgation for a long time. Qin Shujian didn't know that refining the body of a powerhouse now had such a small increase in his strength. The physical body has already reached the current limit of the world. Every realm has a limit, and it's impossible to increase it endlessly unless the existing shackles are broken. But if the limit of a true immortal is broken, then I can break through to the Dao fruit level. But in this way, I'm afraid the energy consumed will far exceed my estimate. If a 7th level immortal was only 1 in 10,000 step forward. Then to break the shackles, at least 10,000 7th level immortals would be needed. But the problem was, could there be 10,000 7th level immortals in this era? Just by thinking about it, he knew that it was impossible. The 4 demon emperors of the void demons were enough to dominate the outer realm. How many upper 3rd level true immortals were there in the ancient heavenly court? There were probably no more than 10. Then he looked at the demon abyss. Even if the demon abyss was stronger than both, how many upper 3rd level true immortals could there be, at most? Maybe 10 or 20 of them. In other words, there were at most 50 upper 3rd level true immortals in the entire universe. There might not even be one. According to this trend, if he wanted to use the red lotus of purgation to break through the limits of his physical body and truly achieve the sage body and directly become a Dao fruit powerhouse, the possibility was infinitely close to zero. Or rather, it was simply zero. But if I refine too many living beings, the power of the red lotus of purgation can also increase. This method can't be ignored. Qin Shujian's expression was solemn. Although he didn't use the red lotus of purgation much now, seriously speaking, this method was actually one of his true trump cards. In the universe, only the power of faith could penetrate the illusion and reality. That was why Zhu Bing was able to kill players. In addition, the red lotus of purgation was actually a method created by Qin Shujian in the 3rd era, when he comprehended the weak power of reality from death to life. The red lotus of purgation, the 2 words break through the illusion meant to break through the illusion. It was just that the current red lotus of purgation's level wasn't high enough. If he wanted to refine a powerful existence, he had to cripple the other party or completely kill the other party before he could successfully refine it. Otherwise, under the counterattack of a powerhouse, the red lotus of purgation wouldn't be of any use. There were 2 ways to improve the red lotus of purgation. The first was to improve his own strength. The red lotus of purgation would naturally become stronger. However, this kind of improvement was very slow, and compared to his own realm, there was a huge gap. Take Qin Shujian's current realm as a comparison. The red lotus of purgation could only easily kill living beings below the true immortal realm. If he encountered a true immortal at his peak, even a 1st level true immortal would have the power to destroy the red lotus of purgation. The second method. It was to refine living beings and experts to indirectly improve the power of the red lotus of purgation. Having just refined a 7th level true immortal, the red lotus of purgation had officially stepped into the threshold of the true immortal realm. At this time, if he threw a red lotus over, it would be enough to incinerate a 1st level true immortal. However, to deal with a 2nd level true immortal, Qin Shujian estimated that it was still a little lacking. It seems that refining the flesh of fierce beasts to greatly improve my strength is not very realistic. However, taking this opportunity to improve the red lotus of purgation is a good choice. Since improving his strength was not possible, then he would improve the red lotus of purgation. In any case, the methods that he had comprehended when he was facing life and death in the past were extraordinary in themselves. Qin Shujian had a premonition. This method would definitely be very useful in the future. Soon, he left where he was and headed to other places. After he left, the void was still chaotic and shattered, and the remaining power lasted for a long time. It was not until the god-slaying gale blew that the remaining power was weakened. After a few more god-slaying gale sweeps, the remaining power completely disappeared. Finally, the void returned to calmness, and there was no trace left. With the experience from before, Qin Shujian took out part of the star beast blood and scattered it in the void. As expected, soon, other ferocious void beasts were attracted by the star beast's blood. The star beast blood of an upper-level true immortal was an irresistible temptation for all void fierce beasts. The void fierce beasts arrived. The strong ones had the strength of an upper-level true immortal, and the weak ones only had the strength of a heavenly being. There was no second time that a void fierce beast of a 7th level immortal appeared like at the beginning. Although Qin Shujian felt regretful in his heart, he was relieved. How could void fierce beasts of a 7th level immortal be everywhere? Last time, he could only say that he was lucky. The void fierce beasts that he had encountered in the past appeared in large numbers at this time. Qin Shujian put one hand behind his back, and a red flame rose in his other hand. The next moment, the red lotus of purgation flew out of his hand and fell directly on the void fierce beasts. Roar! That terrifying power swallowed all the void fierce beasts below the true immortal level. Roars of despair came from within. No matter how they struggled, there was no way to extinguish the flame. Not only that, even a few void fierce beasts that had barely stepped into the true immortal level were swallowed by the red lotus at this moment. After throwing the red lotus of purgation out, Qin Shujian raised his sword and stepped into the air, killing the remaining void fierce beasts that were relatively stronger. Boom, the battle was discovered very quickly, and it ended very quickly. In less than half a day, all the void fierce beasts were killed. The red lotus of purgation carried energy into his body. His physical body shook slightly, and he had completely absorbed this energy. Immediately after, Qin Shujian's gaze fell on the star in front of him. After the first star shattered, this was the second star he had encountered. However, compared to the previous star, the star in front of him was nearly 100,000 feet in size. It was considered one of the more powerful ones among all the stars. There was surging energy nurturing within it. Just standing in front of the star, Qin Shujian could clearly feel it. Soon, he took out the investiture of the gods. The investiture of the gods expanded into 1,000,000 feet in size in the wind, directly covering the entire star. Suddenly, a powerful force rose from the star, as if resisting the investiture of the gods. Qin Shujian blasted out a punch. The raging power forcibly suppressed the entire star. The originally bright light on the star suddenly became much more restrained at this moment. Then, without any resistance, it was absorbed by the investiture of the gods. The first star. Qin Shujian silently muttered, and then began to look for the next star. After that, he had been wandering in the outer realm all this time. Just like before. At the same time, he used the blood of the star beasts to attract the void beasts. And then took the opportunity to kill as many void beasts as possible. One was to increase the power of the red lotus of purgation, and the other was to let the Godslayer absorb some power and take the opportunity to find an opportunity to pass the 6th calamity. Mo Xiao Luo Clan. Lord Demon King, the creatures of the Great Thousand World are now all over the void. Our clan has fought with them many times, and we have suffered a lot of losses. In the hall, a demon king stood below and said with his head lowered. Above, sitting upright were Yervis and Longfellow. Kill all the creatures of the Great Thousand World we encounter. We must not let them find the place where our clan is. Yervis's face was cold. Now, after entering the Devil's Pool, his injuries had completely recovered. Not only that, his cultivation was still at the level of the top demon emperor, but he had taken half a step forward. Although he had not broken through to the demon emperor level, he was half a step away. He only needed a little time to break through to the demon emperor level. Regarding this, Yervis also had regrets in his heart. Although the Devil's Pool was powerful, it could only work on powerhouses below the demon emperor level. For existences like the demon emperor, the effect it could have was almost equivalent to nothingness. It was also because of this that he was stuck at the half-step demon emperor level. Otherwise, Yervis was confident that he could directly become a demon emperor. After the demon king bowed and left, Longfellow said, I don't know why the strength of the Great Thousand World suddenly increased so quickly. The retreat of the demons may also be because they were defeated. Our clan will face the Great Thousand World next, and the situation will not be good. The scene from more than 1,000,000 years ago may reappear. More than 1,000,000 years ago, the heavenly court of the Great Thousand World attacked the outer realm on a large scale. All the evil demon clans in the void joined forces but were no match for the heavenly court. In the end, they were defeated and fled. They had to rely on the vastness of the outer realm to not be completely wiped out. It was also at that time When the demon abyss descended, the power of the heavenly court was restrained, and the evil demon clans in the void could completely breathe. What he discovered now made Longfellow feel as if he had seen the heavenly court more than 1,000,000 years ago. The strength of the evil demon clans in the void. It was only after both the heavenly court and the demon abyss suffered losses that the true beginning. Whether compared to the ancient heavenly court or the demon abyss, the strength of the evil demon clans in the void was weak. Not to mention, now that the Boyle clan had been destroyed, there were only 3 of the 4 evil demon clans left. Their strength had dropped a lot from the original foundation. Yervis's eyes flickered. Impossible. The current Great Thousand World is much worse than the Qing Song period more than 1,000,000 years ago. Even if it is not weak, it is absolutely impossible to recreate the power of 1,000,000 years ago. Moreover, you and I should not think about this level of things. If the sky falls, there will naturally be a demon emperor to hold it up. Although we are demon emperors, we are just slightly stronger pawns. If one does not become a demon emperor, one will be an ant in the end. Even if one becomes a demon emperor, one may not be able to live forever. The fall of Boyle has already proved many things. Everything is just a matter of strength. At the end, Yervis shook his head. Any problem was just that one did not have enough strength. As long as one had enough strength, all problems would not be a problem. He was only half a step away from becoming a demon emperor. To this, Yervis did not have the mind to meddle in other people's business. As long as he broke through to become a demon emperor, even if he had to establish another clan or continue to stay in the Emo Shalua clan, he would have enough confidence. At that time, even if Emo Shalua was dissatisfied, he could not do anything to him. This was the confidence brought by strength. Thinking of this, Yervis looked at Longfellow and said, "You entered the devil's pool and broke through to the level of a top demon emperor. How long do you think it will take to break through to become a demon emperor?" 1,000 years later, I should be able to break through when I enter the devil's pool again. Longfellow shook his head. 1,000 years, for the evil demon of the void, was just a snap of the fingers. Any devil emperor powerhouse could live for millions of years. Troy has fallen, and our clan's strength has weakened a little. However, the demon king who entered the devil's pool should be about to break through. I think it won't be long before our clan has another demon emperor. In the current situation, one more demon emperor or one less demon emperor can change nothing. Longfellow shook his head and laughed. After saying that, he took a deep look at Yervis. Since the other party came out of the devil's pool, he found that he could not see through him at all. In this state, Longfellow wasn't sure if Yervis had already broken through to the demon emperor realm, or if he was only a step away from it. After all, this place was already a top demon emperor expert. At this moment, he entered the devil's pool and came out again. He would not believe that there was no gain at all. However, the other party deliberately hid his strength, so Longfellow could not say anything. There were many things that could be understood tacitly. The matter of the heavenly army has been prepared. I wonder when the Emperor of Heaven will return? Outside the heavenly palace, Emperor Zhao stood in front of the door and did not step in. If it was not during the court meeting, no one was qualified to enter the heavenly palace without permission. Even the 5 emperors were the same. "Oh, it's Emperor Zhongyuan." Mu Yang created an avatar and bowed to Emperor Zhao. Emperor Zhongyuan's status was only below the Emperor of Heaven, so he did not dare to be rude. Immediately, Mu Yang straightened up and handed over a round ball. "This is what the Emperor of Heaven left behind." He said that if it is because of the heavenly army test, it should be given to Emperor Zhongyuan. "Thank you." Emperor Zhao nodded slightly and took the round ball. Immediately, his divine thought landed on the round ball and quickly received the information inside. The 4 great continents. Fallen immortal region. Since this place became the heaven and earth passage, it became the center of the 4 great continents. For this, the heavenly court also built a city here to station troops to prevent problems in the extraterritorial battlefield. In the extraterritorial battlefield, if the cultivators of the 10,000 tribes were seriously injured, they would also return here to replenish their supplies. It could be said that the main purpose of the fallen immortal region's city was to serve the extraterritorial battlefield. It was also the Heavenly Court's last line of defense against the extraterritorial battlefield. If even this place was breached, it proved that the Heavenly Court had entered a state of total defeat. At this moment, in the city of the fallen immortal region, a large number of cultivators gathered here. Almost 90% of the experts above the 4th level of the heaven-human realm in the 10,000 tribes had rushed over from all over the 4 great continents. The reason was very simple. It was because of the selection of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Although the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were not deity positions, if they could become one of them, they would be qualified to enter the heavenly court. Everything else aside, just by entering the heavenly court, they could be labeled as part of the heavenly court. As a result, all aspects of doing things could not be compared to the current situation. More importantly, if there was a new deity position in the future, the heavenly court would directly choose from the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. The probability was much higher than choosing from the cultivators of the 10,000 tribes. Outside the city, there were empty venues specially opened by the heavenly court. Each venue could accommodate thousands of people. The celestial court had opened up over 1,000 such empty spaces, and almost every one of them was filled with people. But if one took a closer look, one could find that all the venues were actually divided into 2 different categories. Heavenly General. In the first venue, Qin Yuanbai stood with his hands behind his back. His expression was calm, and no clues could be seen. His name was also on the 720 war generals list. So, the purpose of Qin Yuanbai's visit this time was to become a heavenly general. Although his identity as the sacred lord of the Qianyuan sacred ground was not much weaker than that of a heavenly general. But in fact, there was still a certain difference between a sacred lord and a heavenly general. The most important thing was, a heavenly general commanded the heavenly soldiers and was a member of the heavenly court. No matter how extraordinary the Qianyuan sacred ground's origin was, it was only a force within a race. There was no way it could be compared with the heavenly court that ruled the 10,000 tribes. The prime minister was a 7th grade official. That was probably the reason. Brother Qin is here too. A hearty voice sounded. Qin Yuanbai turned his head and saw the person coming. He couldn't help but smile. So it's City Lord Hua. He also knew Huazhan. Among the 4 city lords of the human territory, Huazhan was the closest to the Qianyuan sacred ground. Huazhan smiled and said, I didn't expect to see Brother Qin here today. I thought that as the sacred lord of the Qianyuan sacred ground, Brother Qin wouldn't need the position of a heavenly general. Who doesn't need the title of heavenly general to enter the heavenly court? That's true. Huazhan nodded in agreement. I don't know how many heavenly generals the heavenly court needs this time, but with Brother Qin's participation, we are destined to have one less place. Qin Yuanbai's strength. Not only was he famous among the human race, but he was also famous among the 10,000 tribes. Although he had not broken through to the true immortal realm, being able to become the sacred lord of the Qianyuan sacred ground itself represented his strength. Or else, how could he be qualified to rule the entire Qianyuan sacred ground? Moreover, Qin Yuanbai was already famous when he was on the 10,000 tribes battlefield. Later, when the war generals list was released, he also defeated the challenges of many strong people and stabilized his position. No matter how one looked at it, none of the people who could maintain their ranking as a champion for 10 years were simple characters. Qin Yuanbai smiled faintly. Brother Hua, you're exaggerating. I'm just here to join in the fun. Whether I can pass the heavenly court's assessment or not is still unknown. Brother Qin, do you know what the heavenly court's assessment is? At the mention of the heavenly court's assessment, Huazhan's expression changed slightly. No one else knew about this matter, but the Qianyuan sacred ground was founded by Qin Shujian, so the sacred lord in front of him might know something about it. Qin Yuanbai could tell what Huazhan was thinking. Qin Yuanbai shook his head and said, I don't know about this either. Now that the assessment is approaching, there's no need to guess too much. That's true. Huazhan nodded and then chatted with Qin Yuanbai about other topics. Time passed little by little. Suddenly, a tyrannical aura emerged, and a person fell from the sky. When everyone saw this, they immediately bowed. Greetings, Emperor Zhongyuan. No need for formalities. Emperor Zhao looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice, anyone who passes the Heavenly Soldier and Heavenly General assessment can become a Heavenly Soldier and Heavenly General. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a ball and immediately crushed it with his bare hands. The ball shattered, and an octagonal Xian pagoda that was hundreds of feet tall fell to the ground. This pagoda has a total of 9 floors. The Heavenly Soldier assessment only needs to pass 5 floors, and the Heavenly General assessment needs to pass 9 floors. After obtaining a token on each floor, you can directly come out of the pagoda. If you want to give up halfway, you can only leave by obtaining a token on the first floor of the pagoda. If you can't even pass the first floor, you may completely die there. Emperor Zhao's tone became solemn as he finished speaking. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. They didn't expect that there would be a risk of death in just a mere assessment. Suddenly, someone cupped his hands and asked, Emperor, this is just an assessment. Is there really a risk of death? The Heavenly Soldiers and Heavenly Generals are not ordinary. Courage and strength are indispensable. Only those who have the courage to enter the pagoda and the strength to leave the pagoda are qualified to become a member of the Heavenly Soldiers and Heavenly Generals. If you only have courage but don't have enough strength, you will only harm your own life when the battle starts. You may even harm the lives of others. Similarly, if you only have strength but don't have enough courage, you won't be qualified to become a Heavenly Soldier and Heavenly General. Emperor Zhao glanced at him and said calmly, anyone who participates in the assessment is voluntary. The Heavenly Court will not force you. If you are afraid now, it's not too late to retreat. After all, even if you retreat now, you will have a chance to reach the peak in the future. If you are reckless, you will lose your life in vain. It's not a good thing. Seeing this, everyone had different expressions on their faces. They might die in the assessment, but if they didn't take the assessment, they would completely lose the opportunity. If there was no danger of death, they would definitely not hesitate. But there was a risk of death. It was enough to make people wary. Soon, someone cupped his hands at Emperor Zhao and then consciously retreated. When the first person left, the second person followed. Soon, many cultivators left. Compared to becoming a Heavenly Soldier and Heavenly General, they valued their own lives more. However, some people wanted to retreat, but they didn't dare to. They couldn't help but ask, Emperor, may I ask what the assessment is about? I don't know. Emperor Zhao shook his head and said calmly, the assessment in the pagoda was set up by the Emperor of Heaven himself. No one knows what's inside. You have 15 minutes to think about it. If no one is willing to enter the pagoda after 15 minutes, everyone will be disqualified. It was better to go without than to have something substandard. If no one was willing, then there would be no selection. After all, the Heavenly Soldiers and Heavenly Generals were related to the reputation of the Heavenly Court. They definitely couldn't just make up the numbers. There was no assessment content. The person who asked the question had a change in expression. After a while, he cupped his hands and consciously retreated. At this moment, different thoughts emerged in the minds of the others. The assessment method was set up by the Emperor of Heaven himself. That Heavenly Emperor's ruthlessness was virtually something that everyone knew. In that case, the death rate of the assessment was probably not small at all. Thinking of this, many people immediately retreated. Emperor Zhao's expression was calm. He didn't change at all because of the large number of people retreating. At this time, Qin Yuanbai also cupped his hands and asked, Emperor, there is only one pagoda. Is the assessment content for the Heavenly Soldiers and Heavenly Generals the same? The pagoda has its own mysteries. The assessment will naturally be different. In that case, I'm willing to enter the pagoda and give it a try. Qin Yuanbai thought for a moment and walked directly toward the pagoda. Seeing this, Emperor Zhao nodded with a smile on his face. As expected of the sacred lord of the Qianyuan sacred ground, your courage doesn't disappoint. After that, he simply waved his hand. The door of the pagoda, which was originally closed, quietly opened. Thank you, Emperor. Qin Yuanbai bowed again. Looking at the dark entrance in front of him, he stepped into it without hesitation. seeing Qin Yuanbai leave so quickly. Huazhan's expression also changed slightly. At this moment, someone stepped out and said, "Emperor, I'm willing to enter the pagoda." The person who spoke was Dan Hao. As a minister of the imperial court, he should address Emperor Zhao as Your Majesty. However, this was the selection of the heavenly court. Emperor Zhao's identity was Emperor Zhongyuan of the heavenly court, so he couldn't overstep his boundaries. Okay. Emperor Zhao nodded and opened the entrance of the pagoda again. Dan Hao stepped in. After Dan Hao entered, Huazhan couldn't sit still anymore. Although it didn't matter who entered first, Emperor Zhao would definitely think highly of the first person to enter. If he was the last to enter, even if he passed the assessment, he might not get any benefits. Thinking of this, Huazhan immediately stood up. "Emperor, I want to enter the pagoda too." Seeing this, Emperor Zhao waved his hand and opened the pagoda. Huazhan bowed and entered. In a few breaths, 3 people took the lead to enter the pagoda to participate in the assessment. Some people who were hesitant at first made up their minds and walked toward the pagoda one after another. Few cultivators who could cultivate to this level had never experienced life and death battles. Especially in the battle with the demons of the void, almost all the cultivators above the real martial realm participated in the battle. Therefore, not everyone was afraid of death. Some of the people who retreated were purely afraid of death, and some thought that it wasn't worth dying in the assessment. But at the same time, some people were willing to participate in the assessment. Although there didn't seem to be any substantial benefits for passing the assessment, no one could be sure that the heavenly court wouldn't give them anything. With the status of the heavenly court, even if they leaked something from under their fingernails, it would be enough for an ordinary cultivator to work hard for a lifetime. The main thing was, even if there was a death rate in the assessment, it wouldn't be too high. After all, if there were too many casualties, it wouldn't be good for the heavenly court. Even if there is a death rate, it will be very low. I don't believe that I'm the only one who fell into the trap among so many people. With such thoughts in mind, some people resolutely entered the pagoda. At this moment, some people retreated, and some people entered the pagoda. A quarter of an hour passed quickly. All of a sudden, Emperor Zhao waved his hand and closed the entrance of the pagoda. He looked at the others and said indifferently, "The assessment is stopped. Everyone who didn't enter the pagoda is disqualified. If anyone wants to participate, you'll have to wait for the next opportunity." Hearing this, many people looked like they were about to cry. They were so close. They were so close to entering the pagoda to participate in the assessment. But now, they were stopped outside. Although they were afraid, when they really lost the assessment, they couldn't help but reveal their disappointment. However, now, no one left. Although they couldn't participate in the assessment, they still wanted to see who could pass the assessment. Not many people entered the pagoda, but not few either. However, everyone present was at least a Saint Realm cultivator, and they all had a photographic memory. They knew very well how many people entered. When the time came, they would know how many people came out. P.S. Monthly votes. Entering the pagoda, Qin Yuanbai found that the surroundings had changed, and he had appeared in a strange place. In front of him, 2 people had appeared without him noticing. When he looked carefully, Qin Yuanbai found that the 2 people were expressionless, standing there like puppets. However, when he saw the 2 people, Qin Yuanbai's face suddenly became solemn. At the same time, a message appeared in his mind. Can I enter the next level by defeating 2 10th-tier celestial beings? After deciphering the message, Qin Yuanbai could not help but gasp inwardly. He was participating in the Heavenly General Assessment. Obviously, this was just the beginning of the first stage. But it was just the beginning. He had to deal with 2 experts of the same level at the same time. Qin Yuanbai immediately felt some pressure. There was no need to think. The difficulty of the later stages would definitely not be lower than now. The first stage of the Heavenly General Assessment is 2 10th-tier celestial beings. No, it should be 2 experts of the same level. Then, the Heavenly Soldier Assessment may also encounter experts of the same level. The difference should be in the number. Qin Yuanbai had some speculations in his mind, but he was not completely sure. Because those who could enter the heavenly general ranking were basically 10th-tier celestial beings. Perhaps the assessment standard was based on 10th-tier celestial beings. However, if it was really based on the level, then the few experts on the heavenly general ranking who were lower than 10th-tier celestial beings basically had a lot of advantages. Those who could enter the rankings were all experts at the 10th level of the celestial being realm. Moreover, they were the strongest among the 10th level of the celestial being realm. In this way, it would not be too difficult to enter the heavenly general ranking again and challenge experts at the same level. As for the heavenly soldier assessment, to be honest, Qin Yuanbai could only guess. He gradually collected his thoughts. Qin Yuanbai's gaze fell on the two people in front of him again. Then, he moved and directly attacked. Let me see what level your strength is at. Boom, vital essence swept out, and the terrifying palm energy had already covered the surrounding space of 1,000 feet. The entire assessment space was only 1,000 feet in size. A 10th-tier celestial being expert could easily use energy to occupy the entire space. Naturally, there was no possibility of evading or using clever means to pass the test. The heavenly general assessment, what was being tested was only strength, nothing else. The instant Qin Yuanbai made his move, the two of them also acted at the same time. Both of them joined forces. His palm energy surged like lightning. Rumble. The two of them collided. In the end, Qin Yuanbai's palm forcefully crushed the two's palm attacks and forced them to retreat. Then, Qin Yuanbai leaned forward and punched out with his right fist, hitting one of them in the chest. A terrifying power gushed out, shattering all of the protective aura and sending the man flying. At the same time, the other person's attack had arrived. Qin Yuanbai's expression did not change. He also punched out, and the long river of laws tore through the air. With the support of the rule power, his strength had soared a lot on its original basis. Boom, his fist struck out, causing flesh and blood to splatter everywhere. The flesh and blood that flew out instantly turned into starlight and dissipated. As for that person, he crashed heavily into the wall and fell down. His injuries were severe, but there was a regenerative power emerging, repairing the injuries on his body. The entire process. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Qin Yuanbai easily injured the two of them. After a short exchange, he could be considered to have figured out the strength of the two of them, or rather, the weakness of the people born from the tower. They're very strong. In terms of the quality of their vital essence, they're much stronger than ordinary 10th level celestial being. It should be because the energy in the tower is forcefully piled up. But because they're not real living beings, they can't use the power of the rule power. Without the amplification of the rule power, the two of them are innately weaker than real 10th level celestial being powerhouses. Although the quality of their vital essence is higher than ordinary 10th level celestial being powerhouses, it's difficult to make up for the gap. In other words, their strength should be inferior to ordinary 9th level celestial being. However, if they join forces, they can almost contend with 9th level celestial being who uses the rule power. They're still a little lacking if they want to be comparable to a 10th level celestial being. Qin Yuanbai looked at the two of them who were borrowing the power to recover, and many thoughts appeared in his mind. Even if they were recovering their strength, it was no different from a real 10th level celestial being. It could be said that except for the absence of the rule power, the two of them were really strong. This tower can give birth to a corresponding powerhouse according to the strength of the cultivator. As expected of a supreme treasure personally refined by the Emperor of Heaven. It's normal for it to have such a mysterious effect. Qin Yuanbai smiled slightly. With a wave of his hand, a long sword flew out and cut off the arms of the two people coming at him. From the beginning to the end of the battle, it only took a quarter of an hour. 2 10th level celestial being cultivators were cut down by his sword just like that. The moment the two of them were killed, their bodies dissipated, leaving behind only 2 streams of pure energy. Then, the 2 energies merged together and turned into a palm-sized token whose characteristics could not be seen clearly. Qin Yuanbai reached out and held the token. He saw the word 1 on both sides of the token. Other than that, there was nothing else. 1 should represent the first level. Then, I've passed the first level. How can I enter the second level? Looking at the surrounding space of 100 feet, Qin Yuanbai could not find a way to enter the second level. After searching for half an hour, he suddenly stopped. A mysterious power spread out and wrapped around Qin Yuanbai. In an instant, he disappeared from the place. The scene changed. Before Qin Yuanbai could react, he found that the surrounding environment had changed. Compared with the original space of 100 feet, the current space had become about 10,000 feet. In front of him, there were 3 people. 3 10th-level celestial beings. Qin Yuanbai's eyes flickered slightly. Although these 10th-level celestial being could be said to be the weakest 10th-level celestial being, it was not easy for ordinary cultivators to deal with 3 of them. Of course. For him, the 3 weakest 10th-level celestial being were not a threat. But what he had to understand was that it was only the second level. If there was one more on each level, then when he reached the 9th level, he would have to face 10 such powerhouses at the same time. Even with the help of the rule power. If he wanted to deal with such powerhouses, he might fail miserably. The interval between the first level and the second level is an hour. It should be to give the cultivators time to recover. But for many people, an hour is not very useful. Qin Yuanbai shook his head and did not think too much. Because the attacks of the 3 had arrived. Suddenly, he raised his sword and countless sword qis shot out, creating a whistling sound in the air. Because the space in the pagoda was stable, the 10th-level celestial being powerhouses could not break it. Boom! The battle in the pagoda began. Everyone outside the pagoda gathered there, waiting for the result. On the 9-story pagoda, which was 100 feet tall, there was a faint light on each level. However, the flickering lights were different. Some people were curious and wanted to ask, but they did not dare to speak. Seeing this, Zhao Huang casually explained, the green light means that someone has advanced, the yellow light means that someone has left the pagoda, and the black light means that someone has died. As for the white light on each level, it means how many people have survived on each level. Hearing this, the others understood in their hearts. At this moment, a black light flickered on the lowest level. Someone has died. So fast. It has only been less than 2 hours and a powerhouse has already died. Everyone who saw this scene sucked in a breath of cold air. Those who could enter the pagoda to participate in the test were at least Saint Realm powerhouses. Such powerhouses. They were existences that could not be ignored no matter where they were. But in a small test, they could not hold on for more than 2 hours and died. The test was too difficult. There was a black light flickering. There was also a green light and a yellow light. When the yellow light appeared, a blood-stained cultivator came out of the pagoda. Seeing him come out, someone immediately asked, "Brother, what's the test like inside?" Hearing this, many people turned their gazes to that person. They also wanted to know what the so-called test was. After entering, you will meet a powerhouse of the same level as you. His combat experience and strength in all aspects are not weak. The biggest difference between him and a real cultivator is that he cannot use the rule power. After that person took a breath, he said with lingering fear. Although after breaking through to the 4th level of the celestial being, he could get the rule power. But in reality, the rule power that a 4th level of the celestial being could borrow was very little. Although the puppets in the pagoda did not have the rule power, their foundation was stronger than ordinary cultivators. It was only because he was strong enough that he was lucky enough to kill the other party. But even so, he had consumed a lot of energy. So, after he got the token, he immediately left and did not continue with the next test. When those people heard this, their faces changed slightly. It's just the 1st level and he has to kill a powerhouse of the same level as him. Then, how difficult will the later levels be? They looked at the situation in the pagoda with solemn eyes. However, although the test in the pagoda was difficult, but so far, there were also powerhouses who had entered the 4th level. Soon, green light flickered on the 4th level, and white spots appeared on the 5th level. The 5th level. Nyingbo stood there in a green robe, calm and composed. He was only at the 5th level of the celestial being. When he entered the pagoda, the cultivators who blocked him were all at the 5th level of the celestial being. There were 2 on the 1st level, 3 on the second, 4 on the third, and 5 on the fourth. Not to mention that those puppets could not use the rule power. Even if they could, they were comparable to real 5th-level celestial being powerhouses. But to Ningbo, it was useless. Because although his realm was at the 5th level of the celestial being, in fact, he was already comparable to a 10th level celestial being. It was too easy to deal with a 5th-level celestial being. After entering the 5th level, Ningbo looked at the puppet in front of him. At this moment, the puppet had already attacked. The long sword came across the air with its own rule power. 6th level of the celestial being. A 6th-level celestial being that can use rule power. Ningbo's expression finally changed. He did not expect it either. On the 5th level, a 6th-level celestial being puppet would appear directly, and it was the kind that could use rule power. Originally, Ningbo thought that the difference between each level was that there would be an additional ordinary puppet. But now, it seemed that was not the case at all. One must pass the 5th level of the Heavenly Soldier assessment. In other words, one must defeat a powerhouse one level higher than oneself to become an official Heavenly Soldier. The difficulty of the assessment is not small at all. A 6th-level celestial being was not much of a threat to Ningbo, but to other cultivators, a powerhouse one level higher was not that easy to deal with. Not to mention, the puppets here, apart from not being able to use rule power, were innately stronger than powerhouses of the same level. Now that they could use rule power, their strength was not as simple as surpassing one level, but 1.5 levels. For ordinary cultivators, it was difficult to surpass levels. Moreover, the difficulty of surpassing 1.5 levels increased by another level. It was also at this moment, the puppet's attack was already in front of him. The sharp aura of the long sword tore the air, making one's cheeks hurt. Ningbo did not move, but his right hand was already on the sword hilt. Pressing forward with his thumb, the long sword was unsheathed. Buzz, a shocking sword aura slashed out and sliced the puppet into 2 halves in midair as though it had been launched later than it had been. Then, the energy gathered and turned into a token. On the token, the word 5 was clearly written. There are still 4 more levels. Soon. Ningbo held the token and stood on the spot, waiting. He did not recover his exhausted strength. In other words, there was no exhaustion at all. Facing such a puppet, Ningbo did not even need to completely unsheath his sword. He could kill it with the sword aura he had accumulated. If there was anyone who had the easiest time in the pagoda assessment, it would probably be him. If the others wanted to compare with him, they were all a level behind. After all, the true realm of a 5th-level celestial being was indeed a great advantage in such an assessment. Is it the 6th level? When Zhao Huang saw the light spot on the 6th level, he could not help but look sideways. He could see the scene in the pagoda. Because in order to use the pagoda, one had to recognize an owner. In other words, Zhao Huang was now equivalent to the owner of the pagoda. Naturally, he could see the situation inside clearly. However, he was also a little surprised. There was someone who could go from the 1st level to the 6th level in just 2 hours. The strength here, to be honest, it was already very strong. When Zhao Huang saw Ningbo, he felt relieved. He had some understanding of this personal disciple of the Emperor of Heaven. With just a 5th-level celestial being, he can reach the top of the general ranking. Perhaps he's another Qin Emperor. Zhao Huang still remembered. When the heavenly mirror shone, Qin Shujian showed his realm. 5th-level celestial being, but he had the strength of an emperor. When the human race had just left the eastern continent, the 10th-level celestial being was not necessarily an emperor, but an emperor was definitely the most powerful existence among the 10th-level celestial being. Ningbo in front of him, it made Zhao Huang feel as if he saw the figure of Qin Shujian. However, just from the surface, he couldn't see too much. Time passed bit by bit. The assessment was also progressing steadily. Other than those who had fallen in the beginning, no one else had fallen in the end. Because they had the token in their hands, even if they were no match for him, they had time to crush the token and directly withdraw from the assessment. The intensity of the assessment was based on the cultivator's own strength. In other words, there was no possibility of crushing the token without time. From the assessment until now, it had already been half a day. So far, the highest person had reached the 8th level. Buzz, without any resistance, Ningbo allowed the mysterious power to envelop him and send him to the 9th level. When he entered the 9th level, there was no longer any sealed space. There was only a dazzling galaxy. The galaxy was dry and silent. There was no sound. Ningbo looked ahead, but his expression suddenly changed. P.S. I support the original version. Jidian Chinese Network, app Jidian Reading, I'm really decent, second update at noon. In the galaxy. Not far in front of Minghua, there was a person standing there. If one looked carefully, one would find that the person's face was no different from his. Not only that. Even the clothes and weapons were exactly the same, as if they were made from the same mold. The biggest enemy is yourself. As long as you defeat yourself, you will have the qualification to reach the peak. The indifferent mechanical voice sounded in the galaxy. Ningbo's heart sank slightly. Defeat himself, he had to admit that the scene in front of him was indeed beyond his expectations. Originally, Ningbo thought that no matter how difficult the 9th level was, there might only be 2 more cultivators. After all, the 5th level was the real 6th level of the celestial being. The 6th to 8th levels were also the 6th level of the celestial being, but their strength was stronger than the next level. It was said that they were the 6th level of the celestial being. But their strength was already comparable to the 7th or 8th level of the celestial being. Ningbo even imagined that there would be 8th or even 9th level of the celestial being waiting for him on the 9th level. But he never thought that the person on the 9th level would be his clone. However, without a real fight, Ningbo was not sure if the other party's strength could really perfectly replicate him. It was too difficult to do so. Even if the person who refined the pagoda was his master, he did not dare to believe it. All of a sudden, the puppet moved, and the long sword at its waist was 3 inches out of the sheath. Sharp sword energy burst out from the sheath, and in the blink of an eye, it tore the air apart. Seeing this, Ningbo did the same. The 2-sword energy blasted in the air, and a terrifying power erupted. So strong. Ningbo's eyes narrowed. In the exchange just now, he was basically sure that the other party's strength was really not below his. The next moment, the longsword was completely unsheathed. A bright white light was reflected in the galaxy. It was a completely different color. In the white light, endless killing intent was revealed. The moment Ningbo drew his sword, the puppet also drew his sword. The 2 bright white lights occupied the galaxy, and then they collided fiercely. A shocking power spread out. Not only did the 2 of them not retreat, but they also charged forward and began to fight. Every second passed. There were no less than 100 collisions. The long swords clashed, and sparks burst forth in the galaxy. The Vietnam War. Ningbo was even more shocked. He didn't know that his strength had actually reached such a level without truly fighting with him. The opponents he had encountered in the past, those who were weaker than him were basically insta-killed. Only those who were stronger than him were qualified to fight. But no matter how he fought, even Ningbo couldn't clearly feel the power of his every move like he did now. Gradually, he calmed his mind and began to search for his own flaws in the battle. That's right. His own weakness. If he wanted to defeat himself, he would have to find his own flaws. Or else, in the end, it might be a situation where both sides perish together. Very soon. 2 days passed. In 2 days, more than half of the people in the Heavenly Soldier assessment had already passed. Even those who did not pass were currently on the 4th or 5th level. As for the 4th level and below, not a single light spot existed. Outside the pagoda, some people's faces were filled with joy, while others looked dejected. Emperor Zhao said, "All those who passed the Heavenly Soldier assessment, wait where you are. We will make arrangements after the others have finished the assessment." "Yes, Emperor." Those who had passed the test all bowed respectfully. Immediately, Emperor Zhao turned his gaze toward the pagoda. He was looking at the 9th level. Although the battle at the Heavenly Soldier level was nothing in the eyes of a true immortal, however, some things could be seen from the battle between himself and himself. It's just that the pagoda can only simulate experts below the true immortal level. There's no way to simulate the power of a true immortal. Otherwise, the value of this treasure would be many times higher. Emperor Zhao felt a little regretful. If he wanted to improve his strength, it involved many factors. But if he could fight with himself, he would definitely improve rapidly. But he also understood that refining such a pagoda was already a work of God. If he wanted to refine a true immortal level pagoda, it would be extraordinarily difficult. Even if he broke through to the Saint Realm, it would be impossible to reach this step. In the pagoda, the fierce battle was still going on. It seemed easy to find flaws, but in fact, it was extraordinarily difficult to find one's flaws. Ningbo was expressionless now. While fighting with the puppet, he divided his attention to silently deduce where his flaws were. At this moment, the two sides were still in a tie. Ningbo found that the other side knew everything he knew. It was not an easy task to win in such a situation. Another 5 days passed. Finally, a green light flashed on the 9th level of the pagoda, and then someone came out. Someone passed the Heavenly General Assessment. Who is it? The originally silent atmosphere was suddenly stirred up. Everyone looked at the person who came out of the pagoda. When they saw the other party's appearance, they could not help but feel relieved. Emperor, I was lucky to pass the assessment. Qin Yuanbai was slightly absent-minded, but he quickly came back to his senses. He looked up at Emperor Zhao and bowed. Not bad. You can wait by the side. Yes. Qin Yuanbai nodded and then walked to the side of the pagoda. It was not until now that he gradually recovered from his absent-minded state. The battle on the 9th level of the pagoda, it could be said to be the most difficult battle since he broke through to the 10th level of the celestial being realm. If it were not for Qin Yuanbai's rich combat experience and a moderate breakthrough during the battle, he might not be able to pass the assessment. As expected, the biggest enemy has always been oneself. Qin Yuanbai thought of the words he heard when he just entered the 9th level. He completely understood. Defeat oneself. How difficult was it, however, if he really did defeat him, then the benefits he would receive would be extraordinary. Qin Yuanbai had a hunch. As long as he settled down, even if he could not immediately break through to the true immortal realm, there should be no problem reaching the half-immortal realm. After a bitter battle, he had reaped such a harvest. Even if he failed the assessment and could not be a heavenly general, it was completely worth it. What Qin Yuanbai regretted was that he could not enter the pagoda again, and the second time he fought, the effect would not be as obvious as the first time. Otherwise, he was confident that he could do it a few more times and then directly become a true immortal. After calming down, Qin Yuanbai looked at the people around him and realized that he was the first to come out. Those familiar figures were nowhere to be seen. Ningbo's strength is not bad, but he lacks combat experience. If he wants to defeat me, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Qin Yuanbai thought to himself. Originally, he still had a lot of confidence in Ningbo's ability to become a heavenly general. After all, the other party was at the 5th level of the celestial being realm and the combat strength at the 10th level of the celestial being realm. He would have a huge advantage in the assessment. But now it seemed that things were not like that. The 9th level completely blocked those low-level experts with high combat strength. No matter what realm or strength you were at, you would face opponents who were exactly the same as you. If you wanted to pass the assessment, you had to defeat yourself. When fighting with yourself, a single mistake might cause an irreversible situation. Suppressing the thoughts in his mind, Qin Yuanbai stood on the spot and closed his eyes to recover his consumption in the assessment. The others wanted to ask something, but there was no way to do so now. Another 10 days passed. During this period, cultivators came out of the assessment one after another. Just as Qin Yuanbai thought, the 9th level did indeed block many people. On the War General ranking, some experts whose strength was comparable to a half-immortal failed the assessment and had no choice but to withdraw. If someone failed the assessment, there would naturally be someone who passed the assessment. Ningbo and Test Jianfeng both passed the assessment. In the crowd, Su Yuanming revealed a smile on his face. After seeing that the two of them had successfully passed the test, his anxious heart was completely at ease. He was not an expert on the War General ranking, so he could not participate in the assessment. But in the Yuan sect, there were experts on the war general ranking. Other than Zhang Ergu, who could not be contacted, the other two passed the assessment. Su Yuanming was also gratified by this. A sect, having 2 or 3 people on the war general ranking was already a shocking thing. Now that 2 of them had become heavenly generals of the heavenly court, it was even more incredible. On the last day, after leaving the pagoda, Emperor Zhao said, "Everyone who passed the assessment will rest here for 2 hours. After 2 hours, follow me to the heavenly court." After saying this, he first erased his mark of ownership of the pagoda. Then, he used his immortal core power to seal the pagoda and put it into his sleeve. Boom, the beast roared furiously, shattering the endless void. He took a huge step forward and easily destroyed the void. Every punch he threw out caused the void beast to scream and roar in pain. The scales on its tough body cracked. In the end, the saber slashed down and killed the beast. Qin Shujian skillfully threw out a red lotus of purgation and refined the fallen beast. How long more until the tribulation? After recovering and absorbing the energy of the red lotus, he asked the Godslayer. The Godslayer thought for a moment and said, "If I kill another 10 or so true immortals of the upper 3rd level and absorb all their energy, I'm confident that I can pass the 6th tribulation." It had been more than 2 months since he entered the Milky Way. During this time, he encountered many void beasts and demons. He took the opportunity to kill many powerful existences. According to the Godslayer's original estimate, if he wanted to pass the 6th tribulation, he would need about 1,000 true immortals. However, the 1,000 true immortals referred to 1st-level immortals. If he was strong enough, the number could be reduced accordingly. During the time he was in the outer realm, he had already killed some middle-level true immortals and even more lower-level true immortals. They were not just 1st-level true immortals. There was also the 7th-level true immortal that he had killed. The Godslayer had a feeling. In fact, he was not far away from passing the tribulation. However, if he wanted to pass the tribulation with a 100% success rate, he would need more energy. 10 upper-level true immortals. Qin Shujian nodded. He knew what the Godslayer meant by completely absorbing the energy. It was nothing more than him not using the red lotus of purgation and letting the other party absorb the corpse of the expert. Another big consumer. Qin Shujian was a little helpless. It's not a problem to kill 10 7th-level immortals, but it's not an easy task to find so many 7th-level immortals. Qin Shujian said slowly. During this period of time, his strength had increased a little. Although it was not much, it was still the real kind. With his own strength and the Godslayer. Although killing 7th-level immortals was not as simple as eating and drinking, it was not too difficult either. The main problem was, it was what he needed to do to find so many 7th-level immortals. The Godslayer said, "There should be many 7th-level immortals on those ancient stars outside the great wide world. Emperor of Heaven, why don't you think of a way to shatter those stars and kill the star beasts inside? Anyway, you also need star cores to refine Zhou Tian's star map. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone." When Zhou Tian was refining the star map, he was completely aware now. The void was dry and lonely, and it was easy for people to feel lonely. Chatting was essential. In addition, as the Zhu Bing, the Godslayer was more diligent and inquisitive. After a while, he naturally knew more things. It's true that there are powerful star beasts on the ancient stars, but breaking a star might cause a chain reaction. The risk is too great. Qin Shujian shook his head and said solemnly. The Godslayer had his eyes on the ancient stars. He had also thought about it. However, with the current strength of the heavenly court, if something really went wrong, it would be difficult to deal with it. Perhaps, the heavenly court's territory in the void outside the realm would have to be abandoned and retreated back into the great wide world. The Godslayer said, "Emperor of Heaven, you don't have to worry. We can move one of the stars further away, then break the star and release the star beasts. The void outside the realm is vast and boundless. Even if the star beasts can sense each other, they can't sense too far away. Moreover, the star beasts didn't move when the star in front was broken. I don't think there will be a big problem." Hearing this, Qin Shujian fell into deep thought. He was a little tempted by the Godslayer's words. If they could move the stars one by one and then destroy them one by one, they would undoubtedly be able to resolve the future hidden dangers of the great wide world. Immediately after, Qin Shujian focused his attention on his inner world again. In 2 months, many creatures were born one after another. A few of the heaven and earth laws were perfected, and his strength had also improved a little. The heaven and earth laws were perfected. It also made the heaven and earth vast, and the spirit qi increased by a lot again. In Qin Shujian's perception, the most powerful Jianmu had already touched the threshold of a perfected immortal and was only one step away from breaking through. At the same time, the creatures that were still in the process of being born in the inner world were almost reaching the end. They would be born in at least 1 year and at most 3 years. At that time, his inner world would begin to bloom, and at the same time, his strength would usher in a significant improvement. With this thought in mind, Qin Shujian said, "Let's wait a little longer." In a short period of time, all the creatures that should be born would be born. At that time, his strength would reach the peak in a short period of time. If there were any unexpected situations, he would be able to suppress all of them with his own strength. Even if he faced a half-step Dao fruit expert, Qin Shujian was confident that he could fight. Before the stars were broken. He was not sure how strong the star beasts were inside. If a half-step Dao fruit expert came out, it might be destroyed by the star beasts instead. That wasn't an impossibility. Qin Shujian was sure that there were no Dao fruit experts in the stars, but it was hard to say if it was a half-step Dao fruit expert. The Godslayer fell silent when he heard this. He could only make a suggestion. As for what to do, it was up to the other party. After a simple rest and reorganization, Yi Zichen took a deep breath. Qin Shujian moved forward in the void, exploring the depths. Most of the stars he encountered along the way were absorbed into the investiture of the gods. The weak stars were directly shattered, and then the star sulfur liquid was taken away. If there was a star core, he would take it away. If not, he would forget about it. As for the stronger stars, Qin Shujian absorbed all the suitable ones into the investiture of the gods and prepared to bring them back to the heavenly court. The more stars he absorbed, the weight of the investiture of the gods itself became terrifying. Not only that, the list was faintly flickering and vibrating, as if it would collapse at any time. No matter how strong the divine weapon was, there was a limit. If it absorbed too many stars, even the investiture of the gods had almost reached its limit. It's about time. Qin Shujian glanced at the investiture of the gods in his sea of consciousness. The powerful force had overflowed from the list, causing the sea of consciousness to be under heavy pressure. That pressure, if it was an expert below the true immortal realm, it would be enough to shatter their sea of consciousness. Even an ordinary true immortal would not be able to completely withstand this pressure with the power of the sea of consciousness. Just as Qin Shujian was about to return, suddenly, he realized that the space around him seemed to have changed. P.S. Monthly votes, recommendation votes. The outer realm was still the same void. But the difference was, in the void in front of him, the laws gradually became chaotic, and a violent and evil aura was surging from all directions, as if it was going to erode the mind of any living being. The laws are in chaos. There's a powerful existence that broke the originally calm laws. This place is not simple. Qin Shujian instantly understood what was going on. The laws in the Sea of Death and Heavenly Abyss were also chaotic. But the laws there were chaotic because of the existence of the sun and moon laws. Half-step Dao fruit. On a certain level, it had already surpassed the ordinary heaven and earth laws. Different laws were born with their every move, which conflicted with the original laws of heaven and earth, causing the laws to be chaotic. However, the places that the Sea of Death and Heavenly Abyss could influence were only one region and one land. No matter how strong the sun and moon laws were, they had not broken through to become Dao fruit powerhouses, so they naturally could not affect a large area. In the outer realm void, the laws were also chaotic. But it was even more terrifying than the Sea of Death and Heavenly Abyss. The erosive power that existed all the time would completely bewitch other living beings if they existed for too long. The void was strange. Although the Godslayer existed in the Sea of Consciousness, he also noticed it. Strange, I've never heard of such a place in the outer realm. Even though he had seen a lot, he was still puzzled by the scene in front of him. He was a little shocked. The Godslayer could not help but ask, Emperor of Heaven, do you know what's going on? Dao fruit. Qin Shujian said softly. Hearing that, the stone saber trembled violently. Dao fruit. Emperor of Heaven, are you saying that it's a change caused by a Dao fruit powerhouse? Dao fruit, a supreme existence that surpassed a perfected immortal. Since the Godslayer was born, he had only heard of the name of Dao fruit, but had never seen a real living Dao fruit powerhouse. Even Qin Shujian was only a reincarnation Dao fruit, not a real Dao fruit. Qin Shujian said solemnly, only by breaking through to the Dao fruit level can one have such means, because any Dao fruit is an existence that transcends the laws. Where they existed, the laws would naturally be in chaos. After reaching that level, every word and action could cause a great change. I'm afraid that this existence isn't a good person. That tyrannical and evil aura. He was just short of telling everyone that he was not a good person. Therefore, Qin Shujian was almost certain that the existence that caused this change was definitely a demonic cultivator. Godslayer's heart trembled violently. Emperor of Heaven, why don't we leave? If they encountered a mysterious Dao fruit expert, there was a high chance that they would be defeated. He was very confident in Qin Shujian's strength. However, no matter how confident he was, it was impossible for him to contend against a Dao fruit expert. If he was really that strong, Badu and the other demon emperors would not be able to survive. As for how strong a Dao fruit level existence was, Godslayer had never seen it with his own eyes. However, such a thing could be roughly deduced by simply thinking about it. Therefore, for him, the best thing to do now was to leave first. Qin Shujian shook his head. There's no need. If that Dao fruit expert is still alive, he would have sensed us as soon as we walked into his range. However, in this era, there shouldn't be any living Dao fruit at the moment. Therefore, even if there really was a Dao fruit here, it would have perished long ago if nothing unexpected happened. He was a reincarnated Dao fruit. If there was a living Dao fruit in this era, he would have sensed it at all. Therefore, Qin Shujian was certain that no Dao fruit expert had been born in this era. Perhaps there had been, but they had already fallen. Anyway, no matter what, a fallen Dao fruit expert was not worthy of his fear. If it was a living Dao fruit, there was no need for Godslayer to say anything. Qin Shujian would have turned around and left without another word. Hearing this, Godslayer's heart also calmed down. A fallen Dao fruit was nothing to him. His Emperor of Heaven was also the reincarnation of a fallen Dao fruit expert. On a certain level, they were existences of the same level. Moreover, as for Qin Shujian, he was an expert from the previous epoch. In terms of foundation, he was probably stronger than the fruit of Dao who had fallen. After staying in the original void for a while, Qin Shujian did not retreat. Instead, he continued to go deeper into the void. He really wanted to take a look. Just what was the origin of that fallen Dao fruit? In his memory, the fallen Dao fruit experts in the previous eras had either completely fallen or reincarnated to cultivate again. Basically, they were the kind that did not have a corpse left. Now, there was a fallen Dao fruit, and it was very likely that his corpse had been preserved. Regarding this, Qin Shujian also intended to investigate. In the first 3 eras, there shouldn't be any corpses of experts left behind. The destruction of the universe involves true power. If someone died at that time, even a Dao fruit's physical body would have completely melted away. However, I can't be sure. This is the 4th era. It might be the 5th or 6th era. Qin Shujian had no way of determining exactly which epoch it was. Because to determine which era it was, he had to at least recover the strength of the 3rd era before he was qualified to know. But now, there was nothing he could do. Walking in the void of the outer realm, the chaotic nomological power was raging. There was also a violent and evil aura that was polluting the souls of living beings. However, these pollution and erosion did not have much of an effect on Qin Shujian. Not to mention that he was the reincarnation of a Dao fruit expert. Just the fact that he was a 9th level immortal was enough to prove many things. No matter which era it was. Experts who could break through to the 9th level immortal were all existences that could not be ignored. Because if one went further, it would be the end of the universe, the Dao fruit level. Therefore, it was simply impossible to pollute a 9th-level immortal in a short time. However, if one stayed here for a long time, even a 9th-level immortal would not be unaffected at all. Once one broke through to the Dao fruit level, that would be two completely different levels and could not be mentioned in the same breath. Boom, a huge wave of energy spread out. Two void beasts were fighting with all their might. Their eyes were scarlet like blood, without any spirituality. No matter how serious their injuries were, there was no way to cause any change in their emotions. Poor things that have been eroded by power. Qin Shujian looked at the two beasts and shook his head slightly. In his eyes, the two beasts had been completely eroded by this evil power. The little bit of spirituality and wisdom that originally still existed had been completely devoured. Not only that. Even the most basic instinct to seek good fortune and avoid disaster no longer existed. There was only killing. Not killing instinctively. Instead, it was a massacre that occurred under the influence of the will of the void. In other words, the two beasts in front of him were no longer beasts but puppets. Puppets under the remnant will of the fallen Tao fruit existence. At this moment, Qin Shujian stood in the void, silently watching the two ferocious beasts fight. The two ferocious beasts did not notice his arrival at all. Or rather, it was not that they did not notice, but that they did not pay any attention to him. Because driven by that will, they only wanted to kill the enemy in front of them. Everything else had nothing to do with them. The two beasts fought fiercely. It was a fairly normal fight at the beginning, but they did not stop fighting until the flesh on their arms was torn apart. The entire scene became bloody. Is this the erosion of the Tao fruit's will? The Godslayer's heart sank. The scene in front of him had a great impact on him. The Tao fruit's will is much stronger than you think. Qin Shujian smiled casually and immediately struck out with his palm, killing the two beasts that had almost perished together. The bodies of the two almighty ferocious beasts crumbled in the face of that power, and they were obliterated immediately. The entire process. It lasted less than a breath's time. When the power dissipated, the two beasts were completely gone. That power is approaching. Let's go and see the fallen Tao fruit powerhouse. Qin Shujian retracted his palm and continued to walk forward. The two almighty ferocious beasts were no different from ants to him. He could exterminate them with a single breath. Along the way, there were beasts fighting, and there were also void demons fighting and killing. But there was no sign of the myriad races. Qin Shujian was not too surprised by this. After all, this was the depths of the void. Whether it was the myriad races or players, it would take a lot of time to come here. At the very least, it was impossible to be faster than him. Moreover, ordinary cultivators would need to rely on the soul-fixing talisman to resist the god-destroying gale. No matter how strong the soul-fixing talisman was, it also had its limits. Now that the heavenly court had a fixed price for the soul-fixing talisman, even the true immortals of the myriad races did not dare to lower their prices. Therefore, if ordinary cultivators wanted to come here, they would need to consume a lot of soul-fixing talismans. With a raise of his hand, a finger energy shattered the void and pierced through a black shadow. It was a celestial realm void demon. From the moment he entered this place, Qin Shujian had killed all the void demons and void beasts he encountered. These creatures had been corroded by the will of the Tao fruit and had become puppets. There was no possibility of recovery. Therefore, it was useless not to kill them. If he killed them, he could still gain some benefits, even if the benefits were very small. It took him 10 days to half a month. Qin Shujian finally stopped in his tracks. In front of him, there was a blood-colored continent floating. Occasionally, a bloody hand would reach out from the blood-colored continent and pull the surrounding creatures in. All of a sudden, a bloody hand reached out from it and grabbed at Qin Shujian. Seeing this, without thinking, Qin Shujian took out the Godslayer and cut off the bloody hand in the air. The bloody hand broke, and the blood-colored continent shook slightly. In the next moment, a large number of bloody hands grabbed at him. The Godslayer hummed softly, and the saber energy cut off all the bloody hands. Then, Qin Shujian retreated quickly. After retreating to a certain distance, there were no more bloody hands on the blood-colored continent. What the hell is this? Stone Saber said in disbelief. With his knowledge, the Godslayer was sure that he had never heard of the blood-colored continent. In his perception, in front of him was a continent shrouded in endless blood-colored light. Although it could not be compared to the great wide world, it was almost as big as the eastern continent before the restriction of heaven and earth was opened. At least in his sight, the void had been completely occupied by the blood-colored continent. If this was the body of a Dao fruit expert, then it would be a little too shocking. Even if it was a million-foot star beast. In front of the blood-colored continent, it was not much bigger than an ant. Qin Shujian's expression became extremely solemn. What he saw was similar to the Godslayer. However, it was a little deeper. A floating continent. If I'm not wrong, this should be the Demon Abyss. The Demon Abyss. The Godslayer was shocked again. He knew a lot about the Demon Abyss, but he had never really seen it and what kind of existence it was. Looking at the blood-colored continent, the Godslayer suddenly recalled a scene from 1,000,000 years ago. I remember that when the Demon Abyss descended, there was a blood-colored sky that covered the sky and the earth, blocking the stars, the sun, and the moon. For several days, there was only the blood-colored sky. Later, there was a loud noise in the great wide world as if heaven and earth were collapsing. Then, evil demons appeared and slaughtered all living beings. The blood-colored continent, the blood-colored continent. Yes, the blood-colored continent in front of me should be the Demon Abyss. The Godslayer muttered to himself. He had lived for countless years, but there were not many things that he could really remember. The descent of the Demon Abyss was one of them. Soon after, the God-slaying saber recovered from its shock and quickly sensed the strong demonic qi. In fact, as early as when he walked out of the outer void, he had noticed the existence of the demonic aura. However, after entering the range of the power of the Demon Abyss, the feeling did not become stronger because of the existence of the chaotic rules, so the Godslayer did not think too much about it. Later, when he saw the blood-colored continent, he was completely shocked by what he saw and forgot to make a judgment for a moment. Until now. When Qin Shujian said that the blood-colored continent in front of him was the Demon Abyss, the Godslayer came back to his senses and carefully sensed it. Finally, he confirmed the answer. Is this the Demon Abyss? Evil demons exist in the blood-colored continent, right? Is the blood-colored light covering the continent the main reason why evil demons can't easily leave the Demon Abyss? The Godslayer was now a little confused. He came out of the outer void for a stroll and directly walked into the Demon Abyss. This was something that he had never thought would happen. Qin Shujian said, I always thought that the Demon Abyss was a place created by a Dao fruit-level existence, but now it seems that I was wrong. The continent in front of us is not a real continent. It's a world transformed from the body of a Dao fruit-level existence that died. The Demon Abyss, it was transformed from the body of a Dao fruit-level existence that died. This news. Qin Shujian's heart skipped a beat. After communicating with the Godslayer and awakening the memories of the Third Era, he had always thought that the Demon Abyss should be a backup left behind by a Dao fruit-level existence. But now, he found that it was not as simple as a backup at all, but a world evolved from the body of a Dao fruit-level existence after death. Yes, a world. The body of a Dao fruit-level existence was comparable to a world. At this moment, Qin Shujian somewhat understood why evil demons were immortal. To a certain extent, existences at the Dao fruit level are already immortal and indestructible. The only thing that can make a Dao fruit fall is true power. If the demonic abyss is the physical body of the Dao fruit, then the demonic abyss is the flesh and blood of the Dao fruit. Naturally, it also has the Dao fruit's undying and indestructible characteristics. If you want to kill it, you need to have power that touches on the true level. Otherwise, you need to have the power to penetrate reality and illusion. Faith is the power that can penetrate reality and illusion. That's why Zhu Bing was able to kill evil demons. Qin Shujian said slowly. He was saying this to himself, but also to the Godslayer. The moment he saw the Demon Abyss, Qin Shujian already understood the origin of evil demons. But there was something that puzzled him. Which era's powerhouse had died to be able to preserve his body in the next era without being destroyed at the end of an era, the Godslayer said. The Emperor of Heaven said that all evil demons are derived from the flesh and blood of Tao fruit level existences. P.S. The second update is during the day. The second update should be during the day in the future. The blood-colored continent floated in the air. Qin Shujian did not get too close to it without permission. He did not expect to encounter the demon abyss when he was just out for a walk. What was even more surprising was that the demon abyss was formed from the physical body of a fallen Dao fruit expert. Qin Shujian's expression was solemn as he watched the blood-colored continent slowly approach. Now, there were still bloody hands reaching out, grabbing all the living beings that approached the continent and then devouring them. Regardless of the realm or strength of the living beings, in front of the demon abyss, they had no power to resist. Or rather, these living beings had already been eroded by the demon abyss and turned into puppets of the demon abyss. They did not have any spiritual intelligence, and there was no possibility of them resisting. The demon abyss is approaching, and a great calamity is inevitable. The evil demons were born from the physical body of a Dao fruit and are also imprisoned in the physical body of a Dao fruit. For the evil demons, the demon abyss is both a hotbed and a cage. Therefore, the evil demons yearn to get out of the demon abyss, and the prerequisite is that the blood-colored power that covers the demon abyss is destroyed. Qin Shujian said slowly with a calm expression. The blood-colored power was equivalent to the heaven and earth barrier of the vast thousand domains, but it was also somewhat different. If others wanted to break the blood-colored barrier, they would need to have the strength of a half-step Dao fruit expert. The evil demons and the demon abyss had the same roots. If they wanted to break the barrier, they would need to be born with a Dao fruit expert. Or else, it was absolutely impossible to break the blood-colored barrier. However, just like the supreme yin and supreme yang laws of the vast thousand domains, the possibility of a half-step Dao fruit expert in the demon abyss breaking the shackles and becoming a true Dao fruit expert was very slim. Unless, they could devour the origin of the vast thousand domains. Perhaps they would only have a glimmer of hope. It's hard to say whether it's the evil demons or the demon abyss who want to devour the origin of the vast thousand domains. Qin Shujian suddenly sneered. Emperor of Heaven, do you mean that existence hasn't really fallen? Godslayer asked the doubts in his heart. He could also glean some information from Qin Shujian's words. It was just that this news was a little too shocking. Qin Shujian said, once you reach this level, you won't die so easily. The Mo Yuan in front of us might have truly fallen, or he might not have completely fallen. But no matter what, he couldn't rule out the possibility of him being resurrected. Of course, after being dead for so many years, the probability of resurrection is very low. Perhaps he really did die. Was a Dao fruit alive or dead? It was difficult to make a complete judgment. This was because it was not easy for a powerhouse of this level to truly fall. At the same time, it would be extremely difficult to revive someone who had truly died. There was no past, and there was no future. It drifted away from the river of time. After the fall of such an existence, it would be difficult to fish people out from the river of time. In short, it was fine if he wasn't completely dead, but if he was completely dead, then there was really no possibility of resurrection. Even if an existence of the same level were to act, they would not be able to revive him. He was thinking about something. Qin Shujian stared fixedly at the demonic abyss. For the heavenly court and the vast thousand domains, the biggest problem at the moment was the demonic abyss. If he directly killed his way into the demonic abyss now and got rid of all the demons, there would be no trouble in the future. However, as soon as this thought arose, it was dispelled by Qin Shujian. With his current strength, not to mention whether he could break the blood-colored barrier, even if he could, there was a high chance that he would be killed if he went in. There was more than one half-step Dao fruit in the demonic abyss. If he acted rashly, Qin Shujian was not confident that he could fight against it. After taking a deep look at the demonic abyss, he turned and left. There was nothing to see. After encountering the demonic abyss, Qin Shujian's originally relaxed mood became a little more solemn. In the past, he only knew that the demonic abyss was approaching, and there were only about 30 years before the demonic abyss descended. But 30 years, to be honest, there was still a gap. However, now that he had really encountered the demonic abyss, Qin Shujian suddenly realized that 30 years was too short. He had only left the vast thousand domains for a short while. Although he had spent 2 to 3 months on the journey, he had not been on the journey all the time. Most of the time, he had been killing ferocious beasts and void demons. During these 3 months, at most, he had been on the journey half the time, and he had not been traveling at full speed. At the moment, the vast thousand domains were also expanding, and the demonic abyss was also approaching. The contact between the two was imminent. Although the blood-colored barrier was powerful, as long as it collided with the heaven and earth barrier, the two would directly shatter. It took him 3 months to encounter the demonic abyss. When Qin Shujian rushed back with all his might, it took him less than a few days to arrive at the boundary of the vast thousand domains. Originally, there were only 10 cities in the extraterritorial battlefield. Now, there were many more cities on the basis of the 10 cities. The location of each city was fixed, and all the cities seemed to form a huge formation. Qin Shujian took a simple look and directly headed toward the heaven and earth passageway. He had personally instructed the layout of the cities in the extraterritorial battlefield. The location of each city was a note of the formation. After recovering his memories of the Third Era, Qin Shujian's attainments in the formation Dao were no longer as simple as the Third Realm. Now, a large number of cities had set up formations in the extraterritorial battlefield. Even if the Demon Emperor personally made a move, he would be qualified to stop them. However, if he wanted to completely resist the Demon Emperor, he would be too weak. At the entrance of the passageway, there was a perfected immortal guarding it. After seeing Qin Shujian, the perfected immortal immediately bowed. "Welcome back, Emperor of Heaven. Did anything happen?" "No." The perfected immortal shook his head. "Be careful, don't let the void demons sneak into the vast thousand domains," Qin Shujian warned. Void fiends could possess living beings. If a void fiend were to take advantage of this opportunity to sneak in, it might cause more trouble. Hearing this, the perfected immortal nodded and said, "Emperor of Heaven, don't worry. With me here, no void demons will sneak in. That's for the best." Qin Shujian smiled faintly and then entered the passage. In the heaven and earth astral wind layer, the original heavenly court was only made up of many palaces. Although it looked good, it was still much more spacious compared to the vast heaven and earth astral wind layer. At this moment, in addition to the palace of the gods and the heavenly court, there were floating stone platforms outside the palaces. On each of the stone platforms, there were cultivators sitting cross-legged and silently absorbing the power of the stars. Apart from that, there were even more cultivators flying in the air, patrolling back and forth in the heavenly court as if they were guards. It seems that the matter of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals has been settled. The moment Qin Shujian returned to the heavenly court, he noticed that the heavenly court was different. When he saw those unfamiliar cultivators, he already knew what had happened. He thought about it carefully. He had left the heavenly court for a few months. In a few months, it was not difficult to settle the matter of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. At this time, the heavenly soldiers were guarding the heavenly court and the heavenly generals were leading them. Qin Shujian also saw a few acquaintances among the many heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Among them, many of them were strong cultivators from the Qianyuan sacred ground. Both the testing sword Peak and Nyingbo passed the assessment. I remember that Zhang Ergu is also a warlord. Did he fail the assessment? Qin Shujian spread his divine will and quickly saw the scene in the heavenly court. When he did not see Zhang Ergu, he was a little surprised. On second thought, Qin Shujian was a little relieved. The opponent on the 9th floor of the Star Tower is me. To be able to pass this level, I don't rely on strength, but on comprehension. It's normal if I can't pass. The Star Tower. It was a treasure that Qin Shujian casually refined some time ago. It was a treasure, but it depended on who it was for. For a celestial being cultivator, the Star Tower was a powerful treasure. Even for an ordinary true immortal, the Star Tower was very useful. But for Qin Shujian, the Star Pagoda was just a simple little item. As early as the Third Era, the heavenly court had a heaven-reaching tower, which was a real top treasure. It was an existence that was born when heaven and earth were born. It's a pity that it's too difficult to refine a complete heaven-reaching tower. If the Weapon Emperor was here, it might be possible. There's no hope for me to refine a heaven-reaching tower with my methods. Qin Shujian felt regretful. He also wanted to refine a heaven-reaching tower, which was a real treasure. Even if a 9th-level immortal entered the heaven-reaching tower, he would be able to gain something. Compared with the heaven-reaching tower, an inferior version like the Star Tower was really not good enough. However, in order to refine the Tong Tian Tower, in addition to having world-shaking forging methods, it also required top-notch materials. Such materials were born at the moment when heaven and earth were born and combined with the scattered laws. They could only be found by chance. Now that the greater world had been born for countless years, such materials no longer existed. Of course, it was not impossible to replace them. For example, the scattered light above the heavenly court was qualified to be the embryo of the heaven-reaching tower. But the problem was, it was difficult to destroy a connate cardinal treasure, and it was even more difficult to refine one. Connate cardinal treasures were indestructible. Treasures of the same level could achieve mutual destruction, but there was no way to refine them. Even the true sun fire and connate divine fire, which were known as the top divine fires in heaven and earth, could not melt a connate cardinal treasure. So, refining a heaven-reaching tower had become an extravagant hope for the time being. In front of the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian's return did not attract the attention of any heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. It was impossible for those celestial being cultivators to discover his whereabouts. Emperor of Heaven, you're back. Mu Yang sensed something and transformed into an incarnation, bowing to Qin Shujian. Inform the gods of the heavenly court to have a meeting in the inner hall of the heavenly palace. Yes, your majesty. Upon receiving the order, Mu Yang immediately dispersed his incarnation. Then, the roots at the bottom of the heavenly palace moved and spread out in all directions, touching the various palaces. The gods in the palaces felt something and also withdrew from their seclusion. The Emperor of Heaven is back. Xiao Qingfeng opened his eyes and then stood up from the futon. In the inner hall of the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian sat on the throne, and the gods entered in an orderly manner. The moment they saw him, everyone bowed. Greetings, Emperor of Heaven. Everyone, please rise. Thank you, Emperor of Heaven. The gods stood up. Qin Shujian said, when I returned from the outer realm, I saw that there were celestial being cultivators in the heavenly court. Has the selection of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals been completed? As he spoke, his gaze fell on Zhao Huang. The Emperor of Heaven was not in the heavenly court. Everything was handled by the 5 imperial emperors. The selection of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals was also handled by Zhao Huang, the Emperor Zhongyuan. Hearing that, Zhao Huang cupped his hands and said, Emperor of Heaven, the selection of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals has been completed. There are a total of 35,000 heavenly soldiers and 29 heavenly generals. The name list is here. At this moment, a jade talisman floated from his hand and flew toward Qin Shujian. When the jade talisman floated a little higher than the table, it seemed to lose all its power and automatically landed on the table. Qin Shujian grabbed the jade talisman and read the information inside. Instantly, the names of all the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals appeared in his mind. Zhao Huang took out the Star Tower again. The selection of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals has been completed. This supreme treasure will be returned to the Emperor of Heaven. Looking at the Star Tower on the table, Qin Shujian grabbed the Star Tower and threw it out of the heavenly palace. The moment the Star Tower flew out of the heavenly palace, all the seals on it were broken. 1,000-foot-tall tower broke through the heavenly quartz array and fell toward the realm of fallen immortals. Boom, the earth shook. The city shook. All the cultivators in the city were shocked by this sudden turn of events. When they came to their senses, they saw that a 1,000-foot-tall tower had appeared in the middle of the city. The moment they saw the tower, these cultivators also recognized the identity of the pagoda. Isn't that the tower that appeared in the last selection? Why did it appear again all of a sudden? Could it be that the second round of the selection has begun? That's impossible. If there's a second round of the selection, there should be some news about it. Just as everyone was puzzled, a dignified voice descended from the sky and entered everyone's ears. Everyone can enter the Star Tower to train by paying merit points. Each challenge costs 100 diviner merit points. Those who pass the 5th level will be refunded. Those who can pass all 9 levels will receive an additional 1,000 diviner merit points. With that, the voice disappeared. After a brief moment of silence, the city boiled over. Training in the Star Tower, 100 diviner merit points could enter the tower to train. Passing the 5th level would break even, and passing the 9th level would give you 10 times the reward. What did 1,000 diviner merit points mean? Killing a Deva realm void devil only rewarded him with 1,000 Deva merit points, that was all. Moreover, regardless of whether it was a diviner realm void demon or a diviner realm void demon, they would all only be worth 1,000 diviner merit points. In other words, if one successfully challenged the Star Tower, it would be equivalent to killing a diviner realm void demon. Such a reward was very generous. Void demons were very difficult to kill, not only because of their strength, but also because of their large numbers. Basically, it was rare to encounter a lone void demon. Only true immortal realm existences would the void fiend devils travel alone. Otherwise, most of the fiendish void demons would travel in groups. As a result, the difficulty of hunting down the demons had increased by a lot. Coupled with the strange methods of the void demons, it was not easy for experts of the same realm to kill them. Moreover, if one was not careful, there was a possibility of being killed instead. Compared to using one's life to earn merit points in the extraterritorial battlefield. Now that one could obtain the corresponding merit points by challenging the Star Tower, everyone knew what to choose. However, the Star Pagoda was not without its dangers. If one did not pass the 1st level, there was a possibility of dying. However, it was different from the beginning. Now, everyone knew what they would encounter after entering the Star Tower. Therefore, those who were not confident would not challenge it. Those who challenged it were those who were confident. Some cultivators rubbed their palms, eager to give it a try. I remember that the puppets in the first 4 levels of the Star Tower could not use the power of laws. In other words, the stronger one's realm is, the greater the benefits. Only at the 5th level will it start to become more difficult. In that case, it's time to give it a try. Starting from the 4th level of the diviner realm, the higher one's realm was, the more one could borrow the power of laws. Therefore, when encountering puppets that could not borrow the power of laws, the advantage would be greater. Although the 5th level was difficult, it was not impossible for some people to challenge it. Anyway, as long as they passed the 1st level, even if they failed, they could retreat calmly. At most, they would lose 100 diviner merit points. Although this loss was not small, it was not impossible to take a risk. Many people had entered the Star Pagoda. Some people did not pass the test, but when they came out of the pagoda, they had different gains. So, now that the Star Pagoda had appeared again, many people went to challenge it. The pagoda stood in the city. In front of the pagoda, there was a person who looked similar to Xianxia standing there like a puppet. That was an incarnation that Xianxia had created with his quintessential essence and a wisp of divine will. It did not have much strength. It was just to maintain the daily operation of the Star Pagoda. In the heavenly court, after Xianxia threw the Star Pagoda to the fallen immortal region, he said slowly, "The war is imminent. The heavenly soldiers will be selected every other year. We must gather 100,000 soldiers. As for the heavenly generals, it's the same. I hope that the heavenly court will have 100,000 heavenly soldiers and 1,000 heavenly generals in the future. 100,000 heavenly soldiers, that was just the most basic data. In the Third Era, the heavenly court had hundreds of millions of heavenly soldiers. But that was then and this was now. In the current era, the strength of the great wide world was weak and could not be compared to the Third Era. It was impossible for hundreds of millions of heavenly soldiers to exist. After all, perfected immortals had only been born more than 10 years ago. The heavenly court had only been established for a little more than 10 years. Having 100,000 heavenly soldiers was almost the limit. More. There needed to be a buffer time. Now that the power of the stars in the heavens had been drawn down and shone on the great wide world, the method of spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm was almost used to the extreme. It would be difficult to speed up. The demon emperor said, "The heavenly soldier's cultivation is only around the heavenly human saint realm. The heavenly generals are slightly stronger, but they are only around the 10th level of the heavenly human realm. If the Emperor of Heaven wants to nurture this group of people to a level where they can dominate a region, I'm afraid it will take a lot of resources and a long time. I think that there's no need to recruit too many heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals." In front of a perfected immortal, 99.9% of the heavenly human realm were no different from ants. Not to mention killing a large number of them with a slap, it would be too difficult to kill them. The Emperor of Heaven, who could rival a perfected immortal at the heavenly human realm, was hard to come by in a million years. There was no comparison at all. With such resources, it was much better to leave them to feed the existing true immortals than to nurture heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Many people showed expressions of approval when they heard this. They did not recommend recruiting too many celestial soldiers and celestial generals. The main reason was that the celestial soldiers and celestial generals were of limited use. If a war really broke out, they would be cannon fodder. Xianxia said, "For a genuine immortal, celestial beings are naturally ants. But heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals are different. I have a formation. If I can gather 100,000 heavenly soldiers, I can even kill a genuine immortal." He did not say much about the heavenly soldiers. Instead, he looked at Xianxia. "For war gods present, all the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals of the heavenly court will be under your command. Each god of war can command 250 heavenly generals and 25,000 heavenly soldiers." As he spoke, Qin Shujian waved his hand and a ray of light appeared, landing directly on the foreheads of Xianxia and the others. Immediately, the four of them instinctively closed their eyes. After a few breaths, they opened them again. Qin Shujian said, "I will bestow upon you a technique. You can impart it to all the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Apart from the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, no one is allowed to practice it without permission. Those who violate the rules will be executed without mercy. At the same time, you cannot neglect the practice of the formation. Similarly, you cannot teach it to others." Hearing this, Xianxia and the others cupped their hands and replied, "Yes, Master." When the others saw this, their eyes involuntarily fell on Xianxia and the others. Although the heavenly soldiers were not very useful to them, now that the spirit chi had increased, the cultivation environment had greatly improved. Each of the clans had a significant number of deva cultivators, and were far more powerful than they had been in the past. In some of the big clans, it would not be difficult to bring out hundreds of thousands of celestial beings and tens of thousands of saints. However, Qin Shujian's original words and his mysterious imparting of the technique made the other gods think differently. Indeed, celestial beings were like ants in front of perfected immortals. However, there was no guarantee that the Emperor of Heaven had some other means to make the heavenly soldiers work so well. What he said about killing perfected immortals was also a matter worth discussing. Only Emperor Zhao's expression changed slightly. Formation, if he guessed correctly, the reason why the heavenly soldiers could be so useful was because of the existence of the formation. That was because the great Zhao also had a military formation. However, although the military formation was powerful, it could only fight against celestial beings at most. It was far from being able to fight against perfected immortals. The Emperor of Heaven should have an even more powerful military formation. Emperor Zhao thought to himself. The great Zhao's military formation was included in the legacy of the heavenly court when he received it. Naturally, something from the ancient heavenly court would not be bad. However, the current heavenly court was not weaker than the ancient heavenly court in some aspects. In fact, it was even superior. I left the heavenly court some time ago and traveled to the outer realm. I found many planets to return to, but just as I was about to return, I suddenly encountered Demon Abyss. Demon Abyss. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of the gods changed drastically. Xianxia said in a deep voice, "The Emperor of Heaven encountered Demon Abyss in the outer realm." That's right. Xianxia nodded and said calmly, wherever Demon Abyss passes, the surrounding space will become a land of no return. Any living being that enters Demon Abyss will be corroded by Demon Abyss and become its puppet. At this moment, Demon Abyss is coming to the Great Thousand World. If you explore the outer realm in the future, you must retreat immediately when you encounter Demon Abyss. Otherwise, even perfected immortals may die. When they talked about Demon Abyss, the gods' hearts were heavy. Apart from Xianxia, the others had not really experienced the great tribulation of Demon Abyss. They only knew about the threat of Demon Abyss from the inheritance of their race. However, to be honest, they had never seen Demon Abyss. Xianxia's expression was solemn as he said in a deep voice, the outer realm is divided into 3 levels. The first is where the Great Thousand World is, which occupies a part of the outer realm. Part of it is where Demon Abyss and ferocious beasts are. This part of the extraterritorial void was also the most vast. It was much larger than the other 2 layers of extraterritorial void. As for the last part of the outer realm, it is called the Forbidden Zone. Forbidden Zone? The Demon Emperor revealed a puzzled expression. The way he looked at Xianxia had already become strange. The Demon Emperor realized that Xianxia seemed to know a lot about the outer realm and Demon Abyss. In fact, there were not many people who knew that Xianxia was the reincarnation of the ancient immortal Lord Haotsong. Xianxia said, the so-called Forbidden Zone is where Demon Abyss exists. It is a forbidden zone for living beings. Any living being that enters the Forbidden Zone will not have the chance to come out. In fact, the Forbidden Zone is not fixed. The Forbidden Zone is where Demon Abyss is. Therefore, now that Demon Abyss is approaching, Demon Abyss living space will also be suppressed. In the end, Demon Abyss only has 2 choices. One is to struggle in the Forbidden Zone and be completely devoured by the Forbidden Zone and become Demon Abyss's puppet. The other is to attack the Great Thousand World and steal its origin. There has always been a rumor about Demon Abyss. After devouring the origin of the Great Thousand World, it can break the shackles of the Demon Emperor and reach the legendary Sacred Demon Realm. After reaching that realm, the Forbidden Zone of Demon Abyss will not be a threat. Xianxing's voice echoed in the heavenly palace. This information was a secret to most of the gods. Now that they heard Xianxing's words, they gradually understood. Therefore, when Demon Abyss calms down, I'm afraid it will attack the heavenly court first. As Xianxia said this, he took a step forward and cupped his hands at Qin Shujian. The heavenly emperor has no choice but to guard against the void demons. The Eastern god of war is right. I have already made preparations for this. Qin Shujian nodded. There was no possibility of reconciliation between Demon Abyss and the Great Thousand World. Therefore, there was no third option for both sides to join forces. Because Demon Abyss needed the origin of the Great Thousand World. Only by obtaining the origin of the Great Thousand World could the Demon Emperor break the original shackles and break through to the Sacred Demon Realm. Even if the 2 sides cooperated on the surface, the heavenly court had to be careful of Demon Abyss stabbing them in the back. Compared to asking a tiger for its skin, Qin Shujian was more willing to use a more direct method. Moreover, there was no need for the heavenly court to waste time with Demon Abyss. With the current strength of the heavenly court, if they really went to war, they had a chance of winning. The longer they delayed, the faster Qin Shujian felt his strength increasing. Not to mention other things, just now that he had returned from the outer realm, his strength was already stronger than when the heavenly court had just left the outer realm. At Qin Shujian's realm, even if it was just a little stronger, it was still a significant increase. Moreover, he was certain that Demon Emperor Ba Duo's strength had definitely not recovered to its peak. However, the Void Evil Demon clan knows the method of blood sacrifice, so they might have other unorthodox methods. The law monument is damaged, but it's not completely impossible to recover. Qin Shujian thought to himself. The law monument was damaged, although the injury was serious. But in his opinion, there were other ways to repair it, and it was not as simple as one. Therefore, Qin Shujian wasn't sure if those demon emperors had mastered such a method. If not, it would be for the best. But if they did, perhaps it would really be a fierce battle. Hurry up and carry out the matter of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. In addition, let the cultivators of the 10,000 races in the Outer Realm battlefield explore the Outer Realm with all their might. Although the Demon Emperor is the biggest threat, being able to kill the other void evil demons can also indirectly weaken a portion of their strength. Qin Shujian said indifferently. Hearing this, the mountain-breaking emperor nodded and replied, Emperor of Heaven, don't worry. I will take care of the heavenly soldiers later. If the perfected immortals of the heavenly court are about to break through, you can stay here and seek for a breakthrough. If you don't have an opportunity for a breakthrough, you can also go to the Outer Realm Void to look for opportunities. No matter when, battle is the best medicine for a breakthrough. Your true spirits are already on the God roll. Even if you die in the Outer Realm Void, you can be reborn in the God roll. As long as you are not killed by a Dao fruit level existence, you will not really die. Qin Shujian said in a deep voice. Emperor of Heaven, do you mean that even the God roll can't revive us when a Dao fruit level existence makes a move? Shi Yang was stunned. This news surprised him a little. In addition to Shi Yang, the others were startled too. They had always thought that, apart from the end of their lifespan, the God roll could always preserve their true spirits, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Qin Shujian said, when a Dao fruit level existence makes a move, they can not only erase the current you, but also the past, the future, and the present. They can also erase all traces of your existence. You weren't born into the investiture of the gods. If you were killed before you entered the investiture of the gods, then you would have naturally perished. Of course, it is not only Dao fruit level existence that can attack the past. Even a ninth heaven immortal can do it. However, the two cannot be mentioned in the same breath, because you have all existed for thousands of years. Even if a ninth heaven immortal crosses the river of time to attack, the God roll will stop him. Experts on the investiture of the gods would receive the protection of the investiture of the gods. Even a ninth heaven immortal would not be able to break the God roll's protection and completely kill the living beings on the roll. More importantly, if a powerhouse really breaks through the God roll's obstruction and kills you, the God roll can also find traces of your existence in the past and future of the river of time. At that time, it can absorb a trace of the imprint and be reborn as a true spirit. However, if a Dao fruit level existence makes a move, no traces will be left behind. This is the difference between the two. Qin Shujian said calmly. The deities understood. To put it bluntly, one was not completely wiped out, while the other was completely wiped out. The God roll was not omnipotent. If they really encountered a Dao fruit level existence, they could only blame themselves for being unlucky. Qin Shujian said, however, as far as I know, there are no living Dao fruit level existences in this era, so there is no need to worry for the time being that a Dao fruit level existence will attack and directly wipe you out. There are many demon kings and demon emperors among the demons in the void. If we can take this opportunity to wipe out some of them, the pressure on the heavenly court will be greatly reduced in the future. Apart from that, there is one more thing you need to do in the void beyond, and that is to collect star cores. In the end, Qin Shujian added another sentence. Star cores, the deities exchanged glances. This term was very unfamiliar to them. Xiao Qingfeng frowned slightly and asked tentatively, is the star core that the Emperor of Heaven speaks of the core left behind after the destruction of a star? That's right. The Milky Way is of great use to me. It is related to whether we can contend against the demon abyss in the future, so we must collect star cores. After Qin Shujian finished speaking, True Essence surged with a wave of his hand. The image of a star core appeared in front of everyone. This is the star core, the core left behind after the destruction of a star. However, don't touch the ancient stars outside the greater thousand domains. There are sealed star beasts inside. Each of those star beasts is a powerful existence, and many of them are even comparable to upper-level true immortals. If the ancient stars are destroyed, the heavenly court will have to temporarily give up on the battlefield outside. Qin Shujian was also worried. What if some true immortal lost his mind and shattered the stars outside the great thousand world and released the sleeping star beasts inside? At that time, the number of casualties would not be small. Right now, refining Zhou Tian's star map required a large number of star cores. After wandering in the outer realm for a few months, he had only obtained a few star cores. It was far from the 365 star cores that Zhou Tian's star map required. Therefore, he could only ask the other true immortals of the heavenly court for help. Otherwise, even if he spent a few years alone, he would not be able to find enough star cores. When the gods heard this, they bowed and accepted the order. Yes, master. Dismissed. Qin Shujian waved his hand, and the court meeting was officially over. After the gods left, Qin Shujian left the heavenly palace and went directly above the heavenly court. The greater thousand domains was divided into 3 layers. The lowest layer was the core of the great thousand world, which was located beneath the earth. There were also unpredictable dangers in the depths of the earth. Almost no ordinary cultivator would go deep there. The middle layer was where the thousands of races lived. It was located above the ground and below the sky. It was also the largest area in the greater thousand domains. The words of the highest level. It was where the heavenly court was now, the astral wind layer. The astral wind layer did not sound big, but in fact, it was the same length as the entire greater thousand domains. In terms of height, although it was not as high as the ground to the sky, it was still tens of thousands of feet high. The heavenly court only occupied a small area of the astral wind layer. Above the heavenly court was Zhou Tian's star map. Above Zhou Tian's star map was still the astral wind layer. Qin Shujian broke through the heavenly court's formation and came directly above Zhou Tian's star map. There was a long sword standing there. Vast astral power lingered around it, as if a powerful cultivator was cultivating in seclusion. It sensed Qin Shujian's arrival. The long sword vibrated, and a cold voice came from it. The Emperor of Heaven is here. Yes, how are you? Qin Shujian smiled faintly. Sanhua said calmly, Khanate cardinal treasures can't improve. It's like a day in billions of years. What changes can there be? It's said that there's still a path above Khanate cardinal treasures. The Tao is endless. Khanate cardinal treasures naturally have a path above them. But even if there's a path, it's not so easy to take. There was some emotion in Sanhua's cold voice. The higher one's realm was, the less one would think that one had reached the peak. The Tao was endless. Only when one reached a certain level could one understand the meaning of this sentence better. Whether it was Tao fruit experts or Khanate cardinal treasures, they were not the true end. Perhaps after breaking through the universe and truly discarding the false and leaving the true behind, there's a chance to see the path ahead. Sanhua sighed. He also wanted to break through the current shackles and break through to a higher level. Khanate cardinal treasures had a good name, but after leaving their host, their strength was not too strong. Or else, he would not have been subdued by Qin Shujian. At the end of the day, his strength was inferior and he had no choice but to submit. If you can transform and have a real physical body, perhaps you'll be a Tao fruit expert. Qin Shujian's gaze fell on the long sword, and he said with a serious expression. P.S. Monthly votes. Khanate cardinal treasures were top-notch divine weapons. Like Tao fruit experts, they were the pinnacle of the universe. Any existence that reached the pinnacle was extraordinary. However, compared to true Tao fruit experts, Khanate cardinal treasures lacked a true physical body. Without a physical body, they were like rootless duckweed, unable to possess great power. As for the body of a cardinal treasure, it was only a shell given by heaven and earth. There was no way it could be compared to a true physical body. It's easier said than done to have a physical body. Khanate cardinal treasures have been born for so many eras, but which cardinal treasure truly has its own physical body? Even the cardinal treasures of the first era were destroyed in the tribulation. Under the shackles of the universe, Khanate cardinal treasures are the limit. Anyone who tries to break the shackles will attract heavenly punishment. Under heavenly punishment, who can stay out of harm's way? Sanhua said self-deprecatingly. Hearing this, Qin Shujian fell silent. Khanate cardinal treasures could not transform because of the rules of the universe. No one could change that. Just as Sanhua said, anyone who tried to break the rules would attract heavenly punishment. Tao fruit experts were said to have transcended the rules, but they still existed in the universe. They did not fear heavenly punishment, but that was only because of themselves. At this moment, the longsword vibrated and transformed into the appearance of a young man. "Greetings, Emperor of Heaven." Xianxia bowed slightly, then straightened up and said, "Emperor of Heaven, you didn't come here just to catch up with me, did you?" Although he was the sword master's divine weapon. As a Khanate cardinal treasure, he had some connection with Qin Shujian of the Third Era. However, they were only in contact. They were not friends. Now that he had become an official of the Heavenly Court, rather than voluntarily, it was better to say that he was forced to submit by force. Therefore, when talking about catching up, Xianxia had a self-deprecating look on his face. Qin Shujian put his hands behind his back and said calmly, "Catching up is only one of the reasons. I have other things to do." As soon as he finished speaking, the investiture of the gods flew out. The list, which was originally 10 feet long, suddenly became 10 million feet long, blocking the sun. The appearance of the investiture of the gods caused the entire world to darken. The living beings of the myriad races instinctively raised their heads and looked towards the sky. At this moment, Qin Shujian performed hand seals and took out the stars sealed in the investiture of the gods. Suddenly, a dozen stars appeared. Boom, stars appeared. In the blink of an eye, he was about to fall to the ground. That terrifying power caused the void to shatter. Seeing this, Qin Shujian waved his hand and countless array runes flew out. In the blink of an eye, a huge array was set up. Xing Chen, who was originally falling towards the ground, seemed to be held up by an invisible hand and stopped directly. In an instant, he put away the investiture of the gods. The dark sky brightened up once again. In the sky above the heavenly court, there were a dozen or so stars that were forcefully stopped by the array formation. Immediately after, Qin Shujian's hands formed countless hand seals, all of which landed on the star. Those stars were covered by a mysterious power, and then they shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. It didn't matter if it was a star that was 100,000 feet long or a star that was several 100,000 feet long. At this moment, they all shrank at the same time. When the stars shrank to a certain extent, Qin Shujian directly grabbed the stars and pressed them down on Zhou Tian's star map below. Immediately, Zhou Tian's star map shook violently. Because this was not the real Zhou Tian's star map, but the Zhou Tian star map that Qin Shujian created with the power of the investiture of the gods. Illusory power. It was not an easy task to carry a complete star. Zhou Tian's star map was about to collapse. The constellation seals that existed in Zhou Tian's star map shone brightly at this moment, causing Zhou Tian's star map that was about to collapse to become much more stable. Immediately after, the scattered brilliance that existed above also had power converging into it. Immediately, Zhou Tian's star map was completely stabilized. Immediately after, Qin Shujian began to insert the remaining stars into Zhou Tian's star map. Boom, the stars fell, and the vast star power crashed down like a waterfall. At that moment, the power that existed in the stars was continuously extracted and transformed by Zhou Tian's star map into star energy that was easy to absorb, covering the entire heavenly court. Then, through the heavenly court, it headed towards the 4 continents. When the power of the star sphere fell, the star power of the heavenly court more than doubled on its original basis. At the same time, the star power of the 4 continents also became denser. Some cultivators who were at a bottleneck couldn't help but break through under the impact of this power. Boom, the breakthrough was huge. The star power has become denser. What happened? I finally broke through, haha. Although the cultivators of the myriad races were puzzled as to why the star power suddenly became denser, it didn't stop them from feeling happy. The star power was dense. The progress of their cultivation would become even faster. Some people also recalled the dark scene just now and secretly guessed if the two were related. In the sky above the heavenly court, Qin Shujian had already put away the investiture of the gods and stood on Zhou Tian's star map. The power contained in the stars is being extracted, and the illumination of the boundless world has consumed a lot. Based on the current energy contained in the stars, the weakest one can only last for a few months. Even if it is a powerful star, it will take at most 3 to 5 years for the energy contained within it to be completely extracted. Once the power in the stars was extracted, the stars would shatter. At that time, the stars that had exhausted their power would have no other use. In other words, the stars that he had obtained could only last for a period of time. After the power was exhausted, he would have to exchange for new stars. No matter how many stars there are in the outer realm, if it continues for thousands or tens of thousands of years, most of them will be exhausted. Qin Shujian shook his head. Fortunately, this situation didn't need to continue. It was just that the heavenly court didn't have enough power now, so they had to use such an extreme method to forcefully extract the star power. Under normal circumstances, the speed at which the star power was absorbed was balanced with the star itself. Not only could he obtain the star power to cultivate, but he also didn't have to worry about the star power being exhausted too much and causing the star to die. But there were disadvantages to doing this. The effect of cultivation wasn't as amazing as it was now. If a person with the same talent cultivated in the current environment, he might only need a dozen years to break through to the perfected immortal realm. But if he cultivated under the normal star power, he would need 10 times or even dozens of times the time. Excessive enthusiasm. There were disadvantages and advantages. The disadvantage was that it consumed too much star power. It was like draining the pond to catch fish. The advantage was that it could produce enough powerhouses in a short period of time. But in the long run, it wasn't a good thing. I can't think so much now. Even if I really drain the pond to catch fish, it's better than waiting for the calamity to descend and losing everything. Qin Shujian's heart was cold. If he lost, then there would be nothing left. He was not a righteous person. All he could do was try his best while he was still alive. As for after he died, Qin Shujian couldn't be bothered to care about it. Sanhua looked at the star power below and was a little surprised. The Emperor of Heaven has directly moved the star from the outer void. Yes. Qin Shujian nodded. Then, he took a step into the air and left the place. He had other things to do now. After returning to the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian immediately found Niu Dali and Chu Quangtu. I found the demon abyss. Hearing that, Chu Quangtu and Niu Dali were both puzzled. Finding the demon abyss was a big deal. But looking at Qin Shujian's serious expression, they didn't quite understand. Moreover, if he just found the demon abyss, there was no need to specially come over and say it. The corner of Niu Dali's mouth twitched. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Emperor Qin, don't tell me you want to drag us into attacking the demon abyss together? I haven't recovered much of my strength. At most, I can deal with an upper third level true immortal. If I face a top upper third level true immortal, I'll die. I heard that there are even half-step Dao fruits in the demon abyss. It's too risky to rashly attack the demon abyss. Before Qin Shujian could say anything, Niu Dali hurriedly said. He was really afraid that Qin Shujian would drag them into attacking the demon abyss on impulse. If it were the Emperor Qin of the Third Era, he might not be so impulsive. But in this era, it was hard to say. Compared to the Emperor Qin of the Third Era, the Emperor Qin of this era was more humane, but also more impulsive. He would flip the table at the slightest provocation. Niu Dali was worried that Qin Shujian would really have such an impulse. At that time, he couldn't refuse or not. Although Chu Quangtu didn't say anything, his expression was subtle. Attack the demon abyss, that's crazy. After reincarnating, he had been mingling in the player's world. He wasn't very clear about the strength of the demon abyss, but after returning to the vast thousand domains, he had some understanding. With their strength, if they attacked the demon abyss, they would most likely be courting death. Qin Shujian was speechless. Niu Dali and Chu Quangtu's reaction made him not know how to continue the words that were at the tip of his tongue. A moment later, Qin Shujian shook his head and said, attack the demon abyss. Even if you want to die, I don't want to die with you. The problem of the demon abyss is secondary. But you'll never know the origin of the demon abyss. According to the information we've received, the demon abyss should have been opened by a Dao fruit. Perhaps there were other fallen Dao fruits who had awakened long before us. It's not impossible. Chu Quangtu hesitated for a moment and gave a plausible answer. Since Qin Shujian had come personally to say it, and with such a serious attitude, he had made a big guess. The biggest possibility was there must be a fallen Tao fruit from the previous era who had awakened earlier than them, recovered some strength, and then opened the demon abyss. No, Qin Shujian shook his head and said word by word, the demon abyss is formed by the body of a fallen Tao fruit. After that, he immediately added, a true Tao fruit fleshly body. Boom, this simple sentence set off stormy waves in the hearts of Chu Kuangtu and Niu Dali. Impossible. Chu Kuangtu immediately denied it and said loudly, how can there be a real body of a Tao fruit? Could it be a fallen Tao fruit from this era? I don't think so. Qin Shujian shook his head and looked solemn. After I became the Emperor of Heaven, I've received some information. No new Tao fruit was born in this era. As for the Tao fruit from the previous era, it's possible that it fell in this era. However, I'm not completely sure. It was difficult to find out whether it was a fallen Tao fruit from the previous era or a fallen Tao fruit from the previous era. At this moment, the two finally understood why Qin Shujian's attitude was so solemn. It was indeed a big deal that the demon abyss was formed by the body of a Tao fruit. Suddenly, Niu Dali's expression also became serious. If the demon abyss is really formed by the body of a Tao fruit, then that existence may not have really fallen completely. It doesn't matter if he fell in the previous era or this era. Since the demon abyss is approaching the great thousand domains, it proves that that existence still retains its instinctive consciousness. His words make some sense. Chu Kuangtu glanced at Niu Dali, then nodded and replied. In any case, that Tao fruit's goal is the great thousand domains. It's fine if he completely falls, then the demon abyss will only approach the great thousand domains instinctively and there will be no other consequences. However, if that existence doesn't completely fall, when the demon abyss really attacks the great thousand domains, there may be other unforeseen events. A Tao fruit expert who was not completely dead. He was a terrifying threat no matter where he was. Especially in the current era, when not a single Tao fruit had been born. The strongest in the heavenly court was Qin Shujian, and the strongest in the great thousand domains were probably the two half-step Tao fruit experts. With such strength, it was impossible to fight against a Tao fruit expert. Even if this Tao fruit expert was seriously injured and on the verge of death, leaving only a weak power, it was still the same. Once he broke through to the Tao fruit realm, he would be completely different from living beings below the Tao fruit realm. Even if he was a half-step Tao fruit expert. In front of a true Tao fruit expert, he was no different from an ant. Qin Shujian said, I don't know whether he's completely dead or not. The purpose of my visit this time is to find out if there are any bodies of fallen Tao fruit experts in the first and second eras. If there are, I can roughly deduce something. He was sure. There were no such experts in the third era. The rest were the eras that must have existed after the first, second, and third eras. No matter what. The birth of each era was a completely independent existence. Although there were experts from the previous eras who were reborn in the third era, it did not mean that Qin Shujian had a complete understanding of the previous two eras. Hearing that, Chu Kuangtu and Niu Dali both fell into deep thought. After a long while, Chu Kuangtu shook his head and said, the Tao fruit experts of the second era were almost completely dead at the end of the era. The only ones who really survived to the third era were me and the Weapon Emperor. As for the Tao fruit experts who died in the second era, their bodies also collapsed at the end of the era, leaving no corpses behind. Now, the Weapon Emperor is completely dead, and I'm the only one who is still alive in the second era. Speaking of this matter, Chu Kuangtu's expression did not change. After the end of the second era, all living beings, including his family, friends, and disciples, had died. In the beginning, Chu Kuangtu's emotions would fluctuate a little when he recalled these things. But now, he had already become calm. After all, at this realm, even if he was not completely indifferent, he was indifferent to many things. Coupled with the erosion of endless time, most of his emotions had dissipated. What was left was probably just pure memories. After Chu Kuangtu finished speaking, Niu Dali pondered for a moment and replied, when the first era was destroyed, the living experts were all alive, and the dead experts all died at the end of the era. It's impossible to say that their bodies were preserved. But I heard that as early as the beginning of the era, some Tao fruits were born. At that time, a shocking war broke out, and it was said that some of the Tao fruits were also killed. I don't know if those Tao fruits still have their physical bodies left. After that, Niodali quickly added, there should not be any bodies left, because at the moment of the end of the era, everything in the entire universe was exposed to us. Even if we did not have the power to seal ourselves, we would have collapsed in the face of real power, let alone the bodies of Tao fruits. How could there be any bodies left? The end of the era. The universe collapsed. If the living Tao fruit experts wanted to survive the tribulation, they had to use their own power to set up a protective barrier and completely seal themselves. When the real power dissipated and the universe reopened, they would naturally survive the tribulation. From the end of the universe to its opening, it only took a moment. But in that moment, even Tao fruit level existences might not be able to withstand it. Therefore, the weaker Tao fruits would be eroded and destroyed by the real power at that moment. Only the stronger Tao fruits could survive that moment. It was also because of this. Any Tao fruit that survived was the kind that was extremely powerful. In that case, the body of that existence is not from the first 3 eras. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that it was not from the first 3 eras. If it was from the first 3 eras, it would be too terrifying. Because the longer a Tao fruit existed, the more tribulations it had survived, and the stronger it was. During the 3rd era, he hadn't dared to say that he was the strongest among all the Tao fruit realm cultivators. Not to mention the strongest. Even if he was in the top 5, he might not necessarily be ranked. If it was really the remains of such a terrifying Tao fruit, it would be fine if the other party died, but if it was not completely dead, it would be a great threat. Compared to the Tao fruits of the previous eras. If the demon abyss was formed by the body of the Tao fruit of the later eras, Qin Shujian would have less to worry about. You two should recover your strength as soon as possible. If there is a chance, I'm more inclined to take the initiative to attack the demon abyss instead of passively taking a beating. Qin Shujian looked at the two of them and suddenly said with a smile. This, Niu Dali and Chu Kuangtu thought to themselves, then nodded reluctantly and replied perfunctorily. We'll do our best. The extraterritorial battlefield. After the Heavenly Court occupied part of the extraterritorial void, the experts of the myriad races entered one after another. Compared to the upper-class world. Although the energy in the extraterritorial void was violent, its quality was also higher. However, the berserk energy was not something that anyone could absorb. For many cultivators, absorbing the energy of the extraterritorial void was equivalent to swallowing poison. It was a suicidal approach. The source of spirit energy in the upper-class world. Part of it came from the spirit veins, and part of it came from the extraterritorial void. However, when the energy of the extraterritorial void entered the upper-class world, it would be diluted and transformed into spirit energy that was easier to absorb. However, apart from cultivation, the real purpose of the experts of the myriad races entering the extraterritorial void was to hunt the void demons and earn the corresponding merit points. Ever since the Heavenly Court's merit points system was established, the experts of the myriad races, from the true immortals to the true martial realm, all flocked to it. Whether it was the deity position of the Heavenly Court or the rules of immortal ascension, they were all irresistible temptations. Although it was much easier to be born as a true immortal under the dual effects of spirit energy and star power. But in reality, no matter how easy it wasn't that easy to become a true immortal. The experts who could break through to the true immortal realm were the top experts of the myriad races. Their talent and strength were top-notch existences, and other cultivators couldn't compare to them at all. As for other cultivators, it was extremely difficult to break through to the true immortal realm. At this moment, in the extraterritorial battlefield, hundreds of cities suppressed the void, and each city was protected by an array to resist the god-destroying astral wind. A large number of cultivators and players of the myriad races went out of the cities to explore the extraterritorial void. At the same time, there were also many people resting and reorganizing in the cities, as well as recruiting soldiers and buying horses. A small stronghold of the void demons, a few god martial realm players, the requirement is at least the 2nd level of the god martial realm. Those who are proficient in arrays can lower the standard, but the array realm can't be lower than a high-grade array master. An expert at the 5th level of the God Martial realm is leading the team. There are still 5 spots in the team. It's best if there are 2 high-grade array masters. It would be best if there are array masters. Recruiting experts, mainly sword cultivators, who can have a high-grade spirit weapon. One by one, the players shouted in the city center. Now that the extraterritorial battlefield had appeared, it was like a brand new dungeon for them. There were a lot of benefits inside, but it was not so easy to get the benefits. There were many void demons. Demons of the void in the true martial realm were basically the lowest level of existence. Among them, there were many in the spirit martial realm and the god martial realm. More importantly, spatial demons were very hard to kill. A powerful void demon. One had to use the power of laws to kill them. Although the weaker ones could be killed without using the power of laws, they would require a great deal of power to destroy them. Therefore, in order to slay even the weakest void fiend, one's strength was extremely high. If the attack wasn't enough, if the cultivator's power wasn't enough to kill the void fiend, then there was a chance that the cultivator would be killed instead. The foreign battlefields had only appeared for a few months, and the information regarding the void devils was a summary of the players' bloody experiences. In the outer realm, there was a group of about 10 players exploring a certain area. How is it? Have you found the location? Fu Moyan turned to look at a young player and asked in a deep voice. Hearing this, that person took out a jade talisman and seemed to be sensing something. Shortly after, the jade talisman flashed slightly. That's right. The group of void fiends we met last time is right in front. Good. Everyone, pay attention to hiding your aura. We have to hurry up and get closer. Fu Moyan smiled and turned to the others. Instantly, everyone nodded. Then, they concealed their auras to the extent that they could not be detected. The outer realm was vast and boundless, and there was no color. No matter where you went, it was pretty much the same. If you wanted to distinguish where it was, you would need to leave a mark. The last time he searched for the bronze token, he searched for a few years without any results. Fu Moyan could only sigh at the fact that he missed an opportunity to become a top expert. Then, he threw himself into the construction of the foreign battlefields. Until now. Not only did he give up on searching for the bronze token, but the other players also gave up on this tempting mission. There was no other way. After searching for a few years, there was no news at all. Even if the mission reward was generous, time shouldn't be wasted like this. In addition, all the players searched together, but in the end, no one found it. Regarding this, Fu Moyan couldn't help but wonder if there was only one bronze token. Compared to the bronze token. Now, in the outer realm, there were more opportunities. Dozens of players flew in the air. Occasionally, the god-slaying wind would blow, but it was all blocked by the god-fixing talisman. Fu Moyan said, that void fiend's stronghold was discovered by us by accident. If I'm not wrong, it should be a small force of the void fiend's clan. The purpose is to be a warning. Once a strong enemy invades, the other void fiends will receive the news. Therefore, not far from that stronghold, there should be other void fiends' stronghold. We must act quickly and not give them any chance to react. Otherwise, if the void fiends from other strongholds are attracted, we will most likely be wiped out. Risk and opportunity coexisted. Although the reward for killing the void fiend was generous, the danger was also there. Subsequently, Fu Moyan looked at the male and female players. The two of you have prepared the array. After arriving at the stronghold, the first thing you can do is seal the void with the array. Otherwise, the noise will spread. Most of the factors for success or failure this time will depend on you. Captain, don't worry. There won't be a problem if we act. The male player smiled. He wasn't a member of Fu Moyan's original team, but was temporarily recruited by the other party. In other words, they were experts who were paid to hire. Their purpose was to assist Fu Moyan to eliminate the void fiend's stronghold. This profession. Among the players, it was called a bounty hunter. They specialized in providing help to other player teams and then received a portion of the reward. Although this profession didn't have any explosive rewards, it won in stability. Regardless of success or failure, the reward would be in their hands. It took 2 days. Fu Moyan and the others finally stopped in their tracks. Cover the array. Everyone, restrain your aura. Fu Moyan said in a low voice. Immediately, the 2 players took action and used the formation to cover everyone in the team. Under the cover of the array. Suddenly, everyone's figures disappeared. Looking at it with the naked eye, they couldn't detect any abnormality at all. The male player said in a low voice, the strength of our 2 arrays is limited. At most, it can block the vision of the Void Fiend of the God Martial Arts realm. If it is the Void Fiend of the Celestial realm, it will be seen through directly. And if we get too close, the Void Fiend of the God Martial Arts realm in the late stage may also sense it. It's enough. Fu Moyan nodded. According to the short confrontation last time, the strongest people in the Stronghold were only a few in the God Martial Arts realm. Last time, their strength wasn't enough, and they were eventually forced to retreat. But this time, their strength was enough. It wouldn't be a problem to get back at them again. In the quiet outer space in front of them, there was a black shadow lying there quietly. The so-called Black Shadow. It was the form of the Void Fiend's original body. Although the Void Fiend could transform into a human form, most of the time, the Void Fiend moved in the form of a black shadow. Because in the form of a black shadow, whether it was being attacked or escaping, it was much better than the human form. Recently, the creatures in the boundless world have been too rampant. Be careful. Don't let them barge in without permission. Otherwise, you and I can't bear this crime. Antoine said in a deep voice. He was the person in charge of this stronghold. If something happened to this stronghold, he would definitely be swallowed alive by the demon. Master. Hearing this, immediately, a black shadow replied, Sir, don't worry. If those people didn't escape fast enough last time, we would have eaten them directly. I don't think the others have the guts to come again. Moreover, the Demon Master and the Demon King are constantly patrolling. As long as anything happens, it won't be long before experts come to help. There won't be a big problem. Even so, we still have to be careful. Antoine's tone softened a little, but it was still solemn. The situation was tense now. The creatures in the boundless world were constantly attacking the outer space, causing many territories that originally belonged to the Void Fiend clan to be affected. During this period of time, many Void Fiends had fallen in the hands of the myriad clans. However, many of the myriad clans were also killed by the Void Fiends. In any case, there were casualties between the 2 sides. In the big picture, there wasn't much change. But when it came to individuals, it was the difference between life and death. As one of the strongholds of the Luo clan. To put it nicely, it was the stronghold of the Guardian clan. To put it bluntly, that was the cannon fodder at the front line. As long as anything happened, with their strength, they would be the first to be sacrificed. No matter what the situation was later on. It didn't have much to do with the weak void demons like them. Because they were cannon fodder. They were destined to be the first to die. If they wanted to save their lives, they had to be alert. Not to mention ensuring that there wouldn't be any accidents, as long as they had to retreat immediately when there was an accident. No living creature was not afraid of death. The myriad clans were afraid of death. The Void Fiends were also afraid of death. It was just that the Void Fiend clan's hierarchy was even more strict. So many times, even if they knew that they were going to die, they had to obey the orders of their superiors. Those creatures of the boundless world are really not afraid of death. It's as if they can't be killed no matter how hard they try. It's so annoying. Antoine thought of the players and felt a wave of anger again. The creatures of the boundless world gave him a very strange feeling. Some people cherished their lives, but some people didn't seem to be afraid of death. Ever since the establishment of the stronghold, Antoine couldn't remember how many creatures of the boundless world he had killed. Even the people under him had changed wave after wave. Only when he was strong enough did he not die in the hands of those people. Humph. Thinking of some things, Antoine snorted coldly and didn't say anything more. At this moment, Fu Moyan and the others were already close to the stronghold. Everyone was holding their breaths. Even if they were covered by the formation, they didn't dare to breathe loudly, let alone reveal the slightest bit of their aura. In front of them, there was a black shadow lying there quietly. If one looked carefully, they would find that the black shadow was moving slowly, like a cloud floating in the sky. But it was different from a real cloud. The black shadow gave off an evil and ominous aura. All of a sudden, Fu Moyan stopped in his tracks and then used his divine consciousness to transmit a message. Stop. Hearing this, everyone else stopped what they were doing. The stronghold is here. It should be the location of the other strongholds some distance away. Lu Liang, Shen Wenyao, you guys set up the formation first. Fu Moyan transmitted his voice. The Lu Liang and Shen Wenyao he mentioned were the two bounty hunters that he had hired. Okay. The two of them looked at each other. Then, the concealing formation was broken, and dozens of streams of light shot out from the void and landed in other directions. The streams of light fell. The shadow of the formation plate appeared. Immediately, light rose from the formation plate, and two large formations appeared directly, swallowing all the demons of the void. The moment the formation was formed, Fu Moyan and the others immediately took the lead and charged towards one of the void demons. A terrifying power erupted. A demon of the god martial arts realm didn't even have time to react before it was torn apart by dozens of powerful attacks, and then the black shadow collapsed. Everything happened in an instant. It wasn't until one of them had fallen that the rest of the fiendish void demons reacted to the situation. Enemy attack. Quick, send a message immediately. Antoine roared, and then the black shadow filled the sky and charged toward Fu Moyan and the others. At the same time, the formation was activated, and a terrifying power immediately fell. Antoine only felt a terrifying pressure coming from the surrounding space, and without thinking, he withdrew his attack and bombarded the sky. Rumble. A powerful shockwave spread out, causing the array formation to tremble violently. Lu Liang's expression changed, and he said anxiously, "Don't let them attack the formation, or it won't last long." He had only just stepped into the ranks of array masters. The formation he had set up could only trap ordinary god martial arts realm cultivators, and with the help of a powerful formation plate, he could fight with a cultivator in the middle or late stage of the god martial arts realm, but that was all. If he really faced a cultivator in the late stage of the god martial arts realm alone, there was no way he could fight back. Antoine now. He was in the late stage of the god martial arts realm. Such strength was enough to shake the formation, and it was enough to shatter it. Fortunately, Lu Liang wasn't the only one who set up the formation, and Shen Wenyao was also setting it up. The two formations, one attacking and one defending, not only did they not conflict with each other, but they complemented each other and increased the power of the formation. Hearing this, Fu Moyan attacked again, and a sword aura slashed out from his spiritual sword, directly interrupting Antoine's attack. The other demons of the void also reacted at this time. Then, they all attacked the players. The battle only lasted for a moment, and it completely erupted. To this, the players didn't panic, and they attacked the demons of the void. Earlier on, they had already scouted out the strength of this stronghold. Now that they dared to come again, they were 100% confident. So, from the first demon of the void being killed instantly, to the later formation being set up, everything was completely within Fu Moyan's expectations. It could be said that, as long as nothing unexpected happened, this stronghold would definitely be destroyed by them. Let's end this quickly. Fu Moyan sneered, and his attacks didn't stop, temporarily holding Antoine back, so that the other party couldn't care about anything else. In terms of realm, he was only in the 6th level of the god martial arts realm, and there was a certain gap between him and a late-stage god martial arts realm. But because he was well prepared, it wasn't a big problem to hold back a late-stage god martial arts realm for a short period of time. Soon, some demons of the void were killed. The black shadow dissipated, and then a crystal fell. The player who killed the demon of the void was quick, and he instantly grabbed the crystal in his hand. "You dare to kill my clansmen of the Amo Zyro clan, the lords will definitely not let you off." Antoine roared, and his attacks became even more fierce, making it difficult for Fu Moyan to defend. The current situation made him feel a trace of fear in his heart. A large number of clansmen of the Stronghold had died. And there was the formation covering it. If this went on, even he would be at risk of dying. So, no matter what, Antoine couldn't just wait for death. Hurry up and finish it, don't delay any more. The pressure increased greatly, and Fu Moyan's expression became solemn. A late-stage god martial arts realm who had gone crazy. If he wasn't careful, he might be beaten to death by the other party. Seeing this, Lu Liang immediately controlled the formation and attacked Antoine. The formation operated. The gunmetal sword chi shot out, turning into hundreds of long swords, and cutting a large number of black shadows. Antoine let out a painful roar, and then exploded with all his strength. The moment he forced Fu Moyan to retreat, the black shadows condensed into a ball, and in the next second, bombarded the formation. Rumble! The void exploded, and the formation shook violently. At this moment, cracks had already appeared on the flawless formation. Just as Antoine was about to use all his strength to break the formation, Fu Moyan and the others came back to their senses and immediately attacked, interrupting the other party's attack. Boom, boom. After fighting for about half an hour, Antoine was already forced to the point where he couldn't defend himself. He was strong, but with more than a dozen god martial arts realm warriors and the threat of the formation, he was no match for them. The outcome was doomed from the beginning. If you want my life, then go to hell. Antoine went crazy. Hearing this, Fu Moyan and the others' expressions changed drastically. Before they could react, they saw the black shadows condense violently, and when it reached a critical point, it exploded with a loud bang. Boom! The self-destruction of a late-stage god martial arts realm warrior was a devastating blow to the other god martial arts realm cultivators. Under the power of this self-destruction, 4 or 5 players were directly swallowed, turned into white light, and dissipated. The remaining players were all sent flying, coughing up blood. Even the 2 formations that were used to conceal the energy fluctuations and trap the void fiend collapsed under the aftermath of the destruction. P.S. Support the original version, Jidian Chinese Network, app Jidian Reading, I am decent. The formation was destroyed. The shockwaves from the explosion instantly spread out in all directions. The evil demons of the void and other strongholds also noticed the commotion. Retreat! Fu Moyan roared. After taking the crystal that Antoine left behind, he was the first to escape. There was no way to hide this commotion. It was obvious that the other void demons from the other strongholds were rushing over. With their strength, if they were attacked by a large number of void demons, other than being killed and sent back to the city, there was no other outcome. Although the players could revive. However, if all of them were to lose a level, they might lose everything they had invested in this operation. On the contrary, if they successfully retreated, even if a few people died from the explosion, there was still a certain amount of profit. After all, a late-stage god martial realm crystal. It was enough to exchange for many resources. If they used it to exchange for merit points, whether it was God Martial Realm Stage 1 or God Martial Realm Stage 10, the merit points would be the same. But for the players, different levels of crystals could provide different amounts of experience. For a God Martial Realm Stage 1 player, if it was a God Martial Realm Stage 1 crystal, it could increase one's experience by 10%. But if it was a God Martial Realm Stage 10 crystal, it could increase by at least 2 or 3 levels. So, exchanging a God Martial Realm Stage 1 crystal for merit points was worth it. But if it was a high-level crystal for merit points, then it was not worth it. The crystal that Antoine left behind, even if it wasn't God Martial Realm Stage 10, it was at least God Martial Realm Stage 7 or 8. As for the players that died, the strongest was only God Martial Realm Stage 4. Most of them were around God Martial Realm Stage 2 or Stage 3. Just like that. Just this crystal alone was enough to make him feel that he had not suffered a loss. Not to mention, there were the crystals left behind by the other void demons. That was even more profitable. But if they were wiped out, then it was hard to say whether it was a profit or a loss. Without needing Fu Moyan to say anything, when Antoine self-destructed, the remaining players had already followed behind him and left. Lu Liang and Shen Wenyao, the two bounty hunters, didn't dare to fall behind. Although the reward for a bounty hunter was considerable, it definitely couldn't be compared to the price of losing a level. So they definitely couldn't die. Otherwise, this mission would be a complete loss. Just as Fu Moyan and the others were about to leave, they saw the void crack and a person walk out of it. Antoine and the others are dead. Quentin looked at the void in front of him that still had remnants of fluctuations, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. The death of a few God Martial Realm void demons was a negligible loss for the Luo clan. However, the death of Antoine and the other clansmen was not only a matter of loss, but also a matter of face for the Mo's Halo clan. If they allowed others to slaughter their own clansmen, then the Moxiaro clan would have no face to speak of. I'd like to see who dares to kill my clansmen. Quentin's eyes were still cold, but his divine sense had already spread out. Not long after, a cold smile appeared on his face. Found you, a bunch of rats. As soon as he finished speaking, Quentin did not move. The surrounding void suddenly shattered, and his figure was also swallowed by the shattered void. On the other side, the void collapsed. Boundless black shadows covered the sky and instantly landed on the heads of Fu Moyan and the others. The void was still the same void. However, there was a chilling power that confined everyone to the spot. Demon Lord? Or Demon King? Fu Moyan's forehead was covered in sweat. The worst outcome still happened. Antoine's self-destruction had attracted the attention of the fiendish void fiends. He could not sense Quentin's strength, but he knew that the other party's strength was far above his and the others. That cold force. It was almost about to freeze their blood. You're the ones who killed my clansmen. Quentin's evil voice sounded, and Fu Moyan and the others could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. You should be creatures of the great wide world, but you seem a little different. Let me see what's different about you. As soon as he finished speaking, a black shadow covered the sky and swallowed Fu Moyan and the others. As the black shadow spread, Fu Moyan and the others trembled violently. They wanted to resist with all their might, but there was nothing they could do. Their bodies were suppressed by that absolute power. Not to mention resisting, they could not even commit suicide. At this moment, Fu Moyan only felt a force invading his body, as if it wanted to occupy his body. This feeling caused a thought to surface in his mind. Possession. Quentin wanted to possess them, although he knew that he would not really die. The feeling of being possessed by an expert still made him feel a sense of fear. At this moment, Quentin's divine consciousness had already entered Fu Moyan and the other sea of consciousness. The moment it entered the sea of consciousness, then, a terrifying and majestic power burst out. At that moment, all the dark force melted like snow in spring. What is that? Quentin let out a scream of horror. Before his divine consciousness retreated from Fu Moyan and the others, that terrifying and mysterious force directly followed the dark force and landed on his body. At that moment, Quentin did not even have time to react before he was directly swallowed up. The black shadow dissipated. A crystal quietly floated in the void. Fu Moyan and the others' faces stiffened. Looking at the crystal, they suddenly felt like they were living in a dream. What happened? Everyone was in a state of confusion. They didn't know why Quentin had fallen. After a short moment of confusion, they were pleasantly surprised. Quentin's strength was at least at the divinity level, and it was the extremely powerful kind. He might even be a demon king at the true immortal level. It was needless to say how precious the crystal left behind by the other party was. Boom, Lu Liang suddenly made a move. The remaining array disc broke through the air and directly covered the few players. Just as the formation was about to descend, he did not even look and just grabbed the crystal. The moment Lu Liang made a move, Shen Wenyao also made a move. But her target was not Fu Moyan and the others, but Lu Liang. At this moment, whether it was a cooperative relationship or a teammate, it was completely unimportant. The crystal left behind after Quentin's death was the greatest treasure to them. Whoever could get it would have the hope of becoming an expert at the divinity level. The strongest player at this stage was only at the late stage of the divine martial realm. Once they broke through to the divinity level, they would be the number one player in the 4 continents. When the time came, with the strength of the divinity level, it would not be difficult to kill the more powerful demons of the void. One step ahead would be one step ahead. It could be said that the crystal in front of them was enough to change a person's fate. Boom! When the array fell, Fu Moyan directly threw out the spirit sword in his hand. It exploded in the air. The power of the spirit sword's explosion was no less than the power of the divine martial realm's explosion. Lu Liang's array disc was already damaged when Antoine's self-exploded. Now that it was hit by the spirit sword's explosion, it instantly shattered. Just as the array was about to shatter, Fu Moyan took out another spirit sword from his storage ring. The sword energy was already slashing toward Shen Wenyao. I knew you would do this. The crystal is mine. No one can take it away. There was only the crystal in his eyes. Shen Wenyao was about to touch the crystal. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat when she saw Fu Moyan's sword energy slashing toward her. Seeing this, not only did she not retreat, but she also sped up and directly grabbed the crystal in her hand. As she grabbed the crystal, the sword energy slashed down. Shen Wenyao let out a scream. Half of her arm was directly cut off. Blood splattered in the air. That excruciating pain. It made her face contort. Her body that was about to escape also paused for a moment. It was also this pause. Fu Moyan slashed again and cut off Shen Wenyao's right hand. Blood splattered. Her wrist fell. The wrist that fell was still holding the crystal tightly. Everything happened in an instant. Shen Wenyao had just gotten the crystal in her hand when her 2 arms were crippled. Her beautiful face had already turned pale. Her facial features were twisted together because of the excruciating pain. Crippling Shen Wenyao. Fu Moyan did not take advantage of the victory to pursue and kill the other party in one fell swoop. Instead, he grabbed the crystal. Boom! The sword energy broke through the air. A young player interrupted Fu Moyan's actions. Captain, it's not good to eat alone. As he spoke, he pounced toward the crystal instead. Seeing this, Fu Moyan's eyes were cold. A piece of trash like you wants to snatch the treasure in front of me. I'm afraid you've forgotten why I can be the captain and you can only be a pawn. He stepped into the void and overtook the young player as if he had made a move later than the other player. The long sword slashed down, filled with killing intent. Because of Quentin's sudden death, a crystal directly caused this team to split up. Everyone only had one goal, and that was to snatch the crystal stones. Very soon. Once the young player was killed, Fu Moyan took the crystal. The moment he got it, he did not even look at the surrounding environment and immediately fled into the distance. Just as Fu Moyan was fleeing, Lu Liang and the others immediately chased after him. Leave the crystal and I'll let you live. You won't be able to escape. To this, Fu Moyan turned a deaf ear and continued to think about escaping into the void. He did not escape in other directions. Instead, he headed toward the back of the extraterrestrial battlefield. Because killing was prohibited in the city, everyone was the same. Once someone dared to make a move in the city, the experts of the Heavenly Court would appear to kill them. If he directly left the extraterrestrial battlefield and returned to the boundless world, it would not be so safe. Therefore, to Fu Moyan, returning to the city behind the extraterrestrial battlefield was the safest way. Lu Liang and the others did not have a chance to snatch the crystal. He was also not afraid that the news would leak and attract other players to snatch it. As for the Heavenly Court, it was impossible for them to attack him for a small piece of crystal. After all, the Heavenly Court was a big family and was known as the number one force of the 10,000 races. Quentin's crystal. To the players, it was extremely precious. But to the Heavenly Court, it was dispensable. As long as he returned to the city, he could refine the crystal or exchange it for merit points. That was doable. Once he digested the crystal, Fu Moyan would not have to worry so much. I don't know what stage this crystal is at. I can only wait until I return and see if I can directly absorb it or exchange it for merit points. He did not think too much and used all his strength to escape into the void. It was the same as the crystal of the god martial realm. If it was the crystal of the heaven realm, it would not be good to exchange it for merit points. Anyway, a high-grade crystal had too many uses. In the exchange manual given by the Heavenly Court, the things that could be exchanged with Heaven Realm merit points were not comparable to the things exchanged with God Martial Arts merit points. Although one Heaven Realm merit point could only be exchanged for 10 God Martial Arts merit points in front of the officials. But in fact, the price in the secret black market was not at this price at all. One Heaven Realm merit point was enough to exchange for dozens of God Martial Arts merit points. Just like that, the supply could not meet the demand. Because with the strength of the players at this stage, it was too difficult to kill a Heaven Realm Void Demon. And even if they were lucky enough to get a Heaven Realm crystal, they would use it for themselves and would not exchange it. Those who really took it out for exchange. In fact, it was not the players, but the cultivators of the 10,000 races. Just when Quentin was killed, the Heavenly Court, Qin Shujian, Zhu Quantu, and the others, who were in the midst of cultivation, suddenly woke up. Soon, a man and a bull had already arrived in front of the Heavenly Palace. Mu Yang, who was in front of the Heavenly Palace, directly opened the gate of the Heavenly Palace. The Emperor of Heaven invites you. Okay. Zhu Quantu nodded and walked in with Niu Dali. The inner hall. As soon as Zhu Quantu and Niu Dali came in, they saw Qin Shujian's solemn face. You've noticed it, right? Qin Shujian's face was solemn, and his expression was unprecedentedly serious. Hearing that, Zhu Quantu nodded and said, I've noticed it. The real power has just appeared, but it's very weak and the source is very far away. The target should be in the extraterritorial void. The universe has not begun to collapse now, so it's impossible for the real power to appear. Could it be that the 4-player worlds have begun a large-scale attack? Niu Dali's face was very ugly. The real power reminded him of the scene of the collapse of the Third Era. If it weren't for the Tai Ching holy man's protection, he would have fallen. In the hands of the real power. Qin Shujian said in a deep voice, the heavenly axiom of the 4-player worlds has not yet attacked. As the Emperor of Heaven, the changes of the heavenly axiom of the greater world cannot be hidden from my perception. At present, the heavenly axiom of the player world is still in a state of encroachment. As for the collapse of the universe, there is still a period of time. The real power that has appeared inexplicably now, I don't know what caused it. After that, the scene suddenly fell silent. They were all strong masters who had experienced the end of an era, and Niu Dali and Zhu Quantu had experienced the end of more than one era. Therefore, the three of them were very sensitive to the real power. Even if there was a wisp of it, it couldn't be hidden from their perception. After a long time, Zhu Quantu ended his state of contemplation, looked up at Qin Shujian and said, maybe I know where the real power comes from. Say it. It should be from the players. Players? What does it have to do with the players? Qin Shujian looked puzzled, and the other party's words made him a little puzzled. The real power. It should not be related to the players. In other words, the players were not qualified to control the real power in the universe. Although the life essence of the players was higher than the creatures in the universe, they were still not qualified to use the real power in the universe. Unless, if the players were also strong masters at the Dao Fruit level, they could break the gap between reality and illusion. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible. Zhu Quantu said, you should know that I have once sneaked into the player's world, and there is only one way to sneak into the player's world, that is, to seize the player's bodies and then enter through the player's bodies. But the player's sea of consciousness is protected by the real power. Any strong master who wants to seize the player's bodies will encounter the real power's counterattack. It's just that this real power is very weak, so as long as it is a strong master at the Dao Fruit level, it can be defeated. After a pause, Zhu Quantu continued, the real power just now was very weak, so weak that it was almost negligible. If I'm not wrong, the source of that power should be from the player's sea of consciousness. In addition, the source was from the extraterritorial void. If I'm not wrong, it was the void demon who tried to seize the player's bodies, but it drew out the real power. Hearing that, Qin Shujian nodded thoughtfully. Zhu Quantu's explanation was indeed reasonable. He had never seized the players' bodies, so he didn't know that there was such a power guarding the player's sea of consciousness. But on second thought, Xianxia also felt that it was reasonable. After all, the players were also living creatures of the real world. As the vanguard of the real world's heavenly Tao invading the universe, it was impossible for them not to have any means of defense. It was impossible for the strong masters of the universe to seize the players' bodies. Niao Dali said, if that's the case, there won't be any problem. This level of real power is too weak to cause a big movement in the universe. The universe ended because of the invasion of real power. If a strong real power appeared, the entire universe would end in advance. It was just that the real power of that level just now would be destroyed by the power of the universe as soon as it appeared. It wouldn't cause too much trouble. The reason why they took it so seriously. It was not because of the weak real power, but because of the appearance of the real power. Now that they knew the cause, they were relieved. On the other side, in the extraterritorial void, Fu Moyan also immediately fled into a city behind the extraterritorial battlefield. After entering the city, he immediately returned to his original temporary residence and waited until all the doors and windows were closed before he took the crystal out of the storage ring. Until now, Fu Moyan finally had time to check the attributes of the crystal. When he calmed down and focused his attention on the crystal, his originally calm heart suddenly set off stormy waves. Fu Moyan had automatically ignored most of the description of the attributes on the crystal. In the end, only the first 4 words were left in his eyes. Second level of true immortal, P.S., seeking monthly votes. Fu Moyan's fingers were trembling. His mind was completely filled with the words second level perfected immortal. Second level perfected immortal, second level immortal. Fu Moyan tried his best to breathe, but he couldn't calm his mind. He only had one thought now. That was, the crystal in his hand must not be taken away by others. After spending a few years, he still couldn't find the bronze token, nor did he get the opportunity behind the bronze token. In the end, he went out to the outer realm and unexpectedly obtained such a benefit. Although in Fu Moyan's opinion, the opportunity behind the bronze token might be related to the secret of the Emperor of Heaven. Compared to it, the second-level immortal crystal in his hand was much worse. But what he had to know was, behind the bronze token might be the opportunity to become the Emperor of Heaven, but that was just a guess and didn't have much practical evidence. Perhaps the reason why Xianxia became the Emperor of Heaven wasn't because of the bronze token, but because of other reasons. In comparison, the crystal of the second-level immortal was a real benefit. If a crystal of the second-level perfected immortal was exchanged, it could be exchanged for at least 10,000 perfected immortal merit points. It was different from the merit points of other realms. There was a range of perfected immortal merit points. The lowest was 10,000 points, and the highest was 1,000,000 points. The crystal in my hand is from the second-level immortal. If I exchange it, it can be exchanged for at least 20,000 perfected immortal merit points. Fu Moyan forced himself to calm down. Looking at the crystal in his hand, his eyes kept changing. There were 9 levels of perfected immortals. There was no need to think about 1,000,000 perfected immortal merit points. That was the treatment that only a 9th level perfected immortal could give. As for the second level perfected immortal, it was the weakest after the first level perfected immortal. In this way, the crystal of the second level perfected immortal could only be exchanged for a few tens of thousands of merit points at most. 100,000 perfected immortal merit points can be exchanged for 1,000,000 Devis merit points. With 1,000,000 Devis merit points, I can directly exchange for a rule and become a perfected immortal on the spot. But it's impossible to rely on the crystal of the second level perfected immortal to exchange for 100,000 perfected immortal merit points. Fu Moyan's mind raced. If he could exchange for 100,000 true immortal merit points, he would have done it without any hesitation. Then, he would have exchanged them for 1,000,000 true immortal merit points. At that time, he would be able to become a true immortal expert on the spot. But that wouldn't do. The crystals of a level 2 immortal were not enough for him to exchange for regulations. Thinking of this, Fu Moyan went through the memories in his mind again. Now that all players had received the exchange booklet from the Heavenly Court, the corresponding information was stored in their memories. It was just that he didn't read it often, so he couldn't recall too much. He opened the True Immortal Merit Points exchange page. Fu Moyan began to search for suitable items to exchange for. There weren't many things that could be exchanged with True Immortal Merit Points because there weren't many things that experts at this level needed. As such, on the True Immortal Merit Points page, there were only a few dozen items that could be exchanged. Ranked first was naturally the Heavenly Quartz deity position. Then, there were some heavenly treasures that Fu Moyan had never heard of, some pills, and some formations that he had never heard of before. Insights of a Saint Realm blacksmith, insights of a Saint Realm array master, insights of a Saint Realm alchemist. Fu Moyan looked at the insights of the Saint Realm and then looked at the exchange value at the end. Fu Moyan felt stifled. All of them started at 100,000 True Immortal Merit Points. In other words, with his current conditions, he could at most exchange for one of them. No, he couldn't even exchange for any of them. Saint Realm, I remember hearing someone say that it's the realm after the third realm. If you can break through to the Saint Realm, you can be considered a true immortal expert in disguise. It's just an insight. It's obvious how difficult it is to directly cultivate to a true immortal. If I had 100,000 True Immortal Merit Points, I would probably use them to exchange for regulations. Fu Moyan shook his head slightly. To him, exchanging for these insights was useless. As for the other things like the Zhou Tian Great Star Formation and the 9 Transformation Golden Pill, they all started at a few 100,000 True Immortal Merit Points, making people dizzy just by looking at them. In fact, he could even exchange for stars. Exchanging for stars, what's the use of it? Could it be that cultivating on stars will be faster? Fu Moyan complained helplessly. He realized the things that could be exchanged for with True Immortal Merit Points weren't of much use to him. However, it wasn't completely useless. It was just that with tens of thousands of merit points, it was impossible to exchange for anything. But very soon, Fu Moyan's attention landed on the cultivation technique at the back. The upper part of the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture, the exchange price was 10,000 True Immortal Merit Points. The middle part of the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture, the exchange price was 50,000 True Immortal Merit Points. The lower part of the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture, the exchange price was 100,000 True Immortal Merit Points. A cultivation technique. It was divided into 3 parts. The most basic ones were at least 10,000 True Immortal Merit Points. Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture. Fu Moyan's eyes flickered. Something that could appear on the True Immortal Merit Points exchange page was definitely a powerful cultivation technique. Otherwise, it would definitely not appear on it. The upper part of the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture requires 10,000 True Immortal Merit Points. It should be a supreme cultivation technique that leads straight to the True Immortal realm. If I can exchange for it, it won't be a loss. Fu Moyan was calculating the gains and losses. If players wanted to increase their strength, experience wasn't enough. They also needed a corresponding cultivation technique. The level of the cultivation technique had increased. Only then could one's realm correspondingly increase. Therefore, if he only had experience points and didn't have a cultivation technique, he could only look at it and not eat it. This was also the reason why Fu Moyan didn't consider directly absorbing the True Immortal Crystal in his hand. If there were no cultivation technique restrictions, he could directly absorb the True Immortal Crystal. Even if he didn't break through to the True Immortal realm on the spot, he could at least break through to the 10th level of the Heaven Being realm. Looks like I have to exchange for merit points. Fu Moyan put the crystal into his storage ring, then pushed open the door and walked out. Exchange for merit points. Then, exchange for the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture. As for the remaining merit points, he would use them to exchange for crystals that could increase his strength with others. He believed, with the quality of the True Immortal Merit Points, if he threw them out for exchange, even the cultivators of the myriad races would scramble for them. Because the True Immortal Merit Points could only be obtained by killing True Immortals. For the cultivators of the myriad races, there were only a few experts who had truly broken through to the True Immortal realm. Moreover, breaking through to the True Immortal realm didn't necessarily mean that one could kill the True Immortal Void Demon. If they really fought, it was not certain who would win. If that was the case, the scarcity of the true immortal merit points could be imagined. Just as he walked out of the guest room, Fu Moyan's path was blocked by someone. There were dozens of players blocking the way. Among them were Lu Liang, Shen Wenyao, and the others. Shen Wenyao had already been resurrected once, and her broken arms had also been restored. However, the way she looked at Fu Moyan was filled with anger and resentment, as if she wanted to skin him alive. Conflicts are prohibited in the city. Are you looking down on the heavenly court? Facing the many players blocking his way, Fu Moyan wasn't afraid at all. He looked at them and sneered. The scene in front of him. He had expected it. Anyway, there were experts from the heavenly court in the city, so Fu Moyan wasn't afraid that anyone would dare to make a move without permission. Moreover, with his strength, he was also one of the top players. It wouldn't be easy to snatch the crystal from his hands. Lu Liang said coldly, "That crystal is the harvest of the team. It's not appropriate for you to take it all by yourself. Why don't you take it out and share it equally?" Share it equally? Are you awake? Fu Moyan looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. With that, he directly walked out. No matter how many players blocked his way, he completely ignored them. Suddenly, some players were knocked away. A good dog doesn't block the way. If you're not convinced, attack. I'll take all of them. Fu Moyan laughed arrogantly, his voice full of carefree. Some players wanted to attack, but considering the experts from the heavenly court in the city, they suppressed the impulse in their hearts. However, they didn't retreat. Someone said in a deep voice, "Fu Moyan, are you going to stay in the city forever? We'll be waiting for you outside the city. There are so many people, how many can you waste? Why don't you just hand over the thing? Let's get rich peacefully and don't ruin our relationship. Get lost." Facing such a threat, Fu Moyan's face turned cold, and he spat out a simple word. Hearing that, anger flashed across that player's face. "Okay, I'll see how long you can last." His voice was filled with coldness. Fu Moyan had some reputation among the players, but it was of no use. If the news of him having a treasure leaked out, it was destined to be snatched by others. Those who surrounded him now were almost all the leaders or representatives of the various teams, and they all had a lot of connections and forces behind them. It could be said that the dozens of people now could involve thousands or tens of thousands of people behind them. With so many people, it wasn't difficult to surround Fu Moyan. Fu Moyan glanced at the crowd and walked directly to the heavenly court branch. He didn't care about the threats of these people at all. As long as he exchanged for the crystals and obtained the cultivation resources, he could at least become a heavenly being expert, and not just an ordinary heavenly being expert. When that time came, it was wishful thinking for the players in front of him to want to deal with him. The place where Fu Moyan lived was some distance away from the heavenly court branch. Along the way, there were also many players who followed him openly. At this moment, the news of Fu Moyan obtaining the treasure crystal had almost spread out. Many people knew. The other party had at least one almighty level crystal in his hands, and it was possible that it was even higher. If anyone could get the crystals, they would be able to save decades of hard work. Not only that, they could also become the first among all the players. Not many people could resist such a temptation. Someone wants to exchange for the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture? Qin Shujian's expression changed. He put the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture up casually, purely because he didn't want the True Immortal Merit Points page to be too empty. Experts who really broke through to the True Immortal realm all had their own paths to walk, and they wouldn't exchange for such a cultivation technique. Cultivators below the True Immortal realm. It was possible to cultivate the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture. However, the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture was expensive, and he deliberately divided it into 3 parts. If he wanted to exchange for the entire scripture, he would need 160,000 True Immortal Merit Points. Such True Immortal Merit Points could be exchanged for more than one deity position. Even if there were worthy juniors among the True Immortals of the 10,000 races, they wouldn't spend more than 100,000 merit points to exchange for the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture. Without exchanging for the complete version of the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture, it was also impossible to exchange for a part of it. With merit points, wouldn't it be better to exchange for a deity position? There was no need to exchange for an incomplete cultivation technique. Qin Shujian couldn't figure out who was so rich and imposing to exchange for the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture. Reporting to the Emperor of Heaven, not long ago, a mutant exchanged a second-level Immortal's crystal for merit points, so he wants to exchange for the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture. The true Immortal bowed, then took out the crystal and handed it over with both hands. A second-level Immortal's crystal. Qin Shujian's heart skipped a beat. With a thought, he saw the crystal leave the other party's hand and fall directly in front of him. A second-level Immortal's crystal, player. Qin Shujian quickly thought of the true power that had appeared not long ago. With the strength of the current players, it was impossible to defeat a true Immortal. Even if all the players attacked together, there was no way to kill a true Immortal. At that level, one couldn't rely on numbers to win. Under the premise of numbers, one also needed to have a certain level of quality. Tens of billions of players. Even if they were all in the God martial arts realm, they wouldn't be able to deal with a true Immortal. Unless there were tens of billions of celestials, then it was a different story. But I let you get a bargain. Qin Shujian's expression was subtle as he sat on the throne without moving. Suppressing the players. This was what he had always done. Although the merit points exchange system was open now. In fact, the things that could be exchanged for in the God martial arts realm were all very poor, or rather, the price-performance ratio was very low. Even if they exchanged for it, it wouldn't be of much help to the players' prospects. There were many things. They were all displayed for the players to see, purely to trick them. The players who could really exchange for it, out of 100 million people, didn't know if one succeeded. This was like putting a carrot in front of a donkey. The donkey couldn't eat it, but it would be hooked by the carrot. Now, there were players who took advantage of it. To exchange for the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture was completely out of Qin Shujian's expectations. However, this extremely small probability had happened, and he didn't intend to go back on his word. No matter what. He was just a player. Even if he gave the complete Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture to him, there wouldn't be any trouble, not to mention that this was not the complete Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture. I will deal with this matter. You don't have to worry about it anymore. You can leave. Yes, Emperor of Heaven. The genuine Immortal bowed and left. In the sea of consciousness, Godslayer's doubtful voice sounded. Players also have the means to kill genuine Immortals. It's impossible. The word player. He learned it from the conversation between Qin Shujian and Chu Kuangtu and the others. Godslayer didn't quite understand the meaning of the word player, but he felt that it was better than using the term mutant. It's not the players who killed it. It should be the Devil King who possessed the players, and then the Devil King was killed by the real power in the players. Qin Shujian shook his head and casually explained. Players didn't have the chance to kill the Devil King, but their real power could. Even the weakest real power was highly toxic to experts below the Tao Fruit realm. A mere Devil King dared to touch real power without permission. That was no different from suicide. It was precisely because of how terrifying true strength was that only a portion of Tao fruits would survive every time the universe collapsed. As for those cultivators who weren't Tao fruits, even if they had the protection of experts, they still couldn't escape the fate of death. Let's go and take a look. Qin Shujian's body suddenly disappeared from the throne. At the Heaven and Earth passage. A genuine Immortal was guarding it. Emperor of Heaven. Yes. Qin Shujian nodded and directly stepped into the passage. On the other side. At the Heavenly Court branch. Fu Moyan stood there, waiting for the people from the Heavenly Court to arrive. In his hand, he was holding a jade talisman tightly. Until now. Fu Moyan's mind couldn't calm down. The merit points that he had actually exchanged were much more than he had expected. Originally, Fu Moyan thought that the crystal of a second-level Immortal could only be exchanged for about 20,000 to 30,000 genuine Immortal merit points. In the end, when he actually exchanged for it, only then did he realize. A crystal of a second-level Immortal could be exchanged for 50,000 genuine Immortal merit points. Now, While waiting for the experts from the heavenly court to arrive, Fu Moyan was silently calculating how he should use such a huge sum of money. 50,000 genuine immortal merit points. If he used it well, it was equivalent to a pig standing in the wind, ready to fly at any time. With so many resources thrown in, he would definitely be able to break through to a very high realm. Suddenly, Fu Moyan didn't know when, but he suddenly realized that a figure in a green robe had appeared in front of him. He instinctively raised his head and saw that familiar face. He was momentarily stunned. Soon, Fu Moyan reacted and hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Emperor of Heaven. You're the one who wants to exchange for the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture, right?" Xianxia looked at Fu Moyan, and the corresponding memory surfaced in his mind. To be honest, if it was in the past, he wouldn't remember who Fu Moyan was at all. But now that he really met him, the memories of the past naturally emerged. At Xianxia's level, having a photographic memory was normal. Anything that he had experienced, as long as it was triggered, he could immediately recall it. "Come with me." Xianxia turned and walked towards the second floor. Seeing this, Fu Moyan didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly followed behind him. In the square, many people looked at Fu Moyan's back view with a strange expression, not knowing what he was talking about. In their opinion, Fu Moyan just bowed to the air, then said something and walked towards the second floor. One had to know. In the entire Heavenly Court branch, only the square on the first floor allowed anyone to enter and leave. However, the second level was guarded by experts. But what shocked these people was that when Fu Moyan walked up to the second floor, no experts stopped him at all. Seeing this, suddenly, some players' hearts moved, and they also walked towards the second floor. However, the moment these players stepped onto the second step, they were killed by a terrifying force. Immediately after, an indifferent voice came out from the mouth of the guarding expert. "Without permission, anyone who steps in without permission, dies. P.S. Requesting monthly votes." On the second floor of the Heavenly Court branch, compared to the spacious square on the first floor, the second floor was much narrower. It was just a simple living room. However, after stepping into the second level, Fu Moyan felt a mysterious ripple faintly appear around him, causing his originally agitated heart to completely calm down. "Have a seat." In the living room, Xianxia sat in the main seat. Fu Moyan cupped his fists and replied, "Thank you, Heavenly Emperor." After saying that, he sat down on the chair. After so many years since the game started, the original contempt for the characters in the game had long disappeared. Facing the biggest boss in the eyes of the players, the current Emperor of Heaven, Fu Moyan didn't dare to cross the line. After all, if he really angered Xianxia, the other party had 100 ways to make him unable to survive in the boundless world. No. Not only would he be unable to survive, but he could also be wiped out. If he was wiped out in the game, then he was almost useless in reality. Everyone could improve their strength in the game and then affect reality, but he couldn't rely on the game to improve. As time passed, the gap would naturally widen. Once the gap was widened, it would be even more difficult to make up for it. Therefore, the Emperor of Heaven in front of him absolutely couldn't be offended. Once he offended him, he wouldn't be able to survive in a minute. The situation was stronger than the person, no matter where it was. "Let me have a look at your jade talisman," Xianxia said. His gaze fell on Fu Moyan, giving the other party a lot of pressure. As for Fu Moyan, Xianxia didn't have a deep impression of him. When he was the leader of Liangshan's Stronghold, he had killed many players. Fu Moyan didn't die many times in his hands, only 8 or 10 times. He didn't feel much about it. Hearing that, Fu Moyan immediately took out the jade talisman and then stood up, not knowing whether to hand it over or what to do. Xianxia simply waved his hand. The jade talisman left Fu Moyan's hand and flew towards him. Holding the jade talisman, Xianxia instantly received the information contained within the jade talisman. Then, he handed the jade talisman back. "Don't be shy, sit down." Yes." Fu Moyan felt like he didn't know what to say at all, so he could only follow her instructions and sit down. in front of the Emperor of Heaven. From the beginning to the end, he felt a great pressure. Regarding this, Fu Moyan could no longer connect Qin Shujian to the former bandit leader. The reason for that was because the disparity between the two was simply too great. You want to exchange for the Purple Heaven Divine Lightning scripture? That's right. I would like to exchange for the upper part of the Purple Heaven Divine Lightning scripture. Fu Moyan nodded and replied. Qin Shujian nodded slightly, but did not reply immediately. The living room instantly fell silent. Fu Moyan looked at the expressionless Qin Shujian and didn't know what to say for a moment. He could only remain silent like the other party. Time slowly passed. Qin Shujian sat there motionless. A long time later. Only then did he say calmly, "There is no problem with the exchange of the Purple Firmament Godly Thunder scripture. According to the rules, the exchange of the upper part of the Purple Firmament Godly Thunder scripture requires 10,000 true immortal merit points. But you have to be clear that only when you get the complete Purple Heaven Divine Lightning scripture can you use it to break through to the true immortal realm. If you only exchange for the upper part, you can cultivate to the third level of the celestial being at most. The upper part is the third level of the celestial being, the middle part is the sixth level of the celestial being, and the lower part is the 10th level of the celestial being. When you reach perfection, you can naturally break through to the true immortal realm. The third level of the celestial being. Fu Moyan's expression changed. He thought that the Purple Heaven Divine Lightning scripture was a true immortal realm cultivation method on the true immortal merit points page. If it was only the upper part. Not to mention cultivating to the true immortal realm, at least cultivating to the 7th level of the celestial being realm would not be a problem. But now, it sounded like that wasn't the case. Qin Shujian's words. It surprised Fu Moyan and completely disrupted his original plan. So, do you still have plans to exchange for it? Qin Shujian asked. Fu Moyan came back to his senses and hesitated for a moment. Can I consider it? Sure, I'll give you 2 hours. Qin Shujian didn't rush him. He simply waved his hand and a steaming teacup appeared on the table beside him. He held the teacup and tasted the tea, looking elegant and indifferent. At the side, Fu Moyan fell into deep thought. He was considering what Qin Shujian said. 10,000 true immortal merit points to exchange for a cultivation method that could only be cultivated to the third level of the celestial being realm. Under normal circumstances, 50,000 true immortal merit points was enough to cultivate to the almighty realm. If he exchanged for the Purple Heaven Divine Lightning scripture now, he could only break through to the third level of the celestial being realm. Logically speaking, Fu Moyan should leave directly. However, he had other concerns in his heart. Everything was expensive for a reason. Thinking of this, Fu Moyan asked, "Is the Purple Heaven Divine Lightning scripture different from other cultivation methods?" Of course it's different. Qin Shujian smiled faintly and put down the teacup. 10,000 true immortal merit points is enough to exchange for a complete celestial cultivation method. But the Purple Heaven Divine Lightning scripture is different. If you can cultivate to the 7th level of the celestial being realm, you will have the initial strength of the celestial being realm. If you can cultivate to the peak of the celestial being realm, ordinary 2nd level immortals won't be your match. If you can become an immortal with this, even if you're a 1st level immortal, you'll be able to match an ordinary 4th level immortal. Even if you're only at the 3rd level of the celestial being realm, you'll be able to match an expert at the 6th level of the celestial being realm. Cultivation isn't just about what's in front of you. In the long run, it's better to seek the Purple Heaven Divine Lightning scripture. Hearing Qin Shujian's explanation, Fu Moyan finally understood why the Purple Heaven Divine Lightning scripture was so expensive. Celestial being realm, a 1st level immortal was comparable to a 4th level immortal. In this way, the other celestial cultivation methods couldn't be compared. However, with his current merit points, he could only exchange for the first part. If he wanted to gather enough merit points to exchange for the other 2 parts, it would obviously be very difficult. He wouldn't be so lucky to pick up a perfected immortal's crystal every time. If he didn't replenish his merit points, he might have to stay at the 3rd level of the celestial being realm for the rest of his life. Seeing Fu Moyan's hesitant expression, Qin Shujian said calmly, "Actually, it's not impossible for you to get the Complete Purple Heaven Divine Lightning Scripture. As long as you're willing to work for me, I can give you the Complete Purple Heaven Divine Lightning Scripture. After all, after you get the Purple Heaven Divine Lightning Scripture, no one in the real world will be your match. Buzz, Qin Shujian's words set off huge waves in Fu Moyan's heart. At this moment, his expression had completely changed. There was uncontrollable fear in his eyes as he looked at this Emperor of Heaven. That feeling. It made Fu Moyan have the urge to escape. The real world, the other party knew about the existence of the real world. This news was completely out of his expectations. It was like when he was playing a game and talking to an NPC, the NPC suddenly told him that he actually knew everything. This kind of feeling was simply too horrifying. Fu Moyan really wanted to escape, but he didn't dare to because he couldn't escape at all. It was just like facing that demon king. In front of such an existence, even suicide was a difficult thing to do, let alone escape. God, Emperor of Heaven, what do you mean by this? What do you mean? Fu Moyan stuttered as he spoke. He tried hard to calm himself down, but he couldn't do it at all. The faint smile on Qin Shujian's face had disappeared, and it was replaced by indifference. I know a lot of things. For example, I know that you came from the real world. For example, I know that you're actually called players. For example, I'm just an NPC or a boss in your eyes. For example, why you players can't die. For example, how to completely kill you players. We are well aware of all these matters. A calm and indifferent voice. In Fu Moyan's ears, it was as cold as winter. He didn't know if what Qin Shujian said was true or false. If it was in the past, Fu Moyan would never believe that there was real death in the game. However, hearing such words from an NPC, he hesitated. Players, the real world, completely killing players. When the three pieces of information were linked together, the credibility was very high. In an instant, Fu Moyan's body trembled, and the blood in his body froze. It was as if he would suffocate at any time. When he saw Qin Shujian's indifferent expression, he forced a smile on his face. I have no grievances with the Emperor of Heaven. Why would the Emperor of Heaven kill me? There are many killings without grievances. Just like how you players wantonly kill the creatures of this world. In the past, you didn't think so much. Killing is killing. In your eyes, this world is just an illusion, so any kind of slaughter is to be expected. Since you players can kill the creatures of this world, it's reasonable for me to kill you. Qin Shujian shook his head, and his expression was extremely indifferent. That emotionless tone made Fu Moyan's body tremble even more. They would die, they would really die, no one was unafraid of death. As long as there were enough benefits in the game, players wouldn't be afraid of death because they wouldn't really die. Once they really died, even if there were benefits in front of them, they would still be afraid. At this moment, Fu Moyan was already regretting it. He shouldn't have come to exchange for merit points. No, he shouldn't have exchanged for the Purple Heaven Divine Lightning Scripture. If he didn't exchange for the Purple Heaven Divine Lightning Scripture, why would the Emperor of Heaven be attracted here? If he didn't attract the Emperor of Heaven, he wouldn't have known such explosive news. This was the first time. Fu Moyan regretted knowing too much. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Qin Shujian saw that the effect was almost there. His expression softened a little, and it relieved some of the pressure on Fu Moyan. After all, you killed the Void Demon. To the Heavenly Court, you are a hero. Why would I do anything to you? Not only will I not kill you, but I will also give you a chance. A chance for you to reach the peak. I just don't know if you are willing to accept this mission. Mission? Fu Moyan was much calmer now. He also understood one thing. With Qin Shujian's strength, it would be easy for him to kill him. There was no need to waste so much time talking. Since the other party didn't do anything, then there was only one explanation. The other party didn't want to kill him, or he was still useful. Therefore, after hearing Qin Shujian's mission, Fu Moyan didn't immediately refuse, but he also didn't immediately agree. He was considering. Fu Moyan had a hunch. This mission might bring about a great change in his life. What is the mission that the Emperor of Heaven mentioned? What benefits can I get? Fu Moyan asked. The opportunity to reach the peak was too vague. What was the peak? Was it a heavenly being or a true immortal? What was the probability of grasping the so-called opportunity for such a thing? He wanted to ask clearly. Xianxia asked, "What do you think it should be like to reach the summit?" While talking, he paused and asked, "What is the cultivation level of the strongest person in the real world? If you become the strongest person in the real world, is it considered reaching the peak? If you become the strongest person, it is naturally considered reaching the peak." Fu Moyan's hands, which were folded in his sleeves, unconsciously clenched. The strongest person in the real world. He didn't know what the strength of the strongest person should be, but he could make some general guesses from the side details. Xianxia said, "The heavenly being is just the beginning, and the true immortal is just the beginning. The real peak is not as simple as you think. If you are willing to accept this mission, then I will give you a chance to break through to the realm above the true immortal realm, and even live forever. When that time comes, even if the sea turns into mulberry fields and mulberry seas, it still won't leave a single mark on your body." Huff, huff. Fu Moyan's breathing gradually became rapid. Live forever, surviving through thousands of tribulations, he had never thought about these things. For Fu Moyan, the heavenly being and the true immortal were the highest levels he knew. As for the higher realms, it was not something a small god martial arts realm player could understand. A moment later, Fu Moyan forced himself to calm down, swallowed his saliva, and asked, "There are so many players. Why did the Emperor of Heaven look for me alone?" "Because you are lucky." "Lucky?" Fu Moyan was stunned. "That was a reason?" Xianxia nodded and said, "Luck is very important. You were lucky to be able to get the crystal of a level 2 immortal when you were in the god martial arts realm. In addition, you were able to successfully exchange the crystal and stand in front of me. I didn't kill you, so your luck was even better. So I will give you a chance. It was a chance to live a long life. If you refuse, then I will find someone else, because your good luck has been used up." It had to be said. Xianxia's explanation was very powerful. Although it sounded a little far-fetched, Fu Moyan could understand it. He was sure. Once he refused, the other party would make a move to kill him. The so-called good luck was used up, and it was also a disguised threat. After a while, Fu Moyan seemed to have made a decision. He took a deep breath and his gaze fell on Xianxia again. "What can I do for the Emperor of Heaven?" "It's very simple. I will provide you with cultivation methods and resources. In exchange, you need to help me kill some people in the real world." "The Emperor of Heaven also has enemies?" Fu Moyan was stunned for a moment, then he asked in confusion, "If the Emperor of Heaven can kill players completely, then he can do it directly in the boundless world. Why do you need me to do it for him?" Could it be, the other party couldn't really kill players, so what he said before was just to scare him? Xianxia saw the suspicion in his heart, but his expression was calm. "There are some things that I can't do. This involves the secret between the two worlds. I want to kill a lot of people. If I act recklessly, it will cause some changes. It's not a problem to kill a few people, but that won't be of much use. So I need you to do it. As my sword, I will give you a chance to live forever in the future." To this, Fu Moyan was half convinced. After pondering for a moment, he asked again, "Can I ask why the Emperor of Heaven wants me to do this? You just talked about the secret between the two worlds. What kind of secrets are there? Of course, I'm just curious. If the Emperor of Heaven thinks you can say it, then say it. If you can't say it, I understand." In the guest hall, Xianxia looked at him deeply, then said calmly, "This is a matter of the heavenly Tao. You don't have the qualifications to participate now. If you help me kill some people, I will give you the corresponding benefits. After all, in the real world, everyone can enter the boundless world. If you want to stand out among so many players, the possibility is very small. Moreover, the realms after the celestial being aren't as simple as you think. They can't be directly increased with experience points. The stronger the people in the real world are, the less peaceful it will be. If your strength isn't enough, you might not be able to hold on until then. You will completely fall under the rolling tide. Don't say that I'm an alarmist. There should be a lot of changes in the real world. Chaos is rising. As long as you're smart, you can see that. You don't have to think too much. You are useful to me. At the same time, I can give you the benefits you want. Naturally, the cooperation will be achieved. Moreover, I can see that you are not the kind of person who is righteous. So what if you are a world traitor? What's more, our goal is not to destroy your side. That level of competition will not affect you. Don't worry. World traitor, Fu Moyan's mouth twitched twice. This was the first time he heard of this word. But after thinking about it seriously, if the game world and the real world were two equal worlds, if he accepted the mission, there would be no difference between him and a world traitor. Could it be that the Emperor of Heaven is very good at judging people? I don't know if I'm good at judging people, but I won't be wrong. Xianxia smiled meaningfully. Immediately, the smile disappeared. I'll give you 15 minutes to consider. Do you want to work for me and have the opportunity to live forever, or return to the group of players and become a wave of tens of billions of players that can be drowned at any time? The choice is up to you. After Xianxia finished speaking, he casually picked up the teacup by the side. Seeing this, Fu Moyan also fell into deep thought. But just as Xianxia said, righteousness was not important to him. The so-called righteousness. There were not enough benefits to come. I'll accept this mission. Very good. Xianxia smiled slightly. With a flip of his hand, something that looked like a jade stone suddenly appeared in his palm. After the jade stone appeared, it was held by an invisible big hand and landed in front of Fu Moyan. Seeing this, Fu Moyan reached out and caught the jade stone. It felt warm in his hand. This thing is called Tianyu. It is a treasure that I personally refined. You can take it into your sea of consciousness and bring it into the real world. Whenever there is a target to kill, Tianyu will give a reaction. At that time, you just need to act according to the instructions given by Tianyu. While talking, Xianxia paused for a moment and said, remember, Tianyu can't be taken out of your sea of consciousness, especially when you return to the real world. Otherwise, you will be sensed by the existence in the real world. With your strength, in front of that existence, even an ant is not enough. Even a simple thought from such an existence could easily wipe you out. At the same time, Tianyu is also a bridge for me to communicate with you. If you betray me, Tianyu will directly take your life. After all, I don't see people 100% accurately, but I can completely erase them when I see the wrong person. To put it simply, Tianyu was equivalent to a monitor, monitoring Fu Moyan's every move. Xianxia wouldn't be so naive to think that it was just a simple deal and the other party would really work for him wholeheartedly. To ensure that there would be no problems, a certain amount of protection was still necessary. On the side, Fu Moyan held the crystal in his hand, but his expression was somewhat subtle. Not everyone could get used to having a time bomb in their mind. But he refused. It was also impossible. In the end, he obediently put Tianyu into his sea of consciousness. From the moment he entered the living room, Fu Moyan knew that there was no way out for him. Either cooperate obediently. Otherwise, it would be a dead end. After seeing him put Tianyu into his sea of consciousness, Xianxia also showed a gentle smile. Actually, you don't have to worry. Tianyu's surveillance is only one of its functions. Its biggest function is to find the target and communicate with you and me. In this universe, you have my heavenly jade, so I can protect you from death to a large extent. Even in the real world, when necessary, Tianyu could still be of use. However, if it really came to that point, you might have to leave the real world for good. Because if you use the heavenly jade, the existences in the real world will definitely discover you. At that time, as long as you come back as soon as possible, I can save your life. Hearing this, Fu Moyan's chest heaved violently. He finally understood. The so-called Tianyu was a double-edged sword. If he didn't use it well, Tianyu would take his life. If he used it well and had Tianyu, it was equivalent to having an extra life, a real life. Fu Moyan subconsciously sensed Tianyu in his consciousness and then said, Emperor of Heaven, don't worry. Since I've already accepted the mission, there's no possibility of me going back on my word. That would be for the best. Qin Shujian nodded. Then, he raised his hand and a stream of light entered Fu Moyan's mind. Immediately, an unfamiliar memory surged. As a reward, I'll teach you the upper part of the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture for free. As for the middle and lower parts of the scripture, I'll teach them to you when the time is right. In addition, the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture is different from other cultivation methods. If you want to improve, every level needs heavenly thunder to temper your body. Only by surviving the thunder tribulation can you safely advance. If you can't, you'll die under the thunder tribulation. Therefore, for every level you advance, you'll need to prepare a large amount of body-tempering resources to temper your physical body to the extreme. Or, you can simply cultivate a few body-tempering martial arts to improve your physical body. When you can't improve anymore, you'll attract the heavenly tribulation. That's the safest way. 60,000 perfected immortal merit points should be enough for you to cultivate the upper part of the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture properly. Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture. Qin Shujian didn't directly give Fu Moyan the complete one because there was no need. If the other party was a mighty figure above the 7th level of the celestial being, then he would directly use the complete Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture as bait. After all, at that level, the incomplete Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture would hardly be of any use. But Fu Moyan was different. The other party was only a mid-stage Divine Martial Realm player. Just the incomplete Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture alone was enough to make the other party go crazy. The remaining part, when it was suitable in the future, he would naturally give it to the other party. Anyway, for Qin Shujian, the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture was only one of the top cultivation methods in his memories of the Third Era. It wasn't to the point where he couldn't give it up. After digesting the memories in his mind, Fu Moyan immediately looked at his attribute panel. Indeed, the words Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture appeared on it. The Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture. Before the celestial being level, you'll lay the foundation. You can cultivate without worry. However, when you break through to the celestial being level, the heavenly tribulation will descend for every level. When you return to the real world, the corresponding missions will appear in the heavenly jade. Each mission will have a corresponding reward. When you complete enough missions, you'll be able to obtain the subsequent cultivation methods. Remember, the celestial being is just the beginning. The true immortal is just the next level. Although the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture is powerful, it's only enough for one to break through to the true immortal level. Cooperate with me, you'll naturally discover the benefits in the future. I'll be waiting for your good news. Don't make a mistake. After giving another warning, Qin Shujian's body dissipated like smoke, disappearing without a trace. Fu Moyan was the only one left in the huge living room. He looked at the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture on his attribute panel. Then, he looked at the heavenly jade lying quietly in the depths of his mind. For a moment, Fu Moyan didn't move. In a short period of time, the things that happened one after another were completely beyond his tolerance. I just wanted to exchange for a cultivation method. I didn't expect that such a thing would happen to me. Fu Moyan felt that life was a little surreal. But soon, he came back to his senses, and his face turned red. He accepted the mission. To a certain extent, he was one of the Emperor of Heaven's people. In the boundless world, the heavenly court reigned supreme. He had the heavenly court behind him. What right did the other players have to compete with him, even if this mission was done in secret and his relationship with the heavenly court couldn't be made public? Fu Moyan believed that the Emperor of Heaven would definitely give him some convenience. There was nothing more to say. Even the slightest benefit could make him stand out among the players. If there was a price, it was inexplicably becoming a world trader. To this, Fu Moyan was just a little disgusted at first, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt relieved. A world trader, so be it. Not everyone is qualified to be a world trader. Anyway, as long as I get the benefits, the Emperor of Heaven won't kick me to the curb. Thinking of kicking me to the curb, Fu Moyan's heart thumped a few times. However, it wasn't his turn to think so far ahead. As long as he was useful enough, the Emperor of Heaven had no reason to expose him. Besides, when he got the benefits and increased his strength, he would have a certain right to speak and take the initiative. At any time. Strength was the most important thing. As long as he was strong enough, everything was not a problem. After a long time, Fu Moyan came back to his senses from his deep thoughts. In this mission cooperation, he first obtained the upper part of the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture. Not only did he save 10,000 true immortal merit points, but he also had the cultivation method to cultivate to the third level of the celestial being. According to Qin Shujian, as long as he cultivated the upper part of the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture to perfection, he would be able to fight against a 6th level celestial being. In this case, Fu Moyan didn't have too many doubts. Strictly speaking, it's a good thing to save 10,000 true immortal merit points. If it's 60,000 true immortal merit points, it shouldn't be a problem to exchange some of them for experience stones. As for the remaining true immortal merit points, I can use them to exchange for other resources. Suddenly, Fu Moyan's attention fell on his attribute panel. He saw that his original main cultivation method had disappeared. The moment the cultivation method disappeared, his aura also fell rapidly from the 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm to the 5th level of the Divine Martial Realm, then the 4th level of the Divine Martial Realm, in a few breaths. Fu Moyan completely fell to the 1st level of the Divine Martial Realm and returned to the initial 0 level of the Divine Martial Realm. The cultivation method was abolished. A sense of powerlessness welled up in his heart. It was tense. Fu Moyan had another thought. After abolishing the cultivation method, the extra experience points were directly added to the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture. The 1st level of the Martial Realm, the 2nd level of the Martial Realm, the 10th level of the Martial Realm, in a breath, the Martial Realm was cultivated to perfection. Immediately after, the aura on his body shook and he directly broke into the true Martial Realm. Another breath. The complete true Martial Realm directly broke into the Spirit Martial Realm, and then into the Divine Martial Realm. However, when he just stepped into the 1st level of the Divine Martial Realm, all the experience points were used up and there was no way to increase it anymore. He silently felt the power in his body. Fu Moyan's eyes lit up. A normal cultivation method of the 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm can only raise the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture to the 1st level of the Divine Martial Realm. But in terms of strength, I feel that it's not weaker than the middle level of the Divine Martial Realm. The 1st level of the Divine Martial Realm, it was comparable to a normal middle level of the Divine Martial Realm. Even if it couldn't be compared to the original 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm, it was comparable to the 4th or 5th level of the Divine Martial Realm. And this? It was only the 1st level of the Divine Martial Realm. If he raised the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture to his original level, then his strength would definitely be comparable to a peak Divine Martial Realm expert. As for whether he could surpass the peak of the Divine Martial Realm and be comparable to the Celestial Realm, that was not certain. But even so, for Fu Moyan it was completely enough. After cultivating the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture, it seemed that his strength had been weakened. But the comparison of realms wasn't calculated like that. When he just started from the beginning, his strength had indeed weakened a little. But looking at the later stages, the benefits of cultivating the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture gradually appeared. In the simplest way, a player who cultivated the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture and a player who cultivated a normal cultivation method were both stuck at the peak of the Divine Martial Realm. The former didn't break through to the Celestial Realm. The latter didn't have a cultivation method to break through to the Celestial Realm. Once the experience points were full, it was impossible to increase it again. In this way, a player who cultivated the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture could completely suppress a player who cultivated a normal cultivation method. More importantly, abolishing the cultivation method and cultivating again wasn't a 100% conversion. There was still a certain amount of loss. In other words, according to the original experience of the 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm, under normal circumstances, the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture could be raised to the 2nd or 3rd level of the Divine Martial Realm. At that time, in terms of true strength, it wouldn't be much weaker than him at the 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm. It might even be a little stronger. According to what the Emperor of Heaven said, the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture will only experience the heavenly tribulation after breaking through to the celestial realm. In other words, this cultivation method can only gradually display its power after reaching the celestial realm. The most important thing now is to raise the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture. Fu Moyan got up from his seat and left the living room. He was now only at the first level of the divine martial realm. There was no need to think so much for now. First, he needed to exchange for enough experience stones to raise his realm to the peak of the divine martial realm. Then, according to what Qin Shujian said, he would collect some body-forging martial arts to raise his physique. In this way, his strength would be able to make a qualitative leap in a short period of time. He collected his thoughts. Fu Moyan came down from the second floor. The players waiting there still hadn't left. To these players, he acted as if he didn't see them. Instead, he walked to the center of the square and shouted, "True immortal merit points to exchange for celestial realm and divine martial realm crystals. Those who are willing to exchange, please contact me." Instantly, the square fell silent. Everyone's eyes involuntarily fell on Fu Moyan. The words "true immortal merit points" just now made many people's hearts tremble. True immortal merit points. That fallen void fiend was a true immortal level fiend king. Lu Liang felt that his breathing had slowed down by a few beats. Then, endless regret surged into his heart. True immortal crystal, that was a true immortal crystal. If he got his hands on it, he would definitely soar into the sky. None of the players in the four great worlds would be his match. But now, the true immortal crystal had fallen into Fu Moyan's hands. That feeling made Lu Liang feel like he had lost everything. It wasn't just Lu Liang who looked like he had lost his parents. Even the expressions of the other players were extremely ugly. Damn it, he got the true immortal merit points. What should we do now? If it's the true immortal merit points, Fu Moyan is now a pig in the wind. He can fly at any time. These players were all shocked. They were both tempted and scared. Once Fu Moyan converted the true immortal merit points, his strength would definitely rise to a terrifying level. When that time came, with their current strength, they might not be able to deal with it. The faces of those players' leaders were extremely gloomy at this moment. The value of the treasure in the other party's hands was beyond their imagination. If it was the celestial crystal, it would be fine. Even if Fu Moyan completely absorbed it, although the increase in his strength would not be low, they would still be able to deal with it. But, the true immortal crystal was completely beyond their expectations. Because the true immortal crystal was enough to raise a player's strength to a level that was difficult to contend with. In other words, if the crystal in Fu Moyan's hands was really of the true immortal level, then their future days would be difficult. Instantly, some people's gazes towards Lu Liang and the others had already become unfriendly. If the other party had not made things clear and instigated them to snatch the crystal without permission, they would not have offended Fu Moyan. Feeling the unfriendly gazes around them, Lu Liang, Shen Wenyao, and the others' faces were ugly. They finally understood that these people were frightened by Fu Moyan and then wrongly blamed them for this matter. Regarding this scene, Lu Liang did not explain anything. He only took a deep look at Fu Moyan, then glanced at the others and directly left the Heavenly Court branch. They could not afford to offend him. Then they would change places. Anyway, the Greater Thousand World was as big as the Outer Realm Void. These players could not block them. Moreover, Lu Liang was very confident in his own strength. No matter what. He was also an array master and an expert of the God martial arts realm. Among the players at this stage, Lu Liang's strength, even if it was not the top, was not far from it. Seeing Lu Liang leave, some people's eyes flickered and also quietly left the Heavenly Court branch. In the center of the square, Fu Moyan looked at their backs and secretly sneered in his heart. But he did not do anything out of line. We'll settle this matter slowly after I've improved my strength. As for now, humph. While thinking in his heart, Fu Moyan spoke again. I wonder if any friends want to exchange true immortal merit points for God martial arts and heaven realm crystals. Do you really have true immortal merit points? Zhu Chen, who had just returned from the void, looked at Fu Moyan in front of him and could not help but raise his eyebrows. True immortal merit points, that could only be obtained by killing a true immortal and obtaining a true immortal crystal. In his opinion, the person in front of him was only a god martial arts realm mutant. What right did he have to obtain a true immortal crystal? However, the other party dared to shout here. It was impossible to say that he did not have any confidence at all. Therefore, Zhu Chen asked with a tentative attitude. Hearing this, Fu Moyan immediately smiled and said, "Senior, you must be joking. If I didn't have true immortal merit points, I wouldn't dare to shout here. I have true immortal merit points, but I wonder what Senior will exchange for them. What a coincidence, I also have a lot of crystals from the god martial arts realm. How many true immortal merit points do you have?" Zhu Chen raised his eyebrows and asked instead of answering. Fu Moyan sized up Zhu Chen seriously. He was sure that he did not know the other party, but just by looking at the aura that the other party exuded and the temperament of his every move, he was not something that ordinary experts of the myriad races could compare to. Thinking of this, Fu Moyan cupped his hands and said, "Senior, if you really want to make a deal, why don't you and I change to a quiet place?" "Sure. Senior, follow me." Fu Moyan took the lead and walked out of the Heavenly Court branch. Zhu Chen did not hesitate and followed behind him to leave. Some people originally wanted to ask, but in the end they did not have the chance to speak. They could only beat their chests and sigh, lamenting that they had missed an opportunity. P.S. I beg for monthly votes. After returning from the extraterritorial battlefield, Qin Shujian did not return to the Heavenly Court. Instead, he headed towards the extraterritorial void. The reason why he returned from the extraterritorial void was because the investiture of the gods could not fit any more stars. Since he had come to the extraterritorial battlefield, there was no need to return to the Heavenly Court directly. Therefore, he simply headed to the extraterritorial void again to find more stars, as well as the star core to refine Zhou Tian's star map. In the void, Qin Shujian walked with his hands behind his back. With every step he took, endless space flowed. Behind him, Godslayer transformed and followed. Emperor of Heaven, is it possible that person will go back on his word? The person he was talking about was naturally Fu Moyan. To the players, Godslayer instinctively had some distrust. Qin Shujian had a faint smile on his face as he continued walking. "Don't worry, since he has accepted this mission, there is no possibility of him betraying. At least before he gets the benefits he wants, he won't easily betray. I left Tianyu in his sea of consciousness and also left behind a backup plan. If he really betrays, Tianyu will take his life immediately." After saying that, Qin Shujian silently added in his heart, even if Fu Moyan really betrayed him, it wouldn't affect him at all. To be direct, Fu Moyan was a chess piece that he had placed in the real world. The other party's main function was to weaken the power of the real world. The strength of a world's heavenly Tao had a lot to do with the living beings of heaven and earth. The stronger the living beings, the stronger the heaven and earth would be. As a result, the power that the heavenly Tao could use would become stronger and stronger. This point. It was only after Qin Shujian had opened up his inner world that he suddenly came to this realization. Therefore, if he could wipe out all the players who entered the boundless world, then the heavenly Tao of the four-player worlds would be weakened to the extreme. But one thing was clear. Even if the heavenly Tao was weakened to the extreme, it was not something that the current boundless world could contend against. On the contrary, if he directly attacked and killed all the players, it would arouse the anger of the heavenly Tao. At that time, under a large-scale attack, the destruction of the universe would only be a matter of an instant. Therefore, directly attacking was not advisable. They could only use other methods to weaken the power of the heavenly Tao step by step. At the same time, he could not let the heavenly Tao notice anything. As long as he could stall for as long as possible, the boundless world would become more integrated with the four-player worlds. You have to understand. The four-player worlds were invading and swallowing the thousands of worlds and even the entire universe. But at the same time as the invasion, the great wide world, and even the entire universe, was silently absorbing the power of the four-player worlds to complete a transformation. However, this transformation was very slow. Normally speaking, it was unrealistic to rely on this transformation to contend against the player world. It was also because of this. The world of players had nothing to fear, and they dared to start from the greater thousand worlds and gradually devour the universe. What Xianxia wanted to do. When the great thousand worlds were transforming, they would inadvertently weaken the power of the player's world. When the time was right, they would launch the final counterattack. This idea had come to him on the spur of the moment. After seeing Fu Moyan, he became a pawn for the heavenly court to enter the real world. Xianxia was not worried that the other party would betray him. To be honest, Fu Moyan had no reason to betray him. If he took 10,000 steps back. If Fu Moyan really betrayed him, then at most, he would lose this pawn, but it would not affect him too much. Because the connection between him and the other party lay in the heavenly jade. At that time, as long as the heavenly jade was destroyed, there would not be any problems. At the same time, the heavenly jade was also sealed by Xianxia with a special method and hidden in Fu Moyan's sea of consciousness. As long as the other party was not in the real world and publicly took out the heavenly jade, there would not be any problems. If he really took it out, the heavenly jade would be destroyed the moment the heavenly Tao noticed. But at the same time, Fu Moyan would also be killed by the heavenly Tao when the heavenly jade was destroyed. The final result. Xianxia had already thought about it. Therefore, he was not worried that Fu Moyan would betray him. It should be said. Even if he betrayed him, he would not suffer any losses. There are a total of 4 player worlds invading the greater thousand worlds. Since I want to leave a pawn, I can't be biased. I have to find an opportunity for the other 3 player worlds. With tens of billions of players, it shouldn't be difficult to find a few world traders. But these world traders can't be too stupid, and their luck can't be too bad. It will take some time. Xianxia thought to himself. With tens of billions of players, it was normal for a few traders to appear. But not every trader was suitable to be his pawn. If he was too stupid, he might end up ruining his plans instead. After having an idea in his mind, Xianxia did not stop walking. Then, his gaze fell on the surrounding void. Now was not the time to go back. Since he had come from the outer realm, he had to take something with him before leaving. Deep in the outer realm, there was a long river of rules surging. A damaged monument was slowly repairing the cracks in it. And above the long river of rules, there were also endless black shadows creeping, rendering that place into a demonic domain. The rule monument is damaged. It won't be easy to repair it. The boundless darkness surged, and suddenly, a person's figure appeared at the center of it all. At this moment, Bok's face was unprecedentedly gloomy. After breaking through to become a top-tier demon emperor, he had never suffered such a crushing defeat in more than 1,000,000 years. Even when he faced the ancient heavenly court, he was only defeated. He did not fall to the extent that the rule monument was damaged. But in the battle not long ago, it directly damaged the rule monument, causing it to almost fall to the level of a top-tier demon emperor. Such a heavy blow made Bok very angry. But in addition to his anger, he was also shocked. Especially when Xianxia used the absolute command. That terrifying power made it difficult for Bok to calm down. The demon abyss is approaching. I don't have much time left. The rule monument is damaged. If I want to repair it normally, it will take at least 10,000 years. That's too long. But if the rule monument is not repaired, with my current strength, I won't be able to deal with him. Looks like I can only use some extreme methods. Bok's expression kept changing. The surrounding void also became restless. A top-tier demon emperor. Even if it was a change in mood, it could cause a disturbance in the void. Immediately after, an invisible wave spread out from the darkness and quickly spread out. Not long after, the void crumbled. 3 demon emperors appeared from within. Greetings, Lord Demon Emperor. These 3 demon emperors were all the emperors of the Bok clan. They were also the ones in charge other than the demon emperor. Bok said coldly, this emperor needs the flesh and blood of living creatures. There must be enough of them, or they must be strong enough. This emperor wants to see enough flesh and blood of living creatures within 10 years. If there isn't any by then you will become this emperor's sacrifices. Cold words. It made the demon emperors tremble uncontrollably. Lord Demon Emperor, don't worry. We will definitely collect enough flesh and blood of living creatures for you. They believed. Bok's words were not just empty words. When the time came, if they did not collect enough flesh and blood of living creatures, then they would become this demon emperor's sacrifices. Although the demon emperors seemed to be high and mighty. In fact, in front of the demon emperor, they were just ants. If the other party really wanted to attack them, even if they joined forces, they would not be able to contend against him. Go, this emperor will wait for your news. After Bok finished speaking, his illusory body disappeared. Endless darkness crept. The long river of laws was also faintly discernible. The demon emperors looked at each other and then respectfully retreated. A floating continent. This was the place where the Bok clan was located. Lord Demon Emperor has ordered us to plunder enough flesh and blood of living creatures. Right now, apart from the void beasts, only the upper-class world can meet this demand. Demon Emperor Chester said slowly with an indifferent expression. On his left and right were the other two demon emperors. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the demon emperors said, "If we attack the upper-class world, I'm afraid the clan will suffer a great loss. The loss of our clansmen is nothing. It's their honor to be able to sacrifice themselves for the demon emperor's orders. If we can't plunder enough flesh and blood of living creatures, then the ones who will sacrifice themselves for the demon emperor will be us." Chester said coldly. No matter how many of the Bok clan's clansmen died, it had nothing to do with him. Although he was the demon emperor of the clan, the true ruler of the clan was the demon emperor Bok. If there was not enough flesh and blood of living creatures, when the demon emperor was angry, even the demon emperors would die. What are your plans? Join forces with the other clans and attack the upper-class world together. The other two clans may not agree. If they don't agree, then we'll attack alone. Anyway, the purpose of this time is not to conquer the upper-class world. It's enough as long as we plunder the flesh and blood of living creatures. The living creatures of the upper-class world have also set up a defense line in the void. We don't need to attack the upper-class world. As long as we fight in the void, I think we'll be able to get enough flesh and blood of living creatures. Chester looked at the two demon emperors with a cold expression and said indifferently. Seeing this, the other two demon emperors no longer objected. As long as they were not the ones who died, it was enough. As for how many clansmen died when the war started, it did not matter to them. The evil demon clan in the void. There were no extra emotions. There was only a strict division of ranks. Soon, the corresponding information was transmitted to the other two clans. Join forces to attack the upper-class world? Yelvis frowned slightly. He was a little confused about the news from the Bok clan. Well, why did the Bok clan want to attack the upper-class world? In his opinion, even if the three clans joined forces to attack the upper-class world, they had no chance of winning. However, being cautious, Yelvis did not immediately refuse. Instead, he looked at the emissary below and said faintly, Ben Huang needs to consider this matter. You can stay in the Mo Xialo clan for the time being. Ben Huang will give you an answer within 3 days. Thank you, Demon Emperor. The Demon King of the Baharo clan bowed respectfully, his tone filled with respect. Yelvis waved his hand, and the other party tactfully left. After he left, Longfellow looked puzzled. Are Chester and the others crazy? Why are they attacking the upper-class world? Attacking the upper-class world. In his opinion, such an approach was no different from being retarded. Yelvis sneered. What right does Chester have to make the decision to attack the upper-class world? This matter concerns the direction of the clan. The only one who is truly qualified to make the decision is that person. You mean, the Demon Emperor? Longfellow also reacted instantly. That's right. Although the status of the Demon Emperor was high, he could not make such a decision on his own. Although it was ridiculous. In fact, the Demon Emperor did not have the right to control the direction of a clan. Most of the time, they were like the puppets of the Demon Emperor, maintaining the normal operation of the clan when the Demon Emperor was in seclusion. As for other things, they all needed to ask the Demon Emperor. Yelvis said, I need to ask the Demon Emperor about this matter. Since the Demon Emperor wants to attack the upper-class world, there must be some unknown reasons. For us, this might be an opportunity. I'll wait for you in the clan. Longfellow said directly. If there was no need, he did not want to get close to Emozialo. If the Demon Emperor was in a bad mood, the Demon Emperor would be courting death. Yelvis glanced at him and did not force him. The black fog on the seat dissipated, and it did not take long for it to completely disappear. In the depths of the outer realm, the black fog shattered the void and stood there. Then, Yelvis's figure appeared. He looked at the darkness in front of him and bowed respectfully. Demon Emperor, I have something to ask to see you. As soon as he finished speaking, the darkness shook slightly. A corner of his aura leaked out, causing Yelvis's body to tremble slightly. What's the matter? Speak. Emozialo's indifferent voice came from the darkness. Hearing this, Yelvis did not dare to hesitate and replied respectfully, just now, an envoy from the Baito clan came, hoping to unite all the clans and attack the upper-class world together. This matter is of great importance. I dare not make a decision on my own, so I came to ask the Demon Emperor. Attack the upper-class world? Emozialo murmured softly to himself. Immediately, some fluctuations came from the darkness, causing the surrounding aura to fluctuate even more violently. Promise him. Yes. In addition, when attacking the upper-class world, collect all the flesh and blood of the creatures killed and then offer them to me. Yes, sir. From the beginning to the end, Yurways had been bowing. When the voice in the darkness was completely silent, he slowly retreated. The void shattered. Yelvis had completely disappeared in front of the darkness. The next moment, he appeared in a completely unfamiliar void. The trembling of his body and the fear on his face had disappeared at this moment. It was just a calm expression and a slight smile. Collecting the flesh and blood of creatures, it seems that you have suffered a serious injury and need the flesh and blood of creatures to recover. If the Baito clan did this, no one would be spared from that battle. So now, how much strength do you have left? It really makes Ben Huang a little curious. The smile on Yelvis's lips became more and more obvious. It was a simple contact. He basically knew the reason why those demon emperors wanted to attack the upper-class world. Soon. In a little more time, Ben Huang will be able to officially break through to the demon emperor realm. Thinking of something, a cold light appeared in Yelvis's eyes, and then it disappeared. In the end, he disappeared into the void. Before breaking through to the Demon Emperor realm, no matter how many ideas and schemes he had, they were all fake. It was also when Yelvis left. The darkness surged. Then, all the darkness faded, and Emozialo's figure appeared. Attacking the upper-class world, you want to plunder the flesh and blood of creatures, right? Such an impatient approach, your injuries are more serious than I thought. The darkness in Emozialo's eyes had become even deeper. Plundering the flesh and blood of creatures. This was the fastest way to recover from injuries. Even if the Rule Monument was damaged, as long as there was enough flesh and blood of creatures, there was a way to repair it. Back in the beginning, Emozialo had thought of using the flesh and blood of creatures to repair his injuries. However, he did not take the lead to speak. Once someone spoke, to a large extent, it proved that their injuries were the most serious. Although the clans had joined forces, they were not really standing on the same boat. There was no need to reveal his trump card too early. Now that Baito could not wait, Emozialo also pushed the boat with the current, mobilizing the power of the clan to attack the upper-class world together. All of a sudden, a meaningful smile appeared on Emozialo's face. A moment later, his body dissipated, and darkness crept again. At the same time, the long river of laws loomed, and a broken Rule Monument was slowly repairing the cracks on it. After asking the Demon Emperor for permission, when Yelvis returned to the clan, he immediately informed the messenger of the Baito clan of the results. Then, the entire Emozialo clan also moved. Not long after, a large number of void demons gathered and headed towards the upper-class world. When the Emozialo clan moved out, the Baito clan and the Yizo clan each had their own allied forces. the allied forces of the three clans. A total of 10 billion void demons moved out. A large number of void demons gathered together, forming a boundless darkness that covered the entire void. The cultivators and players of the myriad clans who were exploring the outer realm also noticed the abnormality of the void demons at the first moment. Not good, the void demons have moved out on a large scale. Run. Why did they suddenly move out on a large scale? Are they going to start a war again? Those cultivators and players of the myriad clans who encountered the army were now in shock and panic. For a time, many cultivators died. But there were also more cultivators who immediately fled to the back of the outer realm battlefield after noticing the abnormality. Just as the cultivators were about to flee, the news of the Void Fiend's large-scale invasion also officially spread. After receiving the news, the Heavenly Court immediately entered a state of preparation for war. The powerhouses of the myriad clans all walked out of the upper-class world and settled in the various cities of the outer realm battlefield. All the cultivators who went out to explore had also all returned at this moment. In an instant, the atmosphere of the outer realm battlefield was extremely solemn. P.S. 10,000 words per day is actually not a small amount. I hope more support. In the extraterritorial battlefield. In the city at the front line. The gods of the Heavenly Court gathered. The aura of the perfected immortals did not spread out deliberately, but a large number of powerhouses gathered together could put the void under a lot of pressure. Is there any news about the Emperor of Heaven? Emperor Zhao looked at the other gods and asked. Hearing this, the gods shook their heads. The Demon Emperor said, "We have already sent out the message. If the Emperor of Heaven is in the Great Thousand World, there will definitely be a reply. Now that there is no reply, he must be in the extraterritorial void. Now that the army of the evil demon clan is coming, the Emperor of Heaven should be able to sense it. In fact, as long as the Demon Emperor doesn't make a move, with our strength, it won't be a problem to fight against a few clans." As early as when the news of the evil demon army came, the gods of the Heavenly Court had already contacted Qin Shujian. Unfortunately, the news was sent out, but there was no reply. Because the extraterritorial void was too vast, it was almost impossible to contact with the communication jade talisman. The Demon Emperor probably won't make a move. Xiao Qingfeng shook his head slightly, his expression cold. In the last battle, Bach and the other Demon Emperors didn't get the upper hand. If they don't have absolute confidence now, the Demon Emperor won't make a move easily. In my opinion, the alliance army of the various clans should be a test. It's not a big problem whether the Emperor of Heaven returns or not. With our strength, it's enough to fight against a few clans. No one had a deeper understanding of the Demon Emperors than him. Although the Demon Emperors were high and mighty, they actually cherished their lives very much. When the ancient Heavenly Court attacked the evil demon clan in the void, Bach was killed, and the other Demon Emperors didn't even dare to fart. Seeing that they were no match for the Heavenly Court, they retreated decisively. In fact, even when the Demon Abyss attacked the Great Thousand World, those Demon Emperors didn't dare to move, let alone get a share of the pie. Therefore, Xiao Qingfeng was certain. Those Demon Emperors would definitely not make a move again before they were 100% confident. In the last battle, although he didn't see much, he could understand. The strength of Bach and the other Demon Emperors should be inferior to that of the Emperor of Heaven. Or else, that battle wouldn't be so easy. Yes, it was easy. In Xiao Qingfeng's estimation, the battle for the Heavenly Court to walk out of the heaven and earth barrier would be extremely tragic. If they were not careful, they might even be wiped out. But in reality, although the Heavenly Court had lost many true immortals in that battle, it was not as tragic as expected. In the end, thanks to the investiture of the gods, all the fallen true immortals were resurrected. At this moment, darkness erosion. If one took a closer look, they would discover that the boundless darkness was not a single entity. Instead, it was slightly divided. Boom! The heavy and melodious sound of the bell rang. One sound after another reverberated through the battlefield. The restless hearts of all the cultivators who heard the sound of the bell calmed down. Xiao Qingfeng looked at the approaching darkness with a cold smile on his face. It's a pity that the heavenly troops have just been formed. It's not time to use them yet. Otherwise, I would also like to see how much advantage a heavenly soldier has over other cultivators. There were too few heavenly soldiers now. There was still a huge gap between them and the 100,000 heavenly soldiers that Qin Shujian had mentioned. Other than that, cultivation techniques and formations. The heavenly soldiers were only at the beginning stages of cultivation. They were not really perfected yet. If they were to use the heavenly soldiers now, then the newly formed heavenly soldiers would be almost useless after the battle. Therefore, Xiao Qingfeng did not plan to let the heavenly soldiers participate in the battle. It was not the final battle yet. It was not a good thing to use the heavenly soldiers rashly. The nefarious Devil Clan's army has taken shape. If they attack our cities directly, we will lose a lot of cultivators. Who is willing to follow me to break the formation? Emperor Zhao clasped his hands behind his back. His gaze was cold and indifferent. After he finished speaking, the Dog Emperor smiled and said, "Since Emperor Zhongyuan has spoken, we naturally will not refuse. Coincidentally, I have been itching for a long time. Let's play with them. Count me in." Si Hanhai's eyes were scarlet. Looking at the void evil demon army in front of him, he felt a violent restlessness in his heart. The last time he devoured a demon emperor, his strength increased greatly. He became the first of the 5 emperors to break through to the 5th level immortal realm. At this moment, in Si Hanhai's eyes, the void evil demons were the best nourishment. As long as he devoured more void evil demons, his strength would increase faster. If he could devour all the demon emperors and demon emperors, he might be able to break through to the 9th level immortal realm. However, Si Hanhai also understood. With his current strength, he could only deal with 1 or 2 demon emperors at most. He was still far from being able to deal with demon emperors. The void evil demons were a huge tonic for him, but he was also nourishment for the void evil demons. If he really met demon emperors, Si Hanhai felt that it was better to think of a way to escape. The demon emperor and the soul protection emperor did not refuse. Especially the soul protection emperor. After restoring his own laws, his strength increased by leaps and bounds. Although he did not break through to the 4th level immortal realm, it was close. As the last of the 5 emperors, the soul protection emperor also wanted to show off. To be honest, the previous battle was a little unsatisfactory. After this battle, I should be able to break through to the 4th level immortal realm. The soul protection emperor's expression was calm. He was not worried about the incoming army of void evil demons. Battle. It was very beneficial for breaking through. After any life and death battle, as long as one did not die, one would gain something. After confirming that the investiture of the gods could be reborn, he was no longer afraid of death. According to Qin Shujian, as long as one's lifespan was not exhausted, or if one was attacked by a Dao fruit expert, one could still be reborn on the investiture of the gods even if one died in the hands of a demon emperor. With this kind of confidence, he was confident. Not only the soul protection emperor, but the other true immortals of the heavenly court were also much less afraid of death. Rebirth after death. At most, they would only be weakened for a short period of time. Apart from that, there would be no other side effects. Make your move. Emperor Zhao took a step forward, and the nameless stone spear fell into his hand. The stone spear slashed down. The cold spear light cut through the lonely void and headed straight for the darkness. In an instant, a demon emperor made his move. Dark energy surged like a tide, trying to forcibly stop the spear light. However, Zhu Bing's power combined with Emperor Zhao's strength. Ordinary demon emperors had no chance of contending against him. In an instant, dark energy tore through the void. The demon emperor was blasted away. Then, the spear light plunged into the darkness and tore it apart. When Emperor Zhao made his move, the dog emperor also revealed his true form. A huge 9-headed dog appeared, standing in the void. The 9 heads were the size of mountains, and they swallowed the army of demons in the void. Boom, the void shattered, and the dog emperor easily bit and swallowed them. A demon emperor tried to stop him, but the dark energy that erupted was swallowed by the dog emperor when it was about to touch him. However, in terms of strength, There was a big gap between the Dog Emperor and Emperor Zhao. Emperor Zhao could easily defeat a demon emperor, but the Dog Emperor could not. Even so, after the Dog Emperor made his move, the army's progress was temporarily stopped. All of a sudden, monstrous blood clouds rose, covering the entire army of demons in the void. In the blood clouds, blood lotuses rose one after another, and Xianxia's figure appeared on every single one of them. Evil and tyrannical laughter echoed in the void. It's him. Yurwei's and Longfellow's expressions changed. They recognized Xianxia. Because the demon emperor Troy of the Ma Xiaoluo clan died in his hands. As for the expert who had killed Troy, he had no idea what to do. The two demon emperors could not forget. At this moment, the blood cloud spread and collided with the darkness. Seeing this scene, the demon emperors made their move, but they could not stop all the blood clouds. The blood clouds rushed into the army of demons in the void, causing many casualties. In the next moment, a golden-winged rock shattered the void, and a long river of law surged. A huge face appeared in the void. For the first time, everyone could clearly see the 5 imperial emperors making their moves. In the previous battle, although the 5 imperial emperors also made their moves, they were fighting separately. The others did not have time to observe. But it was different now. The army of demons in the void had not completely arrived, and the cultivators and players were all in a state of preparation. At this moment, they all saw the power of the 5 imperial emperors in the extraterritorial battlefield. Terrifying power gathered. It forcefully tore apart the boundless darkness. The moment the darkness was torn apart, the gods of the heavenly court made their move. The cultivators and players of the myriad races also made their move at the first moment. A great battle. In the blink of an eye, it erupted. Demon Emperor? Xianxia instantly fixed his eyes on a target, and an evil smile appeared on his face. After devouring Troy last time, he had already tasted the benefits. So, right now, he only wanted to devour a few more demon emperors to increase his strength. Longfellow, who was targeted by Xianxia, immediately had a solemn expression. In terms of strength, Longfellow was naturally not afraid of Xianxia. It was just that Troy had fallen in the hands of the other party, so he instinctively felt afraid. However, fear was fear. Longfellow had no intention of backing down either. His gaze was cold as he said, "You're the one who killed Troy, right? Then let me see just how strong the person who killed Troy is." The dark energy surged, and the long river of law surged. He entered the devil's pool once. His strength had also increased by a lot. Originally, Longfellow's strength was already above Troy's. Now that he had broken through, his strength had become even more terrifying. As soon as he made his move, that powerful aura made Xianxia's heart solemn. However, he didn't reveal too much on the surface. He took a step forward. Blood clouds surged. Blood lotuses bloomed one after another, giving birth to one Xianxia after another, pouncing towards Longfellow. Pretending to be mysterious, Longfellow sneered. With a wave of his hand, dark energy erupted, forcefully destroying the Xianxia that pounced towards him. All of a sudden, behind Longfellow, blood lotuses bloomed, and a palm reached out towards his back. Just as it was about to touch him, Longfellow's body suddenly dispersed like black mist. In the next moment, he had already appeared behind Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. Without pausing for even half a breath, blood-red immortal essence surged, and he turned around and struck out with his palm. Boom! 2 terrifying forces collided, shattering the void. In the next moment, they were already fighting in close quarters. Deep in the outer realm, Qin Shujian was currently engaged in a fierce battle with a void beast. A terrifying aura burst out, shattering the space within 100 million li into pieces. In the chaotic void, there were the corpses of void beasts lying there. There were strong and weak corpses. The strong ones were true immortals, and the weak ones were diviners. As for the void beasts below the diviner level, facing the power of a 9th level immortal, there were no corpses left at all. At this moment, the void beast that was fighting with Qin Shujian was at the upper 3rd level of the true immortal realm. Its body was 1,000,000 feet long. Every time they exchanged blows, it seemed to be able to break time and space. Boom, the Godslayer slashed down. The void beast let out an angry roar, and one of its arms was chopped off. However, before blood could spurt out, flesh and blood grew out, and a new arm had already grown out. At the same time, a fist bombarded. Qin Shujian's body shook slightly, and in the face of this huge force, he also retreated. After taking a step back, he immediately leaned forward. Zhu Bing's sharpness was revealed, and the cold blade light was enough to shatter time and space. Boom. 3 days later, one man and one beast fought non-stop. In the end, Qin Shujian's strength was stable, and he used the Godslayer to cut off the void beast's head. Just as the other party was about to regenerate its flesh and blood, the investiture of the gods came down and forcibly shattered its body. Then, the Godslayer directly stabbed into the void beast's body. A large amount of energy was absorbed by the stone blade. The flesh and blood disappeared. The void beast's indestructible soul let out an indignant roar. But it was useless. In half a day, the void beast's flesh and blood were all absorbed by the Godslayer. The blade, which was already exuding a powerful aura, now had an even more powerful aura. How long will it take to transcend the tribulation? After the Godslayer completely absorbed the power of the flesh and blood, Qin Shujian waved his hand and threw out the red lotus of purgation to refine the remaining beast corpses, in order to help the Godslayer transcend the tribulation. Now, he didn't refine the corpses of the upper 3 levels of true immortals. He left them all for the other party to absorb. The stone blade vibrated and transformed into the appearance of a young man. The strength of this beast is not simple. I estimate that it is at least an 8th level immortal, much stronger than a 7th level immortal. With one more beast like this, I can start transcending the tribulation. 10 upper 3 levels of true immortals could transcend the tribulation. But the upper 3 levels of true immortals here only referred to 7th level immortals. In fact, the energy that an 8th level immortal could provide was not comparable to that of a 7th level immortal at all. The energy contained in the body of an 8th level immortal was at least several times that of a 7th level immortal. Qin Shujian said indifferently, "This void beast is not weak. Although it is not a 9th level immortal, it is almost ready to advance. If I'm not wrong, it should be the Beast Emperor of the Outer Realms. It can be considered the strongest void beast. However, there might be even more powerful void beasts out there. It's just that it is not so easy to find an existence of the same level. If it was not a top 8th level immortal, how could it be qualified to fight with him for so long and be killed by him in the end?" Qin Shujian was almost certain that the void beast he killed was almost the strongest of all the void beasts in the universe. As for whether there was a stronger void beast, the possibility was very low. After all, in the outer realm, the void demons were the rulers. Compared to the void beasts, there was a big gap in strength. If the void beasts had a 9th level immortal, they would not be suppressed by the void demons. He simply cleaned up the battlefield. Qin Shujian left the place. Killing the void demons was only a secondary matter. Finding the stars and increasing the overall strength of the great wide world was the most important thing at the moment. However, when Qin Shujian left, he did the same thing as before. He sprinkled the blood of the star beasts in the void to attract the void beasts as much as possible. As for whether it was possible to kill the void beasts to extinction or not, it had nothing to do with him. In any case, the void demons were an obstacle. The void beasts were also an obstacle to the heavenly court's exploration of the outer realm. When the cultivators of the myriad races walked out of the outer realm, many cultivators died in the hands of the void beasts. The void beasts did not have intelligence. They only had instincts. Therefore, it was impossible for the two sides to live in harmony. Since they could not live in harmony, then they would kill all of them and there would be no trouble later. The blood of the star beasts spilled. Soon, other void beasts were attracted. In this regard, there was no need for Qin Shujian to make a move. With the Godslayer's own strength, he could kill all the beasts below the true immortal realm. While killing the beasts, there were also other stars that appeared in his perception. He saw a star that was hundreds of thousands of feet in size quietly floating in the void. On the star. It had a powerful aura. Seeing this, Qin Shujian formed a seal with both hands. When his vital essence erupted, it turned into a sealing power that fell on the star, forcibly sealing the power emitted by the star. As the sealing power fell, the star trembled violently. Although the stars didn't have intelligence, they could still sense some threats from the unseen world. It was just that this kind of resistance. For Qin Shujian, it had no effect at all. Then. The god roll flew out. The list turned into 1,000,000 feet in size in the wind, covering the sky and the sun, and directly absorbing the star. In the next moment, the god roll returned to its original size and fell into Qin Shujian's hands. All of a sudden, the god roll shook for a moment. Among the names of the gods on it, one of the names seemed to have lost its luster and suddenly became dim. An immortal god has fallen. Qin Shujian's expression changed, and his expression immediately became solemn. The immortals who could be on the list were the strongest among the true immortals of the myriad races. If it wasn't for the outbreak of a great battle, there was almost no possibility of them falling. Could it be that he encountered a powerhouse of the nefarious devil clan in the outskirts of the void? Qin Shujian's expression flickered as his gaze remained fixed on the name. Immediately after, the god roll rose into the sky. Qin Shujian waved his hand, and vital essence surged. The violent energy in the outer realm also swarmed over. Not long after, a wisp of true spirit flashed, and an immortal god walked out of the void. P.S. Requesting monthly votes. In the void outside the realm, violent energy swarmed over. The Moon Emperor's body appeared out of thin air and then solidified. His eyes, which were originally filled with confusion and emptiness, regained their original luster at this moment. Soon, the Moon Emperor saw the surrounding environment clearly. Those chaotic memories were also reorganized and perfected. Then, she bowed slightly. Greetings, Emperor of Heaven. What happened? With your strength as the Moon Sovereign, even if you met a demon emperor, you shouldn't have fallen. Could it be that you met a demon emperor? Qin Shujian's expression was cold. As an immortal god, the Moon Lord's deity position was powerful enough to make the Moon Emperor one of the few strongest people below the 4 war gods. Although the other party was a 3rd-level immortal, if they really fought, it would not be easy for a 3rd-level true immortal to kill him. So, the death of the Moon Emperor. This made Qin Shujian instinctively feel that things might not be good. The Moon Emperor said, "The Void Evil Demon clan has formed an army and is attacking the extraterritorial battlefield. We also want to contact the Emperor of Heaven about this, but the extraterritorial void is vast, and the communication jade token can't send the news out." The extraterritorial void was too big, and the communication jade token also had a distance limit. In addition, the extraterritorial void was filled with violent energy everywhere, which also weakened the effect of the communication jade token. The Void Evil Demon clan is attacking the extraterritorial battlefield. Qin Shujian stood with his hands behind his back. The body that the Godslayer had transformed into also disappeared. The essence of the stone saber reappeared and quietly stayed beside him. Did a demon emperor make a move? Qin Shujian asked in a deep voice. If a demon emperor made a move, then the myriad races would probably suffer heavy losses. But until now, only the Moon Emperor had died. Logically speaking, there should be no demon emperor making a move. But if there was no demon emperor making a move, the Void Evil demons had nothing better to do and wanted to attack the extraterritorial battlefield. As expected, Moon Emperor's answer was the same as what Qin Shujian had guessed. I didn't see any demon emperors. Only a few demon emperors from different clans have joined the battle. Now, they are fighting against the imperial emperors of 5 directions, and the outcome of the battle has yet to be determined. As for me, I accidentally fell at the hands of a demon king. Toward the end of her sentence, the Moon Queen looked a little ashamed. The dignified Moon Lord had fallen at the hands of a demon king. If word got out, it would be a shameful matter. However, on the battlefield, any situation could change in an instant. It was also impossible for it to be the same as a normal battle, where fairness or one-on-one was a must. She was originally fighting a demon king, but in the end, she was ambushed by other demon kings and had no choice but to die. Fortunately, one could still be reborn in the investiture of the gods. Otherwise, the Moon clan would have to change a new emperor. Then follow me back. Qin Shujian glanced at the Moon Queen. Then, he stepped into the void and headed for the extraterrestrial battlefield. Seeing this, the Moon Empress followed behind him. Along the way, Qin Shujian was also paying close attention to the changes on the investiture of the gods. Although no demon emperor had made a move before, it was possible that after the Moon Empress died, there would be a demon emperor. As long as the immortals and gods on the investiture of the gods did not die on a large scale, there would be no problem. But if a large number of immortals and gods on the investiture of the gods died, things would become very troublesome. To be honest, Qin Shujian didn't expect that the nefarious Devil clan would attack the extraterritorial battlefield. Earlier, he did not receive any news at all. Otherwise, Qin Shujian would not take the risk to enter the depths of the extraterrestrial battlefield. Because in the Heavenly Court, there were only about 3 people who had the battle strength of an upper 3 true immortal, including Chu Quantu and Niu Dali. But the Demon Emperor was not an ordinary upper 3 true immortal. So, he was the only one who could compete with the Demon Emperor. If the Demon Emperor really made a move at this time, Qin Shujian was not confident that he could rush back immediately. At that time, the Heavenly Court would definitely suffer heavy losses. The news of me leaving the Heavenly Court should not have spread, and the Demon Emperors could not have gotten the news. I almost killed them in the last battle. Without 100% confidence, those Demon Emperors would not dare to make a move easily. Even if I don't show up, they will still be afraid. It's just that the Heavenly Court does not show any signs of defeat. If they do, it will be really troublesome. Qin Shujian's expression was calm, but he was already thinking about some things in his heart. As long as he did not show up, Ba Duo and the other demon emperors would be afraid. But if the Heavenly Court was at a disadvantage and he did not show up, it would arouse the other party's suspicion. At that time, even if those few devil emperors had scruples in their hearts, they could possibly make a move to probe. Once the demon emperors made a move, the casualties would be heavy. An upper 3 true immortal was not someone that other true immortals could compete with, not to mention that the demon emperors were not true immortals who had just entered the upper 3 true immortal. Even the weakest demon emperor was around the 8th true immortal. As for Ba Duo and Emo Shalua, they were experts at the 9th true immortal level. In the last battle, although the other party was injured, their strength would not drop too much. If they really wanted to fight, Chu Quantu and the others would not have the possibility to fight back. Now the Heavenly Court's core strength is enough, but the top strength is still lacking. Once I leave, the Heavenly Court's strength will fall into a vacuum. Only when Chu Quantu and Niu Dali break through can the current situation be resolved. Qin Shujian sighed secretly. In the past, having a true immortal was already considered a top combat strength. But now it was different. Opening the extraterritorial battlefield, the Heavenly Court faced the void demons that had existed for countless years. Ordinary true immortals could only be considered a decent combat strength. Only true immortals in the middle 3 true immortals could be the core combat strength. As for the upper 3 true immortals, they were the real top combat strength. Without enough top-notch combat power to hold the fort, the current situation would occur. They could not leave at will, because once they left, a war would suddenly break out, and there would not be any experts who could hold the fort. Sigh. Qin Shujian sighed silently in his heart. He felt that it was a little difficult. At this moment, the war was still ongoing. Although the allied forces of the 3 void demon clans were not as strong as the last time, they were not much weaker. About 10 days later, both sides were in a state of fierce battle. Every minute and second, a large number of cultivators of the myriad races and the void demons died. As long as a void evil devil fell, someone would snatch the crystals away from them. Similarly, when the cultivators of the myriad races died, their flesh and blood would be collected by the void demons immediately. On the battlefield at the rear, there were experts supervising the battle. Although both sides had invested most of their forces so far, they still left some experts to guard, in case the void demons had other backup plans. They also wanted to prevent the void demons from taking the opportunity to sneak into the great wide world. They're collecting flesh and blood, what's their purpose? In the sky above the city, Emperor Pashan noticed the changes in the battlefield, and his face darkened. As the expert holding the line, he could immediately discover the changes in the battlefield. At this moment, he could clearly see it. The void demons were collecting the flesh and blood of the fallen cultivators, just like the cultivators collecting the crystals left behind by the void demons after they died. But what puzzled the Emperor Pashan was, what was the use of the void demons collecting the flesh and blood of living beings beside him? It was the Thousand-Eye Emperor, who was severely injured and had temporarily retreated from the battlefield. Hearing this, his expression was solemn. Collecting the flesh and blood of living beings might be the reason why the void demons started this war. Otherwise, there's no way to explain why they suddenly attacked. Everything was fine, but they suddenly attacked. The Thousand-Eye Emperor couldn't believe that there was no problem. However, he also couldn't understand why the other party was collecting the flesh and blood of living beings. Not long after, the Thousand-Eye Emperor seemed to have thought of something and said in a deep voice, "The Void Demon clan should have some evil secret technique that allows them to collect the flesh and blood of living beings at all costs. Their true goal is probably those demon emperors. The living beings of the myriad races are blessed by the heavens, and flesh and blood are very precious to some existences. I suspect there are demon emperors who were injured in the previous battle and need the flesh and blood of living beings to recover. Of course, it could also be collecting the flesh and blood of living beings or using some evil method. Not long ago, wasn't the entire Void Demon clan slaughtered and then used as a blood sacrifice? The Boyle clan was slaughtered. The news of being used as a blood sacrifice by the other three clans was no longer a secret. As an immortal god of the heavenly court, the Thousand-Eye Emperor was also very clear. Right now, the Void Demons started a war and then collected the flesh and blood of living beings. As long as he thought about it, he could more or less guess the reason. Even if we understand their intentions, we can't stop them now. The Mountain Breaker Emperor shook his head. Now that the war had started, no one could care about anyone else. Who had the right to stop it, the war at hand? It was already a little strange. As long as the cultivators of the myriad races died, their flesh and blood would be collected by the Void Demons immediately. And when the Void Demons died, their crystals would also be collected by the myriad races cultivators and players. As a result, even though countless living beings had died, the number of people who had died was uncountable. But on the battlefield, there were no corpses. In fact, there wasn't even much blood. Suddenly, the Mountain Breaker Emperor struck out with his palm. A cultivator who was heading toward the passageway of heaven and earth was instantly torn into pieces. When his body was torn apart, black fog seeped out from his body and then suddenly dispersed. In the end, a crystal fell into the void of space. The Mountain Breaker Emperor retracted his palm and shouted in a deep voice, "Everyone, pay close attention to prevent the Void Demons from sneaking into the Great Thousand World." The cultivator that he had just killed was a cultivator who had been possessed by the Void Demons. There was no need to explain why the other party wanted to sneak into the Great Thousand World. It was just a heavenly human realm Void Demon, so it was impossible for him to hide from the Mountain Breaker Emperor's senses. Hearing this, the experts guarding the passageway had solemn expressions on their faces as they became even more vigilant of their surroundings. If the Void Demons really sneaked into the Great Thousand World, they would not have an easy time. He had killed a Void Fiend. The Mountain Breaker Emperor's divine consciousness spread out. While he was vigilant of his surroundings, his expression became even more serious. There is no news of the Emperor of Heaven now. I don't know if the Demon Emperors will be unable to hold back and attack. If the Demon Emperors attack, I'm afraid we will be in trouble. The Emperor of Heaven should have received the news that the Moon Empress has fallen. The Thousand-Eye Emperor said in a deep voice. The Emperor of Heaven, who was in charge of the investiture of the gods, would definitely sense the fall of an immortal god. Therefore, he was not worried about this problem. As long as the Emperor of Heaven could rush back in time before the Demon Emperors attacked, it would be enough. At this moment, another Void Demon had possessed a cultivator and was attacking the passageway of heaven and earth as well as the various cities. The Mountain Breaker Emperor and the Thousand Eye Emperor did not just stand by and watch. They both attacked and killed the void demons that were attacking. Another day passed. Finally, an immortal god was injured and retreated to the rear to recuperate. "Brother Yang, how are your injuries?" The Thousand Eye Emperor looked at Xianxia in front of him and asked. "I won't die for the time being. I didn't expect there to be such a powerful demon king among the void demons. I was careless." Xianxia swallowed a pill and barely suppressed his injuries before he shook his head and said. After fighting for so long, he had also lost a lot of energy. Moreover, there was more than one demon king among the void demons, so it was natural for him to be defeated. It was already good enough that he was not killed there. After all, many immortals had already fallen so far. "Brother Yang, take a rest here. Also, pay attention to whether there are any void demons. Take this opportunity to sneak in. Leave the rest to Ben Huang," the Mountain Breaker Emperor said. He did not wait for Xianxia to reply before he stepped into the air and left the city. In the void, the battle was still ongoing. Chester struck out with his palm and sent an immortal god flying while coughing up blood. However, there was no joy on his face. Instead, it was filled with shock and uncertainty. Because he clearly remembered. The immortal god that was fighting in front of him had already died in his hands in the previous battle. But now, the other party had appeared again. Apart from being much weaker, there was no difference. Such a change. Even though Chester was experienced and knowledgeable, he could not help but feel shocked. "How is this possible? Why aren't you dead? On the day you die, Ben Huang will naturally tell you." The Shadow Emperor wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and charged towards Chester again. He was an imperial member of the Shadow Clan. Back when the Heavenly Court had been established, he had already been part of the Zhou Tian constellation. Although he was not as strong as Chester, he was still a third heaven immortal. Coupled with the Shadow Clan's unique techniques, even a middle third heaven true immortal would have to expend some effort to kill him. The Shadow Emperor moved, and his body dissipated like a black fog. The sky was filled with black shadows. When he entered the darkness, it was as if he had completely merged with it. In the void outside. Because there was no light, there was no way to see the existence of shadows. However, just because one could not see a shadow did not mean that it did not exist. Quite the opposite. Only an invisible shadow could exist anywhere. Thus, after the Shadow Emperor used the Shadow Clan's ultimate technique, he had completely merged with Chester's shadow. Attacks that were impossible to defend against came from all directions, trying to kill him. "You're courting death." The flames of fury in Chester's heart ignited. The long river of laws in his body surged, and a terrifying power swept out in all directions with him as the center. The void collapsed. The indiscriminate attack swallowed up all the living beings in the surroundings. Some demons of the void fell. Some cultivators of the myriad races also fell. In the instant that the void collapsed, boundless black shadows spread out and then converged into the Shadow Emperor's body. Just as the Shadow Emperor appeared, Chester's body suddenly disappeared. In the next second, a palm imprinted on the Shadow Emperor's chest. A terrifying power erupted. The Shadow Emperor's body was instantly blasted into pieces. "Ben Huang, let's see if you really can't be killed." Chester looked at the Shadow Emperor's body, which had collapsed. With a wave of his hand, power swept through the void and sealed the Shadow Emperor's body. Next, the power erupted, destroying the Shadow Emperor's last bit of life. Then, Chester took the Shadow Emperor's flesh and blood. The instant he took the Shadow Emperor's flesh and blood, a terrifying power descended from the void. In front of that power, Chester's body was trembling violently. His face was full of shock, as if he had encountered a terrifying existence. "Lord Demon Emperor, save me." Chester didn't hesitate and directly asked for help. Just as he finished speaking, a palm stretched out from the depths of the void. At the same time, another palm stretched out. The two palms collided in the air, and the destructive aftermath annihilated everything. Immediately, one of the palms cracked, and blood splattered in the void. When the others reacted, they saw a green-robed figure appear there at some point. "Emperor of Heaven." Seeing Qin Shujian appear, the morale of the myriad races was greatly boosted. On the side of the void demons. But they weren't affected at all. It was just that those demon emperors who were watching the battle from behind and didn't make a move without permission had no choice but to appear after Qin Shujian appeared. You've become even stronger. Looking at the person in front of him, Bok's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. In the exchange just now. This made him realize a shocking fact. That was that Qin Shujian's strength had become even stronger than the last time they fought. Although this strength, it was only a negligible increase. But at their level, they could clearly sense even the slightest fluctuation. After the battle, the demon emperors were seriously injured. Their strength wasn't greatly reduced, but they hadn't recovered much either. Looking at the other party again. He was also seriously injured, but now, not only had his injuries healed, but his strength had also improved. Immediately, Qin Shujian's threat was raised by several levels in Bok's heart. Hearing this, Qin Shujian stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. Where are the other two demon emperors? Why don't you let them come out together? If only you, Bok, are here today, I'm afraid I'll accidentally kill you. His tone wasn't heavy. But to Bok, it was extremely insulting. However, he didn't get angry easily now. The change in Qin Shujian's strength made him a little uncertain. It was also at this moment. Darkness filled the air, and Emo Shalua and Yizo appeared at the same time. The appearance of the three demon emperors and Qin Shujian. It directly increased the intense atmosphere on the battlefield by a lot. If the previous battle wasn't as good as the last one, then with the appearance of the top experts on both sides, it wouldn't be any weaker than that battle. In the outer realm, Qin Shujian and the other demon emperors stood opposite each other in the air. No one made the first move. The last time they fought at their peak, the demon emperors were unable to take down Qin Shujian. Now that they were all heavily injured, they did not want to make a move on their own. As for Qin Shujian, although he was strong, he did not have absolute confidence that he could take down a few demon emperors. So, for a moment, the situation was in a stalemate. If you don't want to make a move, then go back to where you came from. Qin Shujian was calm and collected, as if the person standing in front of him was not a demon emperor, but an ordinary person. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon emperors did not say anything. After a while, Bok took a deep look at Qin Shujian, and then a voice sounded in the ears of all the clansmen, "Retreat." Immediately, the clansmen of the Bok clan were the first to retreat. At the same time, the clansmen of the Amosya Luo clan and the Yizo clan also retreated at the same time. Qin Shujian watched the three clans retreat and did not have any intention of stopping them. However, when he saw that the cultivators of the myriad clans still wanted to chase after them, he said something. "Don't chase after a cornered enemy." Immediately, the cultivators of the myriad clans could not help but stop. Qin Shujian said, "Clean up the battlefield and count the losses. Choose a day to start the second round of the selection of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Cultivators of all clans can go to the fallen immortal realm to participate." When it came to cleaning up the battlefield, Qin Shujian saw that the void could not be any cleaner and could not help but change his words. After saying that, he turned around and entered the heaven and earth passage. From beginning to end, Qin Shujian had only exchanged blows with Bok once when he first appeared. Other than that, he did not make a move again. He was not confident that he could take down Bok and the other demon emperors. Bok and the other demon emperors were not confident that they could defeat him. This way, if the situation had not reached the point where they had no choice but to fight, both sides would not easily erupt into a decisive battle. Because once a decisive battle broke out, even if it was a fiend emperor powerhouse, there was also the possibility of dying. Any demon emperor had existed for countless years. If they died because of this, it would not be the result they wanted. Heavenly Court. The fallen immortals and gods had all been reborn in the investiture of the gods. When he returned to the heavenly court, Qin Shujian immediately headed for the sky above the heavenly court. There was a projection of Zhou Tian's star diagram, and a vast amount of star power was pouring down from it, bathing the entire heavenly court in star power. Emperor of Heaven! Sanhua, who had been quietly resting on Zhou Tian's star map, spoke. Qin Shujian nodded and immediately took out the investiture of the gods. The dozens of stars sealed within were all released at this moment. Boom, the immense pressure crushed the void into smithereens. Qin Shujian was familiar with the process. Without wasting any time, he sealed up the stars. Then, like a gourd drawing a gourd, he placed all the sealed stars into the star cycle map. Originally, there were already many stars in Zhou Tian's star map. Now that there were more than a dozen stars, the overflowing star power instantly more than doubled. The star power was rich. The great wide world was immediately affected. After doing these things, Qin Shujian returned to the heavenly court. The branches and leaves of the osmanthus tree swayed. If one looked carefully, one could see that there were already buds on it, as if they would bloom at any time. Emperor of Heaven is back. Mu Yang transformed and landed in front of Qin Shujian. Qin Shujian nodded slightly. Then, his gaze fell on Mu Yang. You're about to break through to the true immortal realm. Soon. Mu Yang nodded and said respectfully, the star energy in the heavenly court is rich, and my cultivation is much faster than usual. In a few months, I should be able to break through to the true immortal realm. True immortal, Qin Shujian looked at him and said, there are 3 paths to break through to the true immortal realm. They are divided into the derivation of heaven and earth, the sanctification of the physical body, and the final path of the nomological path. You are now at the limit of the heavenly being realm. If you want to walk the path of the derivation of heaven and earth, you need to start from scratch, so there is no need. As for the sanctification of the physical body, Eldar's physical body is not weak, so there is some hope. Do you plan to walk the traditional path of the nomological path, or do you want to try the path of the sanctification of the physical body? The sanctification of the physical body, the path of the nomological path. Mu Yang's face was full of confusion. Although he had the memories of a half-immortal, to be honest, the ancient half-immortals had seen a lot, but that was only relative. When it came to matters at the true immortal realm, there were not many things that a half-immortal could know. Not to mention, the path of the sanctification of the physical body had never appeared in ancient times. Xiao Qingfeng could walk the path of the sanctification of the physical body on his own, but he only had some enlightenment. The real beginning was in this life. Seeing this, Qin Shujian suddenly raised his hand and his index finger landed directly between Mu Yang's eyebrows. Suddenly, a large amount of memories emerged. The impact of the memories almost scattered Mu Yang's incarnation. He retracted his hand. Qin Shujian said, I will teach you the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture. Eldar is naturally afraid of lightning, but if you can temper your body with lightning, the effect will be much stronger than ordinary living beings. Although the sanctification of the physical body will be more powerful than the path of the nomological path, nothing is absolute in the world. Since ancient times, the truly powerful has always been the cultivator himself, and it has nothing to do with the path one takes. So what you want to think is entirely up to you. After saying that, Qin Shujian did not wait for Mu Yang's reply and directly entered the inner hall of the heavenly palace. Imparting the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture. He was only interested in Mu Yang's talent. Not everyone who obtained the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture could successfully embark on the path of sanctification of the physical body. As early as a few eras ago, the number of cultivators who died under the lightning tribulation was uncountable. Among them, there were also some experts who cultivated supreme techniques like the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture, but they could not escape the fate of death. Therefore, Qin Shujian never imparted the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture without permission. Although, for the vast majority of cultivators, an expert who walked the path of sanctification of the physical body was more than twice as strong as an expert who walked the path of the nomological path. This was because not everyone could successfully attain the Tao. Compared to insisting on cultivating the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture and then dying under the lightning tribulation, it was more appropriate to walk the path of the nomological path. There were so many disciples in the Yuan sect. In the end, Qin Shujian only imparted it to a few dozen people. Mu Yang's talent was not bad, and he was now the Emperor of the Eldar in name, so he could also be blessed by the luck of the Eldar. There was a high chance that he could successfully attain the Tao in the future. It was also because of this that Qin Shujian imparted the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture. After all, there was one more expert whose physical body was sanctified. It was equivalent to the combat power of a middle third-level true immortal. Of course, not every expert whose physical body was sanctified could be comparable to a fourth-level true immortal when they were just a first-level true immortal. But even if they were not as good as a fourth-level true immortal, it would not be a problem for them to be comparable to an ordinary third-level true immortal. Returning to the inner hall of the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian calmed his mind and immediately observed the changes in his inner world. During this period of time, there were frequent strange movements in his inner world. But because he didn't have time, he temporarily suppressed this curiosity. Now, he finally had time to check the changes in his inner world. He was immersed in it. Qin Shujian took in the entire inner world. Unlike when it had just evolved, the current inner heaven and earth had a lot more life-chi dynamics. A large number of living beings were born. Rules were born one after another, causing the world to be in a perfect state. It's a pity that too many of the myriad races have disappeared. I can't see the scene of the myriad races at their peak in the ancient times. Otherwise, I would have the chance to comprehend all the rules of the myriad races. Qin Shujian shook his head regretfully. At their peak, there were definitely more than 10,000 races. But until now, there were only a little more than 1,000 races. If he was at his peak and comprehended all the rules of the myriad races, even if his strength couldn't break through to the Tao fruit level, he would definitely be able to reach the half-step Tao fruit level. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in anything. The decline of the myriad races was inevitable. Perhaps in the years to come, a new race would be born. But that would be a very long time ago. All of a sudden, Qin Shujian realized that he had overlooked something. No, even the rules of the myriad races, I haven't comprehended all of them. I've only comprehended the rules of the gods of the heavenly court. As for those who aren't qualified to enter the heavenly court and obtain the deity position, I haven't truly comprehended them. He had only comprehended the rules of the gods of the heavenly court because in the beginning, the emperors of the myriad races who hadn't entered the heavenly court basically didn't become immortals. Therefore, Qin Shujian didn't comprehend those rules. But it was different now. The number of true immortals of the myriad races wasn't fewer than the gods of the heavenly court. In fact, there was a certain amount more. But because he was busy during this period of time, Qin Shujian didn't think of this matter for a while. Until now. He finally reacted. There was such a large wave of wool waiting for him to harvest. Quite a number of the true immortals of the myriad races have fallen in the two wars. What a pity. If the true immortals of the myriad races hadn't perished, I would have been able to comprehend even more laws. Qin Shujian thought to himself. He had already decided that once the battlefield was cleaned up, he would seek out the true immortals of the myriad races and take the opportunity to comprehend the laws within. At this moment, Qin Shujian had already turned his attention to his inner world. His inner world had expanded significantly, and was now comparable to the size of the eastern continent. Although there was still a gap between it and the other three continents, it could already be said to be vast and boundless. Furthermore, Qin Shujian could clearly sense it. His inner world was slowly expanding. However, the speed of expansion had already decreased by a lot. After all, there was a limit to the size of heaven and earth. It was impossible for it to expand endlessly. Although the size of his inner world had not reached the limit of an ordinary medium-class world, it was not far from it. In Qin Shujian's perception, many living beings had already appeared in the inner world. Among them, the strongest was still Jianmu. As the first living being to be born, he was already in the half-immortal realm and was only one step away from becoming a true immortal. If Jianmu was compared to the first echelon of experts, then the human clan's wind and the other living beings that were born around the same time were considered the second echelon of experts. This group of living beings, they were all mighty figures who had reached the 7th level of the celestial being realm or above. Then, they were the other living beings that were born. But so far, all the living beings that were born were considered the first living beings of their respective races. Therefore, no matter how weak they were still in the celestial being realm. When living beings are born, the corresponding laws will naturally be born. Right now, only 1 or 2 living beings of each race have been born, so they can be considered unique. If a living being were to fall, this race might be temporarily wiped out. But as long as the laws exist, there will still be a chance in the future to give birth to the corresponding living beings. In this way, I don't have to worry that these living beings will be completely wiped out because of fighting. Qin Shujian's divine will merged with heaven and earth. Everything in the inner world was in his eyes. In his perception, there were already living beings fighting and killing each other. It was just that the strength of both sides was about the same. Although there were losses in the battle, it was not to the extent of dying. In this regard, Qin Shujian watched with an indifferent attitude and had no intention of interfering at all. After briefly observing the changes in the inner world, his mind withdrew from the inner world. In the inner hall of the heavenly palace, on the throne, Qin Shujian opened his eyes. The investiture of the gods on the table rose automatically. The names of the gods of the heavenly court on it suddenly flickered at this moment. From today onwards, all immortals and gods will leave the heavenly court and head to the void of the outer realm to find suitable stars and star cores. Qin Shujian said faintly. When his voice fell into the investiture of the gods, it had already reached the ears of the gods. He was going to go by himself. However, what happened now made Qin Shujian suddenly realize that it was better for him not to leave the great wide world so easily. Otherwise, if the Void Fiend launched another large-scale attack, perhaps even the heavenly court would be raided by the Fiend Emperor. This was not a joke. Even if the probability was only 1 in 10,000, Qin Shujian did not want to take the risk. Find the star cores of the stars. Emperor Zhao was originally in the void of the outer realm to deal with the follow-up matters and had not completely returned to the heavenly court. After receiving the news, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he came back to his senses. He looked at Dan Hao and said calmly, "Help me deal with the matter of the extraterritorial battlefield. I still have other things to do." "Yes, Your Majesty." Dan Hao did not hesitate and immediately bowed to accept the order. In the next moment, Emperor Zhao flew into the sky and directly headed toward the void of the outer realm. Earlier, the Emperor of Heaven had already asked them to collect the star cores of the stars. However, because of the time, not many people took action for the time being. However, now that there was news again, it was obvious that the other party was more urgent. Emperor Zhao did not have the possibility of delaying this any longer. Just as Emperor Zhao was leaving, the other immortals and gods also temporarily put down the matters at hand. After giving a simple explanation, they headed toward the void of the outer realm. When the immortals and gods left, in the inner hall of the heavenly palace, a person stepped in and bowed when he saw Qin Shujian. Ningbo greets the Emperor of Heaven. No need for formalities. Thank you, Emperor of Heaven. Only then did Ningyu straighten up and look at the throne. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. You don't have to be too reserved. Although you have now entered the heavenly court and become a heavenly general, you are still my disciple. When there are no outsiders, you can just call me master. Master. A smile appeared on Ningbo's solemn face. His originally tense body instantly relaxed a lot. Qin Shujian looked at him, his eyes seeming to see through him. You're about to reach the 7th level of the celestial being realm, right? Master's eyes are as sharp as torches. Walking the path of heaven and earth derivation, you don't need to rely on the laws to prove your Tao. As long as you wait until all 129,600 star acupoints are opened, a world will naturally be opened in your body. At that time, your realm will break through to the true immortal realm. Qin Shujian suddenly paused as he spoke. Below. Ningbo did not interrupt, but stood at the side and listened silently. No, strictly speaking, after heaven and earth derivation, there's a difference from the traditional realm. I've divided the realm after heaven and earth derivation into 3 levels. The first level is the minor chiliocosm. After successfully opening it, compared to the traditional realm, you'll be equivalent to reaching the 4th level of the celestial being realm. The second level is the middle kiliacosm. Once you break through to the middle kiliacosm, your strength will be equivalent to the upper 3 levels of the true immortal realm. As for the last level, it's the greater kiliacosm. Once you step into the greater kiliacosm, your strength will officially break through to the Tao fruit realm. You cultivate the Guiyuan ancestral canon, so you should be very clear about the difficulty of opening the star acupoints. It's also because of this difficulty that when other systems break through to the true immortal realm, they'll only reach the first level of the celestial being realm. However, once you succeed in heaven and earth derivation, it'll be equivalent to reaching the fourth level of the celestial being realm. Moreover, a meaningful smile appeared on Xianxia's face. When you really break through, you'll realize that the benefits of taking this path are by no means comparable to those of other systems. Therefore, when you're in the celestial being realm, you don't need to comprehend too much of a law. Instead, you should comprehend more different laws as long as it's within your ability. Only in this way can your strength increase greatly the moment you break through. In the heavenly palace, Xianxia said slowly. He was now telling Ningbo some of his experiences bit by bit. There was a limit to the celestial being realm. It was definitely not an easy task to open 129,600 star acupoints. However, if he could reach the 6th level of the celestial being realm at Ningbo's age, then the probability of a successful breakthrough in the future was very high. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about spoiling things. Furthermore, after Qin Shujian had taken him in as his disciple, he felt that he rarely paid attention to him. Speaking of which, he was also very unqualified as a master. Now that there was an opportunity, he might as well say a little more. This could also be considered as a form of compensation. After Qin Shujian finished speaking, Ningbo then revealed a grateful expression. Thank you for your guidance, Shizhuan. The stellar energy in the heavenly court is very dense. It will be of great help to you in opening your stellar acupoints. Cultivate well. Qin Shujian sighed, seeming to be right but actually not. Then, his expression returned to normal as he looked at the other party and said, I'll leave the selection of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals to you. The assessment criteria will be the same as last time. Anyone who passed the test would be able to enter the heavenly court. At the same time, I confer upon you the title of 1,000 guards. You can command 1,000 heavenly soldiers and 10 heavenly generals. You will temporarily be under the command of the Eastern War God. Thank you, Master. Ningbo bowed and accepted the order. Immediately, Ningbo's name appeared on the investiture of the gods. The moment he left his name on the investiture of the gods, a mighty force from the unseen world descended. Ningbo's body shook slightly. A powerful force had already erupted in his body. One acupoint after another was forcibly opened. After a few breaths, the aura on his body had become much stronger. If it was said that he had already broken through to the 6th level of the celestial being realm, then he was now a little closer to the 7th level of the celestial being realm. Go. Qin Shujian simply waved his hand. Seeing this, Ningbo immediately bowed and retreated. Soon, only Qin Shujian was left in the inner hall of the heavenly palace. Isn't 1,000 guards deity position a little too low? Godslayer could not help but ask. He's only at the 6th level of the celestial being realm. It's already his limit to be able to bear 1,000 guards deity position. Any higher and it won't do him any good. Qin Shujian shook his head. 1,000 guards deity position was barely enough to leave his name on the investiture of the gods. It was still the same sentence. If one wanted to hold a deity position, one had to have the corresponding strength. 6th level of the celestial being realm. In terms of true strength, it was only comparable to an emperor. If it was when the heavenly court was just established, it would be fine. Their luck was not too strong, and the threshold for holding a deity position was much lower. But now, it was different. The powerhouses of the myriad races appeared one after another, and the heavenly court's luck also rose sharply. Such a change. It caused the power that the deity position could give to become stronger and stronger. But at the same time, the threshold for holding a deity position also increased correspondingly. Fortunately, Ningbo had broken through to the 6th level of the celestial being realm. Otherwise, with his original realm, he would not be qualified to hold this deity position. Let's go and have a chat with the true immortals of the myriad races. Qin Shujian shook his head. His body had already quietly disappeared from the heavenly palace. The ice race's secret realm. At this moment, the entrance to the secret realm was no longer closed. It was not just the ice race. The entrances to the secret realms of the other races had never been closed after the heavenly court was established. The secret realms that were originally closed. This was because the spiritual chi in the secret realms could allow the cultivators of the races to cultivate. But it was different. Now, with the stars shining on the 4 great continents, the density of the energy between heaven and earth completely surpassed the secret realms of the other races. In this way, if the secret realms were to be sealed again, it would be neglecting the essentials. After the death of the previous Ice Emperor, there was a short period of chaos in the Ice Clan. Then, there was a new Ice Emperor who succeeded the throne. In fact, not many people would remember the original name of the emperor of each race. Because the name of the emperor already represented everything. Just like the previous Ice Emperor, not many people really knew his name. When they talked about it, most of them used the previous Ice Emperor as a substitute. In the Ice Clan's main hall, the current Ice Emperor was silently cultivating. The void trembled slightly. Qin Shujian was already standing in the main hall, but the Ice Emperor still didn't notice anything. It wasn't until Qin Shujian deliberately leaked some of his aura. The Ice Emperor suddenly woke up. When he saw the person in the main hall clearly, a panicked expression immediately appeared on his face. Then, he stood up from the throne. He walked in front of Qin Shujian. He bowed down. "Greetings, Emperor of Heaven." "Ice Emperor, there's no need to be so polite." "Thank you, Emperor of Heaven." The Ice Emperor stood up and looked at Qin Shujian. He asked tentatively, "Emperor of Heaven, what brings you to my Ice Clan this time?" As he spoke, his heart was also a little moved. A few years ago, when the power of the stars was rich, the Ice Emperor had already broken through to the true immortal realm. If it was in the past, if a race had a true immortal expert, it would be enough to become a big race. But it was different now. Although true immortals were experts, they weren't that rare. In addition, the Ice Clan had lost a lot of strength because of the previous battles, causing their strength to decline a lot. At this moment, the Ice Clan. They were only a medium-sized clan and did not have the qualifications to become a big clan. Only by entering the heavenly court and holding a deity position could the Ice Clan rise. Therefore, the Ice Emperor had always wanted to enter the heavenly court. But unfortunately, there were limited deity positions in the heavenly court. Although he was a true immortal expert, he was not the strongest among the true immortals. There were many true immortals among the 10,000 clans, but only a small number of experts could enter the heavenly court. Therefore, even though the Ice Emperor had thoughts in his heart, he was not confident. Until now. Qin Shujian's sudden arrival made the Ice Emperor have many thoughts. Coming out of the game cabin, Fu Moyan's expression was still a little absent-minded. Not long ago, he had received shocking news in the game. Before he could calm down for long, a great battle with the void demons broke out. Until now, he didn't have time to digest all the news. Wait. Where's Tianyu? Fu Moyan's entire body shivered. He instantly calmed his mind and observed a sea of consciousness. As expected. Amidst the chaotic sea of consciousness, he saw a jade talisman lying there quietly. Tianyu, when he saw the jade talisman, Fu Moyan's heart trembled again. Very much, Tianyu really came out with him, his breathing gradually became rapid, and his chest rose and fell violently. He couldn't calm down for a long time. In that case, the Emperor of Heaven really has a way to kill players. Fu Moyan lost his voice and muttered to himself. Originally, he was only half convinced by Qin Shujian's words. The reason for his fear was because he didn't dare to gamble on that probability. But now, Fu Moyan no longer doubted it. Tianyu could appear in the real world with him. That proved that Qin Shujian's methods could really penetrate the game and reality. No. That's no longer a game. I was wondering why the cultivation level increased in the game could affect reality. It turns out that it's really a real world. Fu Moyan took a few deep breaths, but his heart was even more excited. He felt as if he had discovered a new continent. It was unbearably exciting. Fu Moyan understood. The moment Tianyu really appeared in his sea of consciousness, there would be a turning point in his life. He looked at Tianyu. Fu Moyan had no intention of taking it out for a look. According to Qin Shujian, if Tianyu were to appear in the real world, she would definitely attract the attention of certain existences. When that time comes, he would be obliterated by such an existence. After Tianyu appeared with him, Fu Moyan no longer dared to question the authenticity of Qin Shujian's words. Even if he had suspicions in his heart, he did not dare to test it out. If something really happened, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. He turned around and glanced at the gaming capsule. Fu Moyan walked out of the room and saw a woman in her 30s or 40s packing her things. After seeing him come out, the woman stood up and greeted politely, "Young Master Fu. I need to use the secret room for a few days. Don't let anyone disturb me. If anyone comes looking for me, help me reject them," Fu Moyan said calmly. "All right." The woman's manner remained respectful. Fu Moyan didn't say anything else. Instead, he left the hall and headed to the basement. He had some status in the real world. His parents were businessmen and owned a lot of assets. And the place he was currently living in was an expensive villa. Because of the game, Fu Moyan didn't like to be disturbed, so he moved here alone. Other than a nanny who was in charge of food and living, there was no third person. After arriving at the basement, the originally dim environment suddenly brightened up. The basement wasn't big, but it basically had everything that should be there. Fu Moyan walked to one side of the wall and entered the password casually. Then, he saw the wall vibrate gently. It actually opened to the left and right like two doors. Just as he stepped into the secret room, the door that was originally open also closed automatically. Compared to the basement, the secret room in front of him was even smaller. Other than a futon in the middle, there was nothing else. This secret room, it was specially built by Fu Moyan after the recovery of Spirit Aura. The purpose was, it was to be used for his cultivation. After all, leveling up in the game didn't mean that he would have the corresponding strength in the real world. The level of the game, it could only speed up his cultivation progress when he was cultivating in the real world. It wouldn't directly increase his realm. Therefore, Fu Moyan needed the existence of a secret room to allow himself to cultivate the cultivation method he got in the game. He walked to the futon and then sat down cross-legged. After sitting down cross-legged, Fu Moyan's mind sank into his body. Then, he recalled the Purple Heaven Thunder scripture in his mind and began to transform his original cultivation method bit by bit toward the Purple Heaven Thunder scripture. The cultivation method he originally cultivated was not of a low level, but it was definitely not of a high level. It couldn't be compared with the Purple Heaven Thunder scripture at all. Fu Moyan naturally wouldn't let go of the supreme cultivation method and continue to cultivate those useless cultivation methods. Transforming the cultivation method, it wasn't an easy thing to do. It was just that Fu Moyan's realm wasn't high. He was only at the 8th level of the real martial arts realm. So, the transformation wasn't too difficult. It only took him 8 or 9 days. He transformed all the cultivation methods he originally cultivated into the Purple Heaven Thunder scripture. On the futon, Fu Moyan suddenly opened his eyes. Suddenly, there was a faint purple light looming in the narrow secret room. Accompanied by the appearance of the purple light, there was a faint flash of thunder. Electricity in a virtual room. The Purple Heaven Thunder scripture is really extraordinary. There was a carefree smile on Fu Moyan's face. With his original realm, there was no way to cause such an abnormal phenomenon as electricity in a virtual room when he cultivated. Now, there was such a change just after the transformation of the Purple Heaven Thunder scripture. For this, Fu Moyan was even more satisfied. Then, he focused his attention on himself again. The 6th level of the real martial arts realm is 2 levels lower than before the transformation. However, although my realm has dropped, my real strength shouldn't have. Fu Moyan thought to himself. He didn't really fight, so he couldn't estimate his current strength much. But with his experience in the game, Fu Moyan could basically guess. Although he was now at the 6th level of the real martial arts realm, he was definitely not weaker than the original 8th level of the real martial arts realm. Even his strength could be better. Then Fu Moyan calmed down and began to communicate with Tianyu. There was a price for him to get the upper part of the Purple Heaven Thunder scripture. And if he wanted to get the follow-up benefits, he had to complete the corresponding task. Tianyu was the bridge of communication. He had not broken through to the spirit martial realm. The sea of consciousness had not been opened and was still in chaos. Naturally, there was no way to give birth to a spirit god. However, cultivators in the real martial realm had already begun to nurture a spirit god, which was also their divine thoughts. So, it was not difficult for Fu Moyan to use his divine thoughts to communicate with the Tianyu. When his divine thoughts touched the Tianyu, suddenly, then, he saw the silent heavenly jade tremble slightly. Qin Shujian's illusory figure had already appeared within it. Emperor of Heaven! Fu Moyan was stunned. He did not expect that the Tianyu would directly transform into Qin Shujian's figure. Just as his mind was in shock, Qin Shujian seemed to have seen the surrounding environment and immediately said with a faint smile, "I am not the real Emperor of Heaven. I am just an incarnation of a wisp of power. You can treat me as an NPC who issues tasks. Remember, you must not let the Tianyu be exposed in the real world. Otherwise, even if I take action, I will not be able to protect you. Similarly, if you have any questions about cultivation, you can also ask. If I can answer them, I will naturally answer them for you." Yes, Emperor of Heaven. Fu Moyan was a little excited in his heart. Although this incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven said that he was very useless, only he himself knew how useful the incarnation of the other party's power was. With this incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven in the Sea of Consciousness, it was equivalent to having an experienced expert. Even if this expert could not exert much strength, it did not matter. Because just that rich cultivation experience alone was an immeasurable treasure. Fu Moyan believed. If he had the guidance of the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation, his cultivation of the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture would definitely increase greatly. At this moment, the smile of the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation faded a little. "You have received benefits from me and have to do things for me. According to the original agreement, you need to help me get rid of some people. May I know who the Emperor of Heaven wants to get rid of?" Fu Moyan asked in a deep voice. The incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven did not answer. Instead, he asked, "Does your world have a name?" Originally, there weren't any. However, due to the existence of the player worlds such as the Great Desolate World, someone in our world named it. What name? Heavenly Wasteland World. The Tianhuang Macro World? The incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven looked puzzled. The naming of a world was not so casual. The naming of any world. There was a reason behind it. Fu Moyan said, "I heard that before the Dharma Ending Age, the Tianhuang Great World was called the Desolation Era. During the Desolation Era, there was a supreme organization called the Heavenly Alliance. However, due to the fact that the Desolate Great World already existed, the Heavenly Alliance and the Desolate Great World each had a character. Heavenly Alliance, the eyes of the Emperor of Heaven's clone flickered. Although he was the incarnation of Qin Shujian, he had the same memories as Qin Shujian. While chatting with Chu Quantu, I once heard from him that he left behind an organization called the Heaven Alliance in the real world." Now, after hearing what Fu Moyan said, the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven was almost certain that the Heaven Alliance mentioned by Fu Moyan was the Heaven Alliance left behind by Chu Quantu. Good heavens! If he knew that the Heaven Alliance he left behind could become the basis for the naming of a world, he would be overjoyed. The incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven secretly complained. However, he did not show any abnormality. "The Tianhuang Macro World, that's a good name." He nodded slightly and then said, "When you sink your mind into the Heaven Jade, you can find the target you want to deal with on it. However, due to the limitation of the power of the Tianhuang Macro World, the range of the Heaven Jade's perception is limited. At most, with your body as the starting point, it can perceive the area within a radius of about 10 miles. Therefore, if you want to detect and find a suitable target, you can't stay in one place. Can't stay in one place? Fu Moyan's divine thought trembled. This was a little different from what he had expected. Originally, Fu Moyan thought that it would only take a little time to complete the task. However, if it was like what the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven said, he would have almost no free time. In this way, there was no way to enter the game. He had some concerns in his heart. Fu Moyan could not help but ask, if I can't stay in one place, does that mean I can't enter the game? Why do you enter the game? The incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven had a strange look in his eyes, as if he was looking at a fool. It was a sudden question. Fu Moyan's expression froze for a moment. Why do I enter the game? Of course, I'm going in to level up. Only by leveling up in the game could my cultivation speed increase in real life. Although he was already a cultivator at the peak of the god martial arts realm in the game. In real life, the cultivation of the real martial arts realm would greatly increase. However, if he could break through the celestial being realm or even the true immortal realm, then the increase would be even greater. Just as Fu Moyan was about to speak, the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven continued, your purpose of entering the game is to cultivate faster in real life. Now that you have my guidance, how can your cultivation be slow? Besides, you don't need to spend too much time entering the game. As long as you enter regularly, I will naturally give you the corresponding cultivation method, as well as the corresponding crystal stone. When the time comes, you just need to focus on transcending the tribulation and breaking through to the next realm. Moreover, with the 60,000 true immortal merit points that you originally obtained, the resources you exchanged might not be enough to break through to the true immortal realm, but it's almost enough to cultivate to the level of a mighty figure. In that case, why are you in a hurry to enter the game? The words of the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven. Fu Moyan felt as if he had been enlightened. That's right, why do I enter the game? Isn't the purpose of entering the game to improve the realm of the game and then cultivate in real life? Now that he had the guidance of the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven and the support of the Emperor of Heaven in the game, he could directly swallow the experience stone when the time came. There was no need for him to painstakingly fight monsters to level up like before. At this moment, Fu Moyan finally completely changed from his original thinking of a country bumpkin. Until now, he suddenly realized that he was no longer an ordinary player. With the huge backing of the Emperor of Heaven, he was completely different from other players. Fighting monsters to level up, that was already a thing of the past. If he really wanted to level up, he could just swallow the crystal stone. Even if he couldn't swallow the crystal stone, it didn't matter. With the strength of the Emperor of Heaven, he would be able to obtain a huge amount of experience points by casually crippling a true immortal's monster for him to grind. With such a backdoor, it was a complete waste of time to stay up late every day to enter the game to do missions and fight monsters to level up. I was wrong. Fu Moyan's mind calmed down. Then, he followed the instructions of the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation and once again sank his divine consciousness into the heavenly jade. Soon, the corresponding information emerged from the heavenly jade. There was only an illusory map imprinted in Fu Moyan's mind. He glanced at it briefly and recognized the scene on the map. It was his residence. The scene within a radius of 10 miles. But other than the simple scene, there was no extra information presented. The Emperor of Heaven's incarnation said, obviously, there is no suitable target within a radius of 10 miles from where you are now. I suggest you change a place. I'll make some preparations. Fu Moyan nodded and then stood up from the futon. He couldn't leave just like that. He still had to make some necessary preparations. He came out of the secret room. Fu Moyan gave a few simple instructions to the nanny, then informed his parents, and then directly left the residence. Although there was no powerful forging master born in the Tianhuan Great World, there was no way to realize the storage ring in the game. However, in any world, as long as one had money, it was enough to run amok. Therefore, what Fu Moyan meant by prepare was that they had to bring enough money before heading out. The outside world was very big. Aircraft could be seen everywhere in an orderly manner. In addition to that, there were even more cultivators who chose to fly in the air. In the past, before the recovery of spirit aura, the human race relied on all kinds of transportation to travel. But now, as long as the spirit aura recovered, as long as the cultivators were strong enough, they would generously rely on flying. Even if there was no way to truly fly because of the limitation of strength. But to a certain extent, it was still not a big problem. If it wasn't for the recovery of spirit aura in your world, it should have taken another path. The Emperor of Heaven's incarnation existed in Fu Moyan's sea of consciousness, but he also had a panoramic view of everything in the outside world. It had to be said. The vast expanse world had made considerable progress in terms of science and technology. In his long memory, he had also reincarnated in a world where there was only pure technology and no cultivation. However, there was a big gap between those worlds that only had technology and the Tianhuang Great World in front of him. Fu Moyan's body and vital essence vibrated. He took a step forward and his body shot out into the distance. A lot of scenery. They had all disappeared from his side. With the revival of spiritual qi, cultivators can fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. The power they possess is not comparable to that of the past. Without the revival of spiritual qi, the Tianhuang macro world would have no way to compete with other worlds. Upon hearing the words of the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation, Fu Moyan shook his head. In his opinion, the power of science and technology was ultimately limited. There was no way it could be compared to cultivation. Not to mention anything else. Just those true martial realm cultivators who had cultivated the internal and external invulnerability realm were able to ignore the attacks of most weapons. If they were able to break through to the spirit god realm and the airborne realm, then they could be said to be extraordinary. In the future, if someone were to break through to the sky human true immortal level, they might not be able to destroy the world with a wave of their hand, but they definitely wouldn't be far off. Therefore, Fu Moyan now scoffed at the original technological power of the Tianhuang Great World. Hearing this, the Emperor of Heaven's clone said calmly, "No system can be underestimated. Regardless of whether it's the cultivation system or the technological system, as long as one reaches the limits, all paths lead to the same destination. You think that the power of science and technology can't be compared to the power of cultivation. It's only because the technological system of the Tianhuang Great World hasn't really reached a peak. Just like the cultivators, if the limit of the cultivators in this world is the true martial realm, how can they compete with technology? Could it be that the Emperor of Heaven has seen the peak of the technological system? I haven't seen it, but although I haven't seen it, I can understand this principle. When you break through to a certain level in the future, you will naturally understand." The Emperor of Heaven's incarnation said in a calm tone. He hadn't really seen the peak of the technological system, but he could also deduce it. As an existence at the Tao fruit level, it wasn't difficult for him to understand the principle that all paths lead to the same destination. Not long after, the heavenly jade vibrated gently. In Fu Moyan's mind, an illusory map appeared. But it was different from before. On the illusory map, there was suddenly a small red dot. And that red dot was still moving slowly and was about to leave the range of the map. "The target has appeared. Find the location of that red dot," the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation said in a deep voice. Hearing that, Fu Moyan didn't hesitate. He immediately rushed in the direction of the red dot according to the map. The two were originally several miles apart, but it didn't take long for this range to be reduced a lot. In the end, Fu Moyan stopped. In front of him, it was a large shopping mall. Many people were going in and out, and that red dot directly stopped at this position. Looking at the crowd in front of him, Fu Moyan looked troubled. "God, there are so many people. How can I find the target?" He originally wanted to say the Emperor of Heaven. But considering the current environment, he stopped in time. Although it wouldn't be a problem even if he directly called the Emperor of Heaven, it might attract the attention of others. He had scruples about his identity as a world trader. Fu Moyan still didn't want too many people to know his secret. Even if it was just a faint suspicion, he didn't want it to appear. The Emperor of Heaven's incarnation said, "If you want to talk to me, you don't have to speak directly. You can just use your divine thought. As for the specific method, I will teach you now." After that, before Fu Moyan could react, an unfamiliar memory appeared in his mind. Not long after, Fu Moyan digested this memory and immediately grasped the method of communicating with divine thought. There were differences in communicating with divine thought. When he used divine thought to communicate with divine thought earlier, he needed to completely calm down and then abandon everything in the outside world. Only when he was fully focused could he use divine thought to communicate with divine thought. Such a method, as long as a cultivator broke through to the spirit god realm, they could use it. The Emperor of Heaven's incarnation teaching him now was equivalent to letting Fu Moyan master this method in advance. The target is here, but Tianyu's power can't be leaked too much, so there's no way to accurately determine who it is. You'd better slowly identify it according to the changes in the red dot. That's the only way. Fu Moyan replied with his divine thought. At the same time, he was also strolling in the shopping mall, but he didn't leave the range of the red dot. More than half an hour later, the red dot finally left its original position. Seeing this, Fu Moyan immediately put down the things in his hand and chased after the red dot. Not long after, he locked onto a target. It was a middle-aged man in casual clothes. He couldn't tell anything from his face, but Fu Moyan was sure that it was the target he was looking for. For safety's sake, Fu Moyan didn't attack immediately. Instead, he followed behind the man faintly, looking for an opportunity to attack. On the other side, when Fu Moyan returned to reality with Tianyu, Qin Shujian also sensed it. The current him. He was challenging people in the 4 major continents. As long as it was a race with a perfected immortal, regardless of the size of the force, Qin Shujian would personally visit them. In less than 10 days. In his inner world, there were already 3 more nomological seeds. The birth of nomological seeds. Not only did it mean that his inner world was perfected, but it also meant that Qin Shujian's strength was steadily increasing. Although after breaking through to the 9th level of immortal, pure nomological seeds could only increase one's strength by a limited amount. But no matter how limited it was still a real increase. The nomological seeds have been born. What's left is to let the living beings in the inner world cultivate the nomological seeds and let them grow into towering trees. Only then can my strength have a big breakthrough. Qin Shujian thought to himself. The current middle world in his inner world was completely supported by a large number of nomological laws. But strictly speaking, so far, no nomological laws in his inner world had truly grown to the peak. No nomological laws could compare to the nomological laws of the atmospheric world. Not to mention completely comparable, even 1/10 of it was far from enough. This was because the nomological laws that Qin Shujian comprehended when he was a heavenly being were only superficial compared to the original nomological laws of heaven and earth. The nomological seeds that he comprehended later were just seeds. The current inner world. It was equivalent to a pot of seeds that had just sprouted, but it still had a very long way to go before it grew into a towering tree. Similarly, it was almost impossible to rely on a large number of nomological seeds to break through from the inner world to the greater world. Even if it was possible, that kind of Dao fruit was probably the weakest Dao fruit. Therefore, it was not enough to just accumulate nomological seeds. Enough powerhouses had to be born in the inner world to open up the nomological seeds and let the nomological laws grow. However, Qin Shujian could not do this now. The only thing he could do was to comprehend the nomological seeds. The rest would be left to the living beings in the inner world. The seeds have been planted in the Tianhuang Great World, but there is not much news about the other great worlds. I have to wait and see. Qin Shujian looked into the distance with deep eyes. The power incarnation he left in Heavenly Jade was connected to his mind. In other words, in the Tianhuang macro world, everything obtained by the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven would be fed back to the original body. It was not an easy task to connect reality and falsehood. Qin Shujian was able to do this. It was also because in the 3rd era, when he was facing life and death, he had comprehended a faint amount of true power. Otherwise, he had no way to plant the power incarnation in Fu Moyan's body. The so-called Heavenly Jade was just an extremely simple jade talisman. True means. This was the power that Qin Shujian had left in the Heavenly Jade. Kill. The more you kill, the better. Kill all the sons of fate in the Tianhuang macro world. Qin Shujian's eyes turned cold. The next second, he had already left and was heading towards the next race. Time waits for no one. Although he could not strengthen the laws, comprehending more laws was always useful. Not to mention breaking through the Dao fruit. Even if he could only enter the half-step Dao fruit level, that would be enough. Otherwise, facing the power of the demon abyss, Qin Shujian was not completely confident. Just as the seed of laws was born in the inner world, there was also a shocking change. In the sky that was originally normal, a thunder tribulation was formed. And below the thunder tribulation, the mother stream of laws was born. Amidst the mountain range, the builder tree soared into the sky. The law that seemed to have solidified had already landed on his body. At this moment, all the living beings in the inner world were looking at Jianmu. Although they were unable to see what exactly was there, they were able to clearly sense a frightening oppressive might engulfing the area. Is there a living being about to break through to the true immortal realm? A middle-aged man in a green robe was standing on the top of the mountain, looking into the distance with a solemn gaze. As the first human in the world, when Feng was born, he had inherited the memories of the world. He was also very clear about the realm that Qin Shujian had set. However, he had traveled in the inner world for a long time and had fought with many experts, but they were all in the heavenly realm. None of them were qualified to touch the true immortal realm. Now, there was someone breaking through to the true immortal realm. It was impossible for Feng to say that he did not have any thoughts at all. Not long after, the thunder tribulation had already fallen. The terrifying power of the thunder tribulation, even if they were hundreds of millions of miles away, made the expressions of those experts change. Thunder tribulation. This is the thunder tribulation for breaking through to the true immortal realm. Rumor has it that there are a total of 3 systems for breaking through to the true immortal realm, but only the physical sanctification system will encounter the thunder tribulation when breaking through. It seems that that person is going on the second system. Feng's expression kept changing. High-grade evolution of heaven and earth, mid-grade physical sanctification, low-grade nomological Tao. If there was a choice, he naturally wanted to take the best route. But there was one thing to understand. Knowing what path to take did not necessarily mean that one would be able to take it. For example, the evolution of heaven and earth system. Feng knew that this system was the best way to break through, but he had no idea how to evolve heaven and earth. Not to mention evolving heaven and earth. Even if it was physical sanctification and nomological Tao, he did not have any experience to speak of. Because heaven and earth had never given birth to a true immortal, there was no reference to speak of. There was only an illusory realm there. Doing so, it was equivalent to opening up a path for oneself. One could imagine how difficult it was. Right now, there was an expert who walked the physical sanctification system and attracted the thunder tribulation. Regardless of whether the other party succeeded in breaking through, at least it could let Feng have a glimpse of the path ahead. Rumble, shocking thunder resounded, causing the hearts of the living beings in the inner world to tremble. It was normal thunder. It should not have spread so far. But at this moment, when the thunder fell, it was as if it was supported by the power of heaven and earth, causing the heaven and earth to shake. Thunder tribulation. Jianmu looked at the thunder tribulation falling from above, and there was no fear in his heart. The spirit chi in the heaven and earth swarmed and condensed, forming a bright green barrier that covered him inside. Boom, the thunder tribulation bombarded, shaking the green barrier violently. Then, the overflowing thunder fell along the green barrier and landed on Jianmu. In an instant, Jianmu's originally dark body was quietly dyed with a faint purple color. And as the thunder fell more and more, the purple color also became more intense. In the purple-black color, there was a faint Dao rune circulating. Jianmu was transcending the tribulation. It was a very common thing. Qin Shujian had already sensed it the moment he transcended the tribulation. Regarding this, he had no intention of interfering. As the first living creature in the true sense of the inner world, the builder tree had been blessed by the heavens since its birth. In terms of foundation, in fact, he was not weaker than Emperor Zhao and Xiao Qingfeng in the great wide world. To a certain extent, he had a tendency to surpass them. Although the Immortal Ascension tribulation was powerful, in Qin Shujian's opinion, it could not do anything to Jianmu. Taking a step back, if Jianmu really failed to transcend the tribulation despite having such an advantage, it could only prove that he was not worthy of being nurtured. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, Qin Shujian had no reason to interfere. Although Jianmu is on the path of physical sanctification, it's still a good thing that he can become an immortal. At least he can guide the way forward for other living beings and let them know how to become a true immortal. To be honest, compared to physical sanctification, Qin Shujian was more willing to let the living beings in the inner world walk the path of nomological Tao. Because the nomological Tao system was the real way to nurture the inner world. The system that evolved the inner world was to remove oneself from the inner world and become an independent existence. The physical sanctification system was equivalent to the thief of the inner world. Of course, the so-called thieves were only thieves to a certain extent. No matter what, Jianmu was a living being born in the inner world and was closely related to the inner world. As long as his strength increased, the inner world could capture the overflowing power and deepen the foundation of the inner world. After all, the strength of the inner world. It was not enough to have powerful rules, but it also had to have a matching living being. Otherwise, such an inner world would just be an empty shell. And when necessary, as the ruler of the inner world, Qin Shujian could also borrow the power of the living beings in the inner world for his own use. It won't be long before other true immortals are born in the inner world. The birth of true immortals. It would allow the foundation of the inner world to experience an explosive growth. Such a good thing, Qin Shujian had no reason to refuse. Shortly after, he collected his thoughts and looked at the true immortal in front of him. "Greetings, Emperor of Heaven." Mu Ling Huang was trembling a little. Qin Shujian's sudden visit gave him a lot of pressure. For no reason at all. Why did this Emperor of Heaven not stay in the heavenly court and come to Eldar Wood, now that the 10,000 races were united? Even if Eldar Wood had some grudges with the human race, the other party should not have come to settle the score. Because there were so many races that were against the human race. However, after the establishment of the heavenly court, he had never heard of the Emperor of Heaven taking revenge on anyone. However, even so, right now, Mu Ling Huang was feeling a little apprehensive. "Mu Ling Huang, there's no need to be nervous. We didn't come here to cause trouble for you. We have something that we need your help with." Qin Shujian could tell what Mu Ling Huang was thinking at a glance. Then, he spoke calmly. Would Eldar's rule? He already had it. However, what Mu Ling Huang followed was not a simple Would Eldar rule. It was the Would Eldar's Emperor rule. This was something that Qin Shujian did not have. Seriously speaking, actually, Would Eldar and Eldar sounded very similar, but they were two completely different races. Would Eldar was a race that was born from the wood spirits of heaven and earth. They belonged to the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Eldar was the spiritual intelligence of plants and trees. There was a fundamental difference between the two. The inner world could give birth to living beings on the premise that the 5 elements of heaven and earth, as well as the power of yin and yang, were perfect. Therefore, Qin Shujian did not lack the wood spirit rule. What he lacked was Mu Ling Huang's rule. "Emperor of Heaven, what orders do you have? Feel free to speak your mind." Mu Ling Huang was stunned for a moment before he replied respectfully. "It's very simple. I hope that Mu Ling Huang can fight with me in the long river of rules, regardless of the outcome. Emperor of Heaven, please spare my life." Mu Ling Huang's legs went soft and he almost knelt down. A battle in the long river of rules, the other party wanted his life. Mu Ling Huang was confident that after he broke through to the true immortal realm, his strength was strong enough. However, he was also clear about the gap between his strength and Qin Shujian's. A level 1 immortal. An upper level 3 true immortal. The latter did not need to spend much effort to kill the former. At this moment, Mu Ling Huang did not care about his face anymore. Anyway, there was only him and Qin Shujian in the hall. There was nothing embarrassing about admitting defeat. Seeing how he almost knelt down, Qin Shujian was also speechless. "Don't worry, I'm just sparring with you. I won't take your life. Moreover, if I really want to kill you, who can stop me, Eldar Mu?" Qin Shujian's words were straightforward, but the meaning was also very obvious. After a short moment of panic, Mu Ling Huang came back to his senses. Is what Emperor of Heaven said true? I've always kept my word. Qin Shujian's face revealed a smile that he thought was gentle. Seeing this, Mu Ling Huang's heart, which had been hanging in the air, calmed down a little. As long as it was not to settle scores and take his life, it was fine. As for the rest, he could accept it. Let's go. Enter your Mu Ling Huang's rule battle. Qin Shujian did not want to waste time. Mu Ling Huang nodded. He stretched out his hand and tore the void. Mu Ling Huang's rule loomed. Then, he stepped into the crack in the void and disappeared from the hall. Just as Mu Ling Huang entered the crack, Qin Shujian also entered the crack. Mu Ling Huang's rule. After the long river of rules sensed that there was an outsider invading, it immediately surged with stormy waves. However, those waves were no threat to Qin Shujian at all. No matter how the waves rose, just as they were about to touch him, they seemed to be pressed down by an invisible hand and fell back into the river below. Seeing this scene, Mu Ling Huang's pupils contracted slightly. As the controller of the rules, he knew what kind of resistance would be encountered when an outsider intruded. However, the counterattack of the long river of rules did not make Qin Shujian reveal any clues. Such strength, the shock in the depths of the Wood Spirit Emperor's heart grew even stronger. Qin Shujian stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, Mu Ling Huang, go ahead. Don't hold back. As long as you can let me gain something from this battle, it's enough. In the future, if the Heavenly Court can condense a new deity position, Eldar Mu will also have a chance to be conferred a deity position. Conferred a deity position, Mu Ling Huang's pupils suddenly contracted again. Qin Shujian's words completely ignited the excitement in his heart. Even if the chance of getting a deity position was very slim, there was still hope no matter what. Suddenly, Mu Ling Huang cupped his hands, Emperor of Heaven, please enlighten me. Make your move. Excuse me. With that, Mu Ling Huang took the lead. The two of them were fighting in the long river of laws. Although Mu Ling Huang had just stepped into the first-level immortal realm, he was not weak in terms of strength. After all, Mu Ling Huang's laws. He stood out from the Wood Spirit Law and was above the Wood Spirit Law. As for the Wood Spirit Law, as the law of the 5 elements of heaven and earth, it was an extremely powerful one. Therefore, the strength of the Wood Spirit Emperor was evident from this. If not for the fact that Mu Eldar's overall strength was weak, he would be qualified to join the ranks of the big clans and not be like now, where he could only be at the standard of a middle-level clan. Boom, the two bodies collided with each other and separated abruptly. Qin Shujian sealed 99% of his power, leaving only a little power to fight with Mu Ling Huang. Mu Ling Huang's law. To a certain extent, it was much more difficult to comprehend than other ordinary laws. Because of the law of the emperor of a clan, not everyone could comprehend it. If one was also a wood spirit, it would be much easier to comprehend Mu Ling Huang's law. However, if an outsider tried to forcefully comprehend Mu Ling Huang's law, the difficulty would increase exponentially. Therefore, after 3 days of fighting, Qin Shujian only had a slight understanding in his heart. However, it was not so easy to completely comprehend Mu Ling Huang's law and nurture a law seed in his inner world. He gained something from the battle. It was not just Qin Shujian, even Mu Ling Huang himself had gained a lot. After breaking through to the perfected immortal realm, every step forward required a huge opportunity. As a 9th-level immortal powerhouse, Qin Shujian, even if he suppressed his strength, endless Dao runes appeared in his every move. Regarding this, the Wood Spirit Emperor also understood. After understanding the benefits of fighting with this Emperor of Heaven, Mu Ling Huang worked even harder. After all, there were such benefits. It wasn't something that could happen every time. Under normal circumstances, if he really fought with such a level of existence, not to mention a few days and nights, he would be considered lucky if he was not killed in a second. Just like now. Qin Shujian suppressed his strength to fight with him. For the Wood Spirit Emperor, this was the best thing that could happen. Time passed bit by bit. Even if Qin Shujian suppressed most of his strength, he still gradually suppressed Mu Ling Huang. The longer the battle lasted. With regards to the comprehension of the laws, he also had a deeper understanding. Suddenly, His inner world shook slightly. Xianxia unsealed his powers in an instant and suppressed the Wood Spirit Emperor. His terrifying powers tore through the restraints of the River of Rules. Then, the two figures completely disappeared in the long River of Laws. Wood Spirit Clan's main hall. Qin Shujian and Mu Linghuang's figures until they came out of the long River of Laws. Mu Linghuang's eyes were still in a daze. He was completely unable to react to what had happened. After half a breath, Mu Linghuang's sluggish mind completely returned to normal, and then he bowed. Emperor of Heavens means are earth-shattering, Ben Huang is sincerely convinced. Mu Linghuang, you're too polite. I have other things to do, so I won't stay any longer. After comprehending Mu Linghuang's laws, Qin Shujian was in a good mood. After saying that, his body suddenly disappeared on the spot. When Mu Linghuang straightened up, he found that Qin Shujian had left without him knowing. The taboos in the entire hall did not have any effect. Mu Linghuang could not help but sigh, Emperor of Heaven's strength is not something we can guess. At this moment, in his inner world, Mu Linghuang's laws were born. At the same time, the thunder tribulation that fell was almost at its end. The originally lush giant tree had now become withered and yellow under the thunder tribulation, as if it had failed to pass the tribulation. But if one felt it seriously, one could find it. Under the withered and yellow surface, there was a strong vitality emerging. That vitality, from the original weak to the strong, and then to the earth-shattering. Crack, a crisp sound came from the withered tree. Then, the skin of the withered tree cracked open, and bright and rich vitality overflowed from it. The other plants that had fallen into silence because of the thunder tribulation were now covered by this rich vitality, and they were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The skin of the withered tree fell off. Then, a giant tree rose from the ground and instantly disappeared into the sky. The giant tree that was 1,000,000 feet tall could be said to be indomitable. The dense and lush branches and leaves spread out like a huge canopy, covering the long mountain range. At the same time, vast power spread out. Golden flowers scattered in the sky. Golden lotuses surged out of the ground. In addition, there was also purple chi 30,000 miles from the east, mighty and mighty. When all kinds of strange phenomena appeared, the giant tree's voice was heard, and it instantly fell into every corner of the world. I am Jianmu, and from today onwards, I will establish the Eldar. All plants in the world that have spiritual intelligence will be Eldar. As soon as it finished speaking, the world shook. The vast purple chi bombarded down, and it directly raised Jianmu's aura. When he broke through, he had just stepped into the ranks of the first-level immortal, but now, with the infusion of the purple chi, he directly stabilized at the first-level immortal, and the remaining power kept rising. Second-level immortal, third-level immortal, boom. Finally, there was an earth-shattering sound, and a long river of law surged. Jianmu successfully broke the shackles of the lower 3 levels of true immortal, and not only did he step into the middle 3 levels of true immortal, but he also completely stabilized at the 4th level of true immortal. At the same time, the plants in the world seemed to be nourished in different ways. Some of the more powerful plants even directly gave birth to spiritual intelligence and became members of the Eldar. As the first emperor of the Eldar, Jianmu also felt the changes in the Eldar in the world. There was naturally no need to say much about the joy in his heart. For him, breaking through to the true immortal, establishing the Eldar, and the birth of other Eldar, it could be said that it was 3 consecutive blessings. At this time, in the mountain range where Jianmu was located, there was also a large number of plants that gave birth to spiritual intelligence. The moment these plants gave birth to spiritual intelligence, their branches and leaves swayed, as if they were on a pilgrimage. Greetings, Ling Huang. Neat and uniform voices sounded in the mountain range. The Eldar born in the world all did the same thing. On the same day, the name of Ling Huang and Jianmu completely spread out, and all the living beings in the world remembered it. Eldar. Ling Huang, Jianmu. On the mountain peak, Feng took a few deep breaths. When the other party had ascended to immortality, the vast aura that had spread out made him have the urge to prostrate himself in worship. For the first time, Feng truly felt how big the gap between a true Immortal and a celestial was. In front of that power, he felt as if he was nothing more than an ant. However, in addition to the influence of Jianmu's tribulation to become an immortal, the other party establishing the Eldar and the subsequent fluctuations also made Feng have some other thoughts in his heart. Is this an Eldar? Feng looked not far in front of him. There was a stalk of dark green grass swaying in the wind. It was a powerful thought. It rose from the grass, making it impossible for people to ignore it. Before the Eldar was truly born, he did not understand what an Eldar was. But with the establishment of the Eldar, Feng understood now. What kind of living being could be classified as an Eldar? Eldar, there are so many plants in the world. If all the plants that have gained sentience can be classified as the spirit race, then the number of spirit race is a bit too much. Feng looked at the grass and did not move. Being stared at by him. The green grass that had just gained sentience was also trembling. As an Eldar that had just been born, the strength of this grass was only at the true martial realm. In terms of strength, it was completely at the bottom of the world. At this moment, being stared at by a powerful expert, it could be imagined how much pressure it was under. Just as the green grass was shivering, a voice rang out. Feng slowly retracted his gaze. He did not have the intention to attack a true martial realm Eldar. In his eyes, a true martial realm Eldar was no different from an ant. Moreover, an Eldar had just become an immortal. It was not a wise choice to rashly attack an Eldar. If he angered the Eldar Emperor, Feng did not have the confidence to contend against him. This time, Ling Huang's tribulation to become an immortal has allowed me to see the path ahead. It's just that walking the physical body saint system will cause lightning tribulation to descend when becoming an immortal. If the physical body is not strong enough, the success rate of the tribulation will be much lower. It seems that I need to think of a way to temper my physical body. Feng's expression changed. As the first living being born in the world, he was qualified to see the imprints of the world. The scene of Jianmu's tribulation had already been recorded by the world. So, Feng could also take this opportunity to comprehend the mysteries of the other party's tribulation to become an immortal. It could be said that Jianmu's ascension to immortality had opened a door for the other living beings. Before the first living being became an immortal, true immortality was like a locked door to them. He wanted to open the door and comprehend the mysteries within, but he couldn't find the key. Now, Jianmu had become an immortal. It was equivalent to opening the lock on the door and helping them open the door. In this way, the difficulty of ascending to immortality in the future would be greatly reduced. Feng already had a rough idea of what he should do in the future. Ever since he understood the physical establishing sage system, he had never thought of walking down the path of nomological Tao validation. After all, in terms of strength, living beings who walked the path of physical sanctification would be much more powerful than those who walked the path of nomological Tao verification. In this world, all the plants and trees that are born with sentience belong to the Eldar. However, ever since I was born, I have been the only one who has existed. In comparison, I am much lonelier. When Feng thought of Eldar, he sighed in his heart. Ever since he was born, he had traveled a lot between heaven and earth. However, other than when he was just born and saw Qin Shujian who was similar to him, he had never seen another living being that looked exactly like him. If Eldar didn't appear, it would be fine. But with the appearance of Eldar, Feng's heart also had some slight changes. Since Eldar can be born, why don't I create a human race? But even if I create a human race, what's the use? In the end, there will only be me. Unless, there can be other humans born. It was undoubtedly a difficult thing for other humans to be born. Feng didn't have any other ideas at the moment. When this idea was born in his mind, there was a voice in the dark telling him that this was the right thing to do. However, what exactly should he do? Feng didn't know. For a moment, he sat down on the peak of the mountain and fell into deep thought. Spring went and autumn came. A year passed, but Feng still sat there without moving. Finally, his absent-minded eyes gradually focused, and his sitting body finally stood up. His body shook slightly. All the filth on his body dissipated. Sigh. A long sigh came from Feng's mouth. After thinking hard for a year, he still couldn't think of a way to give birth to more humans. Feng also understood. If he continued to sit there, not to mention a year, even if 10 years or 100 years, there wouldn't be any results. Therefore, he didn't plan to waste any more time here. He stood up from the peak of the mountain. Feng directly flew into the sky and left. If he couldn't find a way to create humans here, then he would look at another place. Since the premonition in the dark told him that it was right, then his idea must not be wrong. He didn't succeed now. He could only say that he didn't find the right method. In the remaining time, Feng walked around the mountains and rivers, silently comprehending the heaven and earth. While increasing his own strength, he also looked for a way to create humans. In the inner hall of the heavenly palace. On the throne. Qin Shujian paid close attention to the changes in the inner world. Whether it was Jianmu's tribulation to become an immortal or the subsequent changes, none of it escaped his eyes and ears. Among them, more of his attention fell on Feng. Perhaps it was because he was also a human. Qin Shujian paid more attention to Feng, who was also a human. From Feng's every move, he was almost certain that it was about time for the human race in the inner world to be officially born. They hadn't been born yet. It was only a matter of time. The simplest way for the human race to be born is to mold the earth to create humans, but I still can't interfere too much with the specifics. Looking at the confused Feng in the inner world, Qin Shujian resisted the urge to give some pointers. The heaven and earth revolved. Naturally, there was a pattern. If he interfered without permission, it would have the intention of spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm. Moreover, if he personally gave pointers, even if Feng created the human race in the future, then the benefits he would receive wouldn't be as much as before. This was the opportunity to be the first human in the world. Qin Shujian also didn't want to spoil it. Withdrawing his consciousness from his inner world, he focused his attention on himself. In more than a year, I have comprehended all the laws of the true immortals born in the myriad races. The number of law seeds in the inner world has also increased by almost 1,000. In a short period of time, the number of true immortals born in the myriad races has almost reached the limit. If I want to break this limit, I will need a certain amount of time. Breaking through to the true immortal realm wasn't just about having enough resources, but also the comprehension of laws. The fact that the myriad races could produce more than 1,000 true immortals had completely exceeded Qin Shujian's expectations. If there were more in the future, the difficulty of the laws would increase greatly. Therefore, to him, he had already harvested most of the wool that could be harvested. The remaining matters were waiting for the seeds to take root and sprout. In the outer realm, there was a floating continent. There was a black shadow crawling on the continent. From afar, it emitted an aura that made one's heart palpitate. So many void demons. When Chao Hong looked at the floating continent, his eyes were also filled with shock. Beside him, it was a few players in the team. After exploring the outer realm for so long, other than some stars, we have never encountered any land. Could this be the base camp of the void demons? Lu Qinghong's expression was also nervous. The base camp of the void demons meant that there were a large number of powerful void demons. By relying on their own strength, they would be able to do so. If they were discovered, they would definitely die. However, in addition to being nervous, Lu Qinghong was also excited. According to the mission issued by the Heavenly Court, if we can find the base camp of the void demons, we will be rewarded with 10,000 true immortal merit points. Hearing that, the other players also had excited expressions on their faces. 10,000 true immortal merit points. Even if it was divided among several people, everyone would be able to get a lot. With such a number of true immortal merit points, it was enough for them to raise their realm to the celestial realm, and it was not as simple as an ordinary celestial realm. Chao Hong swallowed his saliva, then looked at the others and said, "Leave a mark, and then remember the landmarks. Let's retreat." "All right." Several players nodded. Then, someone began to leave his mark in the void, as well as record the current landmarks. Although the outer realm was similar everywhere. But after leaving a mark, it would not be difficult to distinguish it in the future. While talking, Chao Hong also left his mark on the spot, as well as the landmarks. Everyone's mark and landmarks were somewhat different. Multiple personal records. The purpose was to not make any mistakes. Moreover, even if a mark was discovered by the void demons and then erased, they could rely on the other marks to find this place again. To be honest, Chao Hong himself did not expect that just by exploring the outer realm to see if there was a chance to kill some outer realm demons, he would accidentally encounter the enemy's base camp. Even if he was not completely sure now. But he knew. Even if the continent in front of him was not the base camp of the void demons, it was definitely an important place. If he went back and sold the information to the Heavenly Court, there would be many benefits. On the mainland, 2 beams of light suddenly appeared on the throne that was like a black shadow. Immediately, they cut through the void and looked outside the continent. A little bug is coming. Your Ways' cold voice resounded in the hall. His tone was cold. There was no trace of emotion in it. He hadn't thought that someone would still be able to evade the Moxiaro clan's defenses and find their way here. Just now, if the other party had not sent out a weak wave of energy, even Yelvis almost didn't discover it. At this moment, Chao Hong had just left the coordinates in the void. All of a sudden, he felt a terrifying wave of energy. That wave of energy caused his heart to tremble. Chao Hong was not the only one. Everyone else was trembling as well. The space around them froze and froze them in place. The next moment, a huge hand shattered the void. Chao Hong and the others didn't even have time to resist before they were easily destroyed by this force. Along with the destroyed ones. And the marks they left behind. After simply wiping out Chao Hong and the others, Yelvis slowly withdrew his palm. Done? Longfellow also woke up from absorbing the energy of the void. Yelvis's expression was indifferent. It's done. But a few ants of the god martial arts realm were able to sneak into our clan. The clansmen of those strongholds are at fault. If we don't punish them, it won't be enough to convince the masses. Do what you think should be done. Longfellow shook his head. Even if Yelvis killed all those demons of the void, he wouldn't object. No matter how many demons there were, they were no different from ants in his eyes. As for saying that they were of the same clan, that was even more ridiculous. At the level of the Demon Emperor, the so-called friendship of the same clan had already been indifferent to the extreme. Countless years of precipitation. Many of his emotions had completely disappeared. So, if Yelvis wanted to kill them, Longfellow wouldn't stop him because there was no need. Yes. Yelvis didn't talk much about this topic. Instead, he changed the topic and said, have you noticed that the creatures of the vast thousand domains also seem to have the trait of being immortal? As early as in the battle when the barrier between heaven and earth was opened in the vast thousand domains, Ben Huang killed many perfected immortals. However, in the second battle, Ben Huang encountered those perfected immortals who had been killed. Is it possible that you've mistaken them for someone else? Longfellow frowned. Immortal and indestructible, even the Demon Emperor couldn't be immortal and indestructible. What qualifications did some Demon King-level perfected immortals have to be immortal and indestructible? Yelvis said, it's impossible to mistake them for someone else. You should understand that at our level, even the slightest change can't be hidden from Ben Huang's eyes. Moreover, the few ants that Ben Huang killed just now didn't leave behind their corpses. Even the spiritual deity couldn't capture them. It was as if there was some mysterious power protecting them. Hearing this, Longfellow's expression immediately became solemn. The protection of a mysterious power, an existence that could snatch the spiritual deity from Yelvis's hands, was probably at least at the Demon Emperor level. Although the other party didn't reveal his strength. However, in Longfellow's opinion, even if Yelvis's strength hadn't broken through to the Demon Emperor level, it wasn't much different. Could it be that the Emperor of Heaven left some life-saving means on the creatures of the vast thousand domains? The so-called immortal and indestructible is actually taking away the spiritual deity at the moment of their death. As long as the spiritual deity isn't destroyed, the creatures whose physical bodies are destroyed can be restored. Longfellow calmly analyzed. Although he didn't understand the characteristics of the players and the existence of the investiture of the gods, he could still speculate some things from Yelvis's words. After all, not everyone could be immortal and indestructible. In the vast void, only the demons of the demon abyss were qualified to be immortal and indestructible. Moreover, that kind of immortality wasn't absolute. If they met their nemesis, they would still die. The demons of the demon abyss aren't really immortal and indestructible. There should be some kind of protective means left on these people by some expert. Right now, the strongest person in the vast thousand domains is the Emperor of Heaven, so there shouldn't be any mistake. You can't really kill them, maybe because there isn't a suitable way. In the end, Longfellow added another sentence. Find a suitable way. The so-called immortal and indestructible would no longer exist. Maybe. Ylvis's expression was still solemn. That mysterious power made his heart palpitate a little. Originally, Ylvis planned to kill Chao Hong and the others, and then pull out the spirit god to search their souls. In this way, he could extract all the memories in the other party's mind. Although the spirit god could also directly extract the memories, it was rare for experts to do so. After all, there was a certain risk in the spirit god's possession. No matter how strong the person was, it was impossible to succeed in the possession with a 100% success rate. Once the possession failed, even the existence of the Devil Emperor had no way to resist the consequences of death. So, Ylvis didn't have the idea of possession. He just wanted to extract the spirit god of Chao Hong and the others, and then slowly search their souls and plunder their memories. But what he didn't expect was the other party's spirit god was protected by a mysterious power, and he couldn't take it. It was just that when the spirit god of Chao Hong and the others escaped, Ylvis felt a little lucky. He was glad that he didn't take the risk of possession. Or else, in front of that mysterious power, he didn't have the confidence to contend. On the other side, a white light appeared in the city, and Chao Hong and the others had already appeared there. At this moment, they all had a blank look on their faces. The previous death was too much of a breakthrough. Until now, they hadn't completely reacted. After a long while, they barely came back to their senses. Chao Hong swallowed his saliva, and his voice was still trembling. The one who attacked before was the Devil Emperor of the Ma Xiaoluo clan. On the system interface, he could see who killed him. Ylvis, the Devil Emperor of the Ma Xiaoluo clan. Since the war between the Heavenly Court and the Void Evil Demon clan, the famous experts of the several clans were also known by others. So, Chao Hong was no stranger to the name Ylvis. It's not a loss to die in the hands of the Devil Emperor. Although we dropped a level, we still recorded the landmarks. Unfortunately, the imprint was erased. Lu Qinghong shook his head. It doesn't matter if the imprint is erased, as long as the landmarks are still there. Chao Hong said in a deep voice. The landmarks were the main thing, and the imprint was only an auxiliary function. Without the imprint and only the landmarks, they could also find the Ma Xiaoluo clan, but the process would be more troublesome. Immediately, the few of them went to the Heavenly Court branch. Since he had found the Ma Xiaoluo clan, he had to submit the mission. Moreover, such a quest was unique. If another party submitted it, they would not be able to submit the same quest. Therefore, Chao Hong and the others did not dare to waste any more time. If someone else really snatched it from him, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Heavenly Court. After plucking all the wool from the myriad races, Qin Shujian had been cultivating in the Heavenly Court. He only had one goal, and that was to improve his strength as much as possible. However, no new true immortals were born. If he wanted to increase his strength, he could only start from the mother stream. During this period of time, Qin Shujian entered the mother stream of precepts almost continuously, searching for suitable precepts to comprehend. The stronger he was, the stronger he was. The obstructions one would encounter in the mother stream would also be stronger. Every time he entered, it was accompanied by great risk. After simply recovering from his injuries, Qin Shujian had intended to enter the mother stream of precepts again to comprehend the new precepts. Without waiting for him to move, he sensed an intense nomological fluctuation coming from the Heavenly Court. Someone is about to become an immortal. Qin Shujian's heart skipped a beat, and in the next instant, he left the inner hall. In the outer hall, the osmanthus tree grew crazily, and the original flower buds had all bloomed. the refreshing fragrance soaked the entire heavenly court. The mother stream of precepts trembled faintly. It swept out like a painting, and in the blink of an eye, it crossed the sky. On the osmanthus tree's body, there was a dense rule lingering around it, and the sound of rushing and rumbling could be heard endlessly. Emperor of Heaven, I'm about to become an immortal. The osmanthus tree trembled, and Mu Yang's voice came from inside. His tone was as calm as ever, but now that one listened carefully, one could hear the unconcealable joy. Qin Shujian nodded. Go, this is your opportunity. Yes. As soon as Mu Yang finished speaking, the osmanthus tree completely pulled out of the heavenly court, and immediately after, it sank into the mother stream of precepts. Not long after, the mother stream of precepts shook. An osmanthus tree crashed out of the mother stream, directly opening up a long river of precepts. Such a change. It also attracted the attention of the immortals and gods of the heavenly court. Right now, the power of the stars was rich, so it was not strange for powerhouses of the myriad clans to become immortals. But if there were powerhouses in the heavenly court who became immortals, then it was worth paying attention to. Those immortals with deity positions were fine. Although it attracted their attention when a cultivator became an immortal, they were not too shocked. However, this was not the case for the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. After all, no matter how strong the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were, they were only cultivators of the celestial realm. A true immortal, even the weakest true immortal, was an existence worthy of their admiration. Therefore, one could imagine the shock caused by a powerhouse becoming an immortal. That's Mu Yang. Now that Qin Yuanbai, who was a heavenly general, saw the existence who opened up the long river of precepts, there was a look of surprise in his eyes. As the current sacred lord of the Qianyuan sacred ground, how could he not know Mu Yang, and it was not as simple as just knowing him. Before Mu Yang left the Qianyuan sacred ground, Qin Yuanbai and Mu Yang had a lot of exchanges. But what he did not expect was, Mu Yang could become an immortal one step ahead of him. Compared to himself, who was still unable to take that step, Qin Yuanbai's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Without comparison, there would be no harm. Everyone was from the Qianyuan sacred ground. Strictly speaking, Mu Yang was his junior. However, a junior had walked ahead of him. It was easy to imagine how he felt right now. Mu Yang has become an immortal. It's time for the Eldar to officially rise. In the eastern continent, in the imperial city of Zhongzhou, Emperor Zhao looked up at Mu Yang in the sky. His expression did not change much. Now that true immortals had been born in all clans, it could be said that the decline after the ancient times had gradually eased. Not counting the races that had been destroyed, the Eldar was probably the weakest race now. All the plants in the world, as long as they had spiritual wisdom, were classified as Eldar. On this basis, it also indirectly proved that the Eldar would not really be destroyed. However, since the ancient times had been destroyed, the Eldar had not produced any decent powerhouses. 200,000 years ago, the Eldar had collapsed and there was no way for them to be unified again. In this case, the Eldar existed in name only. But now that Mu Yang had become an immortal, it meant that the Eldar had finally produced its first true immortal after 1,000,000 years. At this moment, Mu Yang had become an immortal. It would also be noticed by the Eldar of the 4 major continents. It would not be long before the Eldar of the 4 major continents came to look for their emperors. When that time came, the Eldar, who had disappeared for a long time, should reappear in the 4 major continents. After taking a few simple glances, Emperor Zhao retracted his gaze. Below him, the officials of the great Zhao dynasty stood quietly. Ever since the establishment of the heavenly court, the 10,000 races had been unified. However, it did not mean that the original system of the various races would completely disappear. The establishment of the heavenly court, it was purely to unify the 10,000 races and fight against foreign enemies at the same time. In fact, the order that the various races should have still needed the original system to maintain. After all, there were only so many immortals in the heavenly court. It was impossible to rely on these immortals to maintain the order of the various races. As a result, in the human race, there were no changes in the imperial court of the great Zhao dynasty. As the current human emperor, Emperor Zhao spent most of his time cultivating in the heavenly court. The rest of his time was spent returning to the eastern continent to deal with the corresponding affairs of the imperial court. Fortunately, now that the heavenly court had been established, there was also the invasion of the evil demon clan in the void. There was no chaos in the human race either. Even if Emperor Zhao was not always in charge of the eastern continent, the people in the imperial court were enough to maintain the stability of the human race. There would not be any major chaos. If there's anything to report, the court is dismissed. Emperor Zhao's dignified voice sounded. Immediately, the officials also completely recovered from the influence of Mu Yang's ascension. Dan Hao cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, half a year ago, there were many strange movements in the sea area of the Eastern Pattern Prefecture. Ferocious beasts that rarely appeared in the past have appeared frequently in the periphery. In addition, natural disasters have also appeared frequently in the sea area. And those natural disasters seem to be of the same kind. They are like fire clouds. All the humans who come into contact with the natural disasters, regardless of their strength, directly die. Because of this, there are many people who dare to enter the sea area to explore." When talking about the sea area, the others also had solemn expressions. Now that the human race was powerful, there was almost no place in the 4 great continents that could stop the human race. There were only 2 places the human race did not dare to easily enter. One was Heavenly Abyss, and the other was the sea area. Heavenly Abyss existed in the western continent and had little to do with the human race. However, the sea area existed in the eastern continent. It was equivalent to a time bomb that could explode at any time. Even if there were many powerful experts in the human race now, no one dared to easily enter. Because over the years, it was not that there were no experts of the human race who entered the sea area, but most of them had died in front of natural disasters and ferocious beasts. There were very few people who could return alive. It could be said, those who could cultivate to this level were not fools. Without seeing the practical benefits, it was impossible to rashly enter the sea to die. It was fine at first. As the strength of the human race increased, many people became arrogant. But now that so many experts had fallen, the other people's inflated hearts calmed down once again. Emperor Zhao's expression didn't change. There's a supreme being in the depths of the Dead Sea region, but the sea region is an unbreakable seal for that being. Those ferocious beasts were born in the sea region, so there are restrictions on them. Unless it was a last resort, dire beasts would not leave the sea without permission. As for natural disasters in the sea, they would only appear in the sea because that was the rule. He ordered all humans not to approach the sea region without permission to avoid dying for no reason. At the same time, mobilize the army to guard the East Pattern Mansion to prevent the ferocious beasts from leaving the sea and attacking the human territory. Yes, sir. The officials bowed. Emperor Zhao continued, aside from that sealed existence in the ocean of death, there are also many powerful ferocious beasts. Not to mention the celestial being realm, there are also many true immortal realm beasts. All of you must remember my words. In order to prevent others from not knowing the dangers of the ocean of death, Emperor Zhao reminded them again. Regarding the sea region, there was a great fear in his heart. Even though he had broken through to the 3rd level of the true immortal realm, Emperor Zhao was not confident that he could fight against the existence in the depths of the ocean of death. Because it was an expert that even the ancient Emperor of Heaven was afraid of. Even the current heaven and earth. In his opinion, he might not be able to fight against the existence in the depths of the ocean of death. As for the riot in the sea region, Emperor Zhao was not worried. Not to mention the existence of the heavenly court, the current strength of the human race alone was enough to deal with the ferocious beasts in the ocean of death. The premise was, the existence in the depths of the sea should not break the seal and come out. But in Emperor Zhao's opinion, there was no possibility of the other party breaking the seal and coming out. Soon, Emperor Zhao's order was passed down. Then, a large number of troops were mobilized to the East Pattern Mansion. The fishing villages in the East Pattern Mansion near the sea region had all been moved to other places. And the Imperial Court had also established a strong defense line here. At this moment, Mu Yang had also successfully reached the end of the long river of laws. There was a law monument standing there. Looking at the law monument in front of him, Mu Yang hesitated for a moment, then bombarded it with the rattan branches, and the violent power poured on the law monument. Boom, the law monument shook violently. When it was impacted, the entire long river of laws also trembled violently. Another expert who didn't take the traditional system to become an immortal. The true immortals of the myriad races raised their heads and saw the scene of Mu Yang bombarding the law monument. He shattered the law monument. Then, he cut off a section of the law and used his body to carry it. Although the true immortals of the myriad races didn't understand this method very well, they still knew a lot. Because Mu Yang was not the first person to become an immortal in this way. Long before, the current Eastern war god, Xianxia, had used this method to prove his Tao. Now, Mu Yang had also used this method to prove his Tao. Many true immortals had inexplicable expressions on their faces as they firmly remembered everything about Mu Yang. Will becoming an immortal like this be even more powerful? Zhu Chen's eyes flickered. Not many people really knew about the physical establishing sage system. Right now, the powerhouses of the myriad races who had become immortals all took the traditional path of Tao proving, which was a certain extent different from the physical establishing sage. Now that he saw Mu Yang's Tao proving, Zhu Chen also had some thoughts in his heart. After all, he was already a powerhouse at the limit of the heavens and was only one step away from becoming an immortal. Therefore, Zhu Chen was also very cautious about his future path of immortal ascension. If this method of Tao proving was stronger than the traditional method of Tao proving, then there was no need for him to take the traditional system. However, such a brand new system of Tao proving was not something that anyone could do. Including Mu Yang, there were only 2 people who had proven their Tao like this. He wasn't completely confident. Zhu Chen didn't dare to act on his own. On the other side, the law monument had already been shattered. The moment the law monument shattered, the long river of laws also collapsed. Mu Yang immediately followed the method of physical establishing sage and grabbed a section of the long river of laws and directly fused it into his body. Just as the rules fused into his body, the lightning tribulation had already successfully condensed. Just as the lightning hadn't completely descended, Mu Yang directly left the range of the heavenly court. In the next second, boom, shocking thunderbolts came crashing down, shaking heaven and earth. The immortal ascension tribulation, ever since Xianxia became an immortal, the races of the 4 continents finally saw the immortal ascension tribulation again. That terrifying aura. Even the immortal ascension experts couldn't help but change their expressions. What a powerful lightning tribulation. Zhu Chen's expression was very serious. The last time Xianxia went through the tribulation, he wasn't strong enough and couldn't accurately experience the terror of the immortal ascension tribulation. Now Mu Yang was going through the tribulation. Only then could Zhu Chen clearly feel how terrifying the power of the lightning tribulation was. Even with his current strength, he had the illusion that he would be destroyed at any time in front of the lightning tribulation. The tribulation has begun. In the heavenly court, Qin Shujian put his hands behind his back and looked at Mu Yang, who was going through the tribulation directly in the atmosphere. His expression didn't change much. Mu Yang had already started cultivating the purple heaven divine lightning scripture when he imparted it to him. More than a year. Mu Yang had attracted the lightning tribulation many times to temper his body. Since he dared to go through the tribulation to become an immortal, he must have considerable confidence to do so. Otherwise, Mu Yang wouldn't go through the tribulation easily. As long as there are no accidents, the probability of success is very high, Qin Shujian understood when he saw that the lightning tribulation didn't shake the branches and leaves of the osmanthus tree. Based on the current situation, unless Mu Yang deliberately sought death, there wouldn't be any difficulty in going through the immortal ascension tribulation. 7 days. The lightning tribulation continued to strike. The duration of the immortal ascension tribulation varied. There was no fixed duration. 7 days had passed. The lightning tribulation between heaven and earth had also reached its final juncture. When the last bolt of lightning struck, the tribulation clouds dissipated with a bang. At the same time, Golden flowers scattered in the sky and golden lotuses bloomed on the ground. The phenomenon of immortal ascension had appeared in the four continents once again. The Eldar Emperor has appeared. In the small world of the Jade Wave sect on Heavenly Pattern Island, the branches and leaves of a giant tree swayed. A human face appeared on its thick trunk. In that instant just now, Ancestor Tong Tian had sensed the throbbing in the dark. As an Eldar expert of the ancient times, he knew very well what this throbbing represented. That was the birth of an emperor in Eldar. Ever since the fall of the ancient Ling Huang, Eldar's strength had gradually weakened until 200,000 years ago, when the last of Eldar's royal aura had disappeared. At this moment, Eldar's emperor aura appeared once more. For a moment, Patriarch Heavenspan found it hard to restrain himself. Now that the Emperor has appeared, I, Eldar, will definitely rise. Unfortunately, I can't leave Heavenly Rune Island right now. Otherwise, I would be able to help the Eldar even more. Patriarch Heavenspan sighed with regret. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be imprisoned in Heavenly Rune Island forever and would never have the chance to leave. The only thing he could do for Eldar was to guard his current territory and leave behind the last legacy for Eldar. However, old Ancestor Skirich didn't hope that one day, the Eldar of Heavenly Rune Island would become the final foundation of the Eldar. Today, Eldar Emperor Mu Yang has transcended the tribulation and become an immortal. I confer him the title of Guardian General. Qin Shujian stretched out his hand and the investiture of the gods suddenly appeared. The moment Mu Yang bowed, his name appeared on the list. Then, a mysterious force descended, causing Mu Yang's aura to become stronger. The moment he transcended the tribulation and became an immortal. The four great continents. All the silent Eldar woke up at the same time. Then, they climbed the mountains and crossed the mountains, heading towards the fallen immortal region. Mu Yang existed in the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court existed in the Astral Wind Layer. Not everyone could enter the Heaven and Earth Astral Wind Layer. Therefore, the Eldar of the four great continents could only go to the fallen immortal region, which was closest to the Heavenly Court. Strictly speaking, the Heavenly Court existed above the fallen immortal region. At this moment, Mu Yang successfully transcended the tribulation. He withdrew his original body and transformed into a young man, landing in front of Qin Shujian. Your subject greets the Emperor of Heaven. This time, he didn't address him as a disciple. Becoming a deity of the Heavenly Court meant becoming an official of the Heavenly Court. He had a relationship with Qin Shujian, the Emperor of Heaven, as a subject. Qin Shujian nodded with a faint smile on his face. The Eldar system of becoming a sage through the physical body is indeed good. Becoming a true immortal is only the starting point. In the future, you still need to cultivate diligently. Don't slack off. Your subject understands. Mu Yang bowed his head and replied. Qin Shujian said, You've become an immortal. The Eldar of the four great continents are now heading towards the fallen immortal region. The Eldar has disappeared for hundreds of thousands of years. It's time for him to reappear. As the Emperor of the Eldar, you should go and command all the Eldar. In the future, the Eldar will be of great use in dealing with the demon abyss. The Eldar's spiritual energy contained the vitality of heaven and earth. It was the opposite of the demon abyss's demonic energy. If the Eldar had enough experts, by then, they would have a lot of advantages in dealing with the demon abyss. Hearing this, Mu Yang bowed and accepted the order. In the next second, he left the Heavenly Court and headed towards the fallen immortal region. A huge shadow of an osmanthus tree stretched across the sky above the fallen immortal region, covering the vast fallen immortal region. Abundant vitality swept across the world. The Eldar has been gone for hundreds of thousands of years. Today, I have created an Eldar. In the vast thousand domains, all the plants and trees that have given birth to spiritual intelligence will become Eldar. The loud voice spread out in all directions. In the fallen immortal region, under the cover of vitality, the plants and trees were nourished. In just a moment, some of the plants and trees had given birth to spiritual intelligence and became Eldar. At the same time, all the Eldar who were heading towards the fallen immortal region were energized when they heard the news. In the fallen immortal region, Mu Yang revealed his true form. the osmanthus tree was in full bloom. All the osmanthus flowers drifted in the wind and scattered in all directions. Then, a tree branch bombarded the air and shattered the void. Boom, the void shattered, revealing a pitch-black gap. Muyan did not stop. The branches and leaves whipped wildly like hands and feet. The void within a million miles shattered like a mirror. Looking at the shattered void above their heads, the cultivators of the fallen immortal region were so frightened that they did not dare to move. They were afraid that the power would leak down and kill them. Boom, boom, the void within a million miles shattered and became chaotic. Seeing this, Mu Yang immediately controlled the shattered void with his celestial core power and forcibly imprisoned it. In the eyes of outsiders, the void fragments froze. Then, countless branches and leaves formed a huge hand and grabbed at the shattered void. The void, which was supposed to have no physical body, was forcibly pulled out. A terrifying darkness appeared in the void. Vast celestial core power surged. Mu Yang's branches and leaves trembled and kept wrapping around the void that was pulled out. Half a day later, the void appeared out of thin air, and then disappeared out of thin air. In the end, Mu Yang's branches and leaves danced wildly as if they were holding up a vast world. Once again, they slammed toward the void that was healing. Rumble. The void buzzed. The small world that belonged to the Eldar was officially opened. Rebuilding the Eldar. This was to be expected. When they saw Mu Yang become an immortal, many true immortals had some guesses. So, now that the Eldar was reunited, they were not too surprised. At this moment, in the Sea of Death, there were waves raging, as if there were some powerful existences fighting. All of a sudden, tens of thousands of feet of waves erupted. A huge body broke through the waves and fell into the sea. At this moment, flames that were not afraid of seawater rose and instantly engulfed the huge body. Roar and unwilling roar sounded, but it could not change anything. In the end, the body gradually disappeared, leaving only a fire lotus. Zhang Ergu stepped into the air, grabbed the fire lotus in his hand, and began to absorb the energy contained in the fire lotus. After completely absorbing the fire lotus, a star acupoint trembled and opened. I'm about to break through. Looking at the densely opened star acupoints in his body, Zhang Ergu's face finally had a look of relief. After entering the Sea of Death for a few years, he could not remember how many beasts had died in his hands. Regardless of the strength of the beasts, Zhang Ergu used the red lotus of purgation to refine them and convert them into pure energy for his breakthrough. Until now, he had already opened more than 38,000 star acupoints, completely surpassing the peak of the 6th level of the Celestial Being Realm and was moving towards the 7th level of the Celestial Being Realm. In terms of talent, Zhang Ergu was not very good. To be able to upgrade the Guiyuan ancestral canon to such a level in a short period of time, it was all thanks to the help of the beasts in the sea. Without the help of ferocious beasts, he would not be able to reach this stage even in a few decades, let alone a few years. Because in the future cultivation of the Guiyuan ancestral canon, every star acupoint opened required a huge amount of energy. In the first 10 days to half a month, an acupoint could be opened. Perhaps in the later stage, it might take a few years to barely open an acupoint. This was the difference. The Cosmos Bao clicked his tongue in wonder. The Emperor of Heaven's cultivation method is really powerful. With the amount of energy you've absorbed over the years, if you were an ordinary cultivator, even a powerhouse at the peak of the Celestial Being Realm would probably explode. However, you've only just stepped out of the realm of Celestial Being level 6. If one were to really open 129,600-year-old star acupoints, then the power would be world-shocking. He followed Zhang Ergu. The Cosmos Bao knew a lot about the Guiyuan ancestral canon. I'm afraid that I'll have to refine all the ferocious beasts in the entire Dead Sea region to achieve that. Zhang Ergu shook his head and lamented helplessly. The fierce beast that he had just killed was in existence at the 8th level of the Deva realm. However, an 8th level Deva fierce beast could only barely open up one acupoint. The difficulty of opening the acupoints in the later stage was far beyond Zhang Ergu's imagination. He couldn't believe it. How in the world did Qin Shujian manage to open all 129,600 star acupoints, With the difficulty of opening the star acupoints, Zhang Ergu suspected that even if he refined a perfected immortal, he might not be able to open them successfully. However, although he was curious, he didn't intend to explore. Instead, his gaze fell on the longbow beside him. Elder Qian, when can you break through to a 6-seal Dao artifact? It's not that easy to upgrade a Dao artifact. The bow of heaven and earth replied indifferently. After a pause, he continued, under normal circumstances, a Dao artifact needs to absorb a huge amount of spirit energy to upgrade. It will take at least 1,000 years to go from the 5 seal to the 6 seal. However, if there's an abundant amount of energy to nourish it, there's a chance for it to advance quickly. Energy nourishment? Zhang Ergu was puzzled. He had just asked casually. He didn't expect the Cosmos Bao to really have something to say. The Cosmos Bao said, energy nourishment is easy to understand. As long as there's enough energy for me to absorb, I can shorten the time needed to advance. The ferocious beasts in the sea rely on absorbing the spirit energy of heaven and earth to survive. They don't cultivate rules, so their flesh and blood are filled with rich energy. If you can kill some powerful ferocious beasts and nourish them with blood, I can speed up my advancement. But looking at you now, I guess you're eating it all by yourself. Zhang Ergu was heartless. The Cosmos Bao had a deep understanding. It didn't even have enough energy to absorb, how could it leave any extra for him, of course? The Cosmos Bao also had some thoughts in its heart. It hoped that Buttface would find his conscience and give it some energy. There'll be a chance in the future. The corner of Zhang Ergu's mouth twitched. He casually carried the Cosmos Bao on his back. Since he wanted to snatch food from him, he would just pretend that he didn't ask. To this, the Cosmos Bao was also speechless. You should at least pretend. You're so direct, it hurts me. When I have the strength to hunt perfected immortals in the future, I won't forget about you. Elder Qian, don't worry. Zhang Ergu heard this and thought for a moment, then gave a decent consolation. The Cosmos Bao was speechless. God knows how many years it would take for him to break through to perfected immortal. After complaining in its heart, the Cosmos Bao composed itself and said in a deep voice, speaking of which, ferocious beasts in the 8th stage of the heavenly human stage are not that useful to you. And now, although you haven't killed all the ferocious beasts in the heavenly human stage, you've killed many of them. Even if you kill all the ferocious beasts in the heavenly human stage, the chances of you breaking through to perfected immortal are very slim. Elder Qian, what do you mean? Why don't you go to the inner region of the sea and take a look? The Cosmos Bao reminded. Hearing this, Zhang Ergu fell into deep thought. The inner region of the sea, for the people of the eastern continent, it was a dangerous place. Not to mention the inner region, even the outer region was extremely dangerous without enough strength. The ferocious beasts were one reason. The natural disaster was another. It was only because Zhang Ergu was strong enough and had the Cosmos Bao to protect him that he could resist the power of the natural disaster. However, if he entered the inner region, it would be completely different. Because, there were ferocious beasts in the perfected immortal stage in the inner region. With Zhang Ergu's current strength, which was not even at the 7th stage of the heaven-human stage, he could fight against a ruler at the 10th stage of the heaven-human stage. However, there was still a certain gap between him and a perfected immortal. The Cosmos Bao said, although there are perfected immortal ferocious beasts in the inner region, I don't think there will be too many of them. The real danger in the sea is in the depths, not the inner region. There are even more powerful ferocious beasts there, and even mighty figures are everywhere. If you enter the inner region, your strength will increase even faster. Moreover, with your current strength, if you really encounter a perfected immortal ferocious beast, it shouldn't be a problem for you to escape. The inner region, Zhang Ergu's expression changed. He had to admit that he was indeed tempted. The powerful ferocious beasts in the outer region were almost killed. In comparison, only the inner region could satisfy his needs. After making a decision, Zhang Ergu immediately flew into the air and headed towards the inner area of the sea. There were natural disasters along the way. But to him, those natural disasters didn't pose any threat. The reason was very simple. Those natural disasters that appeared were all the power imprints that Zhang Ergu had left on the periphery of the sea in the past few years. He hit himself. Although it wasn't easy, it wasn't too difficult either. As for the beasts, there was nothing to stop them. In the past few years, Zhang Ergu had killed countless beasts, and the murderous aura accumulated on his body had reached a terrifying level. Even though the beasts didn't have intelligence and could only act on instinct. When they sensed the terrifying murderous aura, they also consciously retreated. To a certain extent. The murderous aura accumulated from killing too many beasts was equivalent to a natural protective layer on the periphery of the sea. After all, facing an executioner who had killed countless of their clansmen, even the beasts would feel fear. In the heavenly court, the court meeting was held as usual. Do you have anything to report? On the throne, Qin Shujian sat there as steady as Mount Tai, looking down at the gods below. Every word and action was in accordance with heaven and earth, causing the entire heavenly palace to be enveloped by a majestic aura. As soon as he finished speaking, an immortal god stepped forward and cupped his hands. Emperor of Heaven, not long ago, a mutant came to submit a mission and said that he suspected to have found the location of the Ma Xia clan. We have also sent cultivators to investigate, but that void is heavily guarded. Many people have died, but they couldn't get close at all. Qin Shujian's expression changed. Then, he looked at the immortal god below and asked faintly, "Did you send a true immortal to investigate?" "Not yet." The immortal god shook his head and then explained, "There are demon king level existences guarding there, and I can't be sure if there are demon emperors guarding there. In addition, the true immortals of the 10,000 clans are precious. If one or two of them die because of this, it won't be worth it." It was too risky to send a true immortal just to confirm whether that place was the territory of the Ma Xia clan or not. For the current heavenly court, any true immortal was an extremely precious existence. Unless a great war really broke out, the death of any true immortal was a loss that had to be avoided as much as possible. "Where is it?" "Emperor of Heaven, please take a look." The immortal handed over a jade talisman. With a wave of his hand, Qin Shujian shattered the jade talisman and read the information contained within. The information contained in the jade talisman was insignificant to him. In the blink of an eye, Qin Shujian completely absorbed and digested the information in the jade talisman. As the demon emperor of the Mos Halo clan, the place where Yelvis is overseeing should be where the Mos Halo clan is located. There's indeed no need to send a true immortal to investigate. I have already memorized the coordinates of this place. Is there any news from the remaining Baido and Yizo clans? Qin Shujian turned his gaze back to the deities. Seeing this, the gods were all speechless. It was already not easy to get the coordinates of a clan. After all, the outer realm was so vast that it was much larger than the great wide world. In addition, it had only been 2 to 3 years since the Heavenly Court opened up the extraterritorial battlefield. There was no way for them to explore the extraterritorial void completely. Obtain the coordinates of all the clans. That was even more impossible. The Demon Emperor cupped his hands and said, "Reporting to the Emperor of Heaven, although we don't have the coordinates of the other 2 clans, we have locked on to a few locations. There are experts guarding those places, and many variant cultivators have fallen there. If nothing unexpected happens, there must be 2 clans in those places. However, it will still take some time to completely verify it. Do your best to find the location of the other 2 clans. At the same time, inform the extraterritorial battlefield to not let the void evil demons take advantage of the opportunity to sneak in. Let the myriad clans prepare for war and officially exterminate the void evil demon clan within 5 years." Qin Shujian waved his hand and shouted in a powerful voice. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Exterminating the void evil demon clan within 5 years was undoubtedly a very difficult task. Judging from the previous few exchanges, Yi Zichen could tell. The strength of the void evil demon clan was not weaker than the Heavenly Court. If they really went to war, it was very likely that both sides would suffer. After a short silence, an immortal god could not help but say, "Reporting to the Emperor of Heaven, exterminating the void evil demon clan within 5 years is probably too rash. Right now, the power of the stars is rich, and stalling for time is beneficial to us. Why don't we wait for a while more? We will have more confidence. That's right. The Moon Empress nodded slightly and said coldly, the three clans have many experts. If we really go to war, the immortals of the heavenly court are naturally not afraid, but I'm afraid that many perfected immortals of the myriad clans will die. If too many perfected immortals die, it will be disadvantageous for us to fight against the demon abyss in the future. The other immortals did not say anything, but their meaning was similar. Now that the heavenly court had a certain advantage, as long as they delayed for enough time, they could expand this advantage. The demon abyss was not a secret. There were also immortals who accidentally entered the demon abyss when exploring the outer realm, but they also retreated in time. As for the distance between the demon abyss and the major kiliacosm, they had a clear estimate of time. There's no need to talk too much about dealing with the void evil demons. I know what to do. Within 5 years, I will attack the 3 clans. There's not much time left for the myriad clans. In addition, nurture the heavenly soldiers as much as possible. I hope to see the heavenly soldiers play a sufficient role when we fight against the 3 clans. Qin Shujian's expression was solemn, and his tone was unquestionable. Within 5 years, the 3 clans had to be settled. At that time, the heavenly court would be able to dominate the outer realm. The rest. Only then would they consolidate their strength and fight the demon abyss. Seeing Qin Shujian's firm attitude, the other immortals wanted to refute, but in the end, they did not say anything. How are the stars and star cores that I asked you to find now? Qin Shujian changed the topic and said calmly. He did not intend to talk about the 3 clans anymore. Instead, he changed the topic to the stars and star cores. Hearing this, Emperor Zhao was the first to step forward. I obtained 3 stars and 5 star cores from my trip to the outer realm. As he spoke, he waved his sleeves, and several stone balls floated up into the air and flew towards Qin Shujian. Qin Shujian reached out and grabbed all the stone balls in the air. If one looked carefully, they would discover. Every stone ball had a powerful sealing power on it, and a vast amount of energy was faintly discernible within the stone balls. Then, Qin Shujian stored all the stone balls into the investiture of the gods. The stone balls entered. The god roll trembled slightly. The pressure that was already there intensified by a lot. Below. After Emperor Zhao took out the stars and star cores, the other gods also took out the stars and star cores and handed them to Qin Shujian. Soon, the god roll reached its limit. After putting away all the stars and star cores, Qin Shujian said, the matter of collecting the stars and star cores is urgent. You can't slack off. Court dismissed. We'll take our leave. The gods bowed and retreated. Just as they left, Qin Shujian got up from his throne and left the range of the heavenly palace. Above the heavenly court, the sun was shining. The Sanhua sword was still absorbing the power of the stars to nourish itself. Zhou Tian's star map was emitting a powerful pressure. Emperor of Heaven. It was a cold greeting without much emotion. Towards Qin Shujian's arrival, Sanhua was already used to it. Anyway, he would come every once in a while. He also understood that Qin Shujian had a completely free attitude towards him. In view of this, Sanhua was more than happy to stay here. However, he also believed that Qin Shujian wouldn't confer him a title for no reason. He definitely had a purpose. He didn't do anything at the moment because it wasn't the right time yet. When the time came, he might understand the other party's purpose. At this moment, Qin Shujian stood above Zhou Tian's star map. The investiture of the gods was opened and all the sealed stars were released. The moment the stone ball appeared, he waved his hand and used his vital essence to break all the seals on it. The seals were broken. A huge star suddenly appeared in the void, and a terrifying pressure crushed the surrounding space into dust. Before the stars fell, Qin Shujian used his vital essence again and forcibly suppressed all the stars. It was different from the way Emperor Zhao and the others completely sealed the stars. To absorb the power of the stars, one couldn't completely seal the stars. Otherwise, even Zhou Tian's star map couldn't absorb any power from the completely sealed stars. So, Qin Shujian's current method was simply to reduce the size of the stars. After the inner heaven and earth law seeds increased, his strength had become much stronger. Even if there were hundreds of stars, he could still suppress them all at once. Under the control of Qin Shujian, all the suppressed stars flew toward Zhou Tian's star map. When it entered the node of Zhou Tian's star map, a terrifying surge of energy suddenly erupted. Rumble. A buzzing sound reverberated throughout the heavenly court. The power that spread out annihilated all the astral winds of heaven and earth that it touched. Immediately after. Then, a dense and substantial starlight came crashing down from Zhou Tian's star chart like a pillar of light. Instantly, the heavenly court seemed to be bathed in the Milky Way. At that moment, the immortals and gods of the heavenly court all opened their eyes. When they looked at the scene of the galaxy, their eyes were filled with unerasable shock. Even Xu Kuangtu and Niu Dali looked extremely solemn at this moment. Such stellar energy is comparable to the heavenly court of the first era. Niu Dali had a strange expression on his face. When he saw the scene that resembled a galaxy, the ancient memories were also unsealed from the dust. The first era. It was the most powerful era. Because that was the beginning of the universe. All the powerful existences reigned supreme in the first era. Since the heavenly court existed in that epoch, it was easy to imagine how powerful the heavenly court was. At the peak of their power, even existences at the Tao fruit level had to bow in front of the heavenly courts. Although the current stellar energy can't be compared to the heavenly courts of the Emperor Juntai era, it's not weaker than the heavenly courts of the Great Heaven era. Although it's extreme to drain the pond to fish, the benefits are obvious. With the irrigation of such stellar energy, the experts of the myriad races will definitely spring up like bamboo shoots after the rain. I can also take this opportunity to try to break through to the 7th level immortal realm. Niu Dali thought to himself. There were 2 heavenly courts in the first era. The first one was established by Emperor Juntai, which was also the most powerful heavenly court in the first era. If it didn't involve many factors at the Tao fruit level, the most powerful heavenly court wouldn't have collapsed. After the collapse of the first heavenly court, only then did the second heavenly court exist, which was also the heavenly courts of the Great Heaven era. Although the second heavenly court was still powerful, there was still a gap between it and the first heavenly court. However, this gap was relative. Seriously speaking, the heavenly courts of the Great Heaven era could be said to be the strongest compared to the heavenly courts of the other eras. This was an epoch without even a single Tao fruit. A heavenly court that could be comparable to the Great Heaven era in a certain aspect was indeed enough to make people clap their hands and praise. Moreover, in Niu Dali's opinion, the current stellar energy density was still not the peak of this heavenly court. When all 365 heavenly cycle star diagrams were placed into the stars, that would be the true peak. At that time, even the heavenly courts of the Emperor Juntai era were only SOSO. After all, no matter which era it was still very rare to be able to extract stellar energy for one's own use without any restraint like the current era. Coincidentally, this era was the last chance. Coincidentally, the Emperor of Heaven of this era was Qin Shujian. Therefore, that was why there was such a rare opportunity. Niu Dali retracted his gaze from the galaxy and smiled. I really want to see how effective the stellar energy of the heavenly courts of the Emperor Juntai era is. In the first era, he only went to the heavenly courts and did not have the chance to cultivate there. He could only look at the terrifyingly rich stellar energy. Because speaking of which, the Grand Pure Holy Man did not have a good relationship with the strongest heavenly courts. Niu Dali was the Grand Pure Holy Man's mount and did not have the chance to cultivate in the heavenly courts. It was also a pity for him. A pity that he did not cultivate in the heavenly courts of that era. As time passed, Niu Dali also forgot about this matter. Now that he saw the galaxy, he recalled this matter again. Niu Dali had a premonition. Perhaps the small regret of the first era could be made up for in this era. His chaotic thoughts gradually calmed down. Niu Dali calmed himself down again and absorbed stellar energy to cultivate. There was a green bull lying on his side in the hall. As he breathed, powerful Taoist rhythms circulated. And as he breathed, there was also the flow of the nomological river, which set off Niu Dali. If one looked at it seriously, one could see that the cracked nomological laws were being repaired bit by bit. Every crack that was being repaired and extended could make Niu Dali's aura become denser. Splash, from time to time, waves would rise from the river and faint sounds could be heard. The entire hall also underwent some slight changes under the flow of the nomological river. Throughout the entire process, there wasn't much of a disturbance. Everything was imperceptibly changing in ways that ordinary people didn't know about. While Niu Dali was concentrating on cultivating, Chu Kuangtu was also on the verge of a breakthrough. He had awakened earlier than the other party. In terms of foundation, Niu Dali was actually slightly inferior when they were at their peak states. Therefore, when it came to the recovery of strength, Chu Kuangtu was also slightly better. While Niu Dali was recovering his strength and looking for an opportunity to break through to the 7th level of the immortal realm, he was already breaking through to the 7th level of the immortal realm. In the hall, the long river of laws shook. The broken long river of laws was repairing bit by bit. Chu Kuangtu sat cross-legged in the middle, frantically absorbing the power of the stars for his own use. Whether it was the nomological Tao or the physical sanctification, there were some differences between the two systems when they became immortals, but the path they took was similar. The nomological Tao experts. From the 1st level of the immortal realm to the 9th level of the immortal realm, they would gradually control their own rules. When they broke through to the 9th level of the immortal realm, they would completely control the rules. Only after completely controlling the rules could they rely on their own strength to expand and strengthen the rules. In other words, breaking through to the perfected immortal realm was a stage. From the 1st level of the immortal realm to the 9th level of the immortal realm was another stage. As for the cultivators of the physical sanctification system, the first few realms were all repairing and perfecting the rules. When the rules were completely repaired, the realm would naturally break through to the 9th level of the immortal realm. When that time came, only then would they strengthen their own rules and reach the point where they could surpass the rules of heaven and earth. At this moment, Chu Kuangtu was repairing his own rules. In addition to his own comprehension, the repair of the rules also required a vast amount of energy. With his Tao fruit realm, he naturally did not lack comprehension of the rules. What he truly lacked was just the energy to repair the rules. Therefore, the biggest beneficiaries of the rich star power of the heavenly court were not the immortals of the heavenly court, nor were they the cultivators of the myriad races of the 4 major continents. Instead, it was the old antiques who had been reborn in the previous epochs. As for the purpose of Qin Shujian absorbing the stars, part of the reason was to improve the foundation of the myriad races. But the biggest reason was to let Chu Kuangtu and the others recover their strength. Now, only these 2 people had the chance to break through to the 3rd level of the perfected immortal realm in a short period of time. As strong as Emperor Zhao, Xiao Qingfeng and the others, breaking through to the upper 3 true immortals was not something that could be done in a short time. This span of time, not only was there a difference in talent, but there was also a problem of foundation. In Qin Shujian's opinion, it would take at least a few decades for the immortals and gods of the heavenly court to produce an expert of the upper 3 true immortal realms. There was also the possibility that someone was faster. However, no matter how fast he was, there was still a limit. Is Chu Kuangtu about to make a breakthrough? Before Qin Shujian left Zhou Tian's star map, he cast his gaze toward a certain palace in the heavenly court. A powerful aura was faintly discernible there. As the Emperor of Heaven, nothing in the heavenly court could escape his eyes and ears. Come to think of it, it's indeed time for Chu Kuangtu to make a breakthrough. Qin Shujian smiled. If Chu Kuangtu made a breakthrough, then, the foundation of the heavenly court would become even stronger. When the time came to wage war with the 3 great clans, they would almost certainly win. After all, the strength of the demon emperors of the 3 clans had been weakened a little, while Qin Shujian's own strength was steadily increasing. The gap between the 2 had been widened a little. If Chu Kuangtu made a breakthrough now, this gap would once again be widened to an extent that could not be made up for. And there was no possibility that Chu Kuangtu would fail to make a breakthrough. Qin Shujian did not have any doubts. As a reincarnated Tao fruit, if he could fail to break through to the 7th true immortal realm, he might as well just kill himself, lest he embarrass them. In the heavenly court, most people did not notice Chu Quantu's breakthrough. But in the entire heavenly court, apart from Qin Shujian, there were very few people who could sense this. He's about to make a breakthrough. Sanhua's cold voice sounded, and there was an inexplicable emotion in his tone. He was the sword master's divine weapon. In the past era, he had fought with Chu Quantu, the blade master, many times. Now, things had changed. The sword master had fallen, and he had also submitted to the heavenly court, while the sword master was trying to break through to the seventh true immortal realm. For a moment, Sanhua had mixed feelings in his heart. After taking a brief look at the sword, Qin Shujian turned and left. Chu Quantu's breakthrough was good news, proving that the heavenly court would have one more upper-level true immortal. Moreover, the other party was the reincarnation of a Dao fruit. Once he broke through to the third true immortal realm, he would not be comparable to a simple seventh true immortal. When the time came. Not to say that he was comparable to a ninth true immortal, but dealing with an eighth true immortal would not be a problem. Even if he faced a ninth true immortal demon emperor, he would have the confidence to contend with him. Moreover, if Chu Quantu made a breakthrough, even if Niu Dali's foundation was weaker, the next few years would be enough for him to make a breakthrough. As a result, the heavenly court officially had 3 upper-level true immortals. When it was time to start a war with the 3 clans, it would be enough to press Hedo and the other demon emperors to the ground. It was precisely because of this. That was why Qin Shujian had the confidence to wipe out the 3 clans within 5 years. The other immortals and gods thought that the heavenly court needed to rely on the strength of the immortals and gods of the heavenly court to wage a war against the 3 clans. In fact, that was not the case. Chu Quantu, Niu Dali, and Qin Shujian himself were the main reasons to deal with the 3 clans. As long as those demon emperors were destroyed, there was no possibility of resisting with the remaining void demons. The further back they went, the more important the top combat power was. Although there were enough ordinary true immortals, as long as there were enough of them, they could also kill the true immortals of the upper 3 levels. But seriously speaking, if they wanted to kill an upper 3 true immortal, they would need to pay at least 100 times the number of true immortals. Otherwise, there was absolutely no possibility of suppressing an upper 3 true immortal. In other words, as long as there was one more upper 3 true immortal, it would be more useful than 100 more true immortals. Of course, there were definitely more than 100 true immortals at the Demon King level in the 3 clans. Qin Shujian was confident in dealing with a few demon emperors, but it did not mean that he was confident in dealing with all the true immortals of the 3 clans while dealing with the demon emperors. At this moment, the role of the heavenly court and the myriad races was played. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. As long as he dealt with the demon emperor and cooperated with the strength of the heavenly court, it would not be a problem to destroy the remaining void demons. Back in the inner hall of the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian sank his consciousness into the investiture of the gods. He saw that in the vast space inside the god role, there were a large number of star cores floating. His spiritual will swept across. All of the star cores were covered by it. In an instant, Qin Shujian's spiritual will withdrew from the god role. I've already collected 157 star cores. I'm still a little more than 200 away from the minimum requirement of 365 star cores to refine Zhou Tian's star map. In another 2 years, I'll almost be able to collect all of them. As long as he collected all the star cores, he could start refining the real Zhou Tian's star map. At that time, the heavenly court would have one more powerful means. Star energy poured in. The cultivators of the 4 major continents once again entered a period of explosive growth. 9-headed mystic realm. How much longer until I break through to true immortal? The dog emperor sat on the throne. There was another seat below him, and the one sitting there was Zhu Chen. As a peak diviner expert, Zhu Chen was the strongest expert in the 9-headed dog clan after the dog emperor. As such, although he did not have the right to sit on the same level as the dog emperor, he still had a place in the palace. As for the other elders, they were all subconsciously inferior to him. Zhu Chen said, now that the star energy has become much denser, I should be able to attempt a breakthrough within a month. If you can, then so be it. The Dog Emperor nodded. If Zhu Chen could become an immortal, the nine-headed dog clan would have another true immortal expert. This way, the clan's foundation would also improve greatly, which was a great thing. When the star energy became denser, many powerful races had given birth to more than one true immortal. Strictly speaking, the nine-headed dog clan was a large clan. But until now, they only had the Dog Emperor as a true immortal. If they delayed any longer, they would be criticized. Fortunately, the Dog Emperor was one of the 5 emperors. In terms of strength and prestige, other true immortals could not compare to him. And so, that was why the other clans did not dare to cause trouble. On the side, Zhu Chen hesitated. He had something to say, but did not know how to say it. His emotional fluctuations could not be hidden from the Dog Emperor's senses. The Dog Emperor looked at him and said calmly, if you have something to say, then say it boldly. Hesitation is not in your character. Not long ago, Emperor Eldar underwent the tribulation to become an immortal. You should know that I discovered that the Eastern War God and that Ling Huang's method of breaking through to true immortal was different from the usual system. I was thinking, if I could break through to true immortal using that method, would I become even stronger? Zhu Chen hesitated, but after he finished speaking, he no longer hesitated. Looking at the Dog Emperor, he paused for a moment before continuing. If that method of becoming an immortal would make me even stronger, I would like to give it a try. But the lightning tribulation's power does not seem to be easy to pass. That's why I'm not too sure either, so I'm here to ask for your advice. A new system. Perhaps he would become even stronger after becoming an immortal. If there was a chance, Zhu Chen also wanted to give it a try. However, when Mu Yang underwent his tribulation to become an immortal, the might of the tribulation made him hesitate. If he wasn't mistaken, when that might descended, even a true immortal might die, let alone a celestial. Could it be that the unknown Ling Huang was also an expert who was strong enough to kill immortals? Regarding this, Zhu Chen also had doubts in his heart. Not just anyone could kill an immortal with a celestial. Even though the myriad races were at their peak, there were very few experts who were qualified to kill immortals. It was publicly acknowledged that he could slay immortals. Only the Emperor of Heaven and the Eastern God of War, Xianxia. Other than that, there was no third existence that could slay immortals. Hearing this, the Dog Emperor's expression was serious. Xianxia and Mu Yang's method of becoming immortal should be a completely new system. Ben Huang doesn't know much about this. But the Emperor of Heaven should know. If you are sure to do this, Ben Huang can ask the Emperor of Heaven on your behalf. But before you get the results, don't try rashly. The power of the Immortal Ascension Lightning Tribulation, even a first-level immortal would be at risk of dying. If you die during the tribulation, it won't be so easy for our clan to produce another true immortal in a short period of time. The Dog Emperor was also worried that Zhu Chen would go through the tribulation on impulse. Although the cultivation environment had improved greatly now, and the nine-headed dog clan had many experts. But the problem was, the nine-headed dog clan's foundation was still a little weak. Even with the power of the stars, the experts born now stopped at the almighty realm. It was not so easy to reach the limit of a celestial or even the true immortal realm. Zhu Chen was really going to fail. In the next few years, the nine-headed dog clan would not have a second true immortal. In the past, a gap of a few years was nothing at all. But it was different now. Everything had happened in a few short years, and it made the Dog Emperor feel an invisible sense of urgency. A few years seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. But if things went wrong, it was enough to change the entire nine-headed dog clan. Zhu Chen understood the Dog Emperor's concerns. Don't worry, Emperor. I won't try it unless I'm 100% sure. After all, no matter how strong I am after the tribulation, it's all for nothing if I fail. If there's really no other way, it's better to break through according to the traditional system. How strong the future was, how good the prospects were. The premise of everything. It had to be that he could successfully break through. If it was the tribulation, everything would be illusory. On this point, Zhu Chen understood it very well. Seeing this, the Dog Emperor calmed down. Ben Huang will help you ask. With that, he left the nine-headed secret realm. He broke through the astral wind layer. When he entered the heavenly court, he saw a scene that seemed to be immersed in the galaxy. The Dog Emperor could not help but be stunned. Since the end of the last court meeting, he had returned to the nine-headed dog clan's territory. He had not been to the heavenly court in this period of time. Therefore, the change in front of him was a little unexpected. Soon, the Dog Emperor came back to his senses. Then, he stepped on the yellow cloud galaxy and walked toward the heavenly palace. After entering the heavenly palace, he cupped his hands toward the osmanthus tree in front of him and said politely, "This emperor wishes to meet the Emperor of Heaven. Please inform him, Divine General." "So it's the Emperor of the Eastern Sun. Please wait for a moment. This one will go and inform him." The osmanthus tree swayed, and Mu Yang's incarnation appeared. After cupping his hands toward the Dog Emperor, he walked toward the inner hall of the heavenly palace. Seeing this, the Dog Emperor did not say anything. He just stood there and waited. The Divine General guarding the heavenly court. In terms of official position, he was definitely inferior to the emperors of the five directions. Even the war gods of the four extremes were inferior. If one were to really compare, he was at most the same as Zhou Tian's constellation. Logically speaking, he did not need to give him too much face. The problem was that although Mu Yang was the divine general guarding the heavenly palace, he was also Qin Shijian's confidant. As the Emperor of Heaven's confidant, even if he did not have a deity position, the Dog Emperor did not want to offend him. Therefore, the necessary etiquette was still necessary. Not long after, Mu Yang walked out of the inner hall. He cupped his hands toward the Dog Emperor and said with a smile, "The Emperor of Heaven is in the inner hall. Emperor of the Eastern Sun can enter by yourself." "Many thanks," the Dog Emperor said with a smile, then walked into the inner hall. In the inner hall of the heavenly palace, stars swirled around. The surging power of the stars had already flowed into the heavenly palace. The Dog Emperor stepped in. When he saw Qin Shijian on the throne, he immediately bowed. "Greetings, Emperor of Heaven. Emperor of the Eastern Sun, you may dispense with the formalities." "Thank you, Emperor of Heaven." "Emperor, why did you suddenly come to my heavenly palace today?" Qin Shijian said lightly. He was also curious about the Dog Emperor's intentions. Under normal circumstances, the immortals of the heavenly court would not come here unless it was a court meeting. Qin Shijian didn't believe that the Dog Emperor didn't have anything important to say when he suddenly came over. In a short moment, many thoughts flashed through Qin Shijian's mind. But he suppressed these thoughts in the end. Below, the Dog Emperor cupped his hands and said, "I'm here to ask the Emperor of Heaven about something." "Speak." "May I ask if the Eastern God of War and the Guardian Divine General will have a thunder tribulation when they become immortals? Is there any essential difference from the traditional immortal ascension?" The Dog Emperor pondered for a moment and asked the question in his heart. In fact, in the heavenly court, Xiao Qingfeng and Mu Yang were not the only ones who had a thunder tribulation when they became immortals. In his eyes, there were also the mysterious Chu Quantu and Niu Dali. But for the latter, the Dog Emperor did not know much, so he did not ask casually. Besides, the existence of the latter was only known to the immortals of the heavenly court. Those who were not immortals of the heavenly court were not qualified to meet those two mysterious existences. It was not as eye-catching as Xiao Qingfeng and Mu Yang, who had directly undergone the thunder tribulation in the fallen immortal realm. Hearing the Dog Emperor's words, Qin Shijian finally understood the Dog Emperor's intentions. There were not many people who knew about the physical sanctification system, so it was normal for the Dog Emperor to have doubts. Immediately, he waved his hand, and a stream of light burst out and directly entered the Dog Emperor's mind. The whole process only took a moment. The Dog Emperor did not even have time to react before unfamiliar memories appeared in his mind. Instinctively, he closed his eyes and digested the unfamiliar memories in his mind. After a while, the Dog Emperor opened his eyes. His pupils were filled with shock. 3 great systems. Physical sanctification system. Even his firm Tao heart shuddered. Until now. The Dog Emperor finally understood that on the path of cultivation, there was more than just the traditional path. There were actually 3 paths that could be taken. If that's the case, the Eastern Pole War God and the Guardian Divine Generals are following the path of physical sanctification. He took a deep breath and instantly thought of Chu Quantu and Niao Dali. Qin Shujian said, in the fleshly sanctification system, one has to face the immortal ascension tribulation when becoming an immortal. The power of this tribulation is extraordinary. One must have a strong enough physical body to have the hope of successfully transcending the tribulation. Otherwise, they would die. This method of immortal ascension was indeed stronger than the traditional method of immortal ascension, but it was not absolute. As for how to proceed, it's up to you. Hearing this, the Dog Emperor immediately bowed. Thank you, Emperor of Heaven, for clearing my doubts. If there's nothing else, you may take your leave. I'll take my leave. The Dog Emperor turned and left. On the Emperor's throne, Qin Shujian silently watched the Dog Emperor leave. His thoughts drifted to another place. The Dog Emperor's sudden visit today made him think of something. As early as Xiao Qingfeng's tribulation and the subsequent powerhouse's tribulations, the physical sanctification system could not be hidden. Of course, Qin Shujian did not intend to hide this system. It was just that in the beginning, he did not expect to announce the physical sanctification system so soon. This was because in the current era, there was a huge gap between the 2 worlds. The Tao affirmation system was the right path. Whether it was the physical sanctification or the evolution of heaven and earth, they were all unorthodox. Comparing the 3, it was easier to become an immortal using the traditional system. As long as no one got in the way, the risk was minimal. As long as one did not deliberately seek death, there was no possibility of failing to become an immortal. However, once the physical sanctification system was leaked, there would definitely be cultivators who wanted to use this system to break through their own limits. If that was the case, there would be a high degree of risk. Because it was different from the traditional system, the lightning tribulation of this era was much more powerful than the lightning tribulation of the Third Era. The lightning tribulation was more powerful, and the success rate was lower. But, even the Emperor of the Eastern Sun came to ask about it. The physical sanctification system cannot be hidden. There might be other cultivators at the heavenly human limit who want to imitate the former and break through. Instead of waiting for someone to break through and die, it's better to release the news in advance. Anyway, if we can really cultivate a group of physical sanctification powerhouses, it will be beneficial for the heavenly court in the long run. Qin Shujian fell into deep thought. Thoughts were spinning in his mind. Great power returned to oneself. Naturally, it was a powerful existence. As for the evolution of heaven and earth system, he did not think too much about it. Because in Qin Shujian's opinion, it was not easy to follow the evolution of heaven and earth system. If he did not use the foundation of his previous life and combined it with his real power to deduce, he would not have been able to deduce the Guiyuan ancestral canon. In other words, unless he had the support of a corresponding cultivation method, it was impossible to evolve heaven and earth. After figuring out the key points, he woke up from his contemplation. Suddenly, Qin Shujian grabbed the investiture of the gods on the table and transmitted the corresponding information to the heavenly quartz gods through the investiture of the gods. In the palace, Shiyang interrupted his cultivation. He could not help but look stunned by the unfamiliar memories that appeared in his mind. But soon, he recovered from his shock. After carefully digesting the memories in his mind, Shiyang's stunned expression turned into shock. Evolution of heaven and earth, physical sanctification, and Tao affirmation. He now understood that the system that he had originally followed was called Tao affirmation. It was also the weakest of the 3 major systems. As for the system that Xiao Qingfeng had followed, it was ranked second, physical sanctification. Thinking of the Eastern god of war's tyrannical strength, Shi Yang's heart trembled. At first, he did not know why Xiao Qingfeng's strength was so much stronger than ordinary true immortals. But now, it all made sense. Then, what about the Emperor of Heaven? When the Emperor of Heaven became an immortal, there were no rules and no thunder tribulations. Then, he should have followed the evolution of heaven and earth system. And only by following the strongest system can one be qualified to establish the heavenly court and rule over thousands of races. Instantly, Xianx's attention fell on Qin Shujian. Without a doubt, the system that he had followed was the strongest evolution of heaven and earth system. After all, many of the phenomena of immortal ascension did not appear on Qin Shujian. After thinking about it, this was the only reasonable explanation. For a moment, all of Xianx's doubts about Qin Shujian were solved at this moment. However, he couldn't figure it out. Why did the other party have to release this news at this moment of all times? If the news of the three great systems spreads, I'm afraid there will be a huge change in the myriad races in the future. Xiang didn't need to guess to understand what kind of shock the three great systems would cause after the news spread. There were so many cultivators in the myriad races, so there would definitely be experts who wanted to give it a try. After all, it was a chance to become stronger. Very few people could turn a blind eye to it. After a long time, Xiang calmed his mind and entered the state of cultivation. No matter what system it was, it didn't have much to do with him. Because the three great systems, only when one was at the celestial being realm would one have the right to choose. Once one broke through to the true immortal realm, there was no turning back. Unless he crippled his own cultivation and started cultivating from scratch. But for Xiang, crippling his own cultivation and starting from scratch was equivalent to crippling his own limbs and courting death. Not to mention himself. None of the true immortals would make such a choice. Because once he crippled his own cultivation and started from scratch, no one could guarantee that he would succeed in transcending the tribulation. More importantly, most of the experts who could cultivate to the true immortal realm had experienced thousands of years of bitter cultivation. To rashly cripple one's own cultivation. Not to mention whether one could survive such a heavy injury. Just the impact of the reduction of one's lifespan could cause a true immortal to die on the spot. As long as one wasn't someone who took things too hard. No one would do that. So, Xiang didn't have any intention of walking down the other systems. Now, he had already reached the peak of the third level of immortal. If he took another step forward, he could officially break through to the fourth level of immortal and join the ranks of the middle three levels of immortal. Even in the ancient times, the middle three levels of immortal were all influential experts. Even now, the number of middle three levels of immortal in the heavenly court could be counted on one hand. The total number of devilish emperors from the three void fiend clans didn't exceed 10. So, if he could break through to the fourth level of immortal, then the status of the human race in the heavenly court would rise by a lot. Just as Xiang was calming his mind to cultivate. After the gods of the heavenly court received the news of the three great systems, they immediately spread it out. It didn't spread completely, but only transmitted to the races it belonged to. However, the experts of the same race would definitely have friends from other races. One after another. In less than a month, the news of the three major systems swept through the four major continents. At this point, everyone understood that becoming an immortal was not only possible through the traditional system, but also through a total of three major systems. Physical sanctification system. After Zhuchen received the news, the doubts in his heart disappeared. However, the first thing that came to his mind was not the sanctification of the physical body, but the evolution of heaven and earth system. This was because according to the news that the heavenly court had spread, this system was the most powerful of the three major systems. However, if there were still traces of physical sanctification, then there was really no news at all about heaven and earth evolution. In Zhu Chen's mind, the Emperor of Heaven should have followed this system. But the problem was, when the other party became an immortal, there was no news at all. Right now, no one knew exactly what they had to do to reach the stage of evolving the world. This question. He could only make guesses in his heart, but there was no way for him to ask in person. This was because becoming an immortal was a secret to everyone. If he really wanted to ask, Zhu Chen believed that Qin Shujian would not leak too much information. When the time came, not only would he not get what he wanted, but he might also anger the other party. Thinking of this, he immediately gave up on exploring the secret of evolving the world. In that case, if I follow the physical sanctification system, it should be the most suitable. When Zhu Chen thought of this, a bright light burst out from his eyes. The physical sanctification system. The main problem was the physical body. Only with a strong enough physical body would there be a possibility of passing the immortal ascension tribulation. The nine-headed dog clan was born with a strong physical body. Although their physical body was not ranked first among the 10,000 clans, it was still one of the few. This way, the chances of transcending the tribulation were still very high. And from the news that the heavenly court had spread, the power of the immortal ascension tribulation depended on the cultivator to a certain extent. So, in Xianxia's opinion, the terrifying power of Mu Yang's tribulation was most likely because of the other party's tyrannical foundation. If his foundation was not as good as the other parties, the power of the tribulation would not be so strong. Of course, this was not so strong, but it was only relatively speaking. If one really compared it, there was not much difference. The strong were strong, the weak were weak. The difficulty of transcending the tribulation was obvious. It was not so easy to succeed. The prerequisite for the physical sanctification is to have a strong enough physical body. There's no need for me to rush to break through now. It's better to polish it. Xianxia already had an idea in his heart. If he had already become an immortal, then forget it. But since he had not become an immortal, he definitely did not want to become an immortal with the system that was ranked last among the three major systems. No matter what, he had to try and see if he could walk the physical sanctification system. Perhaps the differences between the systems were not so obvious now, but when there were more experts with physical sanctification in the future, the differences between the systems would appear. When that time came, the experts who used the rules to become immortals would be in an awkward situation. After making up his mind, Xianxia suppressed the urge to break through to the true immortal realm. The current him had not truly reached his limit. The original limit was only relative to the rules. Now that he wanted to walk the physical sanctification system, the original limit was no longer the limit. What Xianxia had to do now was to continue tempering his body and truly temper it to a point where it could not advance any further. Only then could he truly break through and try to transcend the immortal ascension lightning tribulation. While Xianxia was focused on cultivating, many experts who had reached the limit of the celestial being realm of the myriad races had stopped thinking of breaking through. Instead, they began to settle down and strengthen their foundation. Their goal. It was the same as Xianxia. They did not want to take the conventional path of breaking through. Instead, they wanted to take the path of physical sanctification. Only then, only after breaking through could they be strong enough. Before Xiao Qingfeng broke through, he could already suppress ordinary true immortals. After breaking through, his strength was even more terrifying. Mu Yang's words, however, did not reveal anything. But no matter what, the prospect of sanctifying one's physical body was already there. And many competent experts wanted to give it a try. However, not all experts did so. Some of the experts still broke through to the true immortal realm using the traditional system. For them, it did not matter if their foundation was strong or weak, as long as they could break through. After the spread of the three systems. In the following time, the number of experts who broke through to the true immortal realm decreased at a visible rate. Even though the star power was several times richer than usual, the birth of true immortals could not be compared to the past. Obviously. The reason for this was that most of the experts were waiting for the opportunity to transcend the tribulation. I heard that you've completely spread the body sanctification system? In the inner hall of the heavenly palace, Chu Quantu had a faint smile on his face. The person sitting opposite him was Qin Shujian. There were no extra immortals in the main hall, which was supposed to be a court meeting. There was only a stone table and 2 stone stools. On the stone table, there was spiritual tea brewing. Rich spiritual energy was emitted from the teacup, and the mist could be vaguely seen condensing into a giant tree. That was the form of the current Ling Huang. The spiritual tea brewed by Qin Shujian was not ordinary, but the spiritual flowers condensed on the osmanthus tree after Mu Yang became an immortal. After he became an immortal, the spiritual flowers condensed on the tree had already surpassed the limit of the 9th level. If there was a classification, it had already reached the sage stage. In the outside world, a cup of such spiritual tea was enough for a true martial realm cultivator to directly break through to the spirit god realm or even the god martial realm. but for Qin Shujian and Chu Quantu, it only tasted better and had no other effect. Hearing what Chu Quantu said, Qin Shujian picked up the spiritual tea and shook his head with a faint smile. There was Xiao Chengfeng, Mu Yang, and you and the green ox transcending the tribulation. The news of the body sanctification can't be kept a secret for long. Even if I don't tell anyone, someone will try. Instead of letting them try to figure it out and then die under the thunder tribulation, it's better to announce it directly. Even if they really die during the tribulation in the future, they can't blame anyone. Whether to announce it or not. There would be people trying to break through in other ways. In that case. Thus, Qin Shujian decided to be more straightforward and announce the information to the public. Chu Quantu said, "There's no harm in announcing it. What I didn't expect was that you would divide the system of breaking through to the true immortal realm into 3. Furthermore, in your eyes, the physical sanctification system isn't the strongest. If that's the case, is the heaven and earth derivation system that you're following really the strongest?" Speaking of the word strongest, Chu Quantu said meaningfully. No matter the time, the word strongest was always controversial. There was no first place in literature. There was no second place in martial arts. Over the course of several eras, many experts had fallen just to compete for the title of the strongest. If this was the second era, if someone dared to say that their system was the strongest, it was very likely that they wouldn't be able to live past 3 days. Even now. Even Chu Quantu was tempted to make a move. He really wanted to see if what Qin Shujian said about being the strongest was true. However, Chu Quantu quickly dismissed the idea. His current realm was not on the same level as the other party. If they really fought, he would be asking for trouble. She sat opposite him. Qin Shujian replied calmly, "The system I'm following is naturally the strongest. Maybe it won't be the strongest in the future, but as long as I'm here, it will be the strongest. If you don't believe me, why don't you give it a try? When I break through to the 9th level of immortal, I'll give it a try." Chu Quantu chuckled and didn't answer this question. He wasn't afraid of anyone in the same realm. But if there was a gap of a few small realms, Chu Quantu wasn't sure that he could compete with Qin Shujian. If they really fought, that would be asking for trouble. Seeing that Chu Quantu didn't answer, Qin Shujian changed the topic and said with a smile, "Speaking of which, now that you've broken through to the 7th level of immortal, what are your chances of winning against the Devil Emperor?" In his eyes, Chu Quantu's realm was completely exposed. If the other party hadn't broken through to the 7th level of immortal, he wouldn't have come out to chat with him now. Which demon emperor is the Qin emperor referring to? Yizhua. Qin Shujian casually said, "The weakest devil emperor." Hearing that, Chu Quantu sneered proudly. It's easy to fight a wounded 8th level immortal demon emperor with bare hands. If I use the hibernation awakening, killing him will be a piece of cake. As soon as he finished speaking, the long saber on his back buzzed softly. The sword master had a Khanate supreme treasure to protect himself. The sword master also had a top divine weapon. Hibernation awakening, even his divine weapon in the second era was no weaker than Sanhua in terms of power. With such a supreme treasure, any 7th level immortal was qualified to kill an 8th level immortal. Not to mention, Chu Quantu was the reincarnation of a Dao fruit, different from an ordinary 7th level immortal. There was no problem for him to deal with the 8th level immortal Yizhua. Good. Qin Shujian had a smile on his face. He was also very satisfied with Chu Quantu's confidence. After a while, the Heavenly Court will officially take action against the 3 major clans. At that time, I hope the Sword Master can really kill Yizhua as easily as you said today. I've never spoken empty words. Chu Quantu's expression didn't change. He picked up the teacup in front of him and said lightly, "Your Majesty, are you not taking action now because you're waiting for that bull?" Chu Quantu's tone was a little unfriendly. Although they were now on the same side, he still had a lot of dissatisfaction with Niodali. The hatred of the second era. If there was a chance in the future, Chu Quantu would definitely take revenge. In fact, he was now thinking about whether he should take the initiative to suppress Niodali before he broke through to the 7th level immortal realm. However, Chu Quantu looked at Qin Shujian on the side, but he still didn't put this idea into action. This Qin emperor, he wouldn't sit and watch them fight to the death. If he really attacked Niu Dali by force, he might be the one suppressed. He glanced at Chu Quantu. Qin Shujian shook his head. The feud between you and the Green Bull can be slowly settled after the tribulation. No one will care about you. But now that the tribulation is coming, don't cause any trouble. If you really cause trouble, I can't just stand by and watch. The Sword Master should understand this. The overall situation is more important. I still know this. Your Majesty, you don't have to say it. Chu Quantu retorted angrily. He knew it. Qin Shujian definitely wouldn't let him take action. Seeing this, Qin Shujian laughed. Sword Master, please don't take offense. It's just that it's better to talk about some things openly. Otherwise, it won't be good for you and me. Now that you've broken through to the 7th level Immortal Realm, when the Green Bull breaks through, the Heavenly Court will have full confidence to attack the 3 major clans. If you don't have absolute confidence to kill those demon emperors, it's meaningless even if you wipe out the other void demons. I believe you know very well how terrifying a demon emperor without any restrictions is. If they really wiped out all the void demons and then Beidou and the other demon emperors escaped, the consequences would be very serious. Hearing this, Chu Quantu also nodded as if it was a matter of fact. P.S. I recommend a friend's new book, My Dad Seems a Little Strong. End of chapter 785. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.